directly posted on Weibo instead, and even attached a picture accompanying it. The picture depicted the cell phone in its before unboxing state and after unboxing state. She said on Weibo, "Thank you to Professor Zhang for your New Year's gift. I like it very much." Zhang Yuanxi also received her gift. However, old Zhang only sent him a message with 2 words, "Received it." Zhang Ye asked, "How do you like it?" Old Zhang, "I'll make do with it." Lightly chuckling, Zhang Ye knew that this was old Zhang's true character in private, so he did not get too bothered by it. After replying to everyone, he put aside everything and quickly went to work. Stepping into the period just before the Spring Festival, Zhang Ye was suddenly swamped with work as his schedule was packed to the brim. Dinner gatherings, year-end reviews, a bite of China's promotions, advertiser feedback sessions. Throughout the day, he was kept on his toes. In the end, an incident even happened when night arrived. Tonight was the broadcast of a bite of China's latest episode. Many of the home viewers were tuned into Channel 14 to watch the show, as usual. As with previous broadcasts, a bite of China always focused on food, whether they were ingredients or cuisines. However, today's episode had an additional segment that focused on tea leaves. Even though the focus on tea leaves was not exactly unusual, as it still stayed faithful to a bite of China's theme, the critical issue here was that no one seemed to have heard of this particular tea leaf that was featured. There is a nameless monastery located in the Wui Mountains scenic area, where incense does not burn too brightly. On this morning, Huizhi, the young monk, wakes up as usual and goes with his senior brother to draw the water. Several tea trees of a lush green shade line the cliffs over here. This tea in focus is called Dahong Pao. Its leaves are wiry and have a greenish-brown appearance, with the resulting brew forming a clear and light amber tea. The most outstanding quality of this tea is its aroma that has a hint of orchid and lingers ubiquitously for a long time, with a distinctive terroir of rock. In addition, most teas have the benefits of refreshing and aiding thinking, elimination of fatigue, promotion of diuresis, clearing away and preventing heat, being antibacterial, having detoxification effects, and preventing diseases, aiding digestion, helping in losing weight, and improving health and fitness. It may also prevent cancer, help lower cholesterol levels, and has anti-aging and other special effects. The Dahong Pao tea leaves can last through more than 7 or 8 infusions and still be very fragrant. After the episode was broadcast, there was a great reaction online. Dahong Pao. What tea is that? Oolong tea? Why have I never heard of it before? Your horizons are not wide enough. My horizons are not wide enough. Fuck you. I am a local of Wyashan. Previous. Poster. I don't think you are from the way you speak. Fuck. My style was influenced by Zhang Ye, but I'm really a local here. There are many Wyashan teas that are quite good and famous, but I've never, ever heard of this Dahong Pao before. That's right. I'm also a local and I've never heard of this tea called Dahong Pao. My family have been tea merchants since my grandpa's and parents' time. If there was really a oolong tea called Dahong Pao, I couldn't possibly have not heard of it. There are only so many varieties of oolong tea and I can recite their names backwards easily. But that's not what a bite of China says. Did they get it wrong? It can even last 7 or 8 infusions and still be very fragrant. That must be bullshit. Any tea leaves would be tasteless after 3 brews. If it's really as a bite of China says, then won't that tea be the #1 tea in the country? How can it be that good, that even the locals do not know about it? Impossible. When Teacher Zhang makes a show, he's always very care to fact-check, and surely would not make such a stupid mistake. Online, the discussion about this was relentless as the debate intensified. A lot of those who did not like Zhang Ye were using this chance to attack him. Zhang Ye only knows how to talk nonsense. Dahong Pao. You must be joking. Is there even such a tea? This show is too irresponsible with its claims. This is called cheating the viewers. How can a tea that grows on some wild mountaintop be nice? Finally, some of the locals of Wyashan and even the local tea merchants there started appearing on Weibo as well. One Fujin tea shop owner said, Dahong Pao? Excuse my ignorance, but I've really never heard of it. A merchant who deals with oolong tea in Wyashan said, Me neither. Does such a good tea really exist? If it's really as good as the show claims, and there are only several of those tea trees left, then with the excellent taste and aroma of the tea, Wouldn't it be worth an out-of-this-world price? So how could it be possible that no one knows about it? An expert from the Chinese Society of Tea Science also came out and asked, "What tea is this?" Almost at once, a bite of China had attracted a wave of criticism, being called liars along with claims that they were irresponsible. They even claimed that they were broadcasting a fake segment and gave the show many similar labels too. At home, Yin Tianfei urgently contacted Zhang Ye. Over the phone, old Yin sounded very anxious. "Teacher little Zhang, have you seen what's happening online yet? What's this about Dahong Pao? Is there really no such tea?" Zhang Ye laughed. "They're just ignorant." Yin Tianfei was taken aback by the response. "But those are local tea merchants speaking up. Do they also not know?" Zhang Ye explained, "Director Yin, I have never faked anything when it comes to making shows. It's not like you don't know that already. There's nothing that they can pick on regarding this tea. It's just that there aren't many people who know their stuff." Hearing that, Yin Tianfei felt somewhat relieved. "I should have known. Anything that you, little Zhang, do has never disappointed anyone before. I understand. So we won't need to hold an emergency PR session." Zhang Yi replied, "I guess not. We'll see how it goes. Just leave it to me." Yin Tianfei said, "All right then. It's coming up to the Spring Festival soon. Just bear the brunt for a little longer." Zhang Yi laughed. Of course. The debate was still going on online. This was the first time that a bite of China was suffering from a crisis of confidence. The matter only had a turnaround the next day. A bite of China's viewership ratings were rising extremely high, and the show was now considered a national documentary. Although any of its scenes could attract all kinds of attention, that unheard of tea called Dahong Pao had attracted countless people's attention this time. Quite a number of local tea merchants, and even the local Society of Tea Science and other national tea-related organizations, had descended upon the Wui Mountains scenic area, with some of them rushing here by flying from miles away. The Wui Scenic Area Management Committee staff were alarmed by all of this. Seeing this turnout, the Wui Mountains Scenic Area Management Committee staff could only lead those people into the scenic area. Actually, even most of the staff here did not know about the existence of these few trees. The trees did not really stand out much, so no one bothered with them or took them seriously since they were really miserable looking. Otherwise, why would they have sold the trees to Zhang Yi back then so agreeably and even took him for a sucker? The monastery was located. The tea trees were located. The tea merchants started to investigate, while the experts began examining. These tea trees have to be at least 100 years old, or even older than that. This fact shocked many of them. Previously, the monastery's abbot had already packed most of the Dahong Pao tea that they harvested in the past for Zhang Yi to bring back to Beijing. However, they still kept a little bit of it for their own consumption. The tea merchants and experts spoke with the monastery and somehow managed to get their hands on some of those Dahong Pao tea leaves. After tasting the tea, all of them were greatly astonished. Heavens, what kind of tea is this? It's really true. A bite of China's claims were true. It's really a top-of-the-line oolong tea. On top of that, it even has an aroma that no other oolong tea has. It has such a full aftertaste. And it's so pure. This has to be first-rate tea. Is there even such a gem in this world? Master, do you still have any of the tea left in your monastery? I'll buy them all. A monk of the monastery said, "We don't have any more left." The tea merchants immediately approached the Scenic Areas Management Committee. "Regarding these tea trees, we would like to buy them all. Just let us know how much you want for them." Even those tea experts were getting excited. But when they heard what the Scenic Areas Management Committee staff told them, a sense of disappointment came over them. These parent trees have already been bought by teacher Zhang Ye. Why did it turn out like that? There's not even a single one left that we can have. What a pity. Everyone started howling with pained hatred. Little did they know that those people from the Scenic Area Management Committee were also almost in tears. Seeing how these merchants and experts reacted, they understood that the tea leaves were not just any ordinary tea leaves. Besides, one of their staff members was lucky enough to have tasted it just now and could still smell the tea's aroma in their mind. But then, so what? They had already sold away all their rights to those trees. There was nothing left. This news quickly spread. After the experts and tea merchants went back, they could not stop praising the tea. The netizens were surprised. What? Is it really that good? That can't be, right? Why not? The people from the Society of Tea Science went on site to examine them. So this claim about Dahong Pao is true then? Then why didn't anyone know about it until now? Yeah, why is it that only those from a bite of China's program team know about it? And how did this name of Dahong Pao come about? Who gave it that name? I will keep my reservations about this. Could those experts and tea merchants turn out to be shills? How can that be? There have been several waves of tea merchants and tea lovers who went to the site over the past 2 days. It should be real. But why was it that only Zhang Ye who knew about it, and not anyone else? On the 3rd day of this incident, another major turning point surfaced. This turning point was one that even Zhang Ye did not think of. A professor from Fujian University who researched history discovered a historical record of Dahong Pao from a rare Qing dynasty document. Although the document was badly damaged and missing a large chunk, it really mentioned words like Wui Mountains, Dahong Pao, tribute, and emperor. Due to the missing information, there was no description of the specific location and other relevant details. Therefore, this document did not attract the attention of anyone until now. This was an astonishing discovery. That professor uploaded the historical document online and posted. As an associate professor of Peking University, I can't comment on Zhang Ye's character. But in terms of knowledge and diligence, I trust him fully. Therefore, I went through a lot of information and finally found some evidence that can prove that the tea called Dahong Pao truly existed. In fact, the earliest mention of it dates back to the Qing dynasty, where a few isolated words match closely with the introduction of the Dahong Pao parent trees on a bite of China. This news immediately caused a huge reaction on the internet. The tea merchants went into a frenzy. The tea experts went into a frenzy. The tea lovers went into a frenzy. So it's really true. Fuck, Dahong Pao was really a tea used for tributes? It's that famous? Even the emperors like to drink it. How awesome. It's really too awesome. What the fuck? Is it really that good? So it turns out that this Dahong Pao was already amazing in ancient times. It's a famous tea. There are only a few parent trees left in the entire country? Then how much would it cost per caddy? Per caddy? You fool. How could they be selling this by the caddy? With this proof from the historical documents, they wouldn't even sell it by the tail. It's more likely it would be sold by the gram. Zhang Ye, who was at home, was also stunned. There was still a difference between this world and his previous world. The historical direction of Dahong Pao had developed differently. For example, there was no longer that inscription on the wall of the cliff where the tea grew, but a historical documentation of the tea had appeared in this world instead. The newspaper coverage of this subject was appearing everywhere. It was even talked about on news simulcast. Birth of a famous tea. The Dahong Pao tea that was forgotten by history. Qing dynasty tribute. Dahong Pao shockingly reappears in this world. A tribute by a bite of China to cultural heritage. Dahong Pao. Dahong Pao. Dahong Pao. This term appeared all over the news and on the internet. At home, his parents were staring with their mouths agape as they watched the news on TV. Suddenly, his mother turned around and lightly kicked at a bag of tea under the coffee table. She pointed to it and asked, dumbfounded, "Little Yi, that famous Qing dynasty tea that they're talking about, could it be this big bag of lousy tea that you brought home that one time?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "That's the one." His father jaw dropped. "The one that you wouldn't let us have more of after we had a cup of it." Zhang Ye replied, "That's right." His father asked again, "It was a drink for the emperors during the Qing dynasty?" Zhang Ye answered with amusement, "That might be possible, but I don't know the details." Oh my God. His mother was utterly shocked by that, then hurriedly bent down to take out the bag of Dahong Pao carefully. That gentleness, that movement, that protectiveness was as if she were carrying her own baby. "Hurry, hide this. Hurry up and hide it." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I've already stored the bulk of it, so what you have there is just for our own consumption. Why are you hiding it?" His mother stared at him. "Nonsense, how can I not hide this? Right now, we're the only ones who have Dahong Pao in this entire world. This is a treasure that only emperors had the honor to drink." Chapter 872, The Astronomical Price of the Tea Leaves. Chapter 872, The Astronomical Price of the Tea Leaves. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. Overnight, almost everyone knew of the name Dahong Pao. However, there were naturally controversies as some netizens did not acknowledge it. Is it that nice? They must have exaggerated it. That's right. Why is the news all about Dahong Pao? No matter how good it is, would it be better than Longjing? 1. I think those people are all shills hired by Zhang Ye. What tribute? Bullshit. I heard that the most expensive Shihu Longjing from last year's harvest cost around 60 to 70,000 yuan per kilogram. No matter how expensive Dahong Pao is, how can it be more expensive than Longjing? That is the best among all the famous teas. Right? They really know how to boast. Comparing oolong tea with green tea, it's still worse by a ton. Yes, green tea is the king among all the teas. In the end, it didn't take long before someone came forward to smack faces. On Weibo, a very famous tea merchant from the Zhejiang area posted, "I am willing to offer 100,000 yuan for 50 grams of Dahong Pao tea leaves." With that, the netizens were all stunned. What? 100,000 yuan? To buy 50 grams? Fuck, how can that be? How can it be so expensive? It's impossible. But soon after, a CEO of a different tea enterprise made an offer and attached a contact number along with it. This is my office number. Whoever has Dahong Pao tea leaves can contact my secretary. I can offer 100,000 yuan for 30 grams. And there's still room for negotiation. That's all. What the hell? Someone made an offer again? It's even more expensive this time. 100,000 yuan for 30 grams? That's crazy. Following that, requests to purchase the tea leaves came one after another. A Beijing real estate CEO, I don't have any hobbies other than drinking tea. I would also like to ask if anyone has Dahong Pao tea leaves. I can give a good offer and don't need much, just 10 to 20 grams will be sufficient. If you have it, or if you know someone who has Dahong Pao tea leaves, please contact me or make the introduction so that I can contact the other party directly. A toy merchant, I offer 60,000 yuan for 10 grams. A famous affluent second generation posted online, I will offer 500,000 yuan for 100 grams. 600,000 yuan. 650,000 yuan. A bidding war broke out and kept going. Finally, that affluent second generation got annoyed and flatly made an offer. I will also offer 650,000 yuan, but I only need 20 grams. Who has it? Contact me immediately. This was the highest offer so far today. The netizens were dumbfounded by what they saw. Is this what it's like in the world of the rich? Fuck. Spending over 600,000 yuan just to buy some tea leaves? And it's only for 20 grams. Impressive. Fuck that. Who was just saying that Dahong Pao wouldn't be worth that much? Who was saying that no matter how expensive it was, it wouldn't compare to the best Shihu Longjing? No matter how expensive Longjing is, it is still sold by the caddy. But what about Dahong Pao? It is fucking sold by the gram. This is a totally different level of pricing altogether. The price difference is too great. Whoever has a caddy or two of Dahong Pao would totally strike it rich, right? But no one has come forward yet, so it doesn't seem like anyone has it. Yeah, it's so precious that you can't buy them even if you do have the money. Where is all the Dahong Pao? If anyone has those tea leaves, it would be Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang Ye doesn't need money, so I guess he wouldn't consider selling them. That's why the price has been speculated to such an extreme. Zhang Ye is really sharp and has good vision. I'm still wondering how he was able to discover this long-lost tribute from so many years ago. I'm still unsure if this is fake news or not. The next day, at Zhang Ye's parents' house, early in the morning, there was someone knocking at the door. Some people had come to visit. His mother went to open the door and saw 8 or 9 people standing outside. Who are you? One of them said, "Hello, big sis. Is Professor Zhang at home?" Little Yi is still sleeping at the moment. His mother sized them up curiously. "Why are you looking for him?" That person, a middle-aged man, smiled and said, "I have something to discuss. I'm the head of the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences Tea Research Institute. My surname is He." Then he introduced the person next to him. This is the vice president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. As for the other staff who had come along with them, he did not introduce them. People from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? His mother was slightly taken aback as she had definitely heard of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences before. "Please come in quickly. Our house is a bit messy and has not been tidied up yet, so please don't mind." Someone else from the group said, "Big sis, we're from the Fujian Provincial Government Administration Department." Following, yet another person said, "Hello, We are from the Wui Mountain Scenic Area Management Committee. Excuse us for dropping by uninvited. Provincial government? Wui Mountain's Scenic Area Management Committee? So they were 3 groups of people and not just one. His mother exclaimed, please come in. I will go and wake little Ye up. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ye came out from the bedroom. Actually, Zhang Ye had already expected them to visit because the dean of Peking University's Modern Agriculture Department had called yesterday evening to inform Zhang Ye that the Academy of Agricultural Sciences had contacted him and were hoping to get in touch with Zhang Ye to discuss some matters regarding the Dahong Pao parent trees. He did not reject them, but neither did he expect that they would come over so quickly the next morning. As for the other 2 groups of people, they were probably just tagging along. Everyone sat down as his mother boiled some water to make tea. Zhang Ye blinked and said, Mom, brew some Dahong Pao for the guests. Okay. His mother could feel the pinch as she knew that the Dahong Pao had already been speculated to an astronomical price on the internet. When those people heard that, they were unable to conceal their excitement any longer, eager to try out the tea. After steeping and brewing, the tea was served. The vice president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences Tea Research Institute couldn't wait any longer and stood up to say, Big sis, I'll do it instead. His mother said, Don't trouble yourself. Please take a seat, everyone. The several of them immediately turned serious as they formally took a deep breath and raised their teacups to taste the tea. Great tea. This is indeed a top-of-the-line tea. This taste spreads out the moment it enters the mouth. Good. Good. Very good. In the house, sounds of surprised praise immediately rang out. The vice president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences asked, Professor Zhang, how did you discover the existence of Dahong Pao? To those from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Zhang Ye was a mathematician and was thus regarded as a person of science. They saw him as their peer, so when they addressed him, they naturally used Zhang Ye's title obtained from Peking University's math department. With the Qing dynasty document that the Fujian University professor found, Zhang Ye had better support as he smiled and said, I read a lot and have seen more things than most people. The head of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences Tea Research Institute nodded vigorously. Teacher Zhang is no doubt someone who researches Chinese literature. You're really experienced and knowledgeable. Zhang Ye said, You're flattering me. It's just a coincidence. The vice president took another sip before looking at Zhang Ye and saying, Professor Zhang, do you know why we're here today? Surely you are not here to drink tea only. Zhang Ye shook his head, not really knowing why. The vice president laughed and stated, Then I'll get straight to the point. The Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences paid a visit to the Wui Mountain Scenic Area to investigate. We've already done the relevant research and that data has been sent back as well. The team that went there was also led by another vice president. So you can say that the Academy is taking this very seriously. Zhang Ye just listened to him quietly. The vice president said, After we conducted the fieldwork and surveyed the area, as well as doing a sample analysis on the few parent trees there, we were able to determine that those were indeed the Dahong Pao trees described in historical documents that had disappeared for over 100 years. Therefore, the Academy of Agricultural Sciences held an emergency meeting and established a research project. We would like to conduct an in-depth study on the parent trees on the premise that we would not affect its growth and development. On top of that, we would also try grafting and cultivating the tea tree so that we may propagate the planting of it. Dahong Pao is too precious. It's not only a testimony of history, it's also the entire country and nation's cultural heritage. So of course we hope for it continue into the future. Because the ownership of these parent trees lies with you, we definitely want to seek your approval first. Besides, we want to assure you that we won't cause any damage to the parent trees in the conduct of this research. In fact, we will use our experience of agricultural science to ensure that the Dahong Pao parent trees will flourish and grow even healthier, preventing pest damage, natural disasters, as well as other uncontrollable factors from affecting it. The head of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences Tea Research Institute added, The Academy of Agricultural Sciences values those parent trees more than you, so you can definitely rest assured if you leave them to us to protect. Zhang Ye asked, Then what do I need to do? The vice president said, You don't have to do anything. Just giving us the authorization will be enough. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Okay, no problem. The people from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences were stunned as they did not expect Zhang Ye to agree so readily. I've never refused to do my bit for the country and our citizens when it matters, such as passing down our cultural heritage. Zhang Ye smiled and said, you guys are right. The Dahong Pao parent trees are the nation's assets and culture. They do not belong only to me. After he said that, he quickly added, though the trees belong to the nation, the tea leaves are mine. Everyone was amused. The vice president smiled and said, the annual harvests of those parent trees are definitely yours, but for our research work, I would like to bring some tea leaves back later. 50? No, 20 grams should be enough. Zhang Ye agreed, sure. When the discussion with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences was done, it was time to speak with those from the Fujian Provincial Government Administration Department. That person from the administration department said, Teacher Zhang, it's like this. We have also held an emergency meeting and decided to set up a new scenic spot at the Wui Mountain Scenic Area, which will be called the Da Hong Pao Scenic Area. It will be open to tourists to help spread our tea culture. Zhang Ye heartily consented. Sure, just do as you all deem fit. With the discussions completed in the smoothest of ways, everyone was happy with the outcome. Actually, all of the issues that they discussed today were already in place back in Zhang Ye's previous world. For example, in his previous world, there was also a Da Hong Pao Scenic Area in the Wui Mountains. Then, there was also the mass cultivation of Da Hong Pao seeds and cuttings that took place back there, though the quality of such mass-cultivated Da Hong Pao tea trees were less uniform and would never be as good as the harvest from the parent trees. On the same day, the country's decision to do research on and cultivate Da Hong Pao was even reported on news simulcast. This was also another way that Da Hong Pao had its status confirmed, even more so, as it was an official affirmation from the country. So it wasn't fake news at all. Da Hong Pao is real and it exists. Even the country has involved itself in the research. They have placed such a great importance on the tea. Holy shit, it's really a famous tea from the ancient days. A gram costs over 10,000 yuan? Well, isn't that really expensive? At this point, no one had any more doubt about the authenticity of Da Hong Pao. Chapter 873, A Bite of China ends. A shocking viewership rating. Da Hong Pao has become famous. The calls were arriving one after another. That night, Zhang Ye was taking a dump in the bathroom when Hu Fei called. Zhang Ye answered and said, Hey, brother Hu. I'm still going through the crosstalk in my mind. Give me another 2 days. When A Bite of China wraps up, I will get the crosstalk proposal written properly for sure. I will definitely get it out in time. Hu Fei said, I'm not calling to hound you. Over the crosstalk routine, Zhang Ye laughed and said, What is it about then? Nothing much. I'm just calling to give you my New Year greetings in advance. Hu Fei equivocated. Oh, thank you. Zhang Ye said, Have a happy New Year too. After dragging out the conversation for some time, Hu Fei finally said, I heard that all of those Da Hong Pao trees have been bought by you? The country still had to inform you before they could start on their tea research. Zhang Ye chuckled. Brother Hu, if you have something to say, just say it. Why be so courteous with me? All right, then I will just say it. Hi, but actually it's not me. Hu Fei felt a little embarrassed and said, You know the executive director of Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala, right? Director Chang usually enjoys drinking wine and tea. After he heard about this Da Hong Pao tea, he has been itching for a taste for the past 2 days. You might not know this, but Director Chang has asked me more than 3 times in the past 2 days about this matter. He knows that we were old colleagues and had a good relationship, so he requested that I ask if you have any excess tea leaves to spare. If you do and are all right with it, can you sell a few grams to him? He doesn't need much as he knows that the tea leaves have already been speculated to over 10,000 yuan per gram. So it will be good enough as long as he can make a cup of tea from it, perhaps like 3 or 4 grams. Director Chang said that he will pay according to the market price. Zhang Ye laughed upon hearing that and said, Come on, brother Hu. Why are you mentioning the money? Are you putting me down? Aren't they just some tea leaves? I'll bring some for you guys when I go over soon. Hu Fei immediately said, You're truly a loyal friend. About the payment, we'll talk about. If you still mention the payment, I won't give you the tea anymore. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Anyway, it won't be much, just 5 grams, but that should be enough to make a cup or pot of tea. Just don't mention paying anymore. You can have a taste when the time comes as well. Hu Fei laughed heartily. Okay, Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. It's nothing, Zhang Ye said generously. A moment later, a call from the executive director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Chang Xiaoyang, arrived. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye was still taking a dump. Hi, Director Chang. Thank you, Chang Xiaoyang said with gratitude. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Please don't be so polite with me. It's just a small matter. Chang Xiaoyang stated. To us tea lovers, this is a big matter. Have you seen how high the price has been speculated online? The Hong Pao is so hard to come by now that you can't buy it even if you had the money since there is demand but no supply. Do you know many people would kill for a sip of it right now? Zhang Ye replied, It's not that bad. If you come over to my place, you can drink all you want, Chang Xiaoyang said. Then I won't mention paying, but consider that I owe you one. You don't have to do that, Director Chang, Zhang Ye said. They had only gotten to know each other recently and were not actually that close. Therefore, Chang Xiaoyang approached Hu Fei to convey the message on his behalf. But when he heard that Zhang Ye readily agreed to his request, Chang Xiaoyang felt a little embarrassed and decided that he must give Zhang Ye a call personally to thank him. 5 minutes later, another call came in. It was Dong Shanshan. Zhang what are you doing? Zhang Ye said bluntly. I'm taking a dump in the bathroom. Whoa, I was wondering why it was so smelly, Dong Shanshan joked. Zhang Ye laughed and said, You can even smell it over the phone? I need to discuss something with you. Dong Shanshan did not beat around the bush. I would like to buy some tea leaves from you. Can you give me a price? Zhang Ye asked. How much do you need? Dong Shanshan answered. Just 5 or 10 grams would be sufficient. I can't afford to buy too much since I still have to pay for my home loan. Zhang Ye wondered. I didn't know that you liked to drink tea. It's for a gift, Dong Shanshan said. There's a female manager at the station who has always taken extremely good care of me. The reason I was chosen to host the Spring Festival Gala was because she had suggested it, so I can be considered indebted to her. This manager of mine likes drinking tea, and her birthday is coming soon. I definitely must express my gratitude. Zhang Ye understood. All right, don't talk about buying or not buying. How could I ask you to pay? I'll give you 10 grams for free. You can give it to whomever you like. Thanks, old classmate. You're welcome. Over the phone, he could hear the sound of her lips smacking as she gave him a kiss. Zhang Ye was amused and hung up. However, right at the next moment, his phone rang again. This time it was from Yin Tianfei. Little Zhang, what are you busy with? Are you resting now? When he heard that, Zhang Ye replied, I'm not resting yet. Director Yin, I'll give you 10 grams of De Hong Pao tea leaves and bring them to the office tomorrow after I've packed them into smaller packages. Yin Tianfei was stunned. How did you know that I was planning to ask you for the tea leaves? Zhang Ye could not help laughing. I've already gotten a few calls. Everyone was asking about the tea leaves. Hi. To think I was hesitating to call you for over an hour just now. Yin Tianfei laughed and said, I should have just called earlier if I knew. Zhang Ye said, Even if you did not say it, I was already planning to bring some for you tomorrow. Yin Tianfei immediately spoke. Okay, thanks. I'll be trying out the tea that an emperor drank and see how it tastes. Oh right, I have a piece of calligraphy by a calligraphy master of our current generation. I've had it for some years now, so I'll bring it over as well. Let me give it to you in exchange for the tea leaves. There's no need to, Director Yin. That won't do. That's that then. Following that, a few more friends and relatives contacted him. Zhang Ye did not reject any of them. As long as they asked, he readily agreed to give them some tea leaves. However, it was definitely not that much and was limited to just 5 to 10 grams per person. The tea was naturally very rare and precious to others since it could not be bought even with money. But none of that mattered to Zhang Ye, as this fellow had brought the De Hong Pao tea leaves back to Beijing from the Wui Mountains in a gunny sack. It was the entire stockpile of tea leaves that the monks at the nameless monastery had harvested over the years. Whether it was 10 grams or 100 grams of tea leaves, it was just a drop in the bucket to him. Even the excess spillage from the gunny sack alone would weigh more than that. Just that little box that he had used to randomly keep the excess tea leaves and placed underneath the coffee table would have around 150 to 200 grams of De Hong Pao in it. The next morning, at the office, when Zhang Ye arrived, he was immediately surrounded. Little Wang exclaimed, Director Zhang, our bite of China is famous again. Huang Dandan also said excitedly. The country has even initiated a project because of it. This Dahong Pao was discovered by our Abide of China. Ha Chi laughed and said, "No matter what happens in the future, we have definitely leave a mark on history." Tong Fu yelled, "Our work today will benefit all our future generations." When Zhang Ye saw this group of people boasting about themselves to the skies, he was amused. Our work today will benefit all our future generations? It's not that great of an achievement. All right now, stop bragging about ourselves like that. 80 Zhang's was said excitedly. At least the news surrounding Abide of China will be surely soar over the next few days. Ha Chi made a noise in acknowledgement. The show will be ending after the last 2 episodes are broadcast in a few days' time. I wonder what the viewership ratings will be. How is Rise to the Dance doing now? Zhang Ye asked curiously. That show had once competed fiercely with them and even tied in the viewership ratings for their premiere episodes. Zhang Ye laughed as he shook his head. They have totally waned. Rise to the Dance's season finale has just concluded, and the viewership rating of the last episode was only 0.45%. Su Yiping and Chun Ye's program team can be considered to have totally failed their objectives. I heard from a friend that Central TV Department 1 is already planning to disband their program team or replace the main bosses. Otherwise, who would bear the responsibility of their failure? Ha Chi stated, letting director Zhang go will surely be their lifelong regret. Zhang Ye laughed. I bet they're already regretting it. Zhang Ye said, don't bother with them. We're approaching the end of our documentary's broadcast, so let's just do the things we're supposed to and see if we can rely on the momentum generated by our Da Hong Pao episode to rewrite the record of the viewership ratings again. Understood. Got it. We must do so, Director Zhang. Several days later, the last 2 episodes of Abide of China were broadcast on the Central TV documentary channel. For the Chinese, the habit of eating breakfast developed during the Han Dynasty some 2,000 years ago. Since then, most Chinese people have eaten 3 meals a day. While breakfast has become an almost a universal custom around the world, in China, it has sparked a variety of lifestyles and philosophies. Next, the caption appeared. Finale, the 3 meals. Episode director, Zhang Ye. In front of their televisions, many of the viewers who saw the captions on the last episode suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. For city dwellers, breakfast has to be quick and easy. Tianjin people know this best of all. They start with mung bean batter and spread it into a wonderful, round shape on the pan, thin and even without breakages. Eggs make it nutritious. Then they deep fry the batter until it's golden brown. They're fritters with fruit filling, tender on the outside and crisp on the inside, both sweet and salty. 2 minutes is all that's needed to enjoy them. It's human nature to want to enjoy good food. But everyone has different and sometimes opposing ideas about good food. We all make choices about what we eat. Today, the Chinese are seeing an amazing abundance of food, as well as extreme shortages of resources. If they turn to their ancestral wisdom for answers, they may find this advice. Big a mansion may be, but a bed is all one needs to sleep at night. Rich a man may be, but 3 meals a day are all one needs to live. The ending music started to play. A Bite of China ended. 1. At Central TV Department 14. It was already nighttime, but no one had left yet. The moment A Bite of China ended, the colleagues who were watching their own show in the office stood up together and started clapping. BBA, BBA, BBA. It's ended. We were absolutely the best. Thank you, Director Yen. Director Zhang, you've worked hard. We're the best. Oh, let's give a cheer for ourselves. We will surely enter the annals of history together with a Bite of China. Little Wang, who had not been seen around all this time, suddenly appeared at the entrance of the office and started humming a tune. She pushed a small cart with a cake on it. There were even some candles lighted and placed on it. Yin Tianfei laughed loudly. There's even a celebration planned? Zhang Yi threw up his hands. I didn't know about it either. They were the ones who organized it. Ha Chi said happily, Director Yin, Director Zhang, please blow out the candles and cut the cake. Zhang Yi asked, Is there any alcohol? Of course there is. We've already prepared everything. Little Wang and Huang Dandan took out the alcohol as though they were performing a magic show. It was champagne. Yin Tianfei laughed and said, I was still intending to not drink for a few days. But all right, I'll make an exception today. Let's celebrate together with everyone. Come, pour the champagne. Cheers. Cheers. Let's celebrate the successful ending of A Bite of China. Oh, hooray. The next day, the latest nationwide viewership ratings for television shows were released. A Bite of China used the viewership rating of its last episode to shock the entire country once again. It had given those previously doubting voices and critics another loud slap. The last episode's nationwide viewership rating was 2.98%. Little Wang screamed, "Ah!" Zhang Ye was so excited that he nearly threw his mouse. "Oh my god, we're too awesome!" Huang Dandan shouted loudly. "We're simply too awesome!" The entire A Bite of China program team was screaming. Central TV was dumbfounded. The industry was dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. Disregarding all those years when television enjoyed a monopoly on home entertainment, and after the birth of the modern internet era in recent years, when had there ever been a television show that could achieve such a level of popularity? When had there ever been a television show that could achieve such a viewership rating? In this present market environment, they had in fact very nearly breached the 3% viewership rating mark of the old days. And it was even a documentary. Su Yipeng was silent. Central TV was silent. Many of the industry insiders were also silent. They could use 1,000 or 10,000 reasons to attack and criticize Zhang Ye. But this result that Zhang Ye achieved had truly left them with nothing to say. 2.98%. 2.98%. Looking at the viewership ratings charts, many of the industry insiders' first reaction was, has this world gone crazy? How can a documentary turn out to be so fucking popular? 1. A Bite of China Season 2 Finale. https://youtube.be/7jail02 LZFP8A. Chapter 874. The crosstalk routine is confirmed. Chapter 874. The crosstalk routine is confirmed. Translator, leg editor, leg. It was also crazy online. 2.98%. Your sister. This is too damn scary. About a decade ago, when we still hadn't transitioned fully into the modern internet era and the main form of entertainment for people was still TV, it was possible for a show to achieve close to 3% viewership. However, in today's internet age where a TV is no longer an essential item for a family, the program team that could achieve such a viewership rating can only be Zhang Ye's team, and the person who could hit such a viewership rating can only be Zhang Ye. Let's cheer for Zhang Ye. This has to be an unprecedented miracle in history. I suppose the other TV stations are already dumbstruck to witness something like this. That's right. I had thought that the best a documentary could do is break 2% of the viewership ratings. But who could have thought that the last episode of A Bite of China would shock everyone again? Even though it was already so popular, the viewership ratings still rose so explosively. I love A Bite of China. It's a really good watch. This is the best documentary in history. Is there a second season? Don't end it. My family has already gotten used to watching the Central TV documentary channel every weekend, pleading for a second season. Teacher Zhang, if there's a chance in the future, please make a second season of the documentary. I really can't bear to see A Bite of China and its run. I also can't bear to see it end. But this should be Zhang Ye's last show for Central TV. After the new year, his contract with Central TV will almost be up. Yao Jiankai posted on Weibo. Congratulations to my old bro show for ending perfectly. A local documentary director. A Bite of China is probably going to be an insurmountable mountain in the history of documentaries. I wish Zhang Ye well and hope that he will get better and better in the future. Dong Shanshan. Congratulations, old classmate. Yu Yingyi, Zhang Ye, the most talented guy in the history of media college. The best director of the hosting world, the best mathematician of the directing world, the best literary scholar of the mathematics world, and the best host of the literary world. Zhang Xia. Congratulations to little Zhang on hitting a new high. Fan Wenli. Looking forward to Teacher Zhang's crosstalk performance at Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. The popularity of A Bite of China had also lifted the confidence of the entire industry regarding this kind of niche programming. On the day A Bite of China ended its broadcast, there were many television stations and production companies who submitted their documentary proposals and put forth their agendas. Some television stations were even announcing the broadcast times for their new shows. Guangxi Television would be launching a documentary called A Walk into Delicacy next week. Guangdong Television would start televising Village Tastes next month. Meanwhile, Shandong Television would start filming a documentary called Gluttonous, which they'd invested a huge sum of money into. All of them had wanted to ride on the momentum created by A Bite of China's popularity. They naturally did not schedule their shows while A Bite of China was still broadcasting. Everyone knew that no matter how they shot their documentary, they could not possibly be on par with A Bite of China and compete with it. Therefore, after A Bite of China's broadcast ended, numerous food documentaries were launched one after another as their promotions spread like a wildfire. An expert referred to this period as the post-A Bite of China era. On this morning, at Taoran Pavilion, Wu Ziqing's home. Old Wu, I'm here. Come on in. Where are the slippers? There's no need to change into them. Just come straight in. Inside, Wu Ziqing did not turn around to welcome him. Instead, she seemed like she was fiddling with several big and small bags of clothing or something. Dressed in casual attire, Old Wu was wearing a pair of black leggings and a gray knit sweater that made her look extremely gentle and elegant. Zhang Ye walked over to her and asked, "What are you doing?" "I bought you some clothes." Wu Ziqing took out a piece of clothing from its packaging and threw the packaging aside. She straightened the shirt and placed it against Zhang Ye's body to see if it fit. Then she smiled and said, "Come, try this on." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Why did you buy clothes for me again?" Wu Ziqing replied, "I'm afraid that you won't have any clothes to wear." "I did not even get to wear many of those clothes you bought for me last time," Zhang Ye remarked. Wu Ziqing said, "The new year is coming and you didn't even buy any clothes for yourself. If I don't buy them for you, who will?" Indeed, ever since Zhang Ye went down the path of the entertainment industry, he had basically never gone to the mall. Zhang Ye could not do that, as there were too many people around. In fact, the majority of his current clothes had been bought by Wu Ziqing. Old Wu would also frequently give him some skincare products, discount vouchers, or prepaid gift cards to him, as she did not really use them for herself. At least half of these benefits for the SARF's director-level staff had gone into Zhang Ye's pocket. Of course, Zhang Ye was previously the top artist on the SARF's blacklist and was now on their watch list as a person of interest. If people from the SARFD knew that their upper management benefits were being used by Zhang Ye, who knows how they would feel? It was a bit ironic in every case. "All right, I'll try them on." Zhang Ye then handed her a small box and said, "I brought you some more de Hong Pao." When she heard that, Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "Previously, I did not know what type of tea you brought for me, but I finally understood from the news the past few days. No wonder you reminded me over and over to not give it to other people. It was because this is a famous tea from ancient times, and there are only a few remaining parent trees of it left in the world. It's better that you to keep it for yourself. It's a waste to give it to me," Zhang Ye declared. Just take it and drink whenever you want. I still have plenty anyway. Even if you want a few caddies of it, I'll still give it to you. It's really nothing much. Just look at this guy." He was willing to give Old Wu those tea leaves by the caddies, but when it came to anyone else, he would only do it by the gram. This was what you call a difference. Zhang Ye began trying on the clothes. He did not feel at all embarrassed to do so in front of Old Wu. Besides, he was wearing a pair of long johns anyway, so he just tried them on piece by piece. Old Wu was very meticulous as she bought 2 sets each of the coat, shirt, pants, and shoes for him. There were even 2 sets of long johns and socks too. They chatted as he tried on the clothes. "Has the documentary finished broadcasting?" "It just ended." "Then are you just waiting for the new year now?" "Hi, of course not. I still haven't finished prepping for the Spring Festival Gala crosstalk routine. It's not ready yet." "Not yet. I still can't think of anything to say. Nothing comes to mind." "Not really. It's just that I don't have the inspiration yet." "What do you mean by you don't have the inspiration?" Zhang Ye explained. "In the past, when I performed my crosstalks, they were always based on my pent-up emotions, anger, or resentment. My crosstalks were always about scolding people, whether it was scolding the crosstalk world or Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. But recently, I've finished scolding all the people who deserve to be scolded and finished fighting those who deserve to be fought. Everyone knew what I did, and no one dared to pick on me anymore in the past few days. But that leaves me not knowing what I can talk about in my crosstalk routine now." Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "Why are you always thinking about conflict?" Zhang Ye replied, "Because I've gotten used to it by now. If anyone tries to pick on me, I can easily scold them day and night in my crosstalk without repeating a single joke. But now that everything is fine and peaceful, it somehow makes it more difficult to say something. Beijing TV has been pressing me for the script as they have already carried out the second rehearsal for the gala, but I'm still unprepared with the content. See this? He pointed at his lips and said, I'm so stressed recently that my lips are cracking. I'll apply some eye cream for you. Wu Ziqing headed up to the second floor and came back down with the eye cream very quickly. Zhang Ye continued, I'm worried over that problem right now. Old Yao has also called me several times regarding it. My task now is to finish writing Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala crosstalk before the new year. Old Wu squeezed out some of the eye cream onto her finger and applied it gently for him. Recently, I've seen some of the netizens' comments about you. Many of them like your crosstalk routines and say that the routines are great at venting their anger. But there's a small group that dislikes them. They feel that your crosstalk routines are too hostile and that you are always fighting with others through them. Zhang Ye said with embarrassment, but that's always been my style. Wu Ziqing looked at him and commented with a smile, I've been meaning to ask you this, but can't you perform a crosstalk without scolding people? I don't believe you can't do that. Of course I can, Zhang Ye answered without even thinking. Wu Ziqing said, so why don't you just perform a proper crosstalk routine this time? Perform a proper crosstalk routine? Zhang Ye blinked several times. Wu Ziqing put the cap back on the eye cream container. She smiled and said, let everyone see that even without scolding people, you can still perform a great crosstalk routine. Zhang Ye went silent and thought for a full minute about her words. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh and shouted, okay, just as you said. I will prove to them what I'm capable of. I'll make the crosstalk world open their eyes. There is no crosstalk that I can't say. Wu Ziqing smiled. Is your fighting spirit back? Yes. Are you inspired now? Yes. I've already decided what the crosstalk will be. Zhang Ye said that while picking up his cell phone to call Yao Jiankai. Do. The call connected. Yao Jiankai's voice sounded. Zhang what's the matter? Zhang Ye laughed. Old Yao, I've thought it through. Let's perform a proper crosstalk routine this time for Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. We will criticize the problems in society and widen everyone's horizons. Yao Jiankai was stunned. Perform a proper crosstalk routine? Zhang Ye responded. Yes. Yao Jiankai asked doubtfully. Are you sure you're up to it? Zhang Ye nearly fainted. Why aren't I? Don't tell me you also think that I'm only capable of crosstalk routines that are used for scolding and smacking people's faces. Chapter 875. Zhang Ye pokes fun at the Spring Festival Gala. First half. Chapter 875. Zhang Ye pokes fun at the Spring Festival Gala. First half. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the eve of the Spring Festival, Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. The sound of firecrackers going off outside was heard all around as every household decorated their homes with lanterns and streamers. By the time Zhang Ye drove there and arrived, it was already evening and the sky had turned dark. His third sister went up to the door. Brother, why did you just arrive? Wow, our brother is here. His second sister also ran over. His third aunt opened the door for him. Little Yi, come in quickly. We were just talking about you. Zhang Ye smiled and greeted. Third aunt. His third aunt said, I still haven't thanked you for getting Meng Meng such a good cell phone and even got her to bring me a cosmetics set. Thank you so much, little Yi. Zhang Ye sighed. Why are you still being so polite with me? His mother emerged from the living room and asked, Didn't you say you'd be busy today? Zhang Ye laughed and replied, I've finished all my work and the routine has been confirmed as well. There's only the live broadcast left tomorrow, so I decided to come back to celebrate the new year with everyone. Whoa, there's this much food. We're not eating yet. His grandma said, We'll start very soon. Grandma, Grandpa, Happy New Year to the two of you. Zhang Ye put down the 2 boxes of brain gold in his hands. These were from the previous time. That Wu Mo had given the health supplements to him. He had kept them in his car's trunk ever since. It made it convenient for him to give them out wherever he went, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to bring any gifts if he suddenly visited someone. His first uncle and aunt, second uncle and aunt. Zhang Ye made the rounds to give his New Year's greetings to them. By the time he was done with everything, his throat had gotten extremely dry, so he sat down and drank a sip of tea. Has the Spring Festival Gala started yet? His eldest sister looked at her watch and smiled. There's still half an hour till it starts. His third sister suddenly said, Brother, have you seen the newly posted statement by Central TV's Spring Festival Gala? Zhang Ye was taken aback. What new statement? His second sister held up the cell phone Zhang Ye had given to her and showed him. Here. I was busy at Beijing TV all day today and didn't keep myself updated on anything. Let me see. Zhang Ye lowered his head and looked, then read the netizens' comments as well before understanding what was going on. Due to a not-so-good overall audience satisfaction for last year's Spring Festival Gala, which had invited a Korean celebrity, an incident where Zhang Yuanqi's and Zhang Xia's performance was scrapped, topped with the language performances being unfunny. As this year's Spring Festival Gala approached, more and more people started criticizing the show and had very low expectations for this year's Spring Festival Gala. It ended up with the Spring Festival Gala production team issuing an official statement on Weibo after getting provoked by all those negative comments. They said that there had been someone with ulterior motives who was trying to ruin the Spring Festival Gala and so on in recent times, and that they would not dismiss the possibility of using the law to defend their interests. Someone with ulterior motives? They were clearly talking about Zhang Ye. However, after this statement was published on the official Weibo account, the netizens started criticizing even harder. They're talking about Zhang Ye, right? How many days has that incident been? Why are they still pulling it out to talk about it? Why do you all keep pinning the blame on Zhang Ye? Everyone is saying that there is a problem with the performances and don't find them enjoyable to watch. So that already says that the problem lies with the Spring Festival Gala production team. Why are you guys finding fault with Zhang Ye? Why is it that when something happens, Central TV will always blame it on Zhang Ye? Isn't he one of your hosts? What does the criticism of the Spring Festival Gala have to do with Zhang Ye? Didn't he only perform a satirical crosstalk many days ago? Do you guys need to resort to using legal action on that? Don't forget that teacher Zhang is also a lawyer himself, so think about who you're suing. Did you beat him in the previous lawsuit to begin with? At that time, Zhang Ye had utterly destroyed your Central TV legal team all by himself. Everyone has been criticizing the Spring Festival Gala for many years. It's already become a form of entertainment in itself. Why are you guys shifting the blame to Zhang Ye now? How many times has teacher Zhang been shot, even though he's just lying there and doing nothing? I've come to realize that the current Central TV organization is becoming very interesting. When a show doesn't do well, it's Zhang Ye's fault. When a show does well, it's Zhang Ye's fault. Now that someone over here is scolding them, it's the fault of Zhang Ye too. When someone over there criticizes them about their performance lineup, it's still Zhang Ye's fault. Teacher Zhang will never be any good no matter what. Go on and fight it out. The contract won't last much longer anyway. I've been following teacher Zhang's conflict with Central TV for half a year now, but I'm still not bored of watching it. At home. His second sister put down the phone. Know what happened now? Zhang Ye threw his hands up and laughed. Why am I involved again? His second uncle said, They are totally targeting you now. That lousy Spring Festival Gala. I'm never watching it again in the future, his grandma grunted. But Zhang Ye said happily, Don't be like that. I wasn't actually planning to watch it, but since the Spring Festival Gala production team has given that statement, then I'll definitely watch it closely. This bro will take on the role of that someone with ulterior motives, as they said. He had been worried that he wouldn't have anything to keep him occupied this Spring Festival Eve, but somehow this had happened. I was the one who led the criticism against you guys. Alright then, this bro will take the lead all the way to the end. At Central TV, at the Spring Festival Gala venue, everyone was busy with their assigned jobs, counting down to the last 10 minutes. It's about to begin. Camera 3, try it again. Lighting Team 7, get the lights in sync. What are you doing? Hurry up. Where are the hosts? Why are they still at the bathroom at this time? Call them back now. The executive director gave his orders. Su Yiping and the other assistant directors also went about taking charge of their responsibilities. They all felt nervous while waiting in anticipation for today's Spring Festival Gala to begin. They were nervous because this was going to be a live broadcast, and there couldn't be any screw-ups. Their anticipation was due to their satisfaction of their planned performances for this Spring Festival Gala that they wanted to present quickly to the audience and to let the higher-ups see that they could beautifully finish the job the organization entrusted to them. The hosts were on standby. Chen Yi made some last-minute adjustments to his red suit and looked very high-spirited. he was going to step onto. This wonderful stage again today after Rise to the Dance had slipped in the ratings and popularity toward the end of its broadcast, which had affected his individual popularity greatly. Such a large-scale talent show had not helped him gain much popularity at all, so Zhang Ye had definitely failed his objectives this past year. He had lost to Zhang Ye by too much. But that was fine, because Zhang Ye still had the stage of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. This was something that Zhang Ye could never compare with, in his opinion. With the current relationship between Zhang Ye and Central TV, it was definitely impossible that Zhang Ye would ever have the chance to stand on this stage. And so, on this day, Zhang Ye needed to present his best side to continue consolidating his position in the industry. They were all looking forward to the Spring Festival Gala quite a lot. Online, the netizens were also getting prepared. It's about to begin. Let's see how this year will turn out. I actually still have some anticipation for it. It's almost time to start our criticism. It's time for us flommers to step forward. Haha, I'm here. Watching the Spring Festival Gala these days, it seems like criticizing the show is more enjoyable than watching it. Yeah, we created quite a number of jokes about last year's show. So let's see which flamer will excel for this year's show. Today is the once-in-a-year stage for us flommers. I'm on standby. Flamer number 3 is here. As well. Flamer number 11 reporting for flaming. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Countless flommers were gearing up and silently counting down to the start of the show. Chapter 876. Zhang Ye pokes fun at the Spring Festival Gala. Second half. Chapter 876. Zhang Ye pokes fun at the Spring Festival Gala. Second half. Translator, leg editor, leg. The countdown started. 3, 2, 1. The Spring Festival Gala's live broadcast officially began. A short, 2-minute promotional video was broadcast at the start. This video was very elegantly shot, but also very traditional in a sense. All the different industry frontline workers in their work uniforms appeared in this promotional video and finally boarded a packed train for the holiday season. Everyone then gave a fist and palm salute before several words appeared on screen. Spring Festival Gala. Music started to blare. It was a piece of traditional folk music to which the performers came onto stage with in their beautiful stage costumes. There were people dancing the Uyghur folk dance, the Dai folk dance, as well as the Mongolian folk dance. Why do I have an ominous feeling about this? I do too. A hodgepodge of performances? Fuck. The composition of performers is too complicated. This opening dance is already exuding the feeling of a Spring Festival Gala. Has there been a year they did not do this? Hurry up and find something to criticize them about. Flommers, step up. Some of the flommers were already ready, but as the gala had only just began, they were not in the groove yet. They could not find a good entry point and were unable to muster up a truly worthy criticism yet. At this moment, the Mongolian folk dance performers rotated to the front and the big screen behind them started showing some of Inner Mongolia's locations. Each location was accompanied with New Year photos of locals wearing traditional Mongolian deals on horseback, standing outside their yurts, or studying at school. 1. Where are the flommers? Where are they? Say something. Where is everyone's fighting spirit? Who will be the one taking the opening shot at the Spring Festival Gala? Suddenly, an insult appeared on Weibo. I'm from Inner Mongolia. I'm here. I want to say this. I've been telling my foreign friends for many years that we don't live in yurts, don't ride horses, don't bathe in milk, and don't wear deals anymore. But after the Spring Festival Gala is broadcast, all my years of effort go down the drain. With this insult, everyone was laughing madly. Ahaha. Hilarious. What a goddamn professional flamer. Just to look at that insult, and I know it must be by a professional. Too awesome. This is the first flame heading into the new year. Haha. I laughed so much my sides hurt. Io, which mighty flamer is this? Let's see who posted that. It's hilarious. In the end, when the netizens saw this person's name, they laughed even harder. It's Zhang Ye. Fuck, it's Zhang Ye himself. Raffle. Ha 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 ha. So it's Zhang Ye. I was still wondering whose fighting strength could be so fierce. Quick, come and see. Teacher Zhang has fired shots at the Spring Festival Gala again. I was saying that after the Spring Festival Gala production team issued such a strong statement obviously targeted at Zhang Ye, if he did not strike back at them, it just wouldn't be his style. Teacher Zhang has also joined the Flaming Army. Zhang Ye the Mighty. Teacher Zhang, well done. The Flaming Army immediately exulted at Zhang Ye's participation. If it were any other Flamer's insults, it might not have spread so quickly. But since this insult was from Zhang Ye, there was no doubt about how fast it would spread. Zhang Ye had such a vast number of Weibo followers at 10 million that before the opening dance on television was over, this insult of his had already propagated all over the internet. Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. His third sister yelled, "Ha, brother, you're so sarcastic." His second sister also laughed loudly. "Brother, you're really serious about flaming them? What a classic." His eldest sister was also giggling non-stop while browsing Weibo. Our brother's eloquence is still as amazing as ever. This insult was so professional. It found the perfect entry point and hit it spot on. However, Zhang Ye did not really care about all that. This was the essence of the netizens and flommers from his previous world. So how could it not be good? How could it not hit the sweet spot? After the opening dance was over, the hosts took over the stage. Zhang Ye, who was dressed fully in red, said, "The annual welcoming of a joyous festival." The female host beside him said loudly, "The country celebrates together for the new year." Their hosting lines did not have much creativity and basically stuck to the traditional New Year greetings of past years. The only thing that was different from previous years was the stage, which was much grander and incorporated more technological elements this time. Very quickly, the second performance of the night started. It was yet another singing and dancing performance, with an emphasis on singing. A big-shot singer came on stage and sang, "Oh, Homeland," a brand new atmosphere. A big-name actor came on stage. Year after year, a brand new look. A veteran singer sang loudly. The common folk, very happy. A female soprano, "Let's advance together with the Communist Party." This was a new song composed and written by an unknown person. It was the first time it was performed at the Spring Festival Gala. The netizens flamed it. The lyrics have an overly proper energy. Fuck, isn't there anything else they can perform? I'm almost falling asleep. Could we not have such performances? Why does this year's Spring Festival Gala seem so much more boring than previous years? There are so many points that we can criticize that I don't know where to start. It's time for the skits. Anticipating the language performances. The third performance welcomed this year's gala's first skit. But when the audience began watching, they felt even more speechless. The skit was titled, "This is a New Policy." It depicted a rural farming family running into some problems and obstacles when they had to get something done. Their problems ended up being solved by the country's recently approved new policy. As the skit came to a close, the performers got together and praised the new policy. The netizens had mixed reactions. "It's nice, I guess. Only the beginning was a little funny." BS. How was it even funny? I was totally speechless throughout the skit. It was so boring. There's nothing funny about it at all. What sort of a skit is this even? Asterisk faint star. It turned out totally different from what I had expected. Then it was time for another song and dance performance, which included the shouting of slogans. Afterwards, the time finally came for the first crosstalk routine of the night. It was exactly that mass crosstalk Tang Dazhong was leading his group of 60 people to perform, titled Family Reunion. It felt like the crosstalk routine used to be scheduled at a later time that was closer to midnight. But perhaps due to the great pressure from public opinion and doubt, the Spring Festival Gala production team made some last-minute adjustments and pushed forward Tang Dazhong's crosstalk routine. The language performance began. Tang Dazhong led his senior and junior brothers as well as his disciples and strode onto the stage. The moment he came on, Tang Dazhong smiled and waved at the audience as he said, "We meet again, my friends." The applause in the audience was scant, but many of the audience members were amused when they heard that. It wasn't because his words were funny, but because many of them were reminded of Zhang Ye's joke in "I Want to Get on the Spring Festival Gala" that ridiculed Tang Dazhong. Let us first wish everyone a prosperous new year. The 60 people bowed and said in unison, "A prosperous new year. It's a good day today." Yes, a year is just like a day. That's right. The crosstalk routine began. It started off with 2 people speaking. Then when it entered the singing segment, the remaining crosstalk actors joined in as well. Some of them played the Eru and Sanxian, with a few female Jingyun Daegu actresses gradually joining in as well. The entire crosstalk performance was loud and filled with song and dance, too. The netizens were dumbfounded by what they were watching. Is this still a crosstalk routine? Why does it feel like it's a singing show instead? How boring. There was only one funny point in the entire performance, and it's an old gag from several years back. There was also one joke that felt really familiar that I thought was adapted from something Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai did before. This is really a true family reunion. I pissed myself listening to that. They shouted the catchphrase so clearly, but it still wasn't as good as I expected it to be. Tang Dazhong is getting on in years. He's becoming more and more irrelevant now and is already out of touch with times. This year's Spring Festival Gala seems like it doesn't belong in the same era as us. If someone told me I was watching a Spring Festival Gala from 5 years back, I might just believe them. I finally get why Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai were not invited to this year's Spring Festival Gala. Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao obviously do not have as great a political awareness as Tang Dazhong. After several performances, many people had run out of patience. One by one, the flommers started berating. Even Zhang Ye's fan club leader, Big Saber Bro, joined in. Fan Ingyun. On this night, every person in the country will be able to sleep peacefully. My mother will no longer have to worry about my insomnia. But among all the insults, one of them didn't seem to fit in with the rest. Exciting, how exciting. This year's Spring Festival Gala is the most enjoyable news simulcast broadcast that I have ever watched in the entire 20-odd years of my life. It has gotten rid of the customary newscaster reporting with the aid of imagery or video highlights, and replaced it with a collection of songs, dances, skits, and video clips instead. It promotes the good policies of the party and simplifies it for the layman. The country is thriving and the people are prospering. This is a new creative breakthrough by the publicity department that will ensure the news reaches the minds of our people and helps to put into practice the 3 adjustments. It is definitely worth our comrades at the news publicity battlefront learning from. Published on Weibo by Zhang Ye. The moment the other flommers saw this, they were astounded. Damn, what a burn. Teacher Zhang has beautifully done it again. News simulcast. Ha ha ha. Heh, it's a proper gala, but you described it as a news simulcast broadcast instead. Huh. This insult is way too godly. Looks like Teacher Zhang is going to offend yet another bunch of people tonight. After several minutes, the hosts started pairing couplets in a light-hearted hosting segment. One of the hosts came up with the first half of the couplet. The country is thriving. Chun Yi matched the second half. The people are prospering. Right at this moment, Zhang Yi made yet another post on Weibo. Good news, everyone, good news. Comrades who are able to finish watching this year's Spring Festival Gala will definitely not experience any difficulties in the coming year. Ha! Dying from laughter. That's what you get for offending Zhang Ye. Ha! I've decided to not watch the Spring Festival Gala anymore. All I need is to read Zhang Ye's Weibo as we cross into the new year. When the next performance ended, the hosting team reappeared again to thank the higher-ups and audience for their unwavering support over the years. They also thanked the Spring Festival Gala production team for their hard work on the show. At almost the same time, Zhang Ye's insults started again. Thank you. Everyone should also thank this year's Spring Festival Gala production team for making us see our mistakes. As of this night, all of us owe the previous versions of the Spring Festival Gala our deepest apologies. We are sorry. We're sorry? I can't take it anymore. Zhang Ye is too sarcastic. I've passed out from laughing too much at my computer. Ha ha ha. Yeah, we all really owe an apology to the previous versions of the Spring Festival Gala. We shouldn't have criticized them back then. Can you guys stop being so funny? Just look at Teacher Zhang's caliber of insulting. The rest of you really aren't a match for him. No shit. Of course we can't compare to Teacher Zhang when it comes to dishing out insults. Amazing. At the critical moments, we still have to depend on Teacher Zhang. A lot of the other flommers accepted this remark. Indeed, Zhang Ye's literary skill and eloquence are at the professional level. Compared to us amateur flommers, he's on a whole different level. With that insult, the results were clear. Tonight, Zhang Ye stood with the public and joined sides with the Flaming Army. He had even become the leading figure of the flommers and threw out the insults incisively, bringing the standards to a new height, to a new realm. The Spring Festival Gala's live broadcast continued. Zhang Ye's insults also continued. Every word the host said could be caught by him, and every performance's details had weak points that Zhang Ye could make fun of at length. A lot of the flommers had already stopped their duties and were just watching Zhang Ye sling his insults during the entirety of the Spring Festival Gala. Of course, there were also some performances and artists Zhang Ye did not ridicule. People like Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia and Ci Xiufeng's skit performance were all spared. As long as it was someone Zhang Ye knew personally and had a good relationship with, he did not say anything about them. This fellow has always been this way. He'd always mix business and private. Everyone had a good laugh. Zhang Ye's family members didn't know how to react. His mother said, "Son, you're not even touching the dumplings and only care about posting on Weibo? Why are you always engaged in such tomfoolery?" Zhang Ye answered in high spirits. "Did you only realize that now? I've always been like this." His third sister, who only wished to watch the world burn, said, "Brother, how about another one? Insult them again." Zhang Ye said, "I've just posted one. Go on and like it." Understood. Ha ha ha. When the Spring Festival Gala ended, as the production team staff were about to check online for the audience and netizens' reactions to this year's Spring Festival Gala, everyone, including the executive director, assistant directors, and other staff members, were all dumbfounded the moment they checked Weibo. What is this? What is all this? Everyone nearly vomited blood. Zhang Ye, fuck your grandpa. You're too damn wicked, you. Those 100+ ridiculing posts on Weibo made by Zhang Ye had utterly shocked the Spring Festival Gala production team. Over 100 posts. You're going to participate in Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala tomorrow, so you should be busy preparing for it right now. Yet as a big-shot celebrity, you're free enough to stay home to watch television and insult our Spring Festival Gala on the eve of the Spring Festival? Every member of the Spring Festival Gala production team cursed. This damned hooligan. The worst hooligan in the entire entertainment circle. Chapter 877. The run-up to Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 877. The run-up to Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Morning. The netizens were still having a lot of fun. I've been laughing the entire night. I've already reread the entire sequence of events from the beginning. Me too. I've reread all of Teacher Zhang Ye's Weibo post from yesterday. Ha ha ha. Damn, what happened yesterday? What happened? I'm just a bypassing southerner who doesn't watch the Spring Festival Gala. You guys came too late, but you'll understand after you read Zhang Ye's Weibo. For several hours during the live broadcast of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, Zhang Ye made over 100 of ridiculing posts regarding the show. It was really wonderful. What kind of mind does he have to be able to come up with those 100-some posts? Yeah, go and take a look. We were made to kneel due to his insults last night. Zhang Ye's temper is what I like most about him. He does not have any pretense at all. He just says whatever he likes. That's right. Usually, for most top-rated B-list celebrities like him, which among them do not mince their words when speaking. But Zhang Ye is different. That guy is incredibly fearless. Supporting Zhang Ye. I really, really like him. Those 100-odd ridiculing posts made by Zhang Ye were quickly forwarded by the netizens. Each and every one of those insults were the quintessence of wisdom from the netizens and flommers from his previous world against the Spring Festival Gala over many years. Not only did those insults stand the test of time, a lot of them were known by many in his previous world and would naturally be as popular and well-received in this world. Goof Group. This was the celebrity chat group that Zhang Ye had recently joined. At this moment, many of the celebrities were active online. Dong Dong, a member of a popular domestic group, messaged, "Teacher Zhang, you really are brave enough to say anything. After reading your ridiculing posts from last night, I completely take my hat off to you." Zhang Ye typed, "Why would I be scared to speak?" Dong Dong. "Okay then. A-list celebrity, Ning Lan. Bro, you sure have guts." Fan Wenli interrupted. Her, you made it sound like he did not have guts in the past." Fan Wenli's husband, Chun Guang, sent a smiley face. "This guy has always been like that. The things we never dare to say or find unsuitable to bring up can be repeated by him every day without any consequences whatsoever. Ninglan said, if I even dare to criticize the Spring Festival Gala once, there would probably be a lot of people coming after me, much less posting more than 100 times about it. Then my work schedule for next year would definitely be reduced by 20%, and I'd probably lose my fans too. Hu Dongfang replied, that's why you aren't Zhang Ye. Dong Dong commented cheekily. This is what we call the demeanor of a celebrity. The way that every celebrity speaks and does things is different. We definitely couldn't say the same things that teacher Zhang Ye says. Unless Sister Ning intends to become a female hooligan of the entertainment industry and get shouted at and beaten up by everyone wherever she goes. Ning Lan. Then I better not consider it at all. Zhang Ye sent a blinking emoji and asked, who's the hooligan? Uft. Who do you think? Everyone was tickled. Suddenly, one name appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Yuanqi. Yo, Zhang Ye has joined the group too? Ning Lan laughed and said, you're finally online. Zhang Yuanqi, I've been too busy recently. The Spring Festival Gala has really tired me out. Dong Dong. Teacher Zhang joined the group some time ago. Sister Zhang, did you only learn of it now? Hu Dongfang. Sister Zhang, it's been a while. An A-list actor said, hello, Sister Zhang. A B-list male singer. Hi, Sister Zhang. Many of those celebrities who had not appeared recently popped up. Zhang Yi played along and said, hello, Sister Zhang. After Zhang Yuanqi greeted all of them, she asked Zhang Yi, are you performing at Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala this year? Do well. I'm looking forward to your crosstalk routine. Zhang Yi laughed, sure. Dong Dong. Teacher Zhang, break a leg. Hu Dongfang. Why isn't anyone cheering for me? Chen Guang asked. Old Hua, you have a show tonight as well. Hu Dongfang said, Liaoning TV's Spring Festival Gala has invited me to perform. Fan Wenli sent a smile. I got invited to Hunan TV's Spring Festival Gala. In fact, I'm already at the TV station now. Another big shot celebrity. I'll be making a guest appearance in a skit on Dragon TV's Spring Festival Gala tonight. This was a group in which most of the entertainment industry's big names were gathered. Except for a few semi-retired celebrities. The others were the most popular superstars as of now, so they naturally wouldn't miss out on the Spring Festival Galas. Some celebrities with higher statuses and better luck could appear on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, and those who couldn't would still be able to get a spot on the other provincial stations' Spring Festival Galas. Zhang Yuanqi gave her well wishes to all. Everyone, break a leg. Have an auspicious start to the new year. Okay, thank you, Sister Zhang. The most intense competition will start this night. There's over 20 Spring Festival Gala events on the provincial stations. How can it not be intense? Let's see which station will do better than the others this year. I still think Liaoning TV and Hunan TV have the higher hopes as they invited more big shots to their shows. Beijing TV is a candidate as well. I have high hopes for Dragon TV because I'll be there, haha. At home, Zhang Yi was not familiar with many of the celebrities in the Goof group, and it could even be said that he did not know them at all. As he hadn't had any dealings with them, he did not bother to start a conversation with them. Seeing that everyone was happily chatting, Zhang Yi silently closed the chat app instead. He set his cell phone to silent before throwing it onto his bed. Let's practice a bit more again. It will be a proper routine this time. Taking out a sheet of A4 paper, Zhang Yi read through the speed. Recital lines written on it once. Then he closed his eyes and began rattling it off as he recited it without reading. Zhang Ye's reciting speed gradually got faster and faster, but he would sometimes stutter in between the lines. Frowning as he shook his head in displeasure, he restarted from the beginning again. 1 time, 5 times, 10 times. Since waking up at 7 a.m., he practiced hard until 10 a.m. Zhang Yi was putting a lot of hard work into this, having already practiced this for several days now. Actually, he didn't have any problems with it except that he had high expectations of himself. Since he promised Wu Ziqing to perform a proper crosstalk routine to show those people what he could do, he had to strive for perfection without any drawbacks. This time he was prepared to perform a proper crosstalk routine by using other people's doubt of him to smack their faces in response. The 3 vulgarities? Only knows how to scold people? Can't even be considered crosstalk? Alright then, this bro will let you all have a listen to my routine this time, by performing a traditional crosstalk routine that you bunch of people are best at. Do you people really think that I don't know how to perform in your style? Today, I will follow a traditional crosstalk format and Spring Festival Gala's crosstalk style to show everyone that I can still say it better than all of you. The day of the galas. The promotion rivalry for each provincial station's Spring Festival Gala was getting intense. Some of the provincial stations' Spring Festival Galas were doing their promotions on the internet, and the updates about their Spring Festival Gala were seen everywhere on Weibo. There was even some advertising that a heavenly king was going to withdraw from their Spring Festival Gala. Yet later on, news was that the heavenly king would not withdraw from the show. After that, the news of withdrawing and not withdrawing kept happening several times as it forcefully created a hype to attract attention. And some other provincial stations' Spring Festival Galas invested a lot of money into buying advertisement spots at major discussion forums and online video hosting sites. Those advertisements could be seen almost everywhere. Anyways, each of them were trying to outshine the other as everyone was hoping to get off to a winning start on the first day of the new year. This also concerned the survival of the television stations, and no one was going to back down. As the promotions were battling it out, the netizens joined in. I will definitely tune into Liaoning TV. I'll watch whichever station's Spring Festival Gala that sect leader Hor appears on. Central TV's Spring Festival Gala this year was too crappy. I'm looking more and more forward to Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala now. I still haven't decided on which station I should watch. You should watch Dragon TV, as they had some rather good crosstalk and skit routines last year. If we are talking about crosstalk and skit routines, then the top choice would definitely be Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. You're right, Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has invited Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai this year. Oh, come on. Their crosstalk is famous for scolding people, and the script is full of picking on and scolding others. He will only get a kick out of it by scolding from the start till the end. I also agree that Zhang Ye's crosstalk routines are exciting, but how can it be broadcast at an event like the Spring Festival Gala? That is true. Zhang Ye's crosstalk routine probably won't even get broadcast, right? Yup, there are still some differences between a gala crosstalk and other crosstalk routines. But Zhang Ye can choose to perform a traditional crosstalk routine. How can he know how to perform a traditional crosstalk? All his crosstalks are about scolding people. Oh right, I just remembered. Then what can be done? What else can they do? All the Spring Festival Galas follow this style. So if the entire crosstalk is about scolding people, they definitely won't allow him to perform the routine. He won't even be able to pass the approval. Zhang Ye's crosstalk style is only famous because it's meant to be performed at a smaller theater. What people like to watch is him scolding people and smacking their faces. But if he suddenly did not scold others, then who would want to watch? Zhang Ye probably doesn't know how to perform a proper crosstalk anyway. In any case, I've never heard Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai perform a proper and traditional form of crosstalk before. Then aren't they done for? Now that you guys brought this up, I'm starting to feel disheartened. Yeah, initially, I was also looking forward to it. Will Zhang Ye really behave himself when he performs the crosstalk for Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala? Will he follow in the footsteps of Tang Dezhong and his 60-people mass crosstalk, who shouted catchphrases all over the place during the crosstalk at Central TV's Spring Festival Gala? If he does, then who would watch it? That might really happen. Then Zhang Ye might as well not appear on the Spring Festival Gala at all. Agreed. Rather than performing such a boring traditional crosstalk, he might as well not perform at all. Just please don't have something similar to that Tang Dezhong's family reunion performance. Teacher Zhang and Teacher Yao both command a very high status in my heart. Don't destroy that perfect image just because you want to get on a Spring Festival Gala. Right? They might as well not get on it at all. Traditional crosstalk routines have reached a low point, and it's impossible to walk out of it. Even if it were Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai performing a traditional crosstalk, the results would still be the same. Let's just wait for tonight and see what happens. We'll know everything tonight. Discussions were flying around everywhere, especially regarding the crosstalk piece that Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai were doing for this year's Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. The attention garnered was exceptionally high and close to the utmost. They were not like those newly established rookies and had been famous celebrities for some time now. Their reputation and names were very popular within the crosstalk world, having single-handedly reversed the downturn of the crosstalk industry back then. This was why everyone had very high expectations of Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai, so were worried for them this time. Zhang Ye's fans were like that. Zhang Ye's friends were also like that. Even Zhang Ye's enemies were equally concerned about it. At Central TV, there was a concluding meeting today. When the meeting ended, everyone started chatting among themselves. The group of people from the Spring Festival Gala production team could no longer bear to not curse anymore. None of them had anything good to say about Zhang Ye due to the hundred-some ridiculing posts that hit the sore spot and pricked right through their hearts. Nobody could tolerate that. That Zhang guy. Let's see how he performs during tonight's show. Right? I also want to listen to his crosstalk so that we can flame him as well. This fellow has the thickest skin that I have ever come across. His crosstalk routines are clearly all about scolding people, yet he still has the cheek to come and criticize other people's shows? I really have nothing I can say to that. Let's see if he can afford to scold people tonight. He won't be able to scold anymore. There's still the approval board to get through before that. If he can't scold any people, then who would want to watch his crosstalk? Chen Yi, Su Yipeng, Tang Dazhang. Central TV, the crosstalk world, and people from all kinds of industries and different jobs were now waiting to see Zhang Ye make a fool of himself. Chapter 878. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala begins. Chapter 878. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala begins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. After eating lunch at home, Zhang Ye produced 2 pieces of clothing out of nowhere. Dad, Mom, these are for you, Zhang Ye said. His mother looked over and asked, "What is that?" His father frowned. "You're wasting money buying things again?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's the new year, so I bought some clothes for the 2 of you. A mink coat for Mom and a leather jacket for you. They are reputable brands. Put them on and see if they fit. Don't waste money buying such things in the future." His father was already used to not spending frivolously. His mother smiled as she took the coat from him. "How much did it cost?" Zhang Ye replied. "Around 100,000 yuan. His mother was deeply shocked by that. "Whoa, are you crazy? If you have 100,000, why don't you spend it on something better instead? You could have given me the money and I would have saved it up for you." She threw the coat back to him and said, "Quickly return it and get a refund." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I was just kidding. It's only a few thousand yuan. All right, I still have to report to Beijing TV in the afternoon, so I'll be leaving now." His mother asked, "Are you coming home tonight?" Zhang Ye said, "I'll see how it goes." His mother asked again, "How about the 2nd and 3rd days of the new year?" Zhang Ye said, "I don't know yet. It'll depend on whether I'm busy or not." His mother grumbled, "Don't keep running around outside during the New Year period. Can't you just spend the New Year at home? How many days have you been around at home in the past year? When you come home every night, it's already past 10 or 11 p.m., and I can barely get to see you. When you left Beijing to shoot your show, it was for a few months at a time. And just last year, you stayed away from home beginning from the eve of the Spring Festival. You insisted on going to the venue of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala to write songs for other people and even fought with a Korean, which resulted in you spending New Year's Day at the police station. So can you just not run around this year? Be good and stay at home." Zhang Ye acknowledged. I got it." His mother stared at him. "Drop that patronizing attitude. Why is it so difficult for our family to spend the new year together?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Okay, Mom, I got it." His father asked with concern, "How's your preparation for the crosstalk gone?" Zhang Ye said casually, "It's already done." "Then why did I still hear you preparing in your room just now? Muttering something to yourself in there," his father said. Zhang Ye sighed. "Actually, there are no more problems. I was just refining it. The 2 of you can rest assured and just watch the show tonight." The live broadcast was getting close. The chattering online was also growing louder. When Zhang Ye arrived at Beijing Television, he bumped into several people from the gala production team. Teacher Zhang, you're here," an assistant director remarked. Zhang Ye smiled. "Yes, I came early to prepare." The assistant director said, "Many people are discussing your routine for tonight. There seems to be a lot of controversy surrounding it." "Yeah, I saw that too," Zhang Ye said indifferently. The assistant director laughed and stated, "Many people feel that you can't do a gala crosstalk, and even if you can, you won't do it well. though there are still quite a lot of people supporting you. We were so amused when we saw what some of your fans said. They claimed that even if you did not say a word on stage and started to munch on sunflower seeds with Yao Jiankai, they would still enjoy watching it. A director's aide said, "Teacher Zhang, break a leg." Another staff member said, "There's certainly not going to be any problems regarding your performance." "Thanks." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I'll be counting on your blessings." As he walked in, he greeted the people he knew. Then Zhang Ye found a waiting room and closed the door behind him as he started to deliberate on the crosstalk script again. This was his first time preparing a crosstalk routine in such a way. It wasn't that he did not have the confidence, but rather that this crosstalk was too risky. Those previous crosstalks he performed all revolved around the crosstalks that existed in his previous world, and he would at most add a few of his own ideas to it without changing the main through line. But the crosstalk that Zhang Ye was going to perform today was made up of different individuals' jokes put together. There were Guodi Gang's, his apprentice, Yu Yunpeng's, and Wang Zijin's bits, peppered with some of his own ideas as well. What he needed to do now was string them together into a single routine, which was a very difficult task to achieve. As a result, Zhang Ye had to put in a lot of effort and judgment this time around, as he wasn't very sure if he could perform this crosstalk routine well. Rather, to phrase it better, he wasn't too sure if the audience would accept it. Around 2 p.m., Yao Jiankai arrived. "Old Yao, you came at the perfect time. You're quite early, eh? It starts at 7 in the evening, you know. I've made some changes to our routine again." You've changed it again. Somehow, I feel that something is missing and it doesn't feel exciting enough. But it's already very good. Come, let's go through it quickly." "Sure, whatever you say." Everyone at Beijing Television was kept busy by their work. The busiest period each year would probably be during the Spring Festival Gala on the first day of the Spring Festival, as it was a live broadcast after all. Naturally, there were some television stations that were not so busy. For example, Gansu Television, Shaanxi Television, Jiangxi Television, and a few other stations. As their viewership ratings were just average and them not being the popular television stations around, they had nothing to vie for on this occasion. To put it bluntly, their Spring Festival galas were all pre-recorded several days before. In this world, only Beijing Television, Hunan Television, Liaoning Television, Zhejiang Television, and the other, larger provincial stations would broadcast the Spring Festival Gala live. As they wanted to fight for the viewership ratings, they had to broadcast a live show. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk was no doubt one of the main highlights of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala this year. As the station planned to rely on them to pull up the viewership ratings, they were arranged to appear at the earlier part of the programming schedule. This was different from Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, as Central TV broadcast on the eve of the Spring Festival to coincide with the countdown to midnight. As a result, the main highlights of the gala were all scheduled just before midnight. These were the differences between them and a provincial station's Spring Festival Gala. A few hours later, a staff member came over to remind them, "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Yao, it's time for your makeup." Zhang Ye looked up at her and said, "Wait a while more, we'll go over soon." That female staff member said anxiously, "But it's already 5:30 p.m. There's still something we need to deal with." Zhang Ye immediately got back into the discussion with Yao Jiankai. "Are we still going with this bit?" Yao Jiankai said, "There might not be enough time." Zhang Ye nodded. "Then let's take it out." Finally, the executive director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Chang Xiaoyang, was alerted. He dropped the work in hand and rushed over in a hurry. "Why aren't the two of you getting your makeup done and changing into your costumes? It's almost 6 o'clock. We'll be starting in an hour's time." However, Zhang Ye ignored his words and just said, "Director Chang, I was just going to look for you. I was going through the script with old Yao just now, and there are some things that we need to add in. I want to have a piece of music added to our performance and record 2 sets of narration now." Chang Xiaoyang was dumbfounded. "We don't have time for all of that." Zhang Ye insisted, "We must add in this segment no matter what. Why would a crosstalk routine require music?" Chang Xiaoyang did not agree to his requests. Wasn't what was rehearsed previously already very good? The production team has already approved that, so we're fine with it. Zhang Ye shook his head and said, "I haven't been feeling too confident with our previous routine all this while, but I only just understood the reason. The ending is not enough to hold up the routine, and that makes all the jokes seem too scattered. Therefore, I must add in this segment. He explained his thought process to Chang Xiaoyang in a simple manner. When Director Chang heard that, he said, "Your changes came too suddenly, and it's hard to say whether they'll work or not. Since nobody can see the end product, and I'm also unsure of what overall effect it would add, how do you expect me to agree to your changes?" Yao Jinkai said, "It should be good." Zhang Ye added, "Director Chang, you have to believe in my professional standards." Hu Fei and the others also rushed over upon learning about it. "What happened here?" Chang Xiaoyang said, "This issue is too serious. I must discuss with the heads first." He quickly left the venue to make a few calls. After communicating for some time, he finally came back. Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai both looked at Director Chang. Director Chang clenched his teeth. "The heads have approved of the changes, so we'll base it on your idea to perform the routine. The two of you really know how to make things troublesome for me." Yao Jinkai also wiped away the smile on his face and said, "Little Zhang is rarely as serious as." "Now," Zhang Yi commented, "we are striving for perfection." Chang Xiaoyang stated, "Hurry up and tell me what you need. I'll get someone to arrange for it immediately." A staff member said anxiously, "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Yao, please do your makeup first. You can discuss while having your makeup applied." Zhang Yi apologized. "Sorry, I've made it quite troublesome for everyone." In the past, Zhang Ye's crosstalk routines were all about scolding people. He would scold one person after the other. Being comical and face-smacking were good enough, and the routine did not have to be too artistic or exquisite. But this time, it was different as he wanted to perform a proper routine. He definitely had to polish it repeatedly and not have a casual attitude like before. The audience gradually entered the venue and got seated. As the start of the gala neared, the atmosphere was becoming tense. The staff of Beijing Television were fidgeting with anxiety too. "It's starting soon. Where's Director Chang? Where has Director Chang disappeared to?" "Director Chang is at the recording studio." Something happened with Zhang Yi and Yao Jinsai's crosstalk routine. "I heard that there were some last-minute changes, and a lot of people are running around because of it." "Hi." Their crosstalk routine was arranged for the 6th performance of the night. "Oh, will they make it in time then?" "Who knows? Teacher Zhang Yi is always doing things like that." "Hurry. Hopefully, they'll make it in time." With the unexpected situation happening, Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala production team staff had their hearts in their throats, counting down to the last 20 minutes. Chang Xiaoyang was back. An assistant director asked anxiously, "How are things going over at Zhang Ye's side?" "They're still getting to it. Let's not bother with them anymore." Chang Xiaoyang shouted, "Everyone, get into position." A female assistant director stamped her feet. "That Zhang Ye. Seriously, counting down to the last 10 minutes. Counting down, 5 minutes to go." At 7 p.m. sharp, the live broadcast of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala officially began. Meanwhile, Liaoning, Hunan, Zhejiang, Shanghai, as well as the other provincial stations' Spring Festival galas began almost concurrently. Chapter 879, Crosstalk Routine. Everything is great. Chapter 879, Crosstalk Routine. Everything is great. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It was getting lively on Weibo. "Wow, it's starting. Come and watch Mango TV's opening dance. It's really good. Zhejiang TV's broadcast is quite good as well. Beijing TV's is average. The stage effects aren't all that good. Mango TV is still the best at incorporating technology into their stage presentation. They're so rich. Don't you guys think their stage is almost at the level of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala? They must have really invested a lot into it. Hunan is the best." The netizens immediately started commenting with their opinions after the live broadcast started. There were even people who kept surfing through the channels broadcasting Spring Festival galas and made a summarized evaluation on them. Zhang Ye's family had organized a feast at their house today. Almost all of their relatives were here. His maternal grandma kept asking, "Why hasn't little Yi appeared yet?" His maternal grandpa laughed and said, "What are you so anxious for? The first performance just started. Little Yi is slated for the 6th performance." His mother poured some tea for them. "He's going to come on very soon." Chen stared at the television, unblinking. His third sister sat there with Chen, stroking her head and saying excitedly, "Brother is appearing soon. Come on and appear quickly." Beijing television. Backstage, the staff were running in and out busily. Hurry up, Teacher Zhang. A person was urging him for the fourth time. We're already at the second performance. There's just 15 minutes to go. Zhang Ye was decorating some props a distance away and answered without turning around. It's almost done. Yao Jiankai was also getting anxious beside him. If it's not ready, why don't we push our performance back a little? Can we appear as the 10th performance instead? Or the 15th? That staff member said, that won't do. The performances are all scheduled, so if we change anything, it will be totally messed up. Zhang Ye was used to such situations. Don't worry, I'm almost done. The second performance began, then the third and the fourth. The audience and netizens expressed their opinions on the galas. This year's satellite channels are really giving it their all. Liaoning TV is impressive. The Heavenly King is coming out now. Ha ha ha. This is an old song, but no matter how many times I listen to it, I can never get enough of it. Liaoning TV's viewership rating is probably going to be the highest. Dragon TV is not bad either. Their fourth performance is a skit. Ha ha ha. Quickly go and watch. I highly recommend watching it. The skit is very funny, or at least better than the Central TV Spring Festival Gala skit. Did you guys watch Zhejiang TV's crosstalk routine? It's on right now, but I think it's not really that interesting. These two crosstalk actors were probably quite popular 5 or 6 years ago, but they're quite irrelevant these days. Why does it seem like those crosstalk actors who were quite funny in the past always become irrelevant after they appear on a Spring Festival Gala stage? It's inevitable. The crosstalk industry has been suffering in recent years and has long since reached a bottleneck. Moreover, a gala crosstalk is very difficult to perform since it won't be approved if there aren't any implications, criticism of current affairs, or singing of praises about the homeland. Such a stage requires more elegance and artistic qualities in the routines. As well, in the past, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai were two of the more watchable comedians, but that might not apply to the Spring Festival Gala stage. When have you ever heard Zhang Ye perform a proper crosstalk routine anyway? Go and watch Dragon TV now. The highlight performance of the night is beginning soon. Is that so? I'll tune in and have a watch then. I won't be watching that. I just want to wait for Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala crosstalk routine. Yeah, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai will be coming on any time now. I have a feeling that Zhang Ye will not disappoint me. I don't carry much hope for it. Me too, but it's still worth a watch. If it's not good, I'll just switch channels. I wonder how many people are here today to watch Zhang Ye make a fool of himself. If his upcoming crosstalk routine is not performed well, just watch. There'll definitely be countless people coming out to criticize and ridicule him. It can't be helped since Teacher Zhang has offended so many people in the past. Everyone is just waiting for him to slip up. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala was heading into its 5th performance at this point. Soon, they're coming on next. I'm so nervous. Hopefully Teacher Zhang Ye's illustrious name won't be ruined on this stage today. Whether it's Central TV or a provincial station, as long as it's a Spring Festival Gala stage, it's always been a crosstalk comedian's downfall in recent years. Whoever appears on one of these galas sinks into oblivion. It's become universal now. Besides, it's useless even if Zhang Ye joined this time since he doesn't know how to perform a proper gala crosstalk. Let's just not watch it. Haha. Or we could just tune into Liaoning TV. There's still something to look forward to if Zhang Ye scolds people. But if he's not going to scold anyone, what's there to look forward to? Beijing Television. Chang Xiaoyang spoke into a microphone and implored, "Are they ready yet?" Someone at the other end answered, "Teacher Zhang is ready. He's headed to the front stage. Hurry, it's time for them to go on," Chang Xiaoyang said loudly. At this moment, Beijing Television's 5th performance ended. On the stage for the language performance, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai had managed to arrive just in time at the last second. When the Beijing Television people finally saw the shadow of their forms on stage, they heaved a long sigh of relief. Hu Fei wiped away his sweat. They finally made it. Xiao Lu, who was trembling nervously, said, "What a scare they gave us." Yao Jiankai was also panting a little as he quickly caught his breath. The cameras pointed to where the hosts were. Dong Shanshan, who was joyously dressed in red and smiling at the camera, said, "For the next performance, I believe that everyone who is watching their TV has been anticipating it for quite some time now. The male host smiled and said, "Yes, this next performance is not to be trifled with. Dong Shanshan." A lot of the audience members have been anxiously waiting for it. The male host. "Then let's quickly hand the stage over to the two of them." Dong Shanshan announced, "Please enjoy the crosstalk Everything is Great, performed by Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai." The cameras immediately cut to the two of them. A lot of the netizens who were watching the TV at home felt their hearts turn cold. What kind of a title is that? Everything is Great. Damn. So Zhang Ye is really going to do a traditional style crosstalk routine then. I know that it's not going to be funny just by that title alone. It's over. I have an ominous feeling about this. Everything is Great. Why am I reminded of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala where Tang Dazhang's group did their family reunion performance? If that's how it is, then this will be really boring to watch. See? This is what a gala crosstalk is. Every performer is the same and will always conform to the standards. Hi, I don't look forward to this anymore. Why did it turn out like this? Teacher Zhang, please don't do that. The netizens' doubts were getting stronger. At home, his parents, who also heard the title of the crosstalk for the first time, were slightly startled by it. Tang Dazhang was sitting in front of his television and tuned into Beijing television as well. His wife beside him frowned. "What are you watching him for?" Tang Dazhang said, "I want to see how he'll do." This. Master Su, Master Lin, and many of those from the crosstalk world at odds with Zhang Ye had also switched to Beijing Television's channel. And not to forget, Central TV's Spring Festival Gala production team. They're on stage. Let's see what he's going to say. Huh? And he ridiculed us? How laughable. Everything is great. Uffed. Whether it's Central TV or a provincial station, whose Spring Festival Gala is not planned that way, whose crosstalk is not performed that way. Do you still believe that you could have done it any other way? I would have liked to see that. Songstress Zhang Xia said to her children. Has little Zhang's crosstalk started yet? Quick, let's take a look. Zhang Xia's son replied. Everyone on the internet is saying that Zhang Ye's crosstalk won't be worth watching. Zhang Xia laughed. We'll see for ourselves. The couple, Chun Guang and Fan Wenli, had already turned their television on and were waiting for the crosstalk performance. Meanwhile, Yu Yingyi, who was currently overseas and had a table tennis tournament to cover later, took some time out to check on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala live broadcast online. Zhang Ye's fans, Zhang Ye's friends, Zhang Ye's foes. At this moment, all of them were watching Beijing Television. Actually, even Beijing Television's own staff and their Spring Festival Gala production team were fully focused and staring at the stage. This was because Zhang Ye had decided to make a last-minute change to the crosstalk script, and they no longer had any control of how it would turn out. Even they did not know what Zhang Ye was going to say. Everything is great. Zhang Ye even changed the title of the crosstalk. These people from Beijing Television felt that they were about to get a heart attack. In the center of the stage, there sat a long table with 2 microphones on it. Zhang Ye walked onto the stage calmly with his seasoned crosstalk partner. Good evening, everyone. Zhang Ye stood there smiling and said into the microphone, Let us first wish everyone a prosperous new year. Yao Jiankai clasped his hands into a fist and palm salute and said, Happy New Year. Zhang Ye said, May you achieve everything your heart desires. The audience at the venue was still very enthusiastic, giving their most passionate applause. Like the netizens, they did not know what Zhang Ye would be performing in his crosstalk. Zhang Ye smiled pleasantly and said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Ye, and I'm a famous crosstalk comedian, as well as a famous host. I've been a director before, worked on mathematical research, and also been involved in a wide variety of professions. Yao Jiankai smiled and said, That's right. Zhang Ye gestured to the man next to him. Beside me is my partner. Yao Jiankai nodded. That's right. Why don't you introduce me to? Zhang Ye introduced. Byte Building Materials, Teacher Byte. 1. This was a joke that had been used before, but no one was tired of hearing it. The entire live audience roared into laughter. Yao Jiankai reeled back. Who bites building materials? Zhang Ye blinked and spoke. What? Yao Jiankai corrected. I'm not called that. Zhang Ye replied with doubt. Huh? You've changed your name. Why would I change my name? You're no longer biting building materials? What are you biting then? Bricks. Yao Jiankai roared in protest. Why must I be biting anything at all? Do you want me to break all my teeth? The audience laughed even harder. Uffed. Ha! This old pun has been revamped. I almost died laughing. The opening bit immediately caught everyone's attention. Zhang Ye chuckled. It was just a small joke. Yao Jiankai said in annoyance. Then introduce me properly. Zhang Ye reintroduced. This is teacher Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai laughed. There's no need for the honorific. I should be the one addressing you as teacher Zhang instead. You're a true blue Peking University teacher. Zhang Ye quickly waved it off. Don't call me that. I don't deserve that title in front of you. Yao Jiankai replied. But that's how it should be. Zhang Ye continued to wave it off. Please don't. You're being too polite. Yao Jiankai asked. Then how should I address you? Zhang Ye pondered for a bit. Well, you can call me Master Zhang, Great Director Zhang, Great Professor Zhang, or Great Host Zhang Ye. Any of those would be just fine. The audience. Yao Jiankai threw his head back and rolled his eyes. Oh, and that's not being too polite with you? Forget it. I'll stick to addressing you as teacher. Zhang Ye laughed and said, although you guys might see me and teacher Yao bickering all the time, we're actually very good friends off the stage. Yao Jiankai chuckled. That's right. We've known each other for quite a while now. Zhang Ye gave a thumbs up. Teacher Yao can claim to be my mentor and good friend. If I were to give a score to teacher Yao, I would give him a 10 for sure. Yao Jiankai quickly and modestly replied, You're too generous. Am I really that good? Zhang Ye added. But as for the remaining 9,990 points, Yao Jiankai was stunned. You mean a full score is 10,000 points? Everyone in the audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ah. Wasn't this still Zhang Ye's same old style? Wasn't he still able to perform without scolding others? How enjoyable. It was still as good as before. Chapter 880. Laughing like crazy. Chapter 880. Laughing like crazy. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Real-time comments were being posted online. Wow, it's really quite good. What's quite good? Zhang Ye's crosstalk? You guys actually bothered to watch? Didn't everyone say that there was nothing to look forward to? It has just started, but it still feels the same. It's full of humor. Really? Damn, I should go watch. Hurry then. I was nearly fooled by those haters who said that it wouldn't be good. It's still the familiar Zhang you were used to. We just have to see how it goes from here. Meanwhile, some of those from the crosstalk world scoffed at this. One of Tang Dezhang's disciples commented, a gala crosstalk's difficulty lies in its punchlines. It depends greatly on its artistry and overall integrity of the entire routine. Just because a few bits were done well, it doesn't mean the routine will be good. Even if the entire routine were scattered with all kinds of gags and jokes, if the entirety of it does not cause others to reflect on a subject, it's still a failure. Another crosstalk actor replied, That's right, which is why a gala crosstalk is not at all easy to perform. A disciple of Master Su who had been scolded by Zhang Ye before said, Zhang Ye is just depending on his wit now, but when it comes to his crosstalk artistry being tested, he won't be able to succeed. If you guys don't believe me, just watch. It will just become more and more unfocused, without adhering to a main theme. The points raised by these experts were definitely quite valid. In the past, Zhang Ye's crosstalk themes only focused on scolding people, scolding the crosstalk world, or subverting the three vulgarities. Although the crosstalk world members did not like it, in all honesty, those works were still valid as crosstalk performances. At least the theme was clear and the routine was a complete one. But if it was just using some gags from here and there to piece together a routine, that would not be considered crosstalk, much less an even more demanding gala crosstalk. At the venue of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, the crosstalk routine was still proceeding. Yao Jiankai said, I only deserve 10 points out of 10,000? Am I that lousy? Are you even praising me? Zhang Ye replied, What I mean is that you still have much potential for improvement. Save it. You're stepping on me this early into the festive season. Before we took the stage, it was announced that our crosstalk performance is titled, Everything is Great. So why are you steering away from the subject? Zhang Ye looked left and right. Everything is great for whom? Yao Jiankai responded, Us, of course. And the audience, too. Zhang Ye snorted. Everything is great for all of you, but everything is not great for me. The audience was entertained. What was going on with Teacher Zhang? Yao Jiankai asked out of concern. Why? We're celebrating the Spring Festival, so what's wrong? Haven't you been pretty fine all this while? Zhang Ye gesticulated. All of you are really supportive of me today, but I had a really rough time in the past. Yao Jinkai sighed. Hi. Who hasn't had a rough time? Before I did crosstalk and hosting, I did not even have a stable job. Really? Zhang Ye went on tirelessly. I had just graduated from university back then and was job searching. It's the same for everyone. Ever since I was young, I've had the dream of becoming a soccer player. Yao Jinkai looked at Zhang Ye. Not bad. When I first went to apply to a team, the soccer coach took a liking to me immediately. He said that I'm a million times more talented than last year's FIFA World Player of the Year, Lionel Messi. Yao Jinkai exclaimed. Whoa, then you must be a soccer genius. Then he said afterwards that there were only two things that hindered my development in the sport. Yao Jinkai asked with interest, which two things? Zhang Ye answered, my left and right feet. Hearing that, the audience laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. Left and right feet. What the hell? This joke is so funny. How did Zhang Ye think of that? Ha ha ha. Yao Jinkai pretended to vomit blood. Hi. Then that just means you're not cut out for it. Zhang Ye said angrily. I was disappointed too. So when I realized that there was no future for me in soccer, I went ahead and applied for a private company instead. I sent out my resume and went for an interview. But without even looking me in the eye, the interviewer told me, I'll give you a minute to leave an impression on me. Yao Jinkai laughed. Yup, that's how many interviewers do it. Zhang Ye said. I instantly knew I could do that, so I walked up to him and whirled around to give him a great slap. After that, I quickly turned around and ran away. Yao Jinkai was startled. Whoa, then you must surely have left a huge impression. A great slap? The live audience was in stitches. Zhang Ye said. In the end, I passed my interview. The moment I stepped out of that company's office, I received a call from that person inviting me back to the company. Yao Jinkai sighed. Hi. I thought about it for a long time, but did not dare return. Yao Jinkai laughed and said, yeah, you shouldn't go back. Audience, ha ha ha. Zhang Ye said in frustration. I was disappointed again, so I went into a public bathroom and washed my face. I stared into the mirror and told myself, Zhang Ye, you must be strong. These little difficulties can't set you back. Come on, be strong. Yao Jinkai nodded. You can't lose heart. Zhang Ye continued. After cheering myself on, I felt much better and managed to calm myself down. When I came out the bathroom, I saw a man come out of the bathroom opposite mine. When he said that, Zhang Ye turned around with a look of horror. Yao Jinkai was stunned. You were in the female bathroom all that time. Some of the audience members were in tears from laughing. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala hosts were also cramping from laughing too much at their corner. Dong Shanshan covered her mouth and laughed hard. Zhang Ye rapidly said, so I quickly took off. Yao Jinkai agreed. You had to. A bunch of old women came chasing after me out of the bathroom. The one leading the chase even shouted, catch him. That's the man who kept talking non-stop in the female bathroom, making me too afraid to come out. Yao Jinkai was amused. How unlucky can you get? Zhang Ye said with anger. I thought to myself that this couldn't go on any further. I had to find a job and earn some money. But how could I do that? I had to spend some money first, right? Yao Jinkai shook his head disapprovingly. By gifting? I spent quite a sum, but I was finally able to get myself a job at a state-owned enterprise in Beijing. Is that so? Zhang Ye happily related. This job of mine was really good. We didn't need to work at all, and the section chief, who I gifted presents to in order to get the job, often brought us out for meals. There were usually 7 or 8 of us, and we would always order a table full of dishes. Yao Jinkai asked, what did you guys usually have? Zhang Ye recited, steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roast duck, roast chicken, roast green goose, stewed pork, stewed duck, brown sauce chicken, bacon, century egg, hog maw, braised pork, sausage, assorted vegetables, smoked chicken with white cut tripe, 8 treasure steamed pork, duck with glutinous stuffing, pot braised pheasant, pot braised quail, brine giblets, brine goose, pheasant, dried hare meat, meal wraps, whitebait, steamed frog legs, braised duck kidney, braised duck slices, cold tossed duck strips, stir-fried aorta, braised eel, braised finless eel, catfish. With black beans, pan-fried carp, stewed soft-shell turtle, stir-fried carp, stir-fried shrimp, soft-fried pork tenderloin, soft-fried chicken, assorted innards, pot-stewed jackdaws, spicy fried rolls, sautéed mushrooms, sautéed fish slices, sautéed fish maw, sautéed fish fillets, meat fillets sautéed in vinegar. This whole recital was the traditional speed recital piece, the imperial feast list. All the audience members were dumbfounded when they heard that. The crosstalk comedians who were watching the show on their televisions could only look at one another as they gasped at that recital. Anyone could do speed recitals, especially the imperial feast list. This was considered a basic skill for crosstalk comedians like them. Even most of the straight-man comedians could recite that, but what was astounding was none of them could recite it the way Zhang Ye recited it. His recital speed could easily be described as insane, as he sped through the entire list in one breath using the same speed he used for his advertising messages in The Voice. No one could replicate his style. It was the first time everyone had heard such a fast recital. Tang Dazhang felt a sinking feeling too. He did not expect Zhang Ye to be able to skillfully combine a traditional crosstalk speed recital into his performance like that, and even matched it to the speed that had astonished the country's citizens back when they first heard it on The Voice. Rapturous applause thundered. BBA, BBA, BBA. Great. Well said. Amazing. This reciting speed. It's as though he's taking off from a runway. The audience also had goosebumps from hearing the speed recital done at that speed. This speed was at least 3 or 4 times faster than any other crosstalk comedian could muster. This speed recital was too astonishing. On stage, Zhang Ye had finished speaking. Yao Jiankai said in surprise, "Why did you guys order so many dishes? How much would that even cost?" Zhang Ye waved it off. Public funds. Yao Jiankai suddenly realized what he meant. Hi. Hearing that, many of the crosstalk comedians were stunned again. He was doing a satirical piece on officials paying for banquets with public funds? Yao Jiankai said, "Our country is cracking down on such practices, but you guys still dare to do that in defiance of the policy?" Zhang Ye replied, "We don't only eat and drink. Our chief often brings us along on vacation too. To Shanghai, Guilin, Suzhou, there's no place we won't go. You're all burning the cash away." Zhang Ye looked at old Yao and said, "But during our trips, I've seen some uncivilized behavior." Yao Jiankai asked, "What kind of uncivilized behavior?" On some monuments and attraction signs, there are people who write things like XX, I love you, or engrave their names on them like Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai quickly stopped him from going further. "I'm not involved. I don't do things like that." The audience burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha," Zhang Ye stated. "I was just citing an example. Don't take it so seriously. But it's true that such uncivilized behavior exists. My sense of justice is quite strong, so I got really angry when I saw those inscriptions. I was so angry that I had to criticize them. It was outrageous." Yao Jiankai nodded in agreement. "Right, you must definitely criticize those people." Zhang Ye pondered for a second before picking up the fan from the table and using it as a pin to write in the air as he spoke. "Dear comrade, I must criticize you. Why are you vandalizing the signs by putting your words on them? Do you have any class? Are you a civic-minded citizen? How did your father bring you up? How did your mother bring you up? How did your grandpa bring you up? How did your grandma bring you up? How did your grand-aunt bring you up? How did your 8th grand-aunt bring you up?" Yao Jiankai was stunned by this. The audience was laughing themselves into a mess. "I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. My tears are spewing," Zhang Ye vented. "In any case, I wrote over 1,000 words on the wall to criticize their behavior. They're so infuriating." Yao Jiankai stared at him. 1,000 words. But of course, who asked them to be so uncivilized? Yao Jiankai said in mock anger. "Others would only write a few words such as XX was here, but you wrote 1,000 words? You're even more uncivilized than them." Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. "How am I? Uncivilized?" When our chief saw it, he even commended me. He said, "Little Zhang, you did well. When you see such uncivilized behavior, you must always point it out." The audience, ha 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 ha. Yao Jiankai nearly fainted. With a chief like that, you'd get into trouble sooner than you think. Zhang Ye suddenly clicked his tongue and said, "Oh, you've got it spot on." Only a few days later something else occurred. "What happened? We went overseas for a vodka." "No. I mean, we went overseas for a work trip and encountered some pirates in the Caribbean. Yao Jinkai was startled. Whoa! After the pirates boarded our ship, they took out their guns and demanded a ransom of 5 million. What did you guys do? We had to rely on the experience of our chief. He immediately sought out the captain of the pirates and said, "It's all right if you want a ransom of 5 million, but we require an invoice of 10 million. Ah. The pirates cried at that and said that we definitely knew how to make money better than they did. Yao Jinkai sighed. Hi. The waves of laughter at the venue kept drowning out the previous wave. Ha ha. Issue an invoice for 10 million? Io. Ha ha ha. As they watched up to this segment, the Crosstalk World members fell silent. Several of those Crosstalk comedians who had publicly doubted Zhang Ye's performance on Weibo earlier had disappeared from the platform. The audience was stoked as though they were high on adrenaline. Networking by gifting, satire on publicly funded banquets, irony of dealing with the uncivilized behavior of tourists, bluntly highlighting the tricks resorted to for claiming reimbursements. These were all the basic means in Crosstalk to criticize the problems in the society. But they also required a very advanced technique to bring the point across. It was now that a lot of people finally understood that Zhang Ye had used his work experience to connect and interpret it into his Crosstalk routine today. He had used various gags and jokes to satirize the misconducts happening in society nowadays. In addition to that irreplicable and astonishing speed recital. Who said that Zhang Ye doesn't know how to do a gala Crosstalk routine? Who said that Zhang Ye couldn't do a traditional routine? That's bullshit, just like your grandma's balls. Chapter 881. From Talking to Singing. Chapter 881. From Talking to Singing. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Weibo was blowing up. What a fun watch. It's so good that I'm crying. Zhang Ye is amazing. Quick, go and watch Zhang Ye and Yao Jinsai's Crosstalk. Recommending Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. It's really good. Don't watch Liaoning TV anymore. Just go and tune into Beijing TV. Zhang Ye's Crosstalk is really awesome. He's criticizing the problems in our society. Zhang Ye has done it beautifully. He even did it without scolding anyone the entire time. Yet it's such a fun to watch. Zhang Ye is still Zhang Ye, anticipating whatever's coming next. It's only midway through the routine right now. I heard that Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala gave additional time to Zhang Ye and Yao Jinsai's routine at the last rehearsal, so we should be able to enjoy today's Crosstalk to the utmost. This is what a real Crosstalk routine is. Right. Just look at how teacher Zhang fully utilizes irony to such a great effect. Whereas that bunch of so-called mainstream Crosstalk comedians only know how to shout catchphrases when they get on the Spring Festival Gala. Who says that humor and art cannot mix? Just go and have a look at Zhang Ye's Crosstalk routine. That should be a good lesson for you people. The public praise of Zhang Ye's Crosstalk was bursting through the roof. Suddenly, more and more people were attracted after reading the online comments. I'll go take a look. Beijing TV, right? I'm here. Is it really that good? I never liked Zhang Ye's Crosstalk that only knew how to scold others. So there's no scolding today? I'll go have a watch then. At the venue, Chang Xiaoyang and several of the assistant directors were also getting very excited. They looked at each other and could see the gleams in each other's eyes. They did not expect that Zhang Xiao and Yao Jinkai would be so on the mark today. Yao Jinkai asked, "Then what happened next?" Zhang Yi replied, "What else could have happened?" Zhang Yi said helplessly, "After we returned, that chief was detained and interrogated." Yao Jinkai was amused. A person like that should have been detained and interrogated much earlier. Later, people from our section brought some things along and visited him. Why would you guys visit him? Zhang Yi answered. To send our condolences to an official under detention and interrogation, of course. The audience. Io, Teacher Zhang, can you not be so funny? Send condolences to an official under detention and interrogation? Ha ha, Yao Jinkai remarked. He's already been disciplined. Why would you still want to send your condolences? Zhang Yi added. In the end, I had some bad luck too and was implicated for sending a gift, so I got fired. You deserved it. After I lost my job, I felt very depressed. Beijing is such a big place, so where could I call home? I suddenly thought of buying my own home. Yao Jinkai exclaimed. But the property prices in Beijing are incredibly expensive. Yeah, So when I heard that a real estate expert was organizing a large seminar that covered how to time the market to get the best deal, I told myself that I had to go. I paid the registration fee, and a bunch of us sat there listening. The expert droned on and on from 6 a.m. until 8 p.m., analyzing the price trends. Yao Jiankai nodded. That sounds like an expert. At the end, he came to a conclusion on the best time to buy a property. Yao Jiankai was really eager to know. When Zhang Ye answered, 2 years ago, Yao Jiankai blurted out, Would I need you to tell me if the answer was 2 years ago? The audience were cramping up with laughter. Ha ha ha. 2 years ago? Ha ha ha. Yao Jiankai asked. Did he even have to speak for so many hours if it was just that? Zhang Ye said angrily. Exactly, Yao Jiankai declared. What kind of expert is that? The audience felt rejuvenated listening to this. Recently, there had been many people who called themselves experts, but only spouted nonsense and gave talks on just about anything. This satire by Zhang Ye was clearly aimed at this group of people. At Zhang Ye's parents' house, his grandma was watching the TV happily and said, Look at my grandson, he's wonderful. His grandpa commented, Well said. I've been scammed before by one of those expert seminars as well. The eldest sister exclaimed, Our brother is really good. Zhang Ye's third aunt said to his mother enviously, Sis, little Yi will definitely become more and more famous from now on. With her son not around now, his mother shook her head this time instead. When he was jobless, I kept nagging him to find a job and hoped that he would be able to get ahead in life. But now, I don't wish for him to get any more famous than he already is. It's not good if he has to work so much and not be around at home. Hi. If he could just stay home and spend this new year without needing to run around outside, I would thank the gods. His second uncle said, Little Yi is doing great things, that's why he's so busy. There are always future New Years to celebrate at home, right? His first uncle said, That's right, this is the time when the child is still striking it out on his own, so we must try to understand him better. The netizens were tired from laughing. Ha ha ha, how awesome. Yeah, he's so goddamn good at this. It feels like Zhang Ye is leading the crosstalk world by a lot of years. Yup, he's on a totally different level. However, at this time, there were some crosstalk comedians who couldn't bear listening to the comments any longer. They stepped forward and spoke up. One of Tang Dezhang's disciples said angrily, When did Zhang Ye get so many shills to support him? How much did he spend in all? A junior brother of Tang Dezhang said, What did you hear that was so good? This crosstalk is titled Everything is Great. But what about the content? From the beginning, it has been about negative things like not having a smooth career. This totally doesn't match with the title. There were also some industry peers and netizens who disliked Zhang Ye stepping out. That's right. Everything is great in what way? Sounds more like everything is terrible to me. Zhang Ye's fans retorted. It's fine as long as it's funny to listen to. Why do you people care what the crosstalk title is? So what if it's called Everything is Great? However, when quite a number of viewers saw this, they also started to wonder about it. That's right. Why was it called Everything is Great? Couldn't find a job? Getting fired? Couldn't buy a house? Yet everything is great. On stage, Yao Jiankai asked, So after that, you became a host and got involved in crosstalk? Zhang Ye replied, That was much later. Oh, so you did odd jobs in between. The last job I had before hosting in crosstalk was singing. Yao Jiankai said in astonishment. Whoa, you can even sing. Zhang Ye looked at him. What's with that? Do you doubt me? Yao Jiankai said, No, it's not that. But having known you for all these years, I've never seen you sing before. Isn't that so? The audience were staring wide-eyed at this claim. What's that mean? Zhang Ye is going to sing? I must definitely listen to this. Does Zhang Ye know how? Zhang Ye said smugly. You just haven't seen me do so yet. My singing really isn't something I'd lie about. Yao Jiankai said with curiosity. So what songs do you usually sing? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I like songs about family ties, like Zhang Xia's Coming Home. That's a really famous song. It's a classic. Yeah, you can sing that, Zhang Ye suggested. Why don't I sing a simple line or two then? The audience suddenly kicked up a row. Yes. Yes. Ha! Applause rang out through the venue. Zhang Ye called for silence, motioning his hands down, and said, But I will need some cooperation from all of you. Here, I want everyone to close their eyes when listening to me sing. Only if you close your eyes can you sense how well I can sing it, and how similar it sounds to the original. Yao Jinkai said in surprise. Huh? You can even imitate Zhang Xia's voice. Zhang Ye vowed, indeed. When you guys hear it, you will definitely be astonished and sigh. His expression changed into one of enchantment. Ah, how wonderful, it sounds exactly the same. Zhang Xia lives again. Yao Jinkai quickly stopped him. She's not dead. Not dead at all. The audience, caught unaware by this unexpected bit and initially unable to react, broke out into laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yi is so mean. Uft. I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Yi nervously wiped away his sweat. Ah. Yao Jinkai corrected. She's still alive and well. Zhang Yi replied. Oh, is that so? Yao Jinkai rolled his eyes. Of course, the two of you even worked on a show together last year. The audience was laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. When Zhang Xia, watching the TV at home with her family, heard this, she nearly spat out her drink. Zhang Xia's son didn't know what to do. That teacher Zhang. Zhang Xia couldn't stop laughing. Making fun of me? I'll get even with him later. Coming Home was a song from this world. Zhang Yi cleared his throat. All right, I'll sing a few lines from it. Go on and sing then. Everyone's waiting. Zhang Yi raised his hand and signaled. Cue the music. 1 second. 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Zhang Yi put his hand down and said, well, never mind then. The audience. Yao Jinkai sighed. Hi. Why did you ask for it in the first place? Zhang Yi built up his emotions for a while before opening his mouth and singing. Ah, it's the new year. Our children are coming home. Dong dong dong. The sound of knocking on the door. Dong dong dong. The sound of knocking on the door. Dong dong dong. The sound of knocking on the door. Dong dong dong. The sound knocking on the door. Dong dong dong. The sound of... Yao Jinkai got impatient and slapped Zhang Ye's back and shouted, hurry up and open the door. One of the audience members was smacking their thigh and laughing hard. Ha ha ha. This song wasn't supposed to be sung that way. The dong 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 was part of the original lyrics but only had a small part in the song. But this was then repeated by Zhang Ye 4 times over. Yao Jinkai nearly fainted. Her daughter is home and has been knocking on the door for a long time. You should be opening the door. Zhang Ye blinked and said, I can't open the door. Can't you see that I'm singing right now? Yao Jinkai replied, hi. Is this called singing? Zhang Ye's singing voice could generally be described as average. He did not go off pitch, but his vocalization, breathing techniques, and such were all rather off, so he could at most be called an amateur at singing, since the audience did not have much expectation for him and were only listening for fun. And Zhang Ye was able to subtly incorporate several funny gags into this singing segment of his crosstalk routine. The live audience and those watching at home were all tickled funny by it. There was no time for them to catch a breather, as quip after quip kept coming at them. The rhythm was perfect. There were jokes. There was criticism of societal issues. There was the traditional speed recital. And there's even singing now? This crosstalk routine might look messy with parts and pieces of content from all over the place, but it was strung together and presented very well in the form of a series of events taking place after Zhang Ye's graduation from university. Except for the crosstalk title, Everything is Great, that had perplexed everyone. No one understood why he had titled it as such. Chapter 882. This is what a real crosstalk is. Chapter 882. This is what a real crosstalk is. Translator, leg editor, leg. The netizens' comments. Ha! Zhang Ye sang so poorly. He's only good enough not to go off pitch. But it's still very funny. Another song, please. Right? Please sing another song. It's so rare to hear Zhang Ye sing. The crosstalk routine on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala was too difficult to stomach, as many of those fans of crosstalk and language routines could not get excited about it. You could even say that they were deeply disappointed by it. And while they had also seen the other Spring Festival Gala's crosstalk routines, they were still dissatisfied and felt the other routines were pretty boring. However, this particular crosstalk routine by Zhang Ye had in fact fired everyone up again. They could feel a shiver go down their spines after listening to it. Coupled with the festive atmosphere, everyone was feeling good. At home, his third sister asked with surprise, our brother knows how to sing too? His second sister was lying on the sofa, laughing so hard she couldn't sit up. Ha ha, our brother, How funny. His mother laughed. How can he know how to sing? All he does is hum a few tunes at home. His father said, it's enough if he can sing a couple lines. It's not like he's a professional singer anyway, so he doesn't need to sing well. At the venue of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, the show was still broadcasting. Yao Jiankai remarked, no wonder you went to do crosstalk after that. With your talent, you were still thinking about becoming a singer? Zhang Ye was having none of that. Hey, what's wrong with my singing? Yao Jiankai asked. What else can you sing? Zhang Ye boasted. As long as it's a song about family ties, I can sing it. Yao Jiankai belittled. Oh, save it. The children came home from far away for the new year, but you didn't even open the door. What family ties are you talking about? The audience laughed. Ha! Old Yao's holding the conversation really well. He's truly deserving of being his longtime crosstalk partner. Their understanding of each other is so good. It's so funny I could die. The classic Coming Home has been totally ruined by the two of you just like that. Zhang Ye immediately said, then why don't I sing another for everyone? Yao Jiankai asked, which song? Zhang Ye thought about it for a while before replying. How about Grandma's song Huey's Old Times? He turned to the audience and said, as you did before, please close your eyes and listen. Close your eyes and feel it. Ah, song Hui lives ag. Yao Jiankai hurriedly stopped him. She's not dead. This one isn't dead either. The audience were tearing up from laughing. Ha ha ha. Oh goddammit ha ha. Do his remarks have to be so caustic? Zhang Ye stared with his eyes wide. Not dead yet. Yao Jiankai said nervously. Geez, you've cursed two people in such a short span of time. The audience laughed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye said helplessly. All right then, I'll just start singing. Yao Jiankai said, wait. I'm going to stop you there. If I remember correctly, Old Times isn't a song about family ties. Zhang Ye looked at him like he was an idiot. What do you mean it's not? Is it? This is a song for a grandpa. Yao Jiankai said dumbfounded. Grandpa? Where did you get that from? Well, listen carefully. Zhang Ye sang. Like the river flows, the ages go. Yao Jiankai nodded. Yes, those are the lyrics of that song. Zhang Ye continued singing. Time flies, and I think of you, Grandpa YY. Then he said, see, I think of you YY. She's thinking of her grandpa YY. So isn't this song about family? Yao Jiankai nearly fainted. He said, what do you mean I think of you YY? She sings I think of you every night, YY. The dark of night's night. Puffed ha. I think of you YY. Why don't you sing about thinking of your grandma instead? I really take my hat off to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye said embarrassed. Is that so? Then I must have remembered it wrong. Let me try another. This song by Hong Hua is called Time. Everyone, please close your eyes and listen. Hong Hua. Yao Jiankai immediately said, that singer is still alive too. Zhang Ye glanced at him. I know. Yao Jiankai replied. I was afraid you'd kill off another one. The audience laughed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye signaled with his hand. Music. He waited for a while. Never mind. Yao Jiankai commented. You just want to say that, don't you? Zhang Ye stated. Before I start singing, I have to say something first. I especially dislike Hong Hua and will definitely criticize him the next time I see him. This song was written for his grandma, but he actually cursed at people in the song. Yao Jiankai was stunned. Curse at people? When did he curse at anyone? The audience was also stunned. Just listen. Zhang Ye sang loudly. I suddenly think of childhood. The cane of your grandma. He enunciated the words, your grandma, very strongly. Yao Jiankai was speechless. Zhang Ye immediately said, see, he cursed. What did he mean by your grandma? It's normal for one to use canes when they get old. Why did he have to curse? The audience chortled. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Teacher Zhang, stop it. Please stop it already. Ha ha ha. Yao Jiankai said in a speechless manner. I think it's only you who could hear it that way and say that it's cursing. Executive Director Chang Xiaoyang was tickled pink. Hu Fei, Da Fei, Ho Gu, Xiao Lu, and the others Zhang Ye worked with when he was at Beijing Television all laughed until their sides hurt. Zhang Ye was puzzled. What's the matter? Yao Jiankai waved his hands. Nothing, but I think it's better for you to sing something else instead. Please don't ruin other people's classics anymore. Zhang Ye said, go ahead and request something. I'll sing whatever you ask for. Yao Jinkai asked. You've been singing about children, grandpas, and grandmas, but do you have anything that is sung to parents? Zhang Ye said at once. But of course. Then let me sing a song about parents. This is an original composition. Yao Jinkai laughed. Then I doubt it will be any good. An original composition? The audience's emotions had been stirred up to the highest point. They were wondering at this moment what kind of a gag Zhang Ye could still pull off. A ruckus gradually started. Show us what you got. Ha ha ha. Let's see how he's going to screw up this next song. He's really good at making jokes. My mind is blown after listening to Zhang Ye sing. The viewers in front of their televisions were also laughing happily as they waited to see what gags Zhang Ye would pull out next. Standing in front of the microphone, Zhang Ye took a deep breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhang Ye held the microphone as he started singing in his not-so-perfect a cappella voice, "To my dear mom and dad." When the audience heard that, they began to heckle. Oh, ha ha. Everyone started answering him. Zhang Ye sang, "How are you two?" Fine, fine, fine. Everyone was joining in to answer him. The audience was laughing, feeling like they had finally managed to take advantage of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye sang, "Have you been busy working?" Busy, busy, busy. Zhang Ye sang, "Are you healthy?" Yes, yes, yes. All of a sudden, a clear guitar melody filled the entire venue. The audience was startled and suddenly fell silent, not knowing what was going on. Yao Jinkai also became solemn. Zhang Ye held the microphone and slowly closed his eyes, quietly singing. I'm in Beijing, it's pretty good. Mom and Dad, don't you worry for me. Though I'm bad at expressing things. In truth, I'm missing home. At this moment, Zhang Ye's voice sounded from the stage as a recorded narration played. In reality, I'm not doing so good in Beijing. I don't have many friends. And very few people like me. A lot of the audience members were shocked. This melody and narration caught them by surprise, making them unable to react. Some of them had unwittingly started to tear up. At home, his first aunt said in a startled manner, "This." His grandma's tears were also building up. His father and mother both stared at the television dumbfounded, unable to move. Zhang Ye opened his eyes and stared right into the camera that was broadcasting the scene live. He kept singing, "Does my dad go to work every day? Please don't go if they aren't too strict. With a lifetime of revolution work. He deserves a good rest too." His father's lips were trembling. Zhang Ye continued singing. "I bought a new coat for you, Mom. Don't be afraid to put it on. Your son used to be real headstrong, but now he's wise." Zhang Ye smiled. And all grown up. When his mother heard this, she could only watch her son on television as she started crying uncontrollably. Little Yi has always been like this, taking on everything by himself. No matter what trouble he gets into, he will keep a smile on his face. He doesn't want to tell us and make us worried, always assuring us that he is fine. No matter what we ask him, he'll assure us that everything is fine. His second aunt also wiped her tears away and said, "That kid has always been this way since childhood." From the television, the narration sounded. Again, "Dad, Mom, I'm truly fine. I'm pretty good. Look, I got on the Spring Festival Gala, ha. I didn't disgrace you too, right?" Many eyes turned wet at the venue. Several of those who had come to Beijing to work and hadn't seen their parents for several years broke down in tears. Chang Xiaoyang's eyes turned red. Xiaolu was crying. Ho Gu and Dafei were also crying. Only this group of old colleagues knew that Zhang Ye hadn't had it easy for the past few years, and how much he had suffered. Zhang Ye sang, "Mom and Dad, please take good care of yourselves. Don't make your son worry about you. This spring festival, I'm sure to come home. Okay, that's all for now." Narration: Mom, Dad, everything is great for me. As long as you're both safe and sound, everything is great for me, really. The guitar was still playing softly. Zhang Ye continued to sing even louder now. "Kindest regards. Always and forever. Kindest regards. Always and forever." Many people were crying. No one had expected Zhang Ye's crosstalk, which was filled with so many gags and jokes, to have such a twist at the end. It was a shot straight to the heart. So this was Everything is Great. Everyone finally understood the meaning of this crosstalk title. The song finished. The melody ended. Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai bowed deeply. Yao Jinkai could see that Zhang Ye was also looking rather emotional, so he lightly patted Zhang Ye on the back. Suddenly, many of those in the live audience stood up. whether it was Central TV or any of the provincial stations. As long as it was a Spring Festival Gala live broadcast, the audience was not allowed to stand in such large groups as it would affect the camera shots and create confusion. This instruction had been given to the audience in the admission notice and also reiterated to them clearly. But everyone still rose from their seats. 10 people, 100 people, 200 people. Every one of them was clapping for Zhang Ye. Some were even crying as they clapped with all their might. It was wonderful. Well said, well sung, wonderful. This is a real crosstalk. This is what you bloody call a crosstalk. Chapter 883, a textbook crosstalk routine. Chapter 883, a textbook crosstalk routine. Translator, leg editor, leg. There was a continuous wave of applause and cheers. At the venue of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, the audience was extremely pumped up. How can there be such a great crosstalk routine? So crosstalk can even be done in this way. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. There were already people in the audience starting to shout Zhang Ye's name. Many of them could no longer control their emotions as a sense of admiration erupted. There was even a staff member from the production team who secretly took out their phone to call home. Mom. Son, aren't you busy at the Spring Festival Gala? MHM. Hurry up and get back to work. Then, why are you calling me at this time? Ivy missed you guys. We miss you too. It's fine at home. Your dad and I are doing fine. We understand that you're busy with work. Besides, it's not like this is the first time you couldn't make it home for the new year, right? It's all right. I'll book a ticket home tomorrow. His mother was stunned. What did you say? He wiped away his tears and said firmly, don't worry. This new year, I will definitely spend it at home with you guys. That's great. That's really great. I'll let your dad know. I'll let your dad know. His mother choked on her words and also started crying. A Spring Festival Gala's live broadcast usually had a seamless continuation between performances without needing the performers to fully exit the stage. They simply cut to the cameras showing the hosts taking over or moved directly to the next performance. Yet at this moment, the production team was unable to do so, as the applause was too overpowering and everyone was standing up and even cheering. If they cut straight to the next shot, the lively atmosphere would suddenly become too quiet. That would be too sudden a change in pace and mood, so they had no choice but to wait until the right time. They had never encountered such a situation before. This was something that had never happened at any of the other Spring Festival Galas. However, the Beijing Television Spring Festival Gala production team did not have any complaints. This was because they knew that the audience was not purposely trying to disrupt the broadcast, but rather their behavior stemmed from the fact that the crosstalk routine was so marvelous. Applause. Applause resounded. On the other stage that was already set up, a magician could only force a smile. His magic show was lined up for the next performance, but at this moment, he felt extremely helpless. Your sister. Why did I end up going after him? With the emotions of the audience now, how can I still perform? Who would still care to watch a magic act? On Weibo, there was an explosion of comments. The netizens came online in a mad dash. Fuck. Quick, watch Beijing TV. It's too awesome. It's just too awesome. Zhang Ye is super charismatic. I love him to death. That was really fucking awesome. I cried. I cried too, how numbing. Even this old bro here has shed a few tears. That song really hit me in the feels. I'm suddenly missing my mother a lot. At the start, I was laughing until I had stomach cramps. When it ended, tears were streaming down my face. Letting us laugh before making us cry. This is the first time I've heard a crosstalk like that. This is truly the first time that something like this has happened. That song came on without any warning. At the beginning, Zhang Ye kept relating about his wondrous job-seeking experiences. He shared how difficult it was to find a job in Beijing, and when he found one, he talked about how stressful work was. Then he touched on Beijing's expensive housing prices and how the so-called experts could not be believed. He also shared how jobs were unstable along with other topics. Everything that he mentioned wasn't great, and when everyone thought that his singing would be a joke like everything else before, he suddenly hit us with a song like that. That, I'm in Beijing, it's pretty good, really made me tear up. How much bitterness and tough experiences were contained with the phrase, it's pretty good. Who could know? This is what you call resonance with your audience. Goddamn, I really love Zhang Ye. This song composed by Zhang Ye was basically a song about himself. He wasn't performing, but just singing it for his parents. He wants to tell them that everything is great. Teacher Zhang has sung what we all wish to say. How touching. Who still dares to claim that Teacher Zhang does not know how to do a gala crosstalk? Who? Step forward. The other provincial stations' spring festival galas now pale in comparison. Yeah, which other gala crosstalk can be compared to Zhang Ye's everything is great? They're way off. They can't even be mentioned in the same breath. I've been working away from home in a first-tier city for over a decade now. Through the years, I've gone through all kinds of suffering and done all sorts of jobs, but I've never once wept. However, today, Zhang Ye's crosstalk has made me cry. Thank you, Zhang Ye. No matter what others think of you, no matter how many people hate and dislike you, you're still the one who excels and stands out in the arts. Your position in the entertainment circle can never be replaced by anyone. This is the first time I've come across a celebrity like you. You're amazing. Truly, you're amazing. Teacher Zhang, there are people who like you. You still have us. Right, there's still us. Rain or shine, we're by your side. Rain or shine, we're by your side. Rain or shine, we're by your side. Some of Zhang Ye's fans were even crying as they typed out those words. There were positive cheers online. Praise was going around. Perhaps not even praise was enough to describe all that was going on. At present, the crosstalk world was silent. As Zhang Ye's old rival, the crosstalk world had been at war with Zhang Ye for a very long time now. They'd gotten into far too many conflicts and had practically not won a single one of them. But even so, even though they were slightly prepared for this outcome, they could not have expected that Zhang Ye would beat them so convincingly this time. There were no faults with the crosstalk routine this time. Crude? He did not even use one-liners like, I am your father, or your wife is my wife. Vulgar? The entire crosstalk had satirically pointed out many uncivilized behaviors in society. Tasteless. That last twist of a song was something that the crosstalk world had never done or attempted as well as Zhang Ye had. This was a textbook crosstalk routine. When several younger crosstalk comedians who had always disliked Zhang Ye heard that song, they did not say anything more as they felt that they had lost. That foundation displayed in the speed recital, that talent exhibited through all those exciting bits, and that final song that made the entire audience cry. Other than Zhang Ye, there seemingly wasn't another who could do it as well as he did. Even though they insulted him from the sidelines, they couldn't help but admit that this person was far too formidable. Tang Dezhang, who was at home with his wife, said to her, change the channel. His wife carefully ran her eyes over him and said, okay. On this night, after this crosstalk, the crosstalk world turned especially quiet. Similarly quiet were the staff of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. An assistant director said while watching Beijing television, this. Su Yiping's expression had changed too, and those who had previously scolded Zhang Ye on Weibo and questioned the mismatch between the content and title of the crosstalk were speechless. They did not know what else they could say anymore. How could this be? How did Zhang Ye manage to create such a crosstalk routine? Those who were itching to throw insults back at Zhang Ye's crosstalk were all silenced. Even the executive director of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala and the Central TV executives were lost in thought. They were forced to admit that Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's everything is great was truly a once-in-a-lifetime routine. They couldn't help but think of how if they had invited Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai to appear on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, then they probably wouldn't have invited so much ridicule had this crosstalk performance gotten broadcast on their Central TV's Spring Festival Gala stage instead. But that was just a passing thought. With Central TV and Zhang Ye's current relationship, that was clearly impossible. Beijing television. After leaving the stage, Zhang Ye saw Chang Xiaoliang waiting for him with the assistant directors of the production team quite a distance away. They were probably waiting for him on purpose. Director Chang. Zhang Ye smiled as he greeted him. Chang Xiaoliang said rather excitedly, I kept wondering to myself just then about how it would turn out. Yao Jinkai laughed. Surely it's not that suspenseful. Little Zhang and I are both professionals and would only ask to change the content if we were sure of it. Chang Xiaoliang shook his head and said, it's not that. What I was wondering about was what if I had not approved of adding this song segment and stuck to the previous plan, how different it would have turned out. It should still be good, but it would definitely not be as shocking as now. Both of you are amazing. Legendary. Truly legendary. The assistant director in charge of the narration also said in a convinced manner, with tonight's performance, the two of you will surely take the highest spot in the crosstalk world now. Zhang Ye quickly waved it off. Please don't say that. Yao Jinkai agreed. Right, we don't deserve that. Chang Xiaoyang asked. A lot of people are asking, what's the song's title? Zhang Ye replied. It's called A Letter to Home. 1. This was an old song by Li Chuanbua, a master of ballads from his previous world. Inviting you and teacher Yao to our spring festival gala this time, Chang Xiaoyang said with a sigh. Could be the most correct decision that we've made in all these years. Thank you. You both have worked hard. Zhang Ye waved it off and smiled. Come on, it's not that exaggerated, Director Chang. You only invited us because you saw something in us. Since I promised to appear on the gala, then I'd definitely do my best to put on the greatest show. This is how I've always done things. As long as I've promised, I'll do it to the best of my abilities. Yao Jinkai also smiled and said, in our line of work, putting on a show is more important than anything, so it's really nothing at all. Chang Xiaoyang replied, all right, I need to get back to work. Why don't you two rest backstage? All right, go online and have a look too, huh? That assistant director also said happily, it's total chaos online. Backstage, in the waiting room, Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai had just come back. When they took out their cell phones and went online to have a look, they were shocked. They did not expect everyone to be so supportive as well as crazy and passionate over their crosstalk. I'm not going to watch the other channels anymore. The crosstalk and skit routines on the other provincial channels aren't even worth watching. They're too boring. I'll just stick to watching Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. I've never heard a better crosstalk than that in my life. Zhang Ye, I have decided that I will be your brain-dead fan for life from now on. Teacher Yao, you're so cool. I recorded that song earlier. I just listened to it again and started crying again. Thank you, Zhang Ye. I've decided that no matter what happens this spring festival, even if the sky should fall, I'll definitely rush home to have a reunion dinner with my parents. Yao Jinkai was very happy and satisfied. The audience are recognizing our work. Zhang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to calm his mind. That's good. This is the first time I've done a crosstalk like that. I wasn't too sure how it would turn out. You weren't sure? Oh, come on. Yao Jinkai laughed and said, to change half the agreed content of the crosstalk an hour before the live broadcast, adding in jokes, creating a melody and song. Then, without any rehearsal or time to do a quick run-through of our lines, you still had the courage to go on stage for the live broadcast. I must take my hat off to that courage of yours. In the entire crosstalk world, the entire literary circle and entertainment industry, who else besides you would dare to do something like that? If you can find me another person like that, I will kneel to you. This was a truly frightening experience for me today. Zhang Ye flattered. Didn't I make it through the routine because of you, Teacher Yao? Without you as my partner, if I were to work with anyone else on this, I wouldn't have dared to take such a risk either. Yao Jinkai laughed. I like what you're saying. Zhang Ye said. You mean you're taking me seriously? You mean you're not? Yao Jinkai saw red. Chapter 884. Sweeping aside all the other provincial stations' Spring Festival Galas. Chapter 884. Sweeping aside all the other provincial stations' Spring Festival Galas. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Zhujiang Television. The two veteran crosstalk comedians the station had spent a fortune to invite were currently performing on stage. The comic, what do you think happened at the end? The straight man, what happened? The comic, he picked up that bun and ate it. The straight man, didn't he find that dirty? One of the two comedians was on the same level as Tang Dezhang, while the other one, who wasn't much older than them, was from Master Su's generation. In the crosstalk, they were considered to have a rather high status. The two of them were performing at their best. Their foreheads were dripping with sweat. The pressure of the spring Festival Gala's live broadcast was keeping everyone in the production team busy at the venue. A lot of them did not know what had happened and were clueless of the events that took place in the outside world. Suddenly, a staff member of the production team noticed a problem. They had their own specialized platform for data analytics and real-time monitoring of the live broadcast. That person said in surprise, Something's wrong. One of the directors close by looked over. What's the matter, little Zhou? That person said in a stunned manner. Why did the traffic of our spring festival gala suddenly drop by 23%? That can't be possible. Suddenly, a lot of people gathered around him. What? That's not possible. But the language act is going on right now. Right. The traffic should be rising instead. Where's the data? Show me. How can that be? It really dropped that much. The executive director of Zhejiang Television's Spring Festival Gala was also alarmed by this. They were very concerned about these datasets as it reflected the real-time performance of their Spring Festival Gala show. This would determine which part of the show had problems or other issues. It was with this data that they could determine the causes and make the necessary adjustments. It dropped by more than 20% in just a short time. That was clearly abnormal and very frightening. What happened? What's going on right now? Hunan Television. Traffic about their spring festival galas had also suddenly plummeted. 5%, 10%. It finally dropped by a total of 19%. There was also a substantial reduction in the number of comments. This drop was enough to terrify anyone. Even the dedicated discussion area that they set up for Mango TV's Spring Festival Gala on their official Weibo account felt like it was suddenly empty. What's the matter? Damn, what the fuck happened? No one likes to watch this show. That can't be. Fan Wenli is singing right now. It's Fan Wenli that we're talking about here. Where are they? Fuck. Where did everyone go to? Who can answer me? The production team was stunned. Actually, a lot of the other provincial stations had suddenly realized this alarming situation. Their first instinct was that something huge must have happened at another provincial station's Spring Festival Gala. Sure enough, that suspicion was quickly verified. Something had happened at Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Everyone has tuned into Beijing TV. What are they watching over there? The crosstalk routine. But our station is also showing a crosstalk routine. Why would they need to switch over to Beijing TV? It's Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's crosstalk routine on that channel. These staffers of the Spring Festival Gala production teams were very busy with their own event. So, of course, they didn't have the time to check out Beijing Television's crosstalk routine. Since they did not know anything about it, they found it impossible and incomprehensible. Why was this happening? Why? Did the audience go mad? Why did it seem like almost everyone had tuned into Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala? Why would the crosstalk routine be so popular just because it was performed by Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai? Liaoning Television was shocked. Hunan Television was stunned. Dragon Television was at a loss for words. Just because of Zhang Ye, just because of a crosstalk, how was it possible for that to pull down all the provincial stations' Spring Festival Gala traffic by nearly 20% at once? How did he do it? There was no logic. Similar doubts were surfacing online, but that was quickly overturned by many groups. Just watch it before saying anything. Listen to it first before commenting. Don't compare the other Spring Festival Gala's lousy crosstalks to everything is great. In the past, I've always trash-talked Zhang Ye. I did not like performances like that Three Vulgarities crosstalk where he just kept scolding others without meaning. But after incidentally listening to Everything is Great, I've decided to support Zhang Ye for once. I don't care how you people talk about him in the future, but for today, I won't allow anyone to criticize Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye is so godly today. This must be the pinnacle of crosstalk routines. Countless netizens were strongly supporting it. The entire internet was filled with Zhang Ye's and Yao Jiansai's names, with Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, and discussions about Everything is Great. It was very popular. Zhang Ye's crosstalk was broadcast just a short while ago, but word had already reached people around the country. The industry was shocked. Countless industry insiders were left with their mouths agape. Could a crosstalk routine really get this popular? They truly hadn't seen anything like this before. Beijing Television. Backstage, in the waiting room, Ho Gu, Da Fei, and the others pushed open the door and entered. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi was furtively having a smoke, but when he saw people coming in, he quickly tried to hide it. When he realized that it was his old colleagues at Beijing Television, he gave them a smile before picking up his cigarette to smoke again. Why are all of you here? Are you all finished with your work already? Quick, have a seat. Da Fei said. Don't bother. We still have to get back to our posts. Xiao Lu giggled and said, We're just here to tell you something. Teacher Zhang, you're fantastic. Hoga said, that last song, I actually cried listening to it. Yao Jinkai laughed and interjected, I contributed to that too. Xiaolu quickly said, yes, yes, yes. Teacher, Yao did especially well in supporting the crosstalk. If it weren't for Teacher Yao holding up his part of the exchange, Teacher Zhang wouldn't have done so well. Ho Di said sincerely, we've known Teacher Zhang for several years now, so we know that when he talks, his mind jumps all over the place. Especially when it comes to crosstalk. He always changes the topic all of a sudden. Most people wouldn't be able to react in time and would just let the conversation die off. Only Teacher Yao can work so seamlessly with Teacher Zhang. You two really are the ultimate pairing. Yao Jinkai laughed. Haha. Zhang Ye laughed and said, that's true. Old Yao and I are seasoned partners. After chatting for a while, Xiaolu suddenly thought of something. Xiaolu face-bombed and said, look at my memory. I nearly forgot. Brother who wanted me to come over to ask if that last song's name was called A Letter to Home. And if the lyrics and melody were all composed by you. Will there be any issues with the copyright? Zhang Ye asked, what's the matter? Xiaolu replied, a lot of people on the internet are asking to listen to it again. They're flooding our official website and have left thousands of comments requesting it. So the station would like to extract the song from the recording and upload it online. Zhang Ye understood and said, I'm fine with that. Just post it online. Xiaolu declared, alrighty then. I'll go and inform Brother Hu. Since it was just by the by, Beijing Television did not think much about it, and neither did Zhang Ye. If the audience wanted to listen to it, then just upload the song to the internet. However, Beijing Television and Zhang Ye could never have expected that this decision of theirs would actually create a huge wave. Just after sweeping aside all the other provincial stations' Spring Festival galas, they were on their way to making the music industry break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 885, Getting on the Top Chinese Music Chart. Chapter 885, Getting on the Top Chinese Music Chart. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Beijing Television had very high efficiency. While the Spring Festival Gala was still broadcasting, A Letter to Home was posted onto the official website without any edits. Subsequently, someone from a music hosting site likely contacted Beijing Television to seek cooperation. Soon after that, A Letter to Home appeared on many of the major music hosting sites. Some music hosting sites even placed advertisements on their front page. The concluding song of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala Crosstalk, Everything is Great, lands on Hehe Music's platform. Would you like to listen? Please give me your strongest support. The netizens were pleasantly surprised. Go and look. Holy shit, it's been released. It's Zhang Ye's song. The title is A Letter to Home. I can finally listen to it again. It's true, I can listen to it. It's so good. Damn it, I'm crying again. I feel like crying whenever I listen to it. How can there be such a deeply touching song like this? This song is really well written. Keep pushing it up. I love this song. Pleading for Zhang Ye to release a single of it. A studio version. No, it'll feel different if it's recorded in the studio. It's the live version that's the best. These real emotions are just what I want to listen to. What a good song to listen to. The netizens flooded over like crazy. Shanghai. At an upscale hotel, a Korean singer, Park Jae-hee, and his mainland China team were holding a meeting in a hotel room to discuss the upcoming concert and promotions for the new songs. This is Jae-hee's first year in China, so we must make it a successful year. The new song is great to listen to. The Chinese audience will definitely approve of it. Yeah, Jae-hee is picking up Mandarin very quickly, and the song's quality is very good too. What position did it get on this month's top Chinese music chart? Let me check. Oh, we're 10th. We're in the top 10. This is great. It's worth a celebration. Everyone was rather excited as they felt pretty satisfied with the result. The top Chinese music chart was an aggregated chart of the entire domestic music industry. In this era where physical media distribution was more or less phased out, digital distribution over the internet was about the only way to go and was the standard model to follow. The top Chinese music chart was the largest and most authoritative chart, with no other coming close. Zhang Yuanqi's new song would vie for a spot on this chart. Fan Wenli's new song would vie for a spot on this chart. Even an established singer like Chen Guang would also vie for a spot on this chart. This was a kind of publicity honor, and affirmation for them. Every singer took this chart's listing very seriously. It was a stage for them to fight it out in. An unknown amount of blood had already been shed. Zhang Ye's new song that was #1 last month had dropped to #2 this month. A new single released by Fan Wenli did not do as well and only placed 13th. If she was a newcomer, that would no doubt be a surprising result. But with Fan Wenli's status in the music industry, this result was really somewhat lacking and not good enough. Meanwhile, Chen Guang was still as good as ever. 4 of the songs from his new album had made it onto the top 20. One of them was placed 3rd, while the remaining songs placed 9th, 11th, and 19th respectively. The competition was very intense. However, on the second to none, most authoritative music chart of the domestic music industry, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. In seemingly the blink of an eye, a song that wasn't known by anyone had suddenly appeared on the chart. Number 100, number 53, number 21, number 10. In the bat of an eye, it had squeezed past Park Jae-hee's new song. Park Jae-hee's team was just celebrating happily for getting into the top 10 when their joyful expressions suddenly crumbled a few seconds later. What is this? What's going on? Is there a problem with the stats? A letter to home? What sort of song is this? Why is it right at 10th place? The singer is Zhang Ye? Who is that? Is there such a person in the music industry? Everyone was dumbfounded. The ranking was rising too quickly, and it still didn't end as the song's rank kept rising. Number 9. It beat Chen Guang's song. Then it went to number 8, then number 7, then number 6, looking invincible as it made its way up. Park Jae-hee asked in shock, "Who is this person?" His manager said anxiously, "I don't know that person. There's no singer named Zhang Ye in the mainland. There's only a host called Zhang Ye." One of the team's staff exclaimed, "Why is this song so popular?" Someone cursed, "Fuck, this song is on fucking drugs." A slightly older person in the team was more composed. To perform so well, it must be excellent in its own way. Since it has taken over our spot, we can't really do anything about it. Let's just have a listen and see if we can learn from it. Park Jae-hee nodded earnestly and said, "Yes. I haven't been in the mainland for long and don't understand the domestic music scene very well yet, so I would like to learn from it." The song was played. Park Jae-hee perked up his ears, wanting to learn why the song was so popular and hoping it would help him in his development in mainland China in the future. As the saying goes, only the capable can be teachers. To my dear mom and dad. Oh, how are you two? Fine. Have you been busy working? Busy. Are you healthy? Yes. Ha. A chaotic mixture of noise and chatter. Dogs hit singing. And there were even screams that sounded out of nowhere. The team members were dumbfounded. Park Jae-hee was also stunned. This is the singing style of China's outstanding pop songs? This is what China's current most popular pop music sounded like. Hearing all that noise in his ears, Park Jae-hee suddenly burst into tears. The music here was way too unpredictable. Am I supposed to stay in such a country in the future to fulfill my dreams of being a musician? Mom, I want to go home. Not only Park Jae-hee, even many of the other music companies and singers were startled. A rookie Hong Kong singer stared at the top Chinese music chart with his mouth agape. What the fuck? Where did this bastard pop out from? A female singer who was also paying close attention to the top Chinese music chart nearly fainted. A letter to home? Who sang this song? Why does it sound like he's slaughtering a pig? A lousy song like that can even get on the fucking chart? I'm not well educated, so please don't try to fool me. The music industry was shocked. The singing world was stunned. Many of the singers who had listened to this song were all crying out loudly in their minds. From where did this lousy song emerge? However, the netizens of mainland China were laughing madly. Ha. I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Ye's song has gotten onto the top Chinese music chart. What the heck? He's number 5 now. Awesome. This is so awesome. A lot of people in the music industry still don't know what's going on. Ha. That's because they didn't watch Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. If they don't know about the build-up from the crosstalk routine and don't understand Zhang Ye as a person, then they obviously wouldn't feel anything just by listening to this song. How amusing. Teacher Zhang has even barged into the top Chinese music chart. When those people who don't know the story behind it hear Zhang Ye's ragged singing, their jaws are definitely going to drop. Ha. Zhang Ye has added yet another profession to his resume, singer. And it's even as a popular singer who has placed at the top of the top Chinese music chart. I'm feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. Teacher Zhang has gone on to disturb the music industry again. The music industry is probably in a state of shock right now. Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, Zhang Xia appeared online. Zhang Xia gave a like to A Letter to Home on Weibo and gave it high praise. This is a ballad. Normally, a ballad is light and calm without too many ups and downs in pitch. But the emotions in this song kept surging forward like a torrential tide, especially when those narrative lines were spoken. It actually managed to present an image of all the emotions behind the song for me. Without a doubt, this is the most touching song that I've heard in recent years. But to touch on something off-topic, little Zhang, about you ridiculing me in your crosstalk routine, I will remember it. Clearly, and have a chat with you someday, Whoa, Grandma Zhang. Your evaluation is too high. This is the evaluation of a professional. Awesome. That was really well said. Grandma Zhang has also been touched by the song. Suddenly, Chen Guang also appeared. Chen Guang posted on Weibo. At Zhang Ye, you've gotten onto the top Chinese music chart. You even pushed my song down the rankings. So tell me, how should this be settled? Fan Wenli, who had just ended her performance on Hunan Television's Spring Festival Gala, also posted on Weibo. Director Zhang sang so poorly. You'll know that he's an amateur just from hearing him sing. From the sound of it, you'd know that he can't sing at all. The handling of his pitch, the way he articulates, and the variations of his tone were all very amateurish. Yet this song actually made me cry just from listening to it. Even now, I don't know why it can do that. The netizens agreed. Yeah, I cried too. It was so obvious that it was sung badly. Yet why was it so good to listen to? A few minutes later, no one could have expected that the Heavenly Queen would actually answer this question. In the music industry, Zhang Yuanqi had debuted much earlier than Fan Wenli and Chen Guang. She explained, a lot of friends in the music industry must still be confused, right? Take a look at the crosstalk routine. Everything is great on Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala, and you'll understand what is going on. I've watched the crosstalk routine. This is the first time I've witnessed someone daring to sing like that on the stage of a live broadcast for a provincial station's Spring Festival Gala. After listening to it, I was astonished and pondered for a long time. I found that the message conveyed by the music might be much simpler than what everyone is thinking. It's just pure and sincere emotion. It doesn't matter how the singing is, whether it has any technique, and whether it is out of tune or if the voice cracks. Because of the sincerity and emotions in the singing, all the other factors have become unimportant. Zhang Ye's A Letter to Home is exactly that kind of a song. You may say that Zhang Ye sang it very amateurishly, and may say that his vocalization is poor, out of tune. He doesn't know how to vary his pitch or use breathing techniques, and doesn't have all the foundations that a singer should possess. But you definitely cannot deny that he sang this song very well. His emotions helped him disregard all the technicalities of singing by ripping away everyone's masks and defenses, singing straight to the heart. How awesome! Even the Heavenly Queen has listened to it. Wow, the Heavenly Queen is praising it too. The Heavenly Queen even listened to the crosstalk? That's right. This song is deeply touching. Following that, a few more musicians gave their evaluations. A famous lyricist and composer. The lyrics of A Letter to Home might seem straightforward and sound just like a normal letter without any technical details. But that is where it truly is of the highest caliber. A rookie singer, we already know of Teacher Zhang's talent in writing lyrics and composing music just from Wishing We Last Forever and Woman Flower. But today, A Letter to Home has renewed my understanding of Teacher Zhang. The emotions I felt in this song were indescribable. A-list movie star, Ning Lan. This is the best song I've heard this year. Strongly recommending this song. Those who have not listened to it should listen to it. But it's best if you can watch the crosstalk routine all the way through. Member of a popular domestic female group, Xiaodong. After listening to it, I kept crying and suddenly had the thought of covering this song. But thinking about it, with Teacher Zhang's version on Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala, I doubt that it will be possible to surpass the original version, which is deeply emotional. The more professional the singer is, the harder it will be for them to express this song well. A Letter to Home had become very popular. A song sung haphazardly by a crosstalk comedian had actually stormed into the top Chinese music chart and reached such a high position. When many musicians and singers in the music industry learned about the truth, they didn't know how to react. What the hell is this? Surely it can't be done this way, right? Chapter 886. A Letter to Home Causes a Massacre. Chapter 886. A Letter to Home Causes a Massacre. Translator, leg editor, leg. Push it up. Let's push A Letter to Home up the chart. It's already number 4. Right above it now is the best performing song in Chun Guang's new album. Charge. Let's shatter old Chun. I'm here. Go to hell. Let's destroy teacher Chun Guang. Comrades, countrymen, charge. Get Zhang Ye to the top 3. Right. Get Zhang Ye to the top 3. Ha ha ha. A group of netizens who only wanted to watch the world burn seemed even more excited than the person directly involved. They roared as they either left positive comments for A Letter to Home, gave it plays, or helped forward it to increase its popularity. Finally, with all of the noisy commotion caused by the troll army, the song truly and miraculously shattered Chun Guang. Number 3. Third place on the top Chinese music chart. A Letter to Home. The trolls went wild with joy. Wow. Ha ha ha. It's a success. It's done. This is so cool. Uff. Can you guys not be such trolls? Let me laugh a little longer. Initially, this group of people teared up because of the song, and some of them even cried listening to it. But in the blink of an eye, when they saw an exciting opportunity for fun, when they realized they could stir up some trouble, these trolls seemingly changed into different people as their attitudes turned faster than the pages of a book. Every one of them jokingly called for a massacre on the charts with a domineering air. Let's destroy Sister Zhang next. That's right. I don't care who she is. Our target is the number 1 spot. Our target should be the number 1 spot for the month. No, let's push A Letter to Home up onto the annual chart. Only the annual chart? What sort of low-level goal is that? We'll push this song up into the worldwide music chart. Push it up onto the American Billboard chart. Let the Americans feel the passion and warmth of China's ballad. Right? Let's bring it to America. Go. We're headed for America. Push that son of a gun up. When a lot of people saw this, they nearly fainted on the spot. Fuck, can you all please stop showing off? Headed for goddamn America? Why don't you push it out of the galaxy instead? Or push it beyond the Milky Way? The trolls replied. What a good suggestion. The onlookers had no response. It was a festive atmosphere on the internet that felt just like the New Year. But it was really the New Year anyway. Beijing television. In a waiting room. Yao Jinkai was highly entertained. With that lousy voice of yours, you can still get onto the top Chinese music chart on the day the song was released? Damn, it's already number 3. You're already going into the music industry so soon after crossing over into the documentary industry as a director? Zhang Ye did not like hearing that. Hey, what do you mean by my lousy voice? Ha ha, what you're doing is just making trouble for their industry, Yao? Jinkai remarked. Zhang Ye boasted. This is called talent, understand? Yao Jinkai seethed. Who are you trying to bullshit? Just look at Grandma Zhang Xiao's comment, Sister Zhang's comment, Ning Lan's highest recommendation. They're all relevant and on the money. Zhang Ye pointed out the comments on Weibo. Yao Jinkai said, keep spouting your nonsense. When he sang A Letter to Home earlier, Zhang Ye was in all seriousness. But after he left the stage, this fellow was back to his usual cheeky self. Since they were just idling about, the two of them started browsing through Weibo to kill their boredom. Yao Jinkai was suddenly amused by something. Someone is scolding you. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. There are always people scolding me. Yao Jinkai laughed. But this time, their scolding is ingenious. Quick, take a look at it. Your song has brought you trouble again. Initially, Zhang Ye was not bothered about it, but after he leaned over to have a look, he was at a total loss for words. Not only Zhang Ye and Yao Jinkai, everyone else felt that way, as this was not your usual online comment, but a news report. It was an interview comment, and it was even an interview that was broadcast live. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year. The World Team Table Tennis Championships that was progressing overseas had ended. In the finals of the men's team event, the Chinese team lost 2-3 to the South Korean team, with an extremely advantageous lead of 2-0. They eventually lost the match after surrendering 3 consecutive sets at the end. The final player to compete was the world number 2, Han Li. He was not in the best shape and lost the crucial match point. This loss was extremely painful to China as they had won the men's team event in the World Championships for 10 straight years. It was the first time in all those years that the trophy had changed hands. The commentator and host for Central TV in this competition was none other than Yu Yingyi. When the men's team championship was lost, many table tennis fans were furious. Were they even playing table tennis? Damn, there's something suspicious about that referee. They played so terribly today. I'm not watching this anymore. Making us feel like shit during the new year. If I would have known this was going to be the result, I wouldn't have watched the table tennis match at all. I'd rather have watched the Spring Festival Gala instead. This competition met with some problems back then and was dragged on for so long until today's finals. But in the end, they showed us such a result? I don't even get it. A lot of these people were in a bad mood due to the results. However, during the post-match interview, a scene played out in front of them that no one could have expected. When the reporter interviewed the men's team player, Han Li, to ask him about the main reason for losing his match, Han Li's reply amused everyone. Han Li said with outrage, "I've always had the habit of listening to music to relieve myself of any pressure before a match starts." That reporter was stunned. Listening to music? What did that have to do with losing a match? The reporter couldn't understand. Han Li replied angrily, "I found a song that was at the top of the top Chinese music chart, something called A Letter to Home. I was in rather good shape initially, but after listening to this noise, I got really unsettled. What I want to know is, what's up with the top Chinese music chart these days? Is this still the most authoritative music chart in the country? Any song could just randomly appear on it." He then stopped answering any more questions from the reporters and turned away, leaving together with his teammates and coach. On the screen, his teammate even patted him on his shoulder to console him. As this was a live interview, it was broadcast to everyone watching. Once this interview was broadcast, many of the trolls on Weibo were laughing madly. What the heck? Isn't this excuse too fucking far-fetched? You can blame others even though you lost the match yourself? Ha ha ha. Teacher Zhang has been scolded by someone again. Look at what you people have done by pushing A Letter to Home up onto the music chart. Just see for yourselves what happened. You have caused trouble for someone and made our country lose the match. What has that got to do with us? Aren't you blaming the toilet when you can't? Shit. Because this was an international tournament, and due to it being a live broadcast, Han Li's words caused a big sensation. Who wouldn't know about it when it had been broadcast on television? Immediately, doubting voices came flooding in. This idiot. This Han Li is always finding excuses. He did it previously as well. I'm so tickled from hearing that. What sort of crappy excuse is that? A loss is a loss. Why would you blame Zhang Ye for your loss? Faced with great pressure from the public opinions, the national table tennis team had no choice except to issue a response. Very quickly, the national table tennis team's head coach, Liu Yifeng, gave an interview. The female reporter asked, regarding Han Li's post-match comments, "What is your view on that?" Liu Yifeng replied calmly, "As far as I know, Han Li indeed has the habit of listening to music to relax before a match. As our athletes all have their own ways of relieving stress, there is nothing wrong with that. The players are still young and speak bluntly, so it's understandable since everyone is in a bad mood after losing the match." The female reporter probed, "Then do you mean that the reason for the national team losing is directly linked to A Letter to Home?" Liu Yifeng said, "Han Li is a young person and is easily affected by external factors. Based on my understanding of him, when something that he dislikes suddenly appears like a certain song or whatever else, it definitely affects him. As for the other athletes, it's also impossible for them not to get distracted as none of us are sages." The female reporter found it both funny and annoying. "Then do you mean that the reason for the loss is because of Zhang Ye?" After the tournament, Liu Yifeng learned of the origin of that song and who its singer was. He said, "I did not say that." But the female reporter thought to herself that it was clearly implied so. Liu Yifeng explained, "There are a lot of factors contributing to the loss of a match. Besides the external factors, we would reflect on ourselves as well. So the external factors were still the main reason. It was still A Letter to Home that caused your loss in the tournament?" Coincidentally, the changing room door behind was opened at this moment. Another member of the table tennis national team was just entering, saying to his teammate next to him as he walked in, "That a letter to home is really infuriating. What a troublesome mess it has caused. Otherwise, we would have won this match easily." He did not know the head coach was currently giving a live interview on television. After he saw them, he was startled and quickly left the room again, closing the door behind him. But what he said had been clearly broadcast to the public. The criticism immediately swarmed in. "What's the meaning of that? I thought only Han Li alone was immature, but it seems like the entire national team is blaming Zhang Ye now. Isn't this too far-fetched? Although many people are scolding Zhang Ye online, you guys should at least find a more reasonable excuse, right? What is this? Isn't this making something out of nothing at all? It was you who listened to the song willingly. No one forced you to listen to it. The table tennis player is young and not sensible? But why is the head coach also being not sensible? Yeah, Han Li always has this bad habit of pushing away responsibility. When he lost the match, shouldn't you as a head coach criticize him instead of helping to make excuses? Helping the national team push away the responsibility? What sort of person are you?" And to that player called Li, "We all heard what you said as well. Teacher Zhang has been shot again even though he did nothing wrong. This bunch of table tennis players are such jokes." After that, Han Li did not say another word. Liu Yifeng also did not give any explanations as he had probably already communicated it to the reporters in the changing room. In the end, the rest of the players on the team did not accept any further interviews either. The phone rang. It was from Yingyi. Zhang Ye was just scolding "fuck their grandpas" as he answered the call. Yingyi said, "Zhang." "Yes, it's me," Zhang Ye said. Yingyi blinked. "What is going on? You saw the live broadcast?" Zhang Ye snorted. "How could I have not seen it? They're even blaming me for not singing well. They lost their match just because they listened to my song. Then when Zhang Yuanqi, Chen Guang, and Fan Wenli sang well, why didn't they go and listen to their songs every day and become the world champions? What the hell are they bullshitting about me?" Yingyi said, "I'm overseas right now and I'm still at the tournament's arena. I've just finished my work and will return to Beijing tomorrow. Let me tell you something. This Han Li has always behaved like this. When he lost the match last year, he claimed that the table tennis paddle was no good. At the beginning of last year when he lost to a Japanese player, he said that the air in the competition arena was not good. Zhang Ye was so angry that he was amused. Then tell me, who have I offended? Why am I always getting the blame? All right, let's not talk about Han Li's faults for now. Why are his other teammates also behaving this way? And even their head coach is behaving this way? It doesn't make any sense at all. I really can't let the matter rest just like this." Yao Jinkai was entertained by this as he sat there beside him. His young buddy sure was getting unluckier by the day. Just singing a song could even cause such a massacre, making a world #2 table tennis player unable to play properly anymore. Thinking about it, there was no one else who could do something like this. Chapter 887. Zhang Ye, why don't you take over the skit? Chapter 887. Zhang Ye, why don't you take over the skit? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The incident blew up. A lot of people did not even bother watching the Spring Festival Gala anymore and rushed over to observe the commotion. A Letter to Home sits comfortably at #3 on the top Chinese music chart. Zhang Ye and Yao Jinsai's new crosstalk routine unanimously receives rave reviews. Men's team match at the World Team Table Tennis Championships ends in defeat. The reason for Han Li's loss. Head coach Liu Yifeng supportive of Han Li. Teammates' complaints of a Letter to Home broadcast live. Terrible to listen to. Loss was a result of the song. The online news was published one after another. Han Li was considered a very popular celebrity athlete. Although the attention and fame that a table tennis player received definitely could not be comparable to celebrities in the entertainment industry, if a celebrity athlete were successful in their career, their popularity would be quite high as well. In Zhang Ye's previous world, it was the same, with examples like Yao Ming, Lu Xiang, Li Na, and several others. At this moment, Han Li's Weibo account was getting mentioned countless times. The national team's head coach, Liu Yifeng, was also targeted by them. Even the national table tennis team's official Weibo was flooded by the netizens. Do you people know how to give an interview? Come on, be a gentleman and don't be shameful. I'm feel embarrassed for you all. You've disgraced yourselves completely this time. You guys still have the cheek to scold Zhang Ye after losing to the South Korean team? I'm really fucking angered by all of you. Do you people think you have the right to scold Zhang Ye? Do you know who Teacher Zhang is? He's the leader of the professional Korean insulters. He has been fighting against the Koreans ever since he debuted. And he even fought with a Korean celebrity before. Zhang Ye always stood at the front lines during the scolding battles against them. On this same day a year ago, Zhang Ye even got locked up at the police station after he beat up Li Anson, but countless people rushed to the police station to try to get Zhang Ye released. Do you know what that situation was like? Have you people witnessed something like that before? He has always been at the front lines scolding the Koreans, and has never lost before. Unlike you guys who blame it on Zhang Ye's song after losing the match. What sort of logic is that? I really take my hat off to you all. How can anyone criticize a song that is so touching? Go and watch Everything is Great. You'll understand after watching it. However, those Weibo accounts remained silent. Liu Yifeng, Han Li, and the rest of the national team players did not make any explanations or bother with them. Today was destined to be a night unlike any other night. The intense competition among all the provincial stations' Spring Festival galas, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's new crosstalk routine that shocked the entire country, a letter to home that stormed into the top Chinese music chart, the loss suffered by the men's team in the table tennis championship, Han Li's new excuse for losing his match, the silent agreement by the national table tennis team to support that excuse, the criticism from the netizens, etc. This first night of the Spring Festival was incredibly active. However, perhaps finding the commotion to not be big enough, another serious incident took place at Beijing television. Backstage, somewhere near the conference room, a group of people fell into disarray. Quick, call an ambulance. Io, what's happening? Dial 120. Teacher Chu Haiying has fainted. Don't touch him. He might be having a heart attack. Don't move him for no reason. Quick, get the heads here. This is bad. This is going to be real bad. Teacher Chu, please wake up. A moment later, Chang Xiaoyang led his team over in a hurry. Why is this happening? Old Chu, has anyone called for an ambulance? Why is the ambulance not here yet? Several of the Beijing television heads also rushed over. A female staff member nearly cried from the anxiety. There are not enough ambulances on call since it's the first day of the new year. A lot of the medical personnel have already gone on vacation. Chang Xiaoyang decided, stop waiting. Get someone to drive and send Teacher Chu to the hospital. Hurry. Hu Fei said loudly. Check old Chu's pockets to see if there is any medicine for his heart disease. Give it to him first if there is. Right, the medicine. Someone frantically searched for the medicine. After sending him away, Chang Xiaoyang's heart felt very heavy as he said, it's too stressful. A deputy station head sighed. Because of the Spring Festival Gala, everyone has been working tirelessly for too long. Teacher Chu has had heart problems all along. Chu Haiying's partner for an upcoming act said, what are we going to do about the performance now? It's going to start in an hour's time. A station head looked at Chang Xiaoyang and asked, Old Chang, is it possible to find a replacement? Chang Xiaoyang immediately said, Old Chu's skit revolves around him. The skit was completely created based on himself. It's impossible to replace him with someone else. A female assistant director stamped her feet worriedly. It's also too late for a replacement now. One of the production team staff suggested, how about replacing it with a backup act? Where are we going to find a backup act? Those performances that were not going to be used were all eliminated. Besides, there aren't any skits among those pre-selected acts. Even if there was, it would be too late to get them here and start preparing. What should we do then? Our viewership rating was just soaring. That's right. This is a live broadcast, and we can't allow it to be short of performance. We really have the chance to come out on top of the provincial stations. Spring Festival Galas this year. This is something that Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has never achieved before. This is the result that Zhang Ye and teacher Yao Jiankai have fought to give us. If the finale language act is gone and we end the Spring Festival Gala early, then that would be such a pity. Most importantly, the show list has already been confirmed, so there's no way we can end the gala early. Otherwise, what do we do for the acts that come after? Are we just going to broadcast commercials for at least 10 minutes during the vacated slot? Why don't we use a singing act to replace it? A singing act can only last for 2 or 3 minutes. We have to find at least 3, 4 of those acts then. How are we going to find them? Where can we find them? This isn't the way to handle it either. The production team was plunged into chaos, and everybody tried to get a word in. At this moment, Xiao Lu, who was in the crowd, suddenly made a casual suggestion. Why not create another skit as a replacement? Spontaneously create a skit? Spontaneously create the props? Going straight onto a live broadcast without any rehearsals? What the hell are you talking about? Who can do something like that? A lot of them couldn't be bothered with her suggestion. But when Chang Xiaoyang heard that, his eyes suddenly lit up, because he thought of someone. In a waiting room at the end of the corridor, Yao Jinkai asked, "What's going on outside? Why does it sound so chaotic? Did something happen?" But Zhang Ye ignored him and kept scolding people as he browsed through Weibo. "That's enough, bro." Yao Jinkai was overjoyed. "You've been scolding for the past 10 minutes. Take a break." Zhang Ye said, "I won't find it tiring even if I have to scold them for 3 straight days and nights." That bunch of bast. The door was pushed open by someone outside. More than a dozen people came into the room in an instant. Among them were a station head, Chang Xiaoyang, Hu Fei, Xiao Lu, Da Fei, and many of the directors and staff of the production team. The moment this group of people entered the room, they heard Zhang Ye, famous host, famous director, associate professor at Beijing University and Media College, cursing and swearing like a sailor. His words were really, really nasty, and most people would not be able to swear like him. Chang Xiaoyang, Hu Fei, the station head. Forget it. They just pretended they didn't hear him. They did not even discuss it, and unanimously took the decision to ignore it. Zhang Ye was shocked too and stopped his cursing. "Io, Director Chang? Brother Hu? Deputy Station Head Song? What is going on here?" Chang Xiaoyang got straight to the point. Teacher Chu Haiying had a sudden heart attack and was sent to the hospital. Yao Jinkai was stunned to hear that. How is he? Zhang Ye had heard Chu Haiying's name before and knew that he was a pretty good skit actor. Hu Fei immediately said, "We just called to check on him. He just arrived at the hospital and has regained consciousness. He should already be out of danger, but he definitely won't be able to make it for his act later." Zhang Ye heaved a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Thank goodness he's fine." Chang Xiaoyang looked at Zhang Ye and said, "But there's no one to perform the finale skit of Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala." Zhang Ye was also anxious for them and exclaimed, "Then what should we do? Hurry up and think of a solution." Director Zhang, an assistant director for Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, gazed at him and said, "Didn't you say earlier that you came up with a skit?" Hearing that, Zhang Ye was surprised. "What are you talking about?" That person repeated, "A skit." Zhang Ye pointed at his own nose and asked, "Me?" That person said, "Yes." Zhang Ye stared with his eyes wide and asked, "Did I say something like that?" Chang Xiaoyang nodded. "Yes, you did." "Bullshit. I'm a goddamn crosstalk comedian. Why would I create a skit? Do you think I'm crazy?" However, when Zhang Ye was about to say something, that assistant director made him swallow his words. That person said, "You were the one who said so. During the previous rehearsal, when you and Dong Shanshan were late, you mentioned that it was because the both of you were discussing a skit." Director Chang even remarked that if there were a chance, he would want to work with you on that skit next year. And you agreed as well. Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. Fuck, he seemed to have indistinctly really said those words before. Chang Xiaoyang immediately decided, "We don't have to wait for next year to work together anymore. Let's do it this year, right now, today. Teacher Zhang, all of us can only rely on you now. For the finale skit, why don't you take over?" "Me take over? A skit?" Zhang Ye nearly vomited blood. "Damn it, big bro, can you stop fooling around, please? I'm a crosstalk comedian. Why would I be performing a skit? I did say so previously, but that was only because Dong Shanshan and I were running late. I was simply making things up so that I could have a reason. Afterwards, I didn't even remember that I had said it. So why are you all taking it so seriously now? Even asking me to perform a skit? Do you guys really think that I can do everything?" Chapter 888. Zhang Ye takes over for the skit. Chapter 888. Zhang Ye takes over for the skit. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the waiting room, a group of people were staring straight at Zhang Ye. Chang Xiaoyang said in a serious tone, "Teacher Little Zhang, we can only rely on you now." Zhang Ye was nearly vomiting blood at this. "Director Chang, I really cannot do it." "Little Zhang," Hu Fei chipped in, "we all know how capable you are." Zhang Ye smiled wryly and said, "If you want me to do a crosstalk, I won't hesitate to agree. Old Yao and I will march up on stage to do another crosstalk for you guys. But it's a skit we're talking about. I've never done one before. I really can't pull it off. Why don't you ask someone else instead? See if there's anyone else who has prepared a skit." Hu Fei said, "If you can't do it, then nobody can." Zhang Yi kept waving his hands around. "You're thinking too highly of me. Please don't say that." After Yao Jiankai heard everything, he helped Zhang Yi by stating, "We crosstalk comedians and skit actors may look like we're both in the line of comedy, appearing to tickle the audience with our language acts. But realistically, we are two very different occupations and are clearly different things," the deputy station head hurriedly said. "But the issue now is that there is no one else." Zhang Yi added, "There's not much time left either." He looked at his watch. "There's just a little over an hour left now." One of the staff on the Spring Festival Gala production team immediately said, "Didn't you completely make up everything is great at the last minute with just an hour to go before the routine? There was even music added and a rearrangement of the bits too." Zhang Yi, "But I haven't properly thought out the skit yet, and it's still only a general concept for now. It doesn't even have a script." Yet another female staffer quickly responded, "When you did Zhang Ye's talk show, you attempted a live broadcast without the aid of a script. Then, while you were still at Beijing TV's Arts channel, your analysis of the Three Kingdoms show did not require a script either, isn't that so? When have you ever prepared a script in advance? Haven't you always just gone out and done your thing? Who in the industry has not heard of those deeds of yours before? Most of us in this room are your former co-workers and have worked with you before, so you can ask around and see if any of us have seen you getting on stage with a script." "Ho Ge, that's right. Da Fei, yep. Zhang Yi, but we don't even have the props prepared." Chang Xiaoyang immediately said, "As long as they are simple props, just tell us how you want it, and it will be done. The entire Beijing TV Spring Festival Gala production team is yours to command." Zhang Yi, "But Dong Shanshan still has to host the gala. I won't have enough people to do the skit." The deputy station head promptly decided there, and then, "We have a backup host who can immediately take over her duties. I just need to make a call, and Dong Shanshan will be here to help you with the finale skit." Zhang Yi was going crazy. "Your sister. Why do you guys have something to rebuke me with no matter what I say? You even have an answer for every issue that I've raised?" Chang Xiaoyang said earnestly, "Teacher Little Zhang, our Beijing TV Spring Festival Gala is, for the first time, in the running to win the Spring Festival Gala viewership ratings and also the closest we are to getting first. Right in front of us is that result. Yet something like this has cropped up at the 11th hour. Do you think we can just take it lying down like that?" "I can't," an assistant director said. "I can't either." Hu Fei said, "I can't accept it." Another female director sighed. "Yeah, this is too hard to stomach." Xiao Lu said, "We're just a step away." "Teacher Zhang." Ho Di said hopefully. "Teacher Zhang." Da Fei said loudly, "Teacher Zhang, please do it for us." A female assistant director said, "Yeah, Teacher Zhang. We're all depending on you now. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, please do it. You can do it." The group of people stood there and repeated his name. Zhang Ye's ears were aching from this constant chanting of his name. He forced a smile. "You guys are totally bullying me with your numbers." Then he looked at Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai didn't whether to laugh or cry as he shrugged and indicated that he couldn't do anything about it either. The waiting room door opened again, and another group of people came in. "Director Chang, how are we going to proceed? The station head was just pressuring us." "Yeah, how should the props be prepared?" "There isn't much time left, Director Chang. The entire production team has been plunged into chaos." However, Chang Xiaoyang did not say anything and just kept blinking as he looked at Zhang Yi, waiting for him to give his answer. Zhang Yi was unsure of what to do at this moment. He was a born and bred Beijinger who grew up watching the channels on Beijing television. He had worked here, fought here, and also gotten into trouble here. But even after all that, Beijing television still held a special place in his heart. Seeing such a huge problem take place at their Spring Festival Gala, he did not feel good about it. As a result, he was at odds with himself as to what he should do. "Director Zhang, Teacher Zhang, there's no time anymore." The production team was getting more and more flustered. Zhang Yi suddenly heaved a sigh of resignation and looked at them. "Is there really no one else?" One of the female assistant directors was nearly crying from worry. There's really no one else. Zhang Ye hesitated for a moment before saying, but I've never performed a skit before, so even I can't guarantee how it'll turn out. Are you guys sure that you want me to take over even if the results are not guaranteed? Chang Xiaoliang joyfully declared, whatever will be will be. That deputy station head added, as long as you can make it in time for the live broadcast and save the show list, any performance is fine. Zhang Ye shrugged his shoulders at Yao Jiankai and then looked at everyone. All right then, I'll agree to it. That's great. Xiaolu screamed. Dafei cheered and exclaimed, Teacher Zhang is awesome. Hu Fei regained his confidence with that. With you stepping up, there won't be a problem for sure. Speaking of Zhang Ye's character, everyone had to worry about it. This fellow was too hot-headed and would often go around stirring up trouble or scolding people. Everyone would choose to avoid him as he was a well-known hooligan of the entertainment circle. But when it came to Zhang Ye's reputation and capabilities in the artistic field, he was known to be more than dependable. Everyone could rest assured as long as he was handling it. Even though Zhang Ye had never made or performed in a skit before, when everyone learned he was going to step in, they unconsciously sighed with relief. Chang Xiaoliang grabbed Zhang Ye's hands and said sincerely, Thank you so much. Zhang Ye laughed and said, I'm just blindly going in to turn things around, so don't thank me first. You may thank me after everything is done and the routine is performed on time. Chang Xiaoliang asked, What do you need now? I need a little time to give some thought to the script, Zhang Ye replied. All right. Oh yes, I have to discuss things with Shanshan as well. No problem. The Spring Festival Gala was still going on. Every provincial station's Spring Festival Gala show was still fighting it out for the viewership ratings. The industry watched every single move, wanting to know which provincial station's Spring Festival Gala would become the ultimate winner. Last year, it was Hunan Television's Spring Festival Gala that achieved the highest overall viewership rating, and the year before that, Liaoning Television won it. While another year before that, it was Dragon Television that led the way. Who would it be this year? Could it be Beijing Television? Some industry insiders started to discuss this topic. I initially felt that it would be Liaoning TV's Spring Festival Gala. Yeah, they kicked it off with great momentum. But I'm not too sure now. Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala had Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai help them turn the tide. That season duo's crosstalk was incredibly enjoyable to listen to. A crosstalk routine has saved the entire station's gala. But we still have to watch on until the other shows are done. Nothing is confirmed as of yet. If Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala wins, then it would truly be a miraculous night tonight. But no matter how it turns out, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai will definitely experience a popularity growth after tonight with their crosstalk routine. After all, this is a provincial station's Spring Festival Gala broadcast on their satellite channel with so many sets of eyes watching. That incident with the table tennis national team from earlier should not affect Zhang Ye much either. After being held down for so many years, Beijing TV is finally set for a breakthrough. They've totally made the right move by inviting Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai to perform on their show. Using the popularity of this year's Spring Festival Gala, Beijing TV should be able to increase their overall ratings for this coming year. Why do the provincial stations place so much importance on their Spring Festival Gala shows, even if it means pulling out? All stops. Because it's a plan for the long term. It's a key step in a television station's development. But it was at this moment that several startling news headlines appeared. Entertainment report. Major crisis at Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Online tracer. Chu Haiying rushed to Fuwai Hospital after collapsing from heart attack. Beijing Daily News Online Edition. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala finale act left hanging. Soon to be a major live broadcast incident. What happened to Chu Haiying was too major to cover up, especially since it happened in conjunction with the critical juncture of the Spring Festival Gala live broadcast. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Heavens! How could that happen? How is Teacher Chu now? How is he? I heard that he's already out of danger. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. But then what's going to happen to Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala now? Beijing TV has met with big trouble again. This is a live broadcast for the Spring Festival Gala. If there isn't an act to fill the gap, wouldn't it cause a huge problem? Nothing like this has ever happened before. How unlucky. Yeah, I thought Beijing TV would do well this year. Fuck, this is bad. Something big has happened at Beijing TV again. They're done for. They certainly won't be getting number one. They've messed it up right at the final stretch. They won't be fighting to be the viewership rating champion anymore, I guess. That's secondary. They'll need to deal this glaring issue first. There's about an hour left until Chu Haiying's act is supposed to come on, right? How are they going to fill this gap? The advantage that Zhang Ye and teacher Yao Jiankai have fought so hard to gain has gone down the drain. The netizens were in full gossip mode. Many of those netizens discussing Han Li and the table tennis national team turned their focus to this when they heard the news. There was only an hour to go before the scheduled skit would go live. With the skit actor suffering a heart attack, everyone was extremely worried for Beijing television, which had suffered a tumultuous setback. There was a heated discussion within the industry. Are you serious? They're done for this time. Yeah, even though they had help from Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai's crosstalk, there's no way for Beijing TV to get back on their feet this time. Viewership rating? I think the more important question is whether they can finish the show. Let's see who gets chosen to replace the act. There's no one else. I think they did not prepare any backup acts in their lineup. It doesn't matter who gets chosen to stand in for the act. Just look at the time. Right. The problem is that there isn't any time left. If this amounts to a broadcasting issue, the punishment for Beijing TV would definitely be quite heavy. Let's wait and see how Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala will handle this. Chapter 889. The Three Greenhorns Finalize Their Act. Chapter 889. The Three Greenhorns Finalize Their Act. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Liaoning Television. Someone from the production team suddenly shouted, "Hey, come and see this." A big issue has cropped up at Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. What happened? Asked a director from Liaoning Television's Spring Festival Gala as he rushed over. That person said, "Teacher Chu Haiying's skit won't be happening anymore." Huh? What happened? Dragon Television. The executive director stayed silent for a while before saying, "There's no need to consider Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala in the running anymore." Oh, what? Aren't they leading strongly at the moment? Some people still did not know about the situation. The executive director threw the cell phone showing the news headlines on it to one of his deputies. They're in deep trouble. Zhujiang Television. Director Su, is the news true? It's true. I just called a friend of mine at Beijing TV to confirm. Then they're going to be in trouble. Right. At this time, where could they find someone to take over the show list? Perfect. Our closest rival is no more. The outside world was in heated discussions, but in a waiting room at Beijing Television, it was exceptionally quiet. This place should have been the focus of events, but at this point of time, even a pin drop could be heard loudly and clearly. Creak. The sound of a door opening broke the silence. Dong Shanshan walked in with a face of consternation. What's the situation? Zhang Ye gave a wry smile to her. Close the door first, close it. I have very weak mental fortitude. Please don't scare me like that, Zhang. Dong Shanshan closed the door as she spoke in an incredulous tone. The two of us are going to perform a skit. We're going to stand in for Teacher Chu's finale skit act? Old classmate, please don't joke with me this way. Even if we were classmates, should you really be scamming me like that? Yao Jiankai said. Little Zhang was forced into it too. The deputy station head and executive director, along with over 20 others, all came begging Zhang Ye for his help. Dong Shanshan nearly fainted from that. But you still can't promise them something like that. Zhang Ye threw up his hands and said, I don't have any choice. They wanted me to do it no matter what. Dong Shanshan dragged a chair over and sat down in front of Zhang Ye. But it's not like you don't know what the two of us do. We're formerly broadcasting graduates, so how could we have performed any skits before? I wonder why they suddenly decided to find you as the replacement? And they even dragged me in as well. Zhang Ye coughed and said, Didn't we use that excuse that time we were late? We said that we were discussing a skit. Dong Shanshan. She looked at Yao Jiankai. Teacher Yao, you must say something about this. What are they trying to do? Yao Jiankai laughed. Since it's already been decided, then the two of you will have to do it no matter what. Zhang Ye suddenly turned his head to him and said, What do you mean the two of us? Shouldn't it be the three of us? Hearing that, Yao Jiankai nearly suffered a heart attack. What? You're even dragging me in. Zhang Ye said, "Of course. How can we perform a skit with only 2 people?" Yao Jinkai fainted. He had been enjoying the commotion, but turned anxious right at the next second. "Damn, why did you promise them something like that? Quickly tell them that you can't do it, and ask to change it to someone else. I've never acted in a skit before either." Hearing that, Dong Shanshan could only laugh at their predicament. This is great. A variety show host, a television drama actor and cross-talk comedian, and a host-cum-math professor-cum-director. Even with the 3 of us put together, we're amateurs no matter how you look at it. We don't even have a script for the skit, yet we're slated to go on stage for the Spring Festival Gala's finale act. What's more, the time? She looked at her watch and exclaimed, "There's only 58 minutes left." Zhang Ye nodded. It is what it is. Dong Shanshan could only look helplessly at this old classmate of hers. "Zhang Ye, I know that you've always had a lot of balls, but I never could have expected you to be this ballsy. With the 3 of us, do you really think that we can do it?" Zhang Ye replied. "Even if we can't, we must." Yao Jinkai sighed. "Hi." Zhang Ye composed himself before stating, "Shanshan, let me ask you this seriously. Are you capable of handling the skit?" Dong Shanshan hesitated for a moment and answered, "I don't know." "Old Yao?" Zhang Ye asked. Yao Jinkai answered bitterly, "My main profession is acting. If you insist that I go on, it's not like I can't do it, but I can't promise that it'll be good. The main problem is that I've never acted in a skit before." Dong Shanshan latched onto his words and said, "It's the same for me. I can do it if I'm forced to go on stage, but as for how it would turn out, only a ghost would know." Zhang Ye abruptly said, "As long as you 2 are willing to go on stage, that's good enough." Dong Shanshan said in a speechless manner, "Can your standards get any lower than this?" Yao Jinkai questioned, "And where's the script? Where's the script for the skit?" The 3 of them immediately went silent. How worrisome. The 3 of them were all more worried than the other, especially Zhang Ye, who was the most stressed. But suddenly, after thinking for a while, Zhang Ye smacked his thigh with great force and said with irritation, "I won't believe that we can't do it. Why can't we handle this? Based on what reasons are we not going to make it?" He turned to Dong Shanshan and said, "Shanshan, you were our most outstanding student back then, taking part in activities and competitions organized by the school and always doing well in them. Whenever the name of Dong Shanshan was mentioned in the past, even students from other faculties would likely have heard of you. Which of the broadcasting major teachers did not give you their highest approval? Isn't it only a skit? I don't believe you won't be able to handle it." Dong Shanshan let out a small sigh. A hero does not mention his glorious past, but anyway. "All right, I'll give it a try, I guess." Zhang Ye looked at Yao Jinkai. "Old Yao, you're the one with the most experience among us. How many years have you been acting? You were already fighting it out in the industry before I was even born. The number of roles you have portrayed should number at least close to 100. For example, other than the father-in-law roles you have played, there's also the father-in-law role and the other father-in-law role. Okay, I guess you haven't taken on too many types of roles." "Yao Jinkai," Zhang Ye said, "but your acting skill is absolutely not a problem." Yao Jinkai glanced at him. "But of course," Zhang Ye said, "if I hand you a script right now, I don't believe that you won't be able to memorize it within the hour." "The skit's lines," Yao Jinkai said confidently. "It'll be quite short. I won't even need an hour to remember everything." Dong Shanshan added, "If it's just lines, I won't have a problem with it. I dare say that I can handle something as basic as that." Yao Jinkai looked at Zhang Ye. "You're asking about us, but what about yourself?" Zhang Ye smiled. "Are you talking about the performance or the lines?" "If it's about the performance, I have also acted in movies before." In fact, he had even eaten a lot of the acting skills experience books, so he remarked, "As for the lines, Old Yao, when have you ever seen me use a script whenever I host a show?" Yao Jinkai, "I nearly forgot how crazy you are when it comes to that." Zhang Ye clapped his hands hard. "So if that's the case, do we still have any problems?" Yao Jinkai was also getting pumped up. "Hell, let's do it. Let's go for it. We have to do it whether we're ready or not." Dong Shanshan also understood what was at stake. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Right, the 3 of us are going to show everyone this time that even if we're amateurs, we can still create a classic skit. Let the 3 of us show them what we've got." Yao Jinkai smacked his lips together and said, "A classic skit? If we can get something out in time for the live broadcast, that would be good enough. That won't do. I'll either not do anything at all or do it to my best, Zhang Ye declared. Dong Shanshan looked at him. But what about the script? Zhang Ye replied, I'm still thinking about it. As they had too little time to prepare, their conditions for the skit were greatly limited. Number 1. The script had to be simple, and the lines must not be overly complicated. Number 2. They couldn't depend on too many props. Everything had to be kept simple. Number 3. There would be 3 skit performers, 2 men and a woman. Number 4. The skit must be enjoyable to watch. Combining all those conditions, they would be highly restricted to the type of skit they could perform. In Zhang Ye's mind right now were all of his previous World's Central TV Spring Festival Gala skits since its first broadcast. Although there were many bad skits there definitely would also be some classic performances over the years, which had been picked out. Those classics were so good that they contained numerous jokes and great humor. Which one should he use? That one? No, that would require them to have Scottish kilts as a prop, and there wasn't enough time to get them. How about that one? It wouldn't do either. The props were too big, and there wasn't enough time for it either. Or should he choose that one? Not that either. The other 2 people's lines were too complicated. Dong Shanshan and Yao Jinkai were not like Zhang Ye. Within an hour, they would only be able to memorize enough lines for a normal skit, but anything more than that would not be possible for them. Besides, they didn't really have an hour left anymore, and they still had to allocate part of the time to get in a dry run. But then there really weren't many skits they could use. Almost to the point of none. Sweat beads were forming on Zhang Ye's forehead. There wasn't much time left anymore. If he had been informed earlier, if only he had a few more days, he could have prepared a lot of skits to be performed. Yet now, he took out his cell phone to check the time. Instead, he saw the notifications from Weibo, which he accidentally tapped, launching the Weibo app. The first thing he saw was criticism. Boycott Zhang Ye. What sort of lousy lyrics are those? It was terrible to listen to. For a song to cause our national team to lose their match, I'm totally bewildered. Zhang Ye is the scourge itself. I think that our national table tennis team was right to complain. If it weren't for that bunch of Zhang Ye fans helping push that song up the charts, our men's team would not have lost the championship. Supporting the table tennis team. You guys have worked hard. I heard that an issue has cropped up at Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. Haha, they deserve it. You people even dared to invite an entertainment industry hooligan like Zhang Ye to perform a crosstalk on your gala? See, this is the retribution you get. This time, Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has received more than they can handle. We don't even know if that incident will be resolved yet. Reading up until here, Zhang Ye suddenly had an idea. Hey, I got it. Wouldn't that Central TV Spring Festival Gala skit from that year be a good choice? Remembering that, Zhang Ye suddenly got excited and banged the table. He immediately picked up a pen and grabbed paper to start writing the script for the skit. Old Yao Shanshan, I've thought of one. Already. Come over and see. Yao Jinkai was stunned. So quickly. What's the skit about? Dong Shanshan rushed over. Zhang Ye wrote it down as he spoke. This script was not written for himself since he did not have any use for it, but he had write out the lines for Yao Jinkai and Dong Shanshan to memorize. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Zhang Ye related the entire skit to them in double time. After hearing it, Yao Jinkai was truly shocked and astonished. This was written by you just now. That's right. It was a flash of brilliance. Zhang Ye said, ecstatic. Ha ha ha. Dong Shanshan suddenly stretched out her hand and hit Zhang Ye's head. Zhang Ye was taken aback. What are you trying to do? Dong Shanshan said. I wanted to see if you'd show your true colors. Zhang Ye was amused. What? Do you think I'm a monster or something? Even if you're not a monster, you're not far off from one. Yao Jinkai said incredulously. That was too damn fast. Zhang Ye laughed. Let's stick to the problem at hand. Do you two think it'll work? Yao Jinkai chuckled. If this doesn't work, what would? Dong Shanshan snapped her fingers. This'll do. Zhang Ye said, okay. It's settled then. The 3 greenhorns instantly clicked. Chapter 890. The skit makes its appearance. Chapter 890. The skit makes its appearance. Translator, leg editor, leg. Once the script was settled, Zhang Ye shouted out the door. Everyone was called in. Over a dozen people from the Spring Festival Gala production team crowded in, waiting for Zhang Ye's instructions. The station head and executive director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Chang Xiaoyang, had already given instructions to anyone without active jobs in the production team to fully obey Zhang Ye's commands and for every department in Beijing Television to give their fullest support to him. If necessary, they did not even need to seek Chang Xiaoyang or the head's permission and just do their best to help Zhang Ye, Dong Shanshan, and Yao Jinkai in making the skit the best it could be to turn things around. Zhang Ye quickly asked, "Who is in charge of props?" "Teacher Zhang, go ahead and say what you need." Someone stepped forward. Zhang Ye said, "I need a set of office equipment that includes a desk, some shelves, and a sofa." That person noted it down as he listened. "No problem. And these other things which I've written down as well." Zhang Ye handed a piece of paper to him. That person took it and scanned through it, then asked in a slightly stunned manner, "This is?" Zhang Ye immediately said, "Don't ask, just follow what I've written. The props are very important, so you must arrange them properly." That person replied at once, "Okay, I'll definitely get it done. How about the costumes?" Zhang Ye asked again. "Here." A man and a woman stepped forward. Zhang Ye said, "I need these kind of costumes and this as well." He gave a list of the costume requirements to them, and after handing down some other instructions, he said, "Thanks for all the help, everyone." After receiving their instructions, they frantically went to do their duties. Everyone had rushed in and immediately back out of the waiting room as time was running low and everybody was anxious. The door closed. The room was quiet again. No one disturbed them. Zhang Ye, Yao Jinkai, and Dong Shanshan gathered together and started to go through the script as they raced against time. "Old Yao, you don't have too many lines, but I have to mention some of the technicalities to you first. For example, here, your tone cannot be too harsh, and it has to be a little more casual. And over here, your expression must agree with the lines. Let me demonstrate to you." "Yes, that's about it. Shanshan, you have the most lines of the three of us. Whether this skit will be successful or not will mainly depend on you. For example, here, and here, you must take note and keep your emotions in check. You can't speed through your lines. There are also some lines that shouldn't be delivered too slowly either. And a skit is different from acting, so when we stand on the stage, we must always face the audience. We cannot have our backs or sides face the cameras. Come, let's go through our lines." The three of them began to discuss and polish the script over and over again. Suddenly, a call came in, but Zhang Yi instantly rejected the call. Dong Shanshan said, "Turn off your cell phone. I forgot to just now." Zhang Yi was just about to turn off his cell phone when it rang again. So Zhang Yi answered the call and immediately asked, "Who is this? I have some urgent matters to attend to. If there's a problem, please call me back later." However, a weak, middle-aged man's voice sounded from the other end. "I'm Chu Haiying." Zhang Yi was stunned. "Ayo, Teacher Chu." Yao Jinkai and Dong Shanshan were also slightly taken aback as they looked over. "Aren't you at the hospital now? Why are you still calling me?" Zhang Yi said worriedly. Chu Haiying said, "I really couldn't hold up at my end any longer, Teacher Little Zhang. I've heard everything from the production team. I'm so sorry for giving you trouble at such a time." Zhang Yi quickly said, "It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all." Chu Haiying remained silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "For the finale skit act, I'm counting on you." When Zhang Yi heard that, he suddenly felt even more pressured and said in a serious tone, "Teacher Chu, just take care of yourself. I'll handle things here, so you can rest easy." Chu Haiying said, "Thank you." After hanging up, Zhang Yi gave a wry smile and said, "Our performance this time has to succeed no matter what. Teacher Chu just called and said that he would be entrusting the skit to us." Yao Jinkai said, "Let's give it our best shot then." Dong Shanshan said helplessly, "This time, it seems like the stakes are really high." Zhang Yi said firmly, "Our difficult task will begin soon. We have to take this on no matter what." It was 40 minutes until their turn on the stage. The staff of Beijing Television were in turmoil. "Time is running out. How's the progress? I heard that they're already readying the props." "Ayo, is there still time for that? How about the script for the skit?" "I don't know. No one saw any script and Director Chang probably did not see it either. I think they are rehearsing at the moment, so no one dares disturb them." "Why are you even talking about the script? It would already be good enough if they can avert the present situation." How can you expect Zhang Ye to produce a good script for the skit with just an hour to go? If they can manage to go on stage and perform the skit, that's already more than enough. We don't even know whether they can make it in time. We can only depend on teacher Zhang now. Yeah, whether we can tide over this crisis will all depend on teacher Zhang Ye. Although Chang Xiaoliang was at the venue directing the live broadcast, his mind was not focused there. Hu Fei was anxiously pacing in circles. Ho Gu, Da Fei, and the others were praying silently. The production team was also feeling extremely tense, but there weren't much they could help with, except for readying the props and costumes to the best of Zhang Ye's requirements. This was the only thing they could do right now. Another performance had finished. Broadcasting, counting down to the last 30 minutes. At home, his grandma asked, "When is little Yi coming home?" His first aunt said, "He should be back soon, I think." Maybe not. His father was watching Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala and said, "Didn't Ming Ming just say that something has happened over at the TV station?" His third sister said cheekily, "But that has nothing to do with bro at all. He has already completed his job there." "No, I mean, he has excelled in his performance there today." His eldest sister nodded. "Our bro was so awesome today." Counting down to the last 20 minutes. The internet continued having heated discussions. The other provincial stations' Spring Festival galas have already started breaking out their finales. Yeah, this performance on Zhejiang TV is honestly good. The station's popularity has risen again. That's because Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala is no longer competing with them anymore. Hi, it's so unfortunate. I'm still watching Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala, and I feel that it's pretty good. What's good about it? Xu Haiying can't make an appearance, and the finale skit is gone too. Actually, what I was most looking forward to on Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala were Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's crosstalk routine and Xu Haiying's skit. I was elated after watching Everything is Great and felt very satisfied by that. But somehow the finale skit act got cancelled? Then what is there left to look forward to? It's time to change the channel. I'll change the channel too. Yes, there's indeed nothing left to look forward to. I'll still watch Beijing TV. I want to see how they are going to turn things around. Yeah, I also wonder who they'll get to stand in for this skit. Who can there be? There's no one who can do it. Teacher Chu's skits are very unique and his style is incredibly distinct. They are always great fun to watch. So who can replace Teacher Chu's spot? No one has the popularity and ability to do so. Counting down to the last 10 minutes. The industry insider's attention was wholly focused on Beijing television. Is it going to start soon? So how are they going to resolve it? Can it really be resolved? I don't know. There's no news about it. I think it's hopeless. If a live broadcast problem occurs, they're bound to be punished. All their efforts for Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has come to naught this year. Central TV employees had also tuned into Beijing television, especially the production team of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, who hated Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala to the bone. During the rehearsal of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai had mocked the crosstalk routine of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, even naming their routine, "I want to get on the Spring Festival Gala." At that time, it had caused a lot of fans to cast doubt on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. They sincerely believed that the reason why so many people insulted and cursed Central TV's Spring Festival Gala this year was because of Zhang Ye's crosstalk routine on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala opening the floodgates. Now that something had happened at Beijing Television, many of them were gloating at this unfortunate accident. Retribution. It should be enough trouble for them this time. Let's see how they'll handle this. No one can help Beijing TV now. Chen Yu was also watching Beijing Television. Jiang Naixiong, Jiang Yuan, and Su Yipeng were watching as well. The director of Central TV Department 14, Yin Tianfei, was also extremely concerned about the situation there and wanted to call to Zhang Ye to ask for an update on the situation. But unfortunately, Zhang Ye's cell phone was off. Count down to the last 5 minutes. As it got closer to the given time, a lot of people were surprised that more and more people were changing their channel to Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala instead. Even many of Liaoning Television's and Mango TV's faithful audience tuned into Beijing Television. There was no reason other than purely wanting to witness the mess and commotion of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. At this moment, Everyone had turned their full attention to Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Everyone was wondering what would happen next. Would the live broadcast be cut? Would the gala end early? Or would the hosts apologize? Counting down to the final minute. The last performance before the finale skit had just ended. Countless people from every province and district in the entire country all had their eyes on Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. It's almost time. It's starting. Will they cut off the live broadcast feed? It's finally time. Strange. Why isn't Dong Shanshan doing the introductions on the language act stage? I don't know. She hasn't been there since a while ago. Why did they replace her with another host in the middle of the live broadcast? Who knows what happened? Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala is really experiencing a wave of trouble. Stop talking already and just watch. I'm just waiting for the hosts to make the announcement. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Live on the scene of the language act stage. The audience was also getting worried. The issue was so large that even the live audience knew about it. They were just like the home audience all around the country who were watching their televisions, staring unblinkingly at the male host and the new replacement female host on stage. However, to everyone's surprise, not only did the two hosts of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala not look panicked, they were even beaming. The male host smiled and said, "I was nerve-wracked just from watching the acrobatics act just now." The female host laughed and said, "How is that considered nerve-wracking?" "Oh." The male host looked at her. The female host gestured to the side and said, "The performance that is truly nerve-wracking is right at the end. Those people who just left the stage a bit ago are back again for some reason." The male host also looked over all smiles. "Is that so?" The female host said, "Please enjoy the skit. Playing it up. Are back again. Left the stage a bit ago?" Everyone blinked, not understanding what was going on. What did they mean? The curtains were drawn. The cameras cut to the stage. The stage, arranged into an office setting, was unveiled in front of the audience. Also on stage was a person. When the audience saw this person, they nearly jumped out of their seats in shock. The people watching Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala on their televisions were also shocked. So much so that their jaws nearly dropped. In this moment, no one could believe what their eyes were seeing. What? This? Holy shit. Are my eyes deceiving me? How could it be him? Why is it him? It's Zhang Ye. What is he doing there? Heavens. It's actually goddamn Zhang Ye. Oh my god. Each and every one of the audience members was dumbfounded. Chapter 891. Skit. Playing it up. Beginning. Chapter 891. Skit. Playing it up. Beginning. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. Everyone was dumbfounded. His third sister nearly fainted. "That's our brother." His mother stared with her mouth agape and exclaimed, "Holy shit. Why is little Yi on stage?" His eldest sister said in astonishment, "Why is it our brother coming on?" Chinchin's jaw dropped. His grandpa and grandma were staring wide-eyed. Little Yi is performing in a skit. At Central TV, Su Yipeng was shocked. What? Chen Yi was shaken. What is he doing on stage? They must have messed up. Why is it him? Damn, what happened? Why did they use Zhang Yi as the replacement? Everyone from Central TV's Spring Festival Gala was shocked by this scene. On Weibo, "Hey, come and see. Zhang Yi has reappeared on stage." Ah, Zhang Yi is going to perform in the skit. Is Beijing TV crazy? Why did they get Zhang Yi to turn things around? It's only been an hour between the incident with Chu Haiying and now. How did they get this skit out on time? Quick, read the info box at the bottom of the screen. What? Performers? Zhang Yi, Yao Jinkai, Dong Shanshan? Fucking hell. I was wondering why Dong Shanshan was not hosting just now. A host and two crosstalk comedians. Those three amateurs are actually going to perform a skit? Damn, I'm a little confused. Who can pinch me so that I know they're serious? Notify everyone at once. Yeah, everyone has got to know about this. Quickly tune into Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. Something big has happened again. Zhang Yi is coming on for the finale skit. Act at the whole wide world. Go and watch it. Does Zhang Yi know how to act in a skit? Who knows? Surely Yao Jinkai and Dong Shanshan are not up to it either. Ha Chi-Chi and Zhang Zuo were dumbfounded watching the TV. Fan Wenli and Chen Guang were dumbfounded watching their TV. When the famous skit actress C.I. Xiaofeng saw that familiar figure appearing on Beijing television's Spring Festival Gala, she was also shocked. Little Zhang? Him? Acting in a skit? At this moment, everyone's jaw dropped. Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala production team were sweating from the nerves. The staff who readied the props earlier had only managed to get everything prepared 5 minutes before the skit began. They then had to sprint up on stage to get the props set up, and could only clear the stage when the hosts were introducing the start of the next act, and the curtains were about to be drawn back up. It was a really close call. They nearly didn't manage to make it in time. Chang Xiaoyang clenched his fists. You've all worked hard. Great job. No sweat. We're fine. It's Teacher Zhang who has worked hard. Whether this will turn all out fine or not will depend on Zhang Ye. Break a leg, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, we're all depending on you. Hu Fei, Ho Gu, Xiao Lu, and the others were trembling and their minds were very unsettled. This was the result of extreme nervousness, anxiety, anticipation, unease. But all those emotions were not going to help with anything. For now, the stage could only be handed to the trio of Zhang Ye, Yao Jiankai, and Dong Shanshan. It was up to fate now. At the venue, the skit began. The audience couldn't stay shocked. Before they could really react in time, they were already staring straight at the stage and subconsciously started clapping. Loud applause rang out promptly. Amid the applause, Zhang Ye ran to the center of the stage. At present, he was a totally different person from when he performed the crosstalk routine. His expression had changed, his costume also different. He was now dressed in a very plain sweater and jeans. As he ran out, Zhang Ye shouted, "It's over, it's over, it's over. Something big has happened. Our office's longtime director has unfortunately been swatted down like a fly, and the higher-ups have dispatched another fly. I mean a replacement. A newly appointed official always makes drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge. Now that our manager has summoned me for a meeting, and I've always had my little faults, I guess my job is on the line. I'm doomed." Appointed another fly? The venue's audience snorted in laughter. Several skit actors from a previous performance were backstage when they were stunned by what they heard. This skit's setting and characters were painted out very clearly right from the get-go. A newly appointed director? A period of crackdown? Summoned by the manager? Job is on the line. And there was even a joke within this short introduction. Just by those words, the skill could be seen, and the skit was clearly in a standard format and had a concept befitting of one. It was very well thought out. Who wrote this script? Was it Zhang Ye himself? The camera focused over onto an office desk. Only then did many people realize that there was another person sitting in the chair behind the desk, sleeping with arms propped up. Dong Shanshan, dressed in a business suit, was snoring with her head down. Zhang Ye warily looked at her and blinked several times, calling out softly, "Manager Ma? Manager Ma?" Dong Shanshan's head swayed as she woke up. Who is it?" "Yo, little Hao, come in, come." Zhang Ye scratched his head and said, "Apologies for disturbing your sleep." Dong Shanshan lifted a teacup and sipped from it a few times. "It's fine, I'll get back to sleep again in a bit." "No worries." The audience. Ha! Uffed. A round of applause rang out. Although there wasn't much laughing, many of the audience members had their attention pulled into the skit. The audience settled down. Dong Shanshan crossed her legs and sat back, looking like the manager she was. She said, "Sit." "So, has your family been lately doing all right?" Zhang Ye sat there timidly on the sofa, with both hands on his knees. "As of now, we're still doing all right. But as for what's to come..." He closed his eyes and said in resignation, "I'll leave it to fate." The audience were tickled pink. Again, Dong Shanshan glanced at him. "I heard that you usually like to play some table tennis when there's not much to do at work." Zhang Ye was startled by that, and quickly said, "I'll reflect. I was too playful. Playing table tennis harms others and myself. If I ever play table tennis again, I'll break both my arms myself." He claimed out loud, I reject prostitution, gambling, and table tennis." When he said that, the entire live audience was surprised for a moment before breaking out into hearty laughter. This gag came so suddenly that no one was prepared for it. The entire audience was laughing like crazy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Reject table tennis? Why would you place table tennis alongside vices like prostitution, gambling, and drugs? If it weren't for that earlier incident, the audience wouldn't have laughed like they did. Because just an hour ago, Han Li and the national table tennis team had lost their match. They even publicly pinned the blame for their loss on Zhang Ye at the post-match press conference, saying that it was because of Zhang Ye that they had lost their match. At that time, a lot of people were amused by this reaction as they felt that the table tennis team were really ungraceful in defeat. What had Zhang Ye done? Why was it his fault just because they lost the table tennis match? Everyone had expected that this matter would blow over and just die a natural death. But beyond everyone's expectations, within just an hour of the live broadcast of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Zhang Ye began sarcastically remarking about it after coming on stage. He was even doing it in the most outspoken of ways. The audience exploded with laughter. The netizens were also roaring with laughter. This is so awesome. This is who Zhang Ye is. Yeah, this is exactly who Zhang Ye is. Ha ha ha. Reject prostitution, gambling, and table tennis? Just how did he come up with all of that? I'm dying of laughter. Why did the national table tennis team have to offend him of all people? It's not like you guys don't know how much of a hooligan Zhang Ye can be. You just had to provoke him, didn't you? Look, now you've attracted his attention and got made fun of by him. And it's even happening at the Spring Festival Gala where all the viewers in the country can see. I'm cramping from laughing. This grumpy temper is what I like most about Zhang Ye. This skit is really a surprise. Looking at how it's going, this script is certainly written by Zhang Ye. Of course, those lines are so sarcastic that I don't think anyone else but him would think of them. I'm really looking forward to how it will unfold. My attention is drawn. At Hanli, you've gotten yourself into trouble now. At China Table Tennis Team, you're all in trouble. Face-smacking Zhang has called all of you out. The netizens were so excited it was like they were having an adrenaline rush. Abroad, at a hotel near the competition grounds. After the tournament, the table tennis team headed back to the hotel for a rest. The coach and team members also held a meeting to discuss the problems that led to their loss. After the discussion was over, everyone went about doing their own things. All right, try to turn in early, Lu Yifeng, the head coach, said. Han Li was still harping. If it weren't for Zhang Ye's song. The head coach said, if you saw that it was his song, you shouldn't have played it. A teammate said, I'm sure Big Han didn't know that it was sung by Zhang Ye. Another teammate beside them did not say anything at all. He was watching the live streams of the Spring Festival galas on his cell phone. Suddenly, he clicked on the stream for Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. A voice sounded. I'll reflect. I was too playful. Playing table tennis harms others and myself. If I ever play table tennis again, I'll break both my arms myself. I reject prostitution, gambling, and table tennis. Everyone in the room was shocked by that. Who's that? What are you watching? Reject table tennis? Fuck, who's saying that? Everyone from the table tennis team went over to take a look and were angered and surprised simultaneously. Zhang Ye, your grandpa. What are you trying to say? On TV, the skit continued. Dong Shanshan smiled knowingly and said, I'll put it to you this way then. The newly appointed director Yao, coincidentally, likes to play table tennis. Her. You know what to do, right? Manager. Zhang Ye had a bitter look on his face as he spoke, varying the loudness of his voice. You're putting me in a tight spot that way. I can at most control myself from not playing, but I can't possibly control the director. Ha. Who's asking you to control the director? Ha ha ha. The audience laughed loudly as they started getting more and more into the skit. Dong Shanshan was so angered that she could only roll her eyes at him. Then, she stood up and walked next to Zhang Ye. Hao Jian, your understanding of a situation is terrible. The reason? Because you have no desire to advance in your career. Let me tell you, if you keep that attitude, you'll just be an office drone all your life. Zhang Ye's face lit up as he stood up and said excitedly, Really? Then I can be at ease. My job is safe after all. He bowed deeply to her. The audience. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Ye looks so weak in that role. Ha ha ha. He's acting really well. The two of them are acting really well. Warm applause rang out. Dong Shanshan had no recourse but to facepalm and point at him. Hao Jian, your hobby and the director's hobby are the exact same. Do you know how great an opportunity it is? She fanned her hands upward. This is the perfect chance to make your ancestors so proud that they'd rise from their graves. Aren't you excited? The audience cramped up with laughter. Again, Zhang Ye blinked several times at her. Where's the excitement? Dong Shanshan gave up and explained to him. Come here and sit down. Look, in our department, only you know how to play table tennis. So if you can make the director happy by playing table tennis with him, wouldn't you become the director's fair-haired boy? Zhang Ye did not understand. Fair-haired boy. Dong Shanshan snapped her fingers and looked at him, saying, Zhang Xiaoa, a character from a novel of this world, similar to Wei Xiaobao from The Deer and the Cauldron of Zhang Ye's previous world, who practiced martial arts with the emperor. What did he end up as in the end? Zhang Ye blinked. A eunuch. Puffed ha. Eunuch? Io. Ha ha ha. The audience was laughing again. Dong Shanshan completely gave up on explaining further and stood up. She said in a speechless manner, All right, you don't have to understand. She took several steps toward her office desk and continued, Starting today, the only job you have when you come into work each day is practicing table tennis. Drop the rest of your work. Prioritize. Then she picked up her cup and drank some tea. Zhang Ye asked, But I can't just drop my work and play table tennis with the director every day. After a pause, he added, Wouldn't that make me a bootlicker ma peejing? Dong Shanshan put down her teacup and sat down heavily onto her chair. Then, crossing her legs and glaring at him, she said in an almost northeastern accent, Who are you talking about? Who are you saying is a bootlicker? That's not what I meant. Zhang Ye hurriedly tried to explain himself. Dong Shanshan flipped her hair and said in an affected, high-pitched voice, If you can do it, then do it. If not, then leave. Empty that position for me. Heh, I'll tell you this. She said, enunciating every word and syllable. Our country has no shortage of people who know how to play table tennis. Applause sounded immediately from the audience. Ha ha. Well said. Well said. Ha ha ha. The audience laughed loudly as they clapped. Someone nearly even fell out of their seat. Abroad, Liu Yifeng and his coaches all had dark expressions on their faces. Han Li and his teammates were so angry that their faces turned green. Fuck. What the hell is this skit? Chapter 892. Skit. Playing it up. Middle. Chapter 892. Skit. Playing it up. Middle. Translator. Leg editor. Leg. Weibo erupted. Quick. Tune into Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. It's too face-smacking. This is too fucking face-smacking. He'll really say anything. Hot damn. I really have to take my hat off to him. Teacher Shanshan, you're my goddess. My dream lover. Why did you get influenced by face-smacking Zhang and go down a different path? You won't end up becoming face-smacking Shan in the future, right? Face-smacking Shan? Uffed. Ha ha ha. Teacher Shanshan has been led astray as. Well, bollocks, this is all because of Zhang Ye's script. If those lines were not written by Zhang Ye, I'll do a live broadcast of me eating shit, standing on stage and using a skit to scold others openly. So much for the highest realm of scolding, don't you think? The title of face-smacking Zhang is really not for nothing. Yeah, scolding others using the platform of the Spring Festival Gala. I really can't bear to watch any longer. In the past, I thought that Teacher Zhang's level of scolding had already surpassed everything. Never could I have imagined that he could still one-up that. Han Li is an idiot. That idiot really had it coming, provoking him for no reason. At home, his third sister was already tearing up from laughing. As she laughed, she slapped the sofa heavily with her hands, shouting in between every slap, How awesome. This feels so good. Scold them. Continue scolding them. His third aunt didn't know how to react. This little Yi. His second aunt wiped her sweat away and said, This is a live broadcast on national TV. Will little Yi really be all right saying that? His mother said, Rather than a live broadcast on national TV, even if it were a global live broadcast, as long as someone provokes him, that rascal will stand on stage and scold them back. It's not like you all don't know his temper, right? His second sister shouted, Our brother is almighty. On stage, the skit was getting better. Zhang Ye anxiously walked over and explained himself. Manager Ma, that's not what I mean. I was just thinking, why would I become the director's fair-haired boy if I played table tennis with him? It's not possible, is it? Dong Shanshan raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Not possible. Hee hee, Hao Jian, I'll treat you as one of my people. Let me show you how I, Ma Jingjing, similar to Ma Pijing, rose to where I am today. Saying that, she snapped open the laptop on her desk. Zhang Ye looked at the laptop screen and said in astonishment, Hobbies and interests chart of the leadership? Dong Shanshan smiled slightly and said as she pointed her index finger up, I'll tell you this. I can clearly list out every leader's hobbies, horoscope, blood type, and the 8 characters of their birth times. She pointed to the screen. This one likes fishing, so I dive into the water and hook fish after fish onto the end of his line. 1. The audience. Hook fish after fish? Uft. Ha ha ha. Dong Shanshan pointed to the next one. This one likes to play mahjong, so I become the gunner, person discarding the winning tile, and throw the winning tile to him. This one likes trinkets, so I took my great-grandfather's sarira and strung it up to give him. This one likes me. Startling herself, Dong Shanshan immediately closed the laptop. So as I was saying, Hao Jian, too. Ha ha ha. Likes you. Io ha ha ha. The audience was laughing very hard. Zhang Ye was also amused. Hey, wait a minute. Why'd you close the laptop when you just got to the important part? I most want to hear about that one. Ha ha ha. Good one. Good one. All of the audience were cheering with approval. Dong Shanshan beamed with pride and said, All in all, do you now understand how I got to where I am? Zhang Ye nodded vigorously and said, I understand. That's why I think you're amazing, manager. Your bootlicking skill flows through your blood. The audience laughed. Ha ha ha. Who are you referring to? Just who are you referring to? Said Dong Shanshan, who had just sat down, in an unpleasant tone. She pointed at him and grumbled, That mouth of yours. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, AI, pay. Why am I so bad at making conversation? I always offend people the moment I speak. I also wonder, during every meeting, why does the leader only nod or smile at you? Could it be because you're pretty? Dong Shanshan sat there, smiling smugly. It's not just that. She then looked at him. Let me tell you, meetings are all about skill. When the leader speaks, as soon as he expresses his opinion, I immediately go. She gave an exaggerated expression of doubt. Then the leader thinks, what's with that? Are you doubting me or something? When he finishes his statement, without even knowing what he just said, I immediately follow with an oh. Then, her expression changed to one of realization as her mouth slowly opened wide. The audience guffawed. Ha ha ha. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, I want the leader to feel that I have been baptized by his words, like I have reached enlightenment. After she finished talking, Zhang Ye copied Dong Shanshan and poorly made an expression of epiphany like hers. Oh, uft. How ugly. Uft. The audience cramped up with laughter again. In the audience, a lot of the Beijing television staff were also tickled pink. They were watching Zhang Ye's skit as though they were in the audience too, as this was their first time watching it. There wasn't enough time earlier to even do a full rehearsal of this act. Zhang Ye admired. A single conversation with the wise overturns one's philosophy. Dong Shanshan said, That's why, Hao Jian, not only do you have to play table tennis with the director, you have to do it until the director only wants to play with you. Make it so that when he thinks of table tennis, he'll think of you. And when he thinks of you, he'll be itching for a game. Zhang Ye said straight away, I understand. You want me to establish an image of being an easily beaten opponent. So if I get beaten easily, I'll be able to rise into management. Dong Shanshan laughed and said, Far more than that. She pointed at the office desk and said, Look at this. This office of mine could even become yours. Right, Manager Hao? Zhang Ye hastily waved his hands in denial. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Dong Shanshan laughed again as she said, Manager Hao. Zhang Ye trembled. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Dong Shanshan dragged him to the leather chair. Manager Hao, please have a seat. Sit here. Zhang Ye anxiously said, No. Have a taste of what's to come. Dong Shanshan pressed him down into the chair. No. Sit down. Oh, take your time. Oh. Zhang Ye gave an expression of comfort. The audience were tickled. Uft. Zhang Ye grabbed the chair's arms, not knowing what to do anymore. Let's see what's it like to be a leader. This chair is comfortable. No wonder you're always sleeping in the office. If I ever get to this position, wouldn't I be resting in peace then? Dong Shanshan laughed and said, you can be in peace whenever and however you like it. Manager Hao. Ring, ring, ring. A phone call came in. Dong Shanshan picked up the phone. Hello. It's Director Yao? Oh, you're coming over now? Sure, sure. Oh, that's great. Perfect. I have some good news here waiting for you. She hung up and giggled. The director will be here very soon. Zhang Ye stood up. That's great. When he comes, where should we play? Dong Shanshan snapped her fingers. I've prepared far in advance for you two. She brought him to the side of the room where a simple table tennis table stood. When the previous director was arrested, I threw the mahjong table away. From now on, the two of you can play here, and I can be the judge. She set up the net with the specially made prop. How Jian. This is no ordinary table tennis table for you. This is your stairway to success. She described it in a funny-sounding northeastern accent. The audience laughed. Ha. Zhang Ye grabbed her hand. You're my ally. Manager Ma. No, Chief Ma. Dong Shanshan laughed slyly and said, I'm not worthy. You flatter me. Manager Hao. Zhang Ye laughed humbly. It's just a matter of time, Chief Ma. Dong Shanshan laughed even more humbly than him. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Manager Hao. The two of them burst out into maniacal laugh and shook each other's hands, saying, it's a win-win. A win-win. The audience was getting a kick out of watching the skit. Their acting is really good. These two are really good at what they're doing. Ha. At this moment, a piece of music played. Dong Shanshan busily retouched her makeup. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye picked up a table tennis paddle and started practicing. 1 serve, 2 serves, 3 serves. Suddenly, a loud voice could be heard coming from outside the office declaring, if I find anyone playing table tennis again in the future, I will punish them. Dong Shanshan was dumbfounded. Zhang Ye was also stunned. The atmosphere on stage suddenly changed. The audience was entertained. Ha. It's worth seeing what's going to happen from here now. This is what you get. The director has arrived. At this moment, Yao Jiankai walked in, dressed in a suit, his hair moussed up. He carried a demeanor of a boss. The audience immediately gave their warm applause to welcome him. Director Yao, what's the matter? Dong Shanshan anxiously went to greet him and desperately gestured at Hao Jian outside of the line of sight of the director. Zhang Ye clutched the table tennis paddle, not daring to make any large movements as he carefully hit it. At the moment, Yao Jiansai's expression was very different from when he performed the crosstalk routine. His speech was very steady and very thick with emotion. I don't know, but someone learned that I like playing table tennis, so now some of the staff are practicing in the office during work hours. What kind of behavior is this? Zhang Ye moved bit by bit, cautiously trying to clear the table tennis table by removing the net from it. The audience laughed until they were out of breath. Dong Shanshan was still trying to cover up for Zhang Ye. Director Yao, there's nothing wrong with playing some table tennis. Yao Jiankai said sternly. Playing table tennis itself is not a problem, but if it's used as a tool to please others, then that is an unhealthy trend. He turned around and just managed to see Zhang Ye holding the table tennis net. The audience burst out laughing. Ha! But Zhang Ye's next action made the entire audience laugh even harder. Zhang Ye was in a state of shock as he reached out and wrapped the net around his neck. Then he took one end of it and swung it behind him, using it as a scarf. Ha. Well done. Well done. The audience gave thunderous applause. Yao Jiankai strolled over with his hands behind his back and gave him a sidelong glance. A scarf. He tugged at the item hanging around Zhang Ye's neck and said, and one with weights? Zhang Ye quibbled. The wind is strong. My mother was worried that it would get blown away. The audience roared. Ha. Dong Shanshan quickly came over to explain the situation. This is an employee who has just joined our organization. Come, director, let's take a seat before talking. She flirtatiously grasped his arm and led him over to the sofa. Yao Jiankai sat down and looked at Dong Shanshan. He said, Manager Ma, you're a veteran here. Now that there are these problems in our workplace, don't you think you should lead by example and do something? Dong Shanshan immediately sat up straight and said righteously, I have lectured them. I told them even if they kept practicing, they couldn't possibly rival you, Director Yao. You were the champion every single year at your former office. Hey, don't flatter me. Yao Jiankai paused mid-sentence before saying, 1 year, I only took second place. These words made yet another group of people burst in laughter. Uft. Ha ha ha. Old Yao, that's really enough. Having said that, Yao Jiankai sighed. Actually, I'm not all that good at table tennis. How do you think I managed to become champion year after year? He waved his hand from side to side and answered, because they let me. Dong Shanshan flattered, it can't be. Didn't you just say you took second place 1 year? Yao Jiankai glanced at her and nodded. I did. Taking a slight pause, he then added, I was the deputy director that year. The audience laughed until they were in stitches. Ha ha ha. I really can't take this anymore. Damn, this is so fucking funny. The jokes all come out of nowhere. Ha ha ha. I'm getting such a kick from watching this. Offstage. At a workspace not far from stage, Chang Xiaoyang had not laughed at all since the start of the performance. A lot of the others from the production team were also the same. But this was not because the skit was not funny, but rather because they had forgotten how to laugh. They could only stare in amazement at the on-stage performing trio of Zhang Ye, Dong Shanshan, and Yao Jiankai. They were utterly surprised by it all. Chang Xiaoyang stayed silent for a very long time. He looked next to him and asked, Are you guys really sure that the three of them have never acted in a skit before? The assistant director gave a wry smile and said, They truly haven't done one before. Chang Xiaoyang asked again, Are you sure that this skit was prepared by teacher Little Zhang just an hour before the skit's scheduled appearance? A female assistant director said, Yeah, it was done within that hour's time. I asked them too, but teacher Zhang did not even prepare a script for the skit and came up with the entire concept on the fly. Then I only wish to know one thing right now. Chang Xiaoyang spoke with more and more agitation and excitement. Within an hour, the script was written and the lines were memorized. Furthermore, the three of them are total amateurs when it comes to skits. There wasn't even enough time to get a proper rehearsal in for it. So why have they created such an exciting and good skit? The production team couldn't respond. No one could answer those questions, because they did not know why. To them, this was simply incomprehensible. Asking Zhang Ye to turn things around was down to having no other way out. It was purely the last resort they had. And honestly, Chang Xiaoyang and the others were only hoping that Zhang Ye could use up all the time. But they never expected Zhang Ye to create such a classic performance, because everyone knew that this was impossible. Yet when Playing It Up was unveiled and acted, they could only react with astonishment. This act was simply too professional. How was this supposed to be something that was made up at the last minute? How could these three people be amateurs who had never acted in a skit before? The characters, performance, lines, jokes, rhythm, approach, depth, everything was on point. This was a fucking skit worthy of being shown on Central TV. This is Zhang Ye? This is Zhang Ye when he gets serious? In the whole of the performing arts scene and entertainment industry, who else could do something like that? TL notes. 1. 8 characters of birth time. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/4_pillars_of_destiny. 2. Sarira. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/% C5% 9 AR% C4% Abra. This is again a greeting for Happy Thanksgiving Week. Thank you for your Power Stones. If you are reading on mobile, there is a flame icon on the bottom of the latest chapter page where you can vote with your Power Stones. On desktop, it is easier. You can find it below the comment button on the right side. On app, it doesn't work yet. Maybe after the update, smiley face. Chapter 893, Skit. Playing It Up. End. Chapter 893, Skit. Playing It Up. End. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Online, a commotion was brewing. The fans, netizens, and troll army were thundering. Who else is there? I wanted to say that too. Who else is there? How freakishly amazing. Yeah, Zhang Ye is ridiculously amazing. Who is saying that they don't know how to act in a skit? Is this what you call not knowing how to act? Are you kidding me? These three amateurs really managed to act out the skit. Yao Jiankai has always been typecast as the father-in-law, so this is the first time I'm seeing him act like this. Although his aura as a boss is really strong, he still manages to keep it humorous. And Dong Shanshan is also a surprise. I've seen her on Do You Remember, where it's like she just guest stars as a host. Although she has plenty of airtime on that show, she didn't seem to me like she had any ability. She has a good figure, good looks, and is pleasing to the eye. I always felt that she was just eye candy. I never expected that she would open my eyes today. So Dong Shanshan can let herself go to that extent. Her acting is great. She manages to deliver her lines really well too. That expression, the details in her movements, she's fantastic. As for Zhang Ye, I guess I don't have to say anything about him. Everyone should know this guy's abilities already. Even if he claims that he can fly, I'll still fucking believe him. Well said. Ha ha ha. Liaoning Television. The staff were mustering for the final stretch, preparing to wage a bloody battle at the end. All the provincial stations' spring festival galas were scheduled similarly and were all at their finale or penultimate acts. This was where the competition got the most intense and the difference between success and failure lay. Quick, adjust the lights into position. We're down to the last few minutes. Now that Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala has been affected by their incident, we have the best hopes of coming first in this year's Spring Festival Gala viewership ratings. Everyone focus. Don't make any mistakes. Everyone is looking at us now. Several of the directors of the production team busied themselves, personally taking command of the jobs. Suddenly, one of the staff ran up to them in a fluster. Directors. One of the assistant directors looked at him. What's the matter? The staff member said while panting. The popularity of our Spring Festival Gala has suddenly dropped by a lot. Everyone in the production team was stunned. What? Why did it drop again? Didn't it rise to quite a good level just now? The staff member said bitterly. All the viewers are tuning into Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. Impossible. What about that incident that took place at their station? Chu Haiying has been hospitalized, so what skit are they using for their finale act? Zhang Ye's performance is also over, so why is their Spring Festival Gala still getting so much attention? With Zhang Ye's performance already over, what can they still use to fight with? Just what is going on right now? They did not want to believe it. That staff said with a bitter smile. Because Zhang Ye has fucking reappeared. Zhang Ye is the replacement for the finale skit. Everyone fainted. What? Zhang Ye has reappeared on stage for another performance. On stage, the skit continued. Director Yao, who was played by Yao Jinkai, waved his hand and changed the subject. He said, "All right, we've gone off on a tangent. Manager Ma, didn't you tell me earlier on the phone that you had good news waiting for me? What's the good news, Hao Xiaoxi?" Dong Shanshan was surprised for a moment, but immediately smiled and said, yes, about that. She clutched the armrest of the sofa, unable to sit still. All at once, she turned to Zhang Ye, clenched her teeth, and said, "The director's asking you. What's the good news?" Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. He's asking me." The audience laughed. Zhang Ye looked at Director Yao, his lips moving as he stalled for time. After holding it in for a long while, he finally said, "My surname is Hao. My name is Hao Xiaoxi News." The audience was delighted. Ha ha ha. Yao Jinkai also laughed and shook his head. "You're Hao Xiaoxi?" His mother gave him that name. Dong Shanshan said as she forced a hollow laugh. Ha, isn't it a terrible name? The audience laughed again. Yao Jinkai looked at him and said, "Then Hao Xiaoxi was waiting for me. So why are you looking for me?" Zhang Ye was stupefied. Yao Jinkai nodded and asked him, "So why are you looking for me?" Said Zhang Ye wouldn't. Dong Shanshan hissed, "The director is asking you. Answer." "Him." Zhang Ye equivocated. "Yes, why am I looking for you?" "Oh, that's right." He pointed outside the room and stammered. "During work hours. Yes, those people were always playing table tennis." Dong Shanshan, who was in the role of Ma Jingjing, breathed a sigh of relief and walked back to the sofa with a smile. Zhang Ye continued, "They're constantly pinging and ponging when playing. The noise disturbs Manager Ma's sleep." Crash. Dong Shanshan was just about to sit down on the sofa, but was so shocked she fell to the floor on her butt. Zhang Ye hurriedly corrected himself. Writing of reports. The audience laughed. Ha ha. Dong Shanshan laughed dryly as she got back up. Ha her. Yao Jinkai grinned and tapped the sofa's armrest, saying, "Oh, so you're lodging a complaint with me?" This young comrade has responded to the problem in a very timely manner, right after I've fully understood the entire situation. Dong Shanshan glanced at Zhang Ye. Wasn't it unnecessary? The audience reacted. Yao Jinkai suddenly put his hand out and asked, "By the way, Manager Ma, I heard that there's someone called Hao Jian in your department?" Stuttered Dong Shanshan as she looked over to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye slowly raised his hand to cover half his face, taking a few steps backwards. Yao Jinkai said, "As far as I know, that young man is very capable at his job and is a good candidate for promotion. The organization has decided to push him into management." Hearing that, Zhang Ye cried out in excitement. "Da!" Dong Shanshan jumped from the sound. Yao Jinkai gave a strange look to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye hastily explained, "Oh, I was just really happy for him." The audience stifled their laughter. Yao Jinkai gave a slight smile and used the sofa as support to stand. Then he slowly strolled over to Zhang Ye, stating as he walked, "Hao Xiaoxi, you should really learn from Comrade Hao Jian." After he finished speaking, he was standing in front of Zhang Ye. He helped Zhang Ye remove the scarf from his neck as he said, "If you want to accomplish something at work, you can't take any shortcuts. All you can do is work hard and be down to earth." Zhang Ye was stunned. Dong Shanshan was sweating profusely. Yao Jinkai turned and walked to the table tennis table, placing one end of the scarf into the table. "Also, when you have nothing better to do, don't go giving yourself a stage name." Then he walked to the other side of the table and slotted in the other end as well. After that, he pointed at Zhang Ye and said, "Otherwise, when the actual good news, Hao Xiaoxi, arrives, you can't even accept it. Wouldn't that be sad?" A round of applause echoed. Zhang Ye lowered his head and finally spoke with honesty. "Director, my name is Hao Jian. I'm sorry I was wrong." "Enough." Dong Shanshan stood up, walked over, and pulled him behind her. "Is this your fault?" "Director Yao, it's my fault. If you have to blame anyone, blame me. It was through my lax management that I slipped up and led him to take on a stage name." She then looked at the table tennis table with an expression of shock. She bent down to touch it and said with a jolt, Oh my God, is this a table tennis table? What's it doing in my office? Why didn't I know about it?" The audience went crazy. "Ha ha ha, she's really too good at playing dumb." Ha ha ha. Director Yao's expression suddenly changed as he raised his voice and said, "Enough. Ma Jingjing, Ma Pijing bootlicker, you black sheep. The relevant departments already know of you and your behavior. I came here today to find out for myself just how bad it has gotten." He laughed coldly. "You have really widened my horizon. Getting paid by the country without working, taking shortcuts by pandering to your superiors. Await your just desserts." He turned around and left. Dong Shanshan was panicking. She hurriedly chased after him and shouted, "Director Yao? Director Yao, I was wrong. Director Yao, please give me another chance." She left the office as well. Only Zhang Ye was left on stage. Some of the audience members were nodding and wagging their fingers at the act. This change was unexpected, but good. Yeah, the entire act was complete with that part. Satirizing bootlicking was a very good concept. This is the subject matter of the moment. How exciting to watch. How they conclude it. I don't know. It's ending soon. Let's see Zhang Ye perform the final part. Yeah, the key lies in the conclusion. The audience all sat up in focus. The home audience watching on their televisions were also waiting to see how Zhang Ye would end it. On the stage, Zhang Ye turned back to face the audience and soliloquized. "Something big has happened. Our manager Ma has also been swatted down." He sighed, then condemned, "It's not right to bootlick. Don't always think of what the leaders want to hear, but of what the citizens need." "Yeah, right. Well said." A wave of enthusiastic applause sounded from the audience. When the live audience thought that that was it, Zhang Ye unexpectedly stayed on stage with something more to say. Everyone was also stunned by this. It wasn't over yet. Wasn't that the concluding statement, the end? Zhang Ye looked at the live audience and suddenly said with eloquence, "I understand at last. I need to take this as a lesson. If I want to be a competent employee, I must." His voice rose as he said loudly, "Reject prostitution, gambling, and table tennis." After he said that, Zhang Ye turned around and walked off stage. Not far from the stage, Ho Gu was just drinking a sip of water but had to spit it back out. No one had expected Zhang Ye to end it like that. No one could have thought that Zhang Ye would still remember to insult others at the very end of the skit. Chang Xiaoyang. Hu Fei. Beijing Television's deputy station head. The entire audience burst out into laughter. Their laughter was like an explosion, reverberating throughout the entire venue along with their applause. Ha ha ha. How sarcastic. That was such a low blow. What the heck? This is the result of offending this guy. I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Ye is so damn funny. That hot temper is what I like about him. Ha ha. I suspect that he did this entire skit just to deliver that. Last line. Awesome. How awesome. This was the true nature of face-smacking Zhang. This skit today completely adhered to Zhang Ye's proud heritage, using his works to deliver a message, using his life to scold people. And he even scolded them frankly and openly, in a fresh and refined manner. In the entire country, in the whole world, there wasn't another person like him. He was very bold. He was too much of a hooligan. He was indeed worthy of being known as the most notorious fucking hooligan in the entertainment industry. Overseas, in the hotel where the national table tennis team was lodged, Han Li bellowed, Zhao. His teammate, Li Qi, smashed a cup onto the floor. I'll be at odds with him forever. At odds with him forever. Zhang Ye, your grandma. You're too goddamn wicked. Holy shit. You don't have to go so far. The team members were all banging on the tables. The head coach, Liu Yifeng, and those from the coaching staff were trembling in anger. They gnashed their teeth and shouted, Zhang, starting today, the sporting world will fight to the bitter end against you. Chapter 894. The Gratitude of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 894. The Gratitude of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala successfully came to an end. Backstage, Zhang Ye, who had just left the stage, joined up with Yao Jiankai and Dong Shanshan. The two of them were the first to finish the performance, but Zhang Ye followed closely behind them. Little Zhang. Yao Jiankai was very excited as he waved to him from afar and said, Over here. Zhang Ye was fiddling with his clothes as he gave a wry smile and said, That really made me break out into a cold sweat. Yao Jiankai laughed heartily. Yeah, who would have thought that we could actually make it through our performance? And it was done perfectly too. Dong Shanshan smiled and added, I had such a kick acting in this skit today. I've only just realized that acting in a skit can be that interesting. Zhang Ye said with bewilderment, You're addicted to acting now? Yao Jiankai immediately said, We can't do it like this anymore in the future. I was so worried. Zhang Ye replied, In the future? If anyone asks me to do something like this again in the future, I definitely won't agree to it. Having consumed so much of their brain power and been so nervous, when the three of them left the stage, they felt rather drained and tired. Zhang Ye was badly hoping that he could just find a corner and sit there to rest. As the three of them were talking, some figures appeared all of a sudden and walked toward them. 10 people, 20 people, 30 people, 50 people. Among the crowd were Hu Fei, Hou Gu, Hou Di, Xiao Lu, Da Fei, some old colleagues, and leaders who had worked with him in the past. The executive director of Beijing Television Spring Festival Gala, Chang Xiaoyang, a deputy station head, and 4 of the assistant directors of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala were also here. As for the other people, they were all from Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala program team, some of them from the makeup team, some from the logistics team, and some from the props team. Zhang Ye, Yao Jiankai, and Dong Shanshan were stunned. When the group of people walked up to them, no one said a word. Suddenly, one of them started to raise their hands. Then 2 people raised their hands, and applause broke out without any warning. Chang Xiaoyang was clapping. The station head was clapping. Hu Fei was clapping. Everyone gave their most enthusiastic applause to the 3 of them with all their strength. Xiao Lu was so excited that she shed a tear. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Yao, Teacher Shanshan, the 3 of you are really awesome. The skit was really wonderful. Thank you. Teacher Zhang, thank you. Teacher Shanshan, your acting was really good. You guys are fantastic. Applause. There was a continuous wave of applause. The eyes of the staff of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala were filled with expressions of gratitude. The trio looked at each other before Zhang Ye said, You are too polite, too polite. It wasn't just because of the three of us that we could make it in time this time, but because of the collective efforts of everyone. A female assistant director clapped as she smiled and said, "If you were not here, no matter how much effort we put in, it would still be useless. This is not a matter of having more people." Chang Xiaoyang went forward and grabbed Zhang Ye's hands. "Teacher Zhang, you did great." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I'm just doing my part." Hu Fei found Dong Shanshan and told her, "Shanshan, well done." Dong Shanshan smirked and said, "Brother Hu, I didn't disgrace Do You Remember's program team, right?" Hogu immediately said, "You've done us proud instead. You were amazing." Dafei gave her a thumbs up. That deputy station head went forward to grab Yao Jiancai's hands. "Teacher Yao, thank you." Yao Jiancai said, "There's no need to be so polite." But no matter what Zhang Ye and company said, everyone still did not intend to stop and continued to express their gratitude. Almost the entire program team staff had gathered here to wait and thank them after the gala was over, because this favor was huge. Thanking them? This was no longer just a matter of simply saying thank you. For Dong Shanshan's case, it was easier to justify as she was a host of Beijing Television after all, and was also a member of the Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala program team. When such a serious and unexpected situation happened to the Spring Festival Gala, it would be considered her duty to help turn things around. However, it was not the case for Zhang Ye and Yao Jiancai. They had finished their performance earlier to great reception. During the time of their performance, they had swept away all the competition from the other Spring Festival galas and given a great boost to Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala. But after the incident happened, Chang Xiaoyang and the others came begging to them for help. Yet they promptly bit the bullet and promised to stand in for the skit. With just an hour, they had written the script for the skit, rehearsed and memorized the lines of the script, and gave instructions for the preparations of the props at the last minute. For all of that, how could a simple word of thanks be enough to express their gratitude for them? This was basically a favor that could never be returned. Suddenly, Chang Xiaoyang received a call. "Hello? Teacher Chu?" Yes, little Zhang. He's right beside me." "Okay. I will hand the phone to him." Zhang Yi looked over to him. Chang Xiaoyang handed him the cell phone and said, "It's Teacher Chu." Zhang Yi quickly answered, "Teacher Chu." On the other end, Chu Haiying's voice sounded noticeably better as he said, "I watched the skit just now. Teacher Zhang, thank you so much. Please give my thanks to Teacher Yao and Dong Shanshan as well." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "I didn't disgrace you, did I?" Chu Haiying also laughed. "Your skit was better than mine. Actually, my worries were relieved just 3 minutes into your skit. I can now get surgery feeling at ease." Zhang Yi was taken aback. "Surgery? Is it serious?" "It's a small, interventional surgery called a heart stent procedure. It's nothing much," Chu Haiying said cheerfully. Zhang Yi immediately said, "Then I wish you a speedy recovery. I'll go to the hospital and visit you some other day." Chu Haiying said, "All right, let's work together on a skit if there's an opportunity in the future." Zhang Yi agreed. "Sure, that would be my honor." This was the first time that Zhang Yi went on stage for a skit. He wouldn't know if he didn't act in one, but the moment he acted in one, he found it truly frightening. It really wasn't easy to act in a skit, so he had even more respect these senior skit actors now. After hanging up, Zhang Yi smiled and conveyed the message. "Old Yao Shanshan, Teacher Chu wanted me to thank you on his behalf." Dong Shanshan smiled and said, "It's enough to just thank you alone." Yao Jiancai added, "Everything in the skit was planned by you alone. The two of us did not actually help much at all." Today's skit was taken from one of Central TV's past Spring Festival galas in Zhang Ye's previous world, where the Mahua Fun Age production performed the skit. It was titled Playing It Up and starred Shen Teng and Ma Li as the main actors of the skit. Actually, this was not considered the best work of the Mahua Fun Age production, and also not one of the best skits on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. It was definitely rather enjoyable to watch, yet couldn't really be considered a classic. However, the reason that Zhang Yi chose this performance was purely because of its suitability. Playing It Up might not be the most classic skit, but it was definitely the most suitable for today's stage, more so than any of the other classic skits from his previous world. So when he thought of this performance, he did not hesitate and instantly used it. 1. It was obvious it was very good just based on the reactions from the audience. It had done better than expected. This event also made Zhang Ye understand a principle that many lesser works from his previous world might not end up becoming lesser works in this world. Under the appropriate circumstances, they could become this world's classics. Just like today's skit, Playing It Up. This skit that wasn't very popular in his previous world had actually been acted to an incredible level by the trio of Zhang Ye, Yao Jiankai, and Dong Shanshan. Even Zhang Ye could see while he was on the stage that many of the audience members were laughing so hard that they might have fainted at any moment. Of course, if there were some who nearly fainted from laughing, then there would also be others who nearly fainted with anger. For example, the national table tennis team. Chapter 895. The sporting world declares war on Zhang Ye. Chapter 895. The sporting world declares war on Zhang Ye. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the way home, Zhang Ye took some time to browse through Weibo. All he could see were rave reviews. It's a sure victory for Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala. Yeah, there's no suspense to this at all. The other provincial stations' Spring Festival Galas this year did quite well too, but compared to Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala, they're still not good enough. Watching teacher Zhang Ye single-handedly turn things around, I really find him to be so fucking dauntless. Today's Zhang Ye has blinded everyone. Be it the skit or the crosstalk routine, they were both extremely good. Zhang Ye's status has risen again for me. This guy is so amazing that only he is worthy of the being called an idol. Old Yao's acting was very good too. I've become a brain-dead fan of Dong Shanshan. Tonight belongs to the trio of Zhang Ye, Yao Jiankai, and Dong Shanshan. Everything is great, and Playing It Up have made me remember this person named Zhang Ye. This passerby is now a fan. The netizens were even more excited than Zhang Ye. At this moment, a call came in from a friend. It was the skit actress Ci Xiufang. Little Zhang, what are you doing now? Zhang Ye cradled the phone between his shoulder and ear and said, I'm driving home at the moment. Teacher Ci, what instruction or advice do you have for me? How could I still advise you? Ci Xiufang laughed and said, previously, I only knew you were an outstanding crosstalk comedian. But today, I realized that even if I compare you to a skit actor based on the standards of a skit, you would still be one of the best skit actors around. Your acting was great and your skit was even better. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Thank you for your encouragement, teacher Ci. Ci Xiufang suddenly said, when will you write a skit for me? There will definitely be an opportunity for that, Zhang Ye said. Ci Xiufang said, then I'll remember that you said so. Zhang Ye replied, sure, we'll work together if there's a chance. Regarding qualifications and popularity, Ci Xiufang was at least several levels higher than Chu Haiying. She was one of the several most popular skit actors in the country. Of course, it would be good if he could work with them, but Zhang Ye had no intentions of acting in a skit anymore in the near future. Today's incident had already left him too frightened, too scared, and not knowing what to expect. Kaishiku. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. Zhang Ye had not even knocked on the door, yet before the door was already being opened. Brother. Our brother is back. The door was opened by his second sister who probably had been waiting for him for a while now. When she saw Zhang Ye, she screamed excitedly. Zhang Ye entered the house and patted his second sister's head. Your loud voice scared me. The second sister shouted, that's because I'm excited. However, at the next moment, he was welcomed by several even louder voices. Brother, little Yi is back. Io, little Yi, his grandma, first uncle, and everyone else had not left yet, and were still around at home. His father said, everyone was waiting for you to get back. Zhang Ye was delighted by this. Whoa, is this your way of welcoming a hero home? Hearing that, his mother rolled her eyes at him. You, hero? Get changed into your slippers. Mom, Zhang Ye asked smugly as he changed into his slippers. How was my singing for a letter to home? His mother grunted. Not too bad. His second aunt covered her mouth and laughed. What do you mean not too bad? Your mother cried after listening to it. His mother glared at her. Hey, who cried? His second aunt said, why don't you just admit it? Everyone laughed. His second uncle sighed. Our little Yi is so thoughtful. Just look at how well written that song was. It was really good. Suddenly, a tiny head squeezed out from the crowd. Qinshan walked up nonchalantly and tugged at Zhang Ye's arm while saying bluntly, "Zhang Ye, write a song for me as well." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "What are you joining in the fun for?" At this time, his grandma looked at him and said, "Little Ye, you've already written a song for your parents. Why aren't you thinking of grandma as well?" "I'm always thinking of you," Zhang Ye quickly said. His grandma said in all seriousness, "Do you have a song for your grandma?" Zhang Ye mumbled, "There should be one. I'll have to think a little." "And me. When his third sister heard that, she suddenly got excited as well and raised her hand, saying, "I want one too. Write a song. For me as well, a song for your sister." His second sister quickly agreed. "Yes, yes." The eldest sister also concurred. "I agree. Write a song for your grandma. Write a song for your sister." "Why did that sound like cursing at someone?" Zhang Yi said perfunctorily. All right. Everyone will get a song each in the future." Upon hearing that, his third aunt suddenly blinked several times with an anticipating expression. "Little Yi, are there any songs to pay tribute to your aunt? Write one for your aunt too." Zhang Yi nearly fainted. Pay tribute to your aunt? Why the fuck would there be any song to pay tribute to anyone's aunt? Why don't I pay tribute to third aunt's husband instead? His relatives' noisy chattering left Zhang Yi at a loss. Finally, his grandpa spoke up. "Enough with the talking already. After such a busy day performing his crosstalk and skit, the child hasn't even had the time to eat yet. Let's go home already and let little Yi eat in peace before getting a good rest." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Grandpa is still the one who dotes on me the most. All right then, we'll be going now. We'll come over again another day. Little Yi, quickly go and rest. Bro, I'll come find you to play on the weekend." Zhang Yi walked them out as he said, "Sure." His relatives gradually left and went back home. Zhang Yi was getting hungry, so he quickly got his mother to cook a bowl of noodles for him. He poured the leftover zhajiang sauce from yesterday into the bowl and gobbled down everything. After he finished eating, he expelled a breath in satisfaction. "Whew, that was good." His mother grumbled. "Why didn't you eat when you were hungry?" Zhang Yi chuckled. "Where could I find the time to eat? I intended to come home directly after the crosstalk routine, but who could have guessed that something would come up again? I immediately got pulled in to help them out. When I realized that they really did not have any other way out, and that there were no replacements they could find, I could only bite the bullet and stand in for the performance." His mother grunted. "You're always showing off." His father asked, "Is it all right to say those things you said in the finale skit? You're referring to the things I said about table tennis?" Zhang Yi laughed and said, "It's okay. If they can scold me, then why can't I scold them back?" His father could only say helplessly, "Can't you just stop offending even more people?" His mother did not like hearing that. "What do you mean by stop offending even more people? They were the ones who started the scolding first. I still think that my son has let them off too lightly." His father said in a speechless manner, "This temper of little Yez was all influenced by you. He's my son, of course he'd take after me," justified his mother. At the same time, just as Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala was heatedly being discussed, the Beijing Television Spring Festival Gala production team received a call from a leader of the sporting world. He requested that they take down the video of the Spring Festival Gala on Beijing Television's official website, delete all content related to playing it up, and get the person involved to issue a public apology. Of course, the person involved was referring to Zhang Ye. Beijing Television had already expected that Zhang Ye would get into trouble, but no one expected it to be so soon. A brief meeting was held at the station. Afterwards, Chang Xiaoyang went to look for Hu Fei. Hu Fei then called Zhang Ye at once. At home, Zhang Ye was holding his cell phone and saying, "Which leader of the sporting world?" Hu Fei said, "The sports administration branch that's in charge of table tennis." Zhang Ye asked, "Will the station be taking down the video?" "That's not going to happen." Hu Fei informed Zhang Ye about the station's stand. "We won't delete it since there's no reason, and we can't delete it anyway. That's why the station won't be pulled into this matter. Since the sports administration is not our overseeing agency, and we have no direct relations to them, it doesn't make a difference to us. But as for you," Zhang Yi answered in amusement, "then all the more it doesn't make any difference to me." Hu Fei said helplessly, "You've really gotten used to all of this, huh? Anyway, just be careful. I think the sporting world definitely won't let this matter rest easy." Hu Fei was right. After the call, the sporting world immediately came attacking. First, it was a 1,500-word open letter from the national table tennis team denouncing him. Table tennis is a national sport, a healthy sport, a cultural heritage, and the pride of the nation. The vulgar actions of some people greatly defaming the sport of table tennis in a public setting of a sordid performance is something that the national table tennis team will not accept, that the sports associations and the tens of thousands of table tennis lovers will not accept. Such actions are an insult to table tennis and also to the art of skit comedy. We are now requesting that Zhang Ye apologize immediately and promise not to defame the sport of table tennis with further comments and statements in the future. Over 1,000 words were used to denounce him, with each of those words sounding very harsh. This denouncement letter was posted right onto the national table tennis team's official Weibo. Using an official Weibo account to target a person for denouncement was something that was rarely seen. When a lot of people from the industry saw this, they were all taken aback. They issued a response so quickly. The national team's reaction is very strong. This is going to be a big problem. Yeah, with the way things are going, this matter might turn out not to be that simple. At least, it's definitely not a small matter. The sporting world has really gotten serious. They really aren't going to let the matter rest. I thought it would take at least a few days, but they've issued this letter of challenge just like that. The netizens rushed to spread the news. Quick, come and see. Holy shit. The national team has just updated their Weibo. Teacher Zhang is in trouble. Fuck. Why are there so many things happening today? They're all coming wave after wave. I'm numb. They even want Zhang Ye to apologize. Can you guys be any more shameless? I have to fucking take my hat off to you all. It was obvious that your teammates were the ones who bombarded Zhang Ye during the live interview on television first. And that was still not the end of it. When your head coach, Liu Yifeng, was interviewed, all of you were still insinuating and suggesting on the side that it was Zhang Ye who lost you guys the match. When Zhang Ye decided that he was not going to have any of that and retaliated, you all actually got offended by it. You couldn't accept what he said? Go fuck yourselves. Why should he apologize to you guys? You're the ones who should apologize instead. That's right. After you lost the match, instead of self-reflecting, you pushed the blame onto a celebrity who had absolutely nothing to do with it? Do you think you can push Zhang Ye around like that just because he has bad social relationships? In an instant, everyone found out about the sporting world's declaration of war against Zhang Ye. In an instant, all of Zhang Ye's fans appeared and stood forward. Some of the neutral netizens who were observing the commotion could not stand watching this any further and came forward to support Zhang Ye as well. I've always criticized Zhang Ye in the past, but I will support him this time. Fuck. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Come on. You want to declare a war? It should be us declaring the war instead. Are we going up against the sporting world this time? Come at us then. We might not be good at many things, but we are definitely good at fighting. In the literary world, education world, rheology field, mathematics field, and hosting world, which have we not fought against before? Which have we not battled before? Bring it on. My large saber is again, unable to endure the thirst. Big Saber Bro also appeared. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye, who was at home, chuckled. They're here already? Great. This bro will face off against you all today. Chapter 896. Stop vilifying the national table tennis team, okay? Chapter 896. Stop vilifying the national table tennis team, okay? Translator, leg editor, leg. The open letters effect was huge. It got the people's attention, and everyone now wanted to know what was going on. A lot of those who were not involved also came to watch the commotion. After disturbing the music industry several hours ago, Zhang Ye had now offended the sporting world as well. A lot of people found it both annoying and funny, and felt that this fellow was too much of a warrior who could not rest on his laurels. How would this conflict turn out? Would Zhang Ye apologize? Who would the public side with? Everyone's curiosity was piqued as the people observed the situation unblinkingly. When the open letter was published, it was followed by the appearance of countless athletes from the sporting world who also voiced their stand on the situation. Liu Yifeng's Weibo. I am seriously unable to take this lying down. Today, the national table tennis team must surely make its stand known. Otherwise, if we continue staying silent, We might get mistaken as easily pushed around. A vulgar and wicked artist like Zhang Ye should be severely boycotted. At Zhang Ye, apologize immediately. Tui, how laughable. You guys were silent. Didn't you guys already start scolding a letter to home during the live interview? After Han Li had his turn scolding it, his teammate took over the scolding, and after the teammate finished scolding, you took over the scolding. Every word that was uttered from your mouths were slandering Zhang Ye by pinning the blame for the loss to the Korean team onto Zhang Ye. You guys were really silent, huh? If you call this staying silent, then what would it be like when you guys are not? I suppose that would mean that you guys would be bombing Tiananmen then. Ha ha ha. That's a classic reply, previous poster. This idiot. At Louis Feng. If you don't know how to make a statement properly, please get lost. Stop embarrassing yourself. Head coach Liu, your actions are too disappointing today. You guys seem to be taking it for granted that you can criticize others, but when others do it to you, you won't accept the criticism? I speak as a neutral party regarding this matter. Although I can find some fault with Zhang Ye's skits lines, at the very least, Zhang Ye is much more gracious than you all. He did not complain like a pussy after being criticized by others, or denounce others and insist that they issue an apology, nor did he appeal for his fans to resist the criticism. All he did was criticize back by himself. Unlike you all, comparing you people and Zhang Ye, whether it is conducting yourself or handling affairs, he is far better than you people. Apologize your sister. Louis Feng had only just sent out this Weibo post, but the comments below had already filled up with over 200 replies, scaring Louis Feng. After reading the comments, he got so angry that his face turned green. Out of all the comments below, none of them supported him and were criticizing him instead. It was cut and thrust. The war gong had sounded. National table tennis team member Li Qi posted, "Boycott Zhang Ye. Calling out to my fans to boycott all of Zhang Ye's future shows from now on." Very quickly, Zhang Ye's fans arrived at his Weibo. "Hey, friend, where are your fans at? Are you on single-player mode? Where are your forces that you called upon? We even purposely waited a minute but didn't see anyone reply to your post, so we thought you might be lonely and decided to help you out instead. We reject 0 replies. Don't thank us, just call us the Red Scarves." Classmate Li Qi, would you like me to pretend to be your fan for a while? At least you won't look bad this way. Otherwise, by appealing to your fans and having no response from anyone, wouldn't that be really embarrassing? How face-smacking. When Li Qi saw this, he nearly vomited blood. At the same time, the national soccer team's current captain, Han Xiaowang, appeared. He stood in firm solidarity with the national table tennis team, supporting coach Louis Feng, supporting the table tennis team. Such matters really should not be tolerated, and we should get angry if there is a need to get angry. Otherwise, no one would know where our bottom line is. That skit of Zhang Ye's was really over the line. Even if Han Li criticized you a little during his interview, you shouldn't be scolding table tennis this way. Yet another soccer player posted on Weibo, giving my support to our brothers from the table tennis team. I've never liked that Zhang Ye, so we should just ignore him. Yo, who did I just see? Han Xiaowang, you have the cheek to appear here. Useless feet has appeared. Hurry up and go back into hiding. Stop disgracing yourself here. This fight here is between teacher Zhang and the table tennis team. What has it got to do with you? Since when has the sporting world been so united? Come on, we'll fight whoever comes. Yeah, we'll fight whoever comes. Second place finisher of the previous Badminton World Championships. At Zhang Ye, please apologize to the table tennis team. A little-known female tennis player. Sports are sacred. They're glorious, they're healthy, and they should not be vilified by others. I won't be watching Zhang Ye's shows from now on. Sports are sacred, should not be vilified. Does that mean that teacher Zhang Ye was born unconsecrated and can be vilified at any time? If the table tennis team vilifies Zhang Ye first, with the head coach and the team members slandering Zhang Ye, can you call that sacred behavior? Is that what you call being sacred? Bull fucking shit. You athletes are really united. Coming together to pester teacher Zhang Ye? Alrighty then. Let's see which side has more people. Zhang Ye doesn't need someone like you watching his shows. In any case, I won't be watching any of your matches from now on. Ditto. Ditto. You've been blacklisted. Ditto. When the number of comments with ditto ended, there were already over 1,000 replies. A lot of those replies were also from genuine tennis fans too, and they were serious about not watching this person's matches anymore in the future. When that female tennis player saw this, she was dumbfounded. People from the basketball team, people from the swim team, people from the track and field team. A lot of the athletes and coaches from the sporting world came out to show their support. But without an exception, when their Weibo posts were made, they were immediately met with endless scolding, condemnation, and ridicule from the netizens. If they said a word, the troll army replied with 100 words. If they scolded with a sentence, the troll army scolded back at them with 1,000 sentences. It wasn't like these sports stars did not have their own fans, but there's only numbered a limited quantity. After all, a sports star's popularity would definitely not be comparable to that of an entertainment industry celebrity. The main issue here was that Zhang Ye's "Everything is Great" and "A Letter to Home" touched a lot of people and converted many of them from neutrals to fans or haters to fans. Zhang Ye's popularity at the moment was unbeatable, and even many of the fans of those sports stars were unconditionally supporting Zhang Ye on this matter. A sports star who had been overly harsh with his post even saw his followers drop from 50,000 to 41,000. He had lost 9,000 fans in total. Bunch of troublemaking clowns. Idiot. You want to fight with numbers? Come at us. Did you guys think that you could shape public opinion just because a bunch of you came out to post on Weibo? Bullshit. Have a look at yourselves. Aren't you disgusting? I like table tennis too, but the table tennis team is not right this time. So I will scold whoever comes. I won't let you people have any peace today. Anyone who criticizes Zhang Ye today will get a piece of me. Denouncement? All right then. Let's see who's going to denounce who. Idiot. Countless netizens had rushed up in support of Zhang Ye. There were too many people. So much so that it was uncountable. It was as though there were a sea of people. The athletes who had come forward in support of the table tennis team did not expect this situation whatsoever and were dumbfounded. Looking at all those waves of scolding they were getting and their follower count on Weibo dropping, they finally managed to grasp the difference in quantity between their fans and Zhang Ye's fans. It was in a completely different league. Even if all of their followers were added together, they might not exceed half of what Zhang Ye had. How could this be? Their hearts turned cold. The situation was too lopsided. At this moment, Hanli posted again on Weibo. I started playing table tennis at 8 and got onto the team at 11. At 18, I officially debuted with the national team in my first match. The injuries I've had, the difficulties I've encountered, who among you could understand? Practicing in the winter cold with temperatures below freezing, practicing in summer heat with temperatures over 30 C. If I'm injured, I have to practice. Even if I'm sick, I still have to practice. What table tennis is to me is just like what my parents are to me. It has become my guiding belief in life, and I will not allow anyone to insult it. A few people from the sporting world stood forward. A coach from the field soccer. It's very difficult for an athlete. A coach of the table tennis team. I watched little Han grow up and have seen all the effort that he has put in all these years. This kid is really hardworking, just like all the other members of the national table tennis team. You all only see the glory they experience when they are playing their matches, not the hard work they put in behind the scenes. But now, it seems like there is someone who wants to vilify table tennis. I really do not know what such people are thinking. Some of the netizens started laughing in ridicule. Stop talking. The more I read, the grosser it sounds. I should be asking what you all are thinking instead. Are you the only ones who have given your lives to something? Are you the only ones who have worked hard? Does that mean Teacher Zhang has not worked hard? Does it mean that he has not given his life to something? Then what makes you all think that you have the right to criticize him? Fuck. A Letter to Home sung by Zhang Ye is the most touching song I've heard in recent years, yet you guys used it as an excuse and reason for losing the match? And even vilifying the song? Based on what? Why is it justified for you guys to vilify others, but others cannot criticize you? You still lost the match after putting in so much effort? Then how shitty does that make you? Just look at how Teacher Zhang fights against the Koreans. When has he ever lost before? The more that these people from the sporting world tried to support their own actions, the more it angered the netizens who supported Zhang Ye. Suddenly, Zhang Ye's Weibo status lit up as he came online. Zhang Ye posted, "Stop criticizing the table tennis team." Liu Yifeng was stunned. Han Li smiled, thinking that Zhang Ye had finally shown himself. Zhang Ye's fans were also stunned. Teacher Zhang is finally here. Stop our criticizing? But why? Why should we stop criticizing them? Could he be thinking of apologizing? What? Please don't say that. That's not possible. Others from the sporting world turned their attention over here in an instant. Every one of them was looking excited. Having gotten scolded by Zhang Ye's fans for such a long time just now, they felt oppressed and wronged. Now that the person in question had finally shown himself and even asked his own fans to stop their criticism, it was clear as day that he had finally bowed to the pressure and decided to apologize. It looked like their sporting world's influence was still there. The sporting world had banded together today with a full show of force, and even a celebrity of Zhang Ye's status could not take them lightly. On Weibo, it seemed as though time had stopped in that moment. Everyone was paying attention to Zhang Ye's Weibo and could not understand why he told them to stop their scolding. Was he really going to seek a compromise? However, what followed in Zhang Ye's next Weibo post made all the netizens laugh like mad. Zhang Ye posted objectively, "Stop criticizing. Everyone, please stop criticizing. Don't you all know how hard the table tennis team has worked?" The team members insisted on taking part in the tournament, even with a high fever of 62°C, as they didn't want to disappoint the fans and audience. They practiced their swings 40 hours a day, even though they suffered a comminuted fracture in both their wrists. They don't behave arrogantly even though they have 30 billion fans around the world. Every year during the 29th and 30th of February, they even organize a charity match in which the $2 trillion generated in attendance money get donated to Swiss children who cannot afford to attend school. Therefore, please stop vilifying our table tennis team, okay? The head coach, Liu Yifeng, was dumbfounded. Han Li was dumbfounded. Those who had come in support of the sporting world were also dumbfounded. At that instant, all of them nearly vomited blood. Chapter 897. Zhang Ye's combat strength shoots through the roof. Chapter 897. Zhang Ye's combat strength shoots through the roof. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A high fever of 62°C? Are you trying to boil an egg or something? They can still fucking train even after suffering a comminuted fracture in both their wrists. Are there 40 hours in a day? How can there be a fucking 30th of February? Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. How sarcastic. I'm dying of laughter. This is too fucking wicked. The netizens were rolling around in laughter. In an instant, this Weibo post was getting explosively forwarded. This was quite a well-known insult that the netizens from Zhang Ye's previous world used on EXO. Zhang Ye smoothly used it after making some slight modifications to it. The first impression one would have of it was that he was speaking up for the table tennis team in protest of the injustice they were suffering, but upon closer observation, every part of it was a goddamn insult. With Zhang Ye's appearance, he had expressed his stand and signaled very clearly. It was obviously impossible to make him apologize. Moreover, not only would he not apologize, he even continued to make fun of them happily, utterly ignoring the collective attacks on him from the national table tennis team and the people from the sporting world. The sporting world was furious. The table tennis team was furious. Liu Yifeng, Han Li, Li Qi, and the others almost fainted from anger. They had expected that Zhang Ye might not apologize, but they didn't expect Zhang Ye to be so stubborn. Zhang Ye's Weibo had once again successfully ignited the flames of war. Countless netizens who supported him were making a huge ruckus online as if they were on steroids. Their voices were again starting to drown out the group of people from the sporting world who had jumped out earlier. There was criticism all around. The troll army was everywhere. Let alone this bunch of people from the sporting world. Even Zhang Ye himself, also frightened by it. Supporting Zhang Ye. Keep up the scolding. Fucking bastards. Let's go. Who wants to come with me to flood Liu Yifeng's Weibo? Me. I'll go. Me too. Who wants to come with me to flood Han Li's Weibo? I'll do it. Count me in. I'm coming. Fight it out with them. Initially, Zhang Ye just intended to take on this bunch of athletes from the sporting world by himself. But he was not even able to get into battle mode, as after he had just posted the insult, and before he got a kick out of it, this bunch of people from the sporting world were already shattered by the massive troll army. There wasn't even a chance for Zhang Ye to step in. The troll army was too overwhelming. Han Li's blog had already fallen to the troll army. Liu Yifeng's Weibo was flooded with comments of "idiot" by the troll army. Several of those athletes and coaches of the sporting world from earlier were not spared either. A badminton athlete who had his own sports brand was even flooded by the troll army on the comments section of his online shop. The bystanders were dumbfounded by what they saw. Holy shit, this bunch of people are too terrifying. How can there be so many people? Those table tennis players. 2. They've already been slapped in the face by Zhang Ye once on the Spring Festival Gala. So why did they still have to provoke him? Are they trying to find out whose side has more people? Why are you guys so funny? Do you think that by getting a bunch of athletes to support you, your numbers will be massive? Can you see it now? This is Zhang Ye's main battlefield in the arena of Weibo. Even an A-list celebrity might not be a match for Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's popularity is enormous. He's almost pushing into the A-list already. Judging by the way everything is going today, he shouldn't be far away now. This is already the showing of an A-list celebrity. The word tragic could be used to describe the current situation. But of course, tragic would be referring to that group of people from the sporting world, such as Liu Yifeng, Han Li, a female tennis player, the national soccer team captain, and others who had their faces turn green from all the scolding. Meanwhile, when many of the current or retired athletes heard about the scolding that the table tennis team was getting, they immediately wanted to come over to help out. However, some of them came a bit earlier while others arrived a little later. When the group that arrived late saw what was happening, they were all dumbfounded. The hell? What happened here? This? After hesitating for a moment, the several of them blinked, not knowing what to do. Oh well, forget it, they would just pretend that they were not online. Why didn't they go forward? Go forward, their ass. The main lead with the strongest combat strength did not really make a move and had only posted a ridiculing post on Weibo, but the group of people from the table tennis team, soccer team, and basketball team had already been smashed to pieces by the troll army with no chance of hitting back. So what chance would this later group still have? Whoever went up against him would surely end up sacrificing themselves for nothing. Brothers, take care. We were unable to help much, so we'll be going first. It wasn't only them. At this moment, a basketball star who was embroiled in the fighting was nearly in tears and intending to back off. But he had already denounced Zhang Ye publicly, so even if he wanted to leave, there was no chance to do so anymore. He was trapped and couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Seeing such a great drop in the number of his Weibo followers, seeing the wave of criticism flooding into his Weibo and personal homepage, and even onto his own basketball team's homepage, he was deeply regretting his actions. Damn, why did I have to get myself involved in this? What has this matter of the table tennis team got anything to do with me? Why did I rush into this for? Get Zhang Ye to apologize? But if he doesn't want to apologize, what can we do about it? Can we gobble him up because of that? We are just a group of people from the sporting world. Who are we to influence the matters of the entertainment industry? That badminton athlete who had his own online shop was also exploding with anger. Fuck, you all should just stick to your scolding. Why are you all leaving complaints on my online shop? Fuck, they're even spamming negative reviews. Your sister. I'm gonna fight it out with you people. The situation was totally one-sided. Some of the genuine table tennis fans were also scolding them. A table tennis fan said in disappointment, "At Liu Yifeng, just look around you. How many people are helping you guys? How many fans are speaking up for you?" Today's table tennis team was really too disappointing. Ignoring the fact that you all performed well below par in the match loss, you even found such a ridiculous reason as an excuse for the loss. Losing the match just because you listened to some song? Pushing the responsibility onto Zhang Ye? Today, you guys have lost the match and your fans. He said the words that many fans wanted to say. Actually, even though Zhang Ye had a massive troll army and fan club behind him, and there was almost nobody who could outfight him on Weibo, the fact of the matter was that there were still many people who disliked Zhang Ye. His popularity was not as good as some might have think, so every time Zhang Ye started a fight with someone, a lot of netizens would come out to scold Zhang Ye, and the battle usually involved all those people. However, almost no one stepped forward today, except for those athletes from the sporting world. There were basically no fans who came to help them. The reason lay in that line. The table tennis team had lost the match and their fans this time. That's right. That's how it is. This is not the first time Han Li tried giving excuses like that. We're already tired of hearing them. Blaming the temperature for being too warm 2 matches ago? Blaming the temperature for being too cold at the last match? then blaming a song for being terrible to listen to this time. Even if Han Li is always pushing the blame away, why as the national team's head coach are you always speaking up for him? They lost their match just because they listened to Zhang Ye's song? Do you think we're idiots? He's really treating us like idiots. No one is going to help them this time. They played too awful in that match. However, even in the face of the fans' doubts, the national team's head coach, Liu Yifeng, was still finding excuses. He replied on Weibo, "I admit that the results of the national team in recent years have not been too ideal. No one's in a good mood after losing today's match, and we will take responsibility for it. But a lot of things are not as simple as you think. The outcome of a match is often only a hair's breadth difference. There are many factors that can affect the results. It isn't always an issue of the player's performance. For example, a song, a disturbance in the crowd, or the temperature of a competition arena will all affect the player's performance. Besides, many of these are uncontrollable factors and cannot be mitigated at all. We are denouncing Zhang Ye today not because we have lost of the match, but because of his public insults against table tennis as a sport. That is something we can't accept. You all are still trying to push the blame away? That's really enough, all of you." Han Li also spoke up. "We didn't push our blame away. We're improving, but the opponents are improving as well. Nowadays, many of the weaker teams have hired China's coaches and their abilities have significantly improved. This has resulted in others greatly underestimating their abilities. Li Qi, I lost a match today too. It's not that I'm finding excuses, but the stadium overseas was totally different from our country's facilities, and the floor's surface was too hard. A lot of the players also encountered this problem and found it difficult to adapt. A table tennis player came forward and said, 'That's right, the stadium today was very bad, and we pointed it out to the organizers before the match. If we go there again next year, their stadium will be rebuilt according to the international requirements. At that time, there won't be any problems anymore.'" The national soccer team captain, Han Xiaowang, said, "It's the same with soccer. There are many factors contributing to the outcome of a match." Following, athletes from tennis, badminton, and a few other sports spoke up for them as well. But the fans, "We're not convinced. Don't even mention soccer. Thank you. How many crucial matches have you guys lost in the past few years? In the past, we dominated the world of table tennis. But now, even though we're still the world number one, we're always getting losses after every few winning games. If you lost, so be it. You should do some self-reflection and analyze the reasons for losing the match. But instead of that, all of you are constantly analyzing how others have affected you and analyzing those so-called unmitigable factors. Scram back to where you came from." The fans voiced their opinions in great numbers. At this moment, Zhang Ye, who had already crawled under his blanket, was starting to find it boring. "It was so extremely boring. I haven't even said much yet, but the troll army has already cleared the battlefield." When he saw those people from the sporting world starting to appear again after hiding cowardly for a long time, he knew that he could finally say something. Zhang Ye posted on Weibo again. Everyone was stunned and came together to observe. "There's another post. Zhang Ye is here. Quick, come and see." What did he post this time? Zhang Ye was the person in question today. The battle had started because of him. That was why every move of his was rather highly anticipated by everyone. Zhang Ye posted on Weibo, "On today's live match, I was very honored to be singled out by the table tennis team after the tournament was over. When I saw the reasons explained by so many athletes for losing a match, I was suddenly enlightened and conveniently made an analysis of those reasons for losing a match and the factors beyond their control. The reasons are as follows. An analysis of the reasons in the sporting world, including table tennis, soccer, basketball, badminton, tennis, etc., for losing a match. A. Grounds factors. 1. The grounds were too hard. 2. The grounds were too soft. 3. The color of the grounds were not suitable. Reading this, the netizens cramped up with laughter. Neither too hard or too soft would do. Han Li has really used this as a reason before in the past. It's even the fault of the ground's color? I have an inexplicable urge to laugh. Liu Yifeng was stunned first, then exploded with anger at the next moment. Han Li, Li Qi, and the rest also started to curse. Even a fool could see that Zhang Ye was satirizing them. B. Weather factors. 1. Snow. 2. Rain. 3. hail. 4. Not enough sunlight. 5. Too much sunlight. 6. Cold. 7. Hot. 8. Neither cold nor hot, enough to inconvenience the opponent. Reading the second point, the netizens laughed again. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. I'm bursting with laughter. What the hell is neither cold nor hot? It won't do no matter how much sunlight there is. Teacher Zhang, why are you so funny? What a classic. This is such a fucking classic. Someone really used that reason 2 years ago at a match. This was not made up. When many of these troll army soldiers, who were spamming Weibo with criticism, learned that Zhang Ye had posted on Weibo, they came over immediately as well. The moment they saw this, all of them burst out laughing. C. Tournament venue factors. I. On-field factors. 1. The referee helped the opponents. 2. The referee did not help us. 3. The opponents were too physically strong. 4. The opponent's technique was too good. 5. The goalposts, net, basketball rim helped them. 6. The opponents performed insanely well. 7. The added time was too short. 8. The added time was too long. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The referee did not help us? When the national soccer team captain, Han Xiaowang, read this, he nearly fainted. 2. Off-field factors. 1. Not on home field, affected by the atmosphere. 2. On home turf, the pressure was too great. 3. The spectators did not cheer for us. 4. The spectators' cheers were too loud. The netizens were already unable to laugh anymore. What the heck? Ha 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 ha. Fuck, I'm dying of laughter. Whatever the case, it's always an issue. Everyone from the sporting world exploded with rage. Zhang Ye, fuck your grandpa. But the posts on Weibo were still coming. As there were too many words to write, Zhang Ye had to separate them into a few segments for posting. D. A bad lot was drawn. 1. Strong teams were put into the same group, resulting in a group of death. 2. Average teams were put into the same group. The burden of wanting to win was there, but the pressure of losing was too heavy. 3. Weak teams were put into the same group. Instead of showing respect to their opponents, they were caught off guard and slipped up. Ha ha ha. That was so fucking well said. I've burst out into laughter. I really did. E. Other reasons for losing a match, players' factors. 1. So-and-so went for overseas training, so our key player was kept out of the match. 2. So-and-so returned from overseas training, but was suffering from jet lag. I'm dying of laughter. Those reasons for losing a match sound really familiar. Yeah, they're all based on true incidents. Ha ha ha. F. Other reasons for losing a match, overall factors. 1. There was no air conditioning or heating in the hotel room. 2. The air conditioning in the hotel room was too cold. 3. The heating in the hotel room was too warm. 4. The bus seats were not comfortable. 5. The team's medical staff had poor medical skills. 6. Zhang Ye's song was terrible to listen to. Zhang Ye. The analysis is complete. Don't thank me, just call me Red Scarf. With that, the Weibo posting ended. When the netizens read the last line of the Weibo post, those people who were laughing until they were nearly in tears laughed even harder until they were now in stitches. Zhang Ye's song was terrible to listen to. He was outright insulting them. These Weibo posts of Zhang Ye had basically scolded all of the sports in the sporting world. There was no vulgarity used at all. There wasn't even any harsh vocabulary in it. The entire post was written in a list format. But this combat strength had fucking shot through the roof. Chapter 898. The sporting world brings in reinforcements? Chapter 898. The sporting world brings in reinforcements? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On Weibo. The reasons for losing a match compilation that Zhang Ye posted spread across the internet. Other than Weibo, it also spread like crazy on Tieba, major discussion forums, as well as major web portals. On the chat app, Celebrity Goof Group. A-list celebrity Ning Lan posted a screenshot to the group. An analysis of the reasons in the sporting world for losing a match. A. Grounds factors. 1. The grounds were too hard. 2. The grounds were too soft. When they saw it, the chat group participants burst into laughter. Huadongfang. Ha ha. Xiaodong. Who made that? Ning Lan. Zhang Ye just posted it a short while ago. I died laughing. I really have to take my hat off to him for that mouth of his. Chen Guang. Sister Ning. You're watching the battle too? Ha ha ha. A few people who were clueless about what was happening asked, what battle? What happened? Fan Wenli. Zhang Ye clashed with the sporting world. Xiaodong Dongfang. He's made his way to the sporting world this time? All. Those in this chat group were top celebrities, either in terms of popularity, in terms of the most outstanding works in their fields, or in terms of experience. Every one of them would be considered stars of their respective fields. As it was the first day of the Spring Festival and a majority of them had been invited to participate in the provincial station's Spring Festival galas, you could imagine how busy they were right now. Even so, Zhang Ye's Weibo post could still spread within this group, much less other groups. This Weibo post had gone viral. The netizens all over the country were reveling at it. Ha ha ha. I read it thrice and laughed like a madman thrice. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Ye is so amazing. Yeah, it's really their goddamn fault to have offended him. Why do I like Zhang Ye so much? Teacher Zhang has beautifully done it again. That mouth of Teacher Zhang's is really motherfucking awesome. Watch and learn, people from the sporting world. Witness the level of our Teacher Zhang's scolding. There isn't a vulgar word or anything nasty. That's what you call skill. But look at how you guys do it. Look at how you scold, constantly rambling without making a point. All you know is how to cast doubt over and over again. Buffed. Previous poster, you're asking too much of them. Han Li, Louis Feng, and the others are just graduates of sports schools. Some of them never even finished their education. But what about Teacher Zhang? He's an associate professor of both Peking University and Media College. 1. Comparing scolding? In these few years, I've never seen Zhang Ye lose a scolding battle before. Yeah, that fellow has really never lost before, not even once. Today, Teacher Zhang has again showed everyone that when it comes to scolding, as long as he's taking part, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. This excerpt from Weibo was also taken by Zhang Ye from his previous world. In this world, there had been countless classic insults at soccer and basketball, just like there had been in Zhang Ye's previous world. He could just take any insult from his original world, and it would be considered a classic here. For example, the one he had just used was actually an insult targeted at soccer, but after some tweaking and polishing, the effect of it was very stunning. The netizens were very excited. The moment it was unleashed, it became unstoppable. Splendid. The scolding battle this time is really splendid. Let's go, keep it up. Yeah, don't let up on them. That'll show them to keep coming up with excuses and reasons. It might have been fine if you guys used some other excuses or reasons, but too bad for you this time. You people have chosen to say that it was because of Teacher Zhang's bad singing? Bull fucking shit. Let's flood them again. I'll flood Hanli. I'll lead the others to flood Lu Yifeng. I'll head over to scold those people from the basketball team. Okay, then we'll go smash that badminton champion. Charge. Fuck you bastards. Realizing that they were under the imminent attack of another wave of the troll army, which was 2 to 3 times greater than the previous wave, those people from the sporting world started to panic. They were currently retreating slowly and could not hit back at all, but with that Weibo post by Zhang Ye, it had further grabbed them by their vulnerable spot and dealt them the fatal blow. There was totally nothing that they could do but to watch helplessly as wave after wave of the troll army flooded onto their Weibo homepage as though they were doing their Christmas shopping. A wave arrived and left after they finished their scolding. Another wave arrived and also left after their scolding. Then the first wave returned and left after their scolding, followed by the second wave returning. The scolding battle had evolved into an organized partying system for the participants like they were going for a power grinding session. Lu Yifeng was angered and confused. Han Li and the other members of the table tennis team also grit their teeth. In the area of Weibo, perhaps only Zhang Ye's fans and that massive troll army of his with nothing better to do could summon such organizational capabilities, with such unity and scale to form such cohesive teams. The spectators were also watching avidly. The outcome should already be determined, right? Haha, there's no suspense to this at all. Is it going to end soon? How many waves of scolding has there already been? Are those people from the sporting world still holding up? Ninglan was watching. Chun Guang and Fan Wenli weren't asleep yet either, getting less and less tired as they watched, feeling more and more awake as they watched. And then there were also those from Beijing television, like Chang Xiaoyang, Hu Fei, Ho Gu, Ho Di, and the rest from the production team of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, who had been observing the conflict since it started. After all, this all occurred because of them. Zhang Ye had only performed the skit because he wanted to help them avert the situation of not being able to replace the finale performance, so they had to do their parts as well. As such, Chang Xiaoyang and Hu Fei both showed their support for Zhang Ye's Weibo and publicly stated their thanks to Zhang Ye for saving the gala this time, as well as giving an explanation for the lines used in the skit. However, their Weibo posts barely made any impact, as everyone else was too caught up in the fighting. On this, they could only react with a wry smile. Whatever, it was better that this be left to little Zhang himself to handle. Ha Chi-Chi stepped into the battle. Zhang's was stepped into the battle. Little Wang, Wu Yi, and many of the others at Central TV Department 14, who were already asleep, woke up and powered on their computers to join in after their colleagues informed them about the situation. Tong Fu was shocked. Damn, they've really clashed. Huang Dandan said inside the office chat group. Holy shit, I just found out about this. I went straight to bed after watching the skit. Little Wang said angrily. I'm here. Let's kill them. Wu Yi laughed. We were waiting for you guys. Quickly come and support Director Zhang. Huang Dandan scolded. That bunch of bastards are too much. They're even demanding that Teacher Zhang apologize. Tui, why don't you people go to hell? Director Zhang, we're coming. They all swarmed into the battle. Tong Fu flooded Han Li's Weibo. Fucking idiot. Huang Dandan rushed over to Lu Yifeng's Weibo. Damn bastard. Wu Yi scolded. Yeah, we're scolding you, you fucking bastard. Wu Yi and the rest thought that they were not well known and that people would not recognize who they were, so they did not pay much attention to the way they spoke. But in actuality, their names were very well known in the industry, and anyone who was an industry peer who had watched The Voice and A Bite of China would probably know them. This was the program team of two of the shows that had continuously set so many records and taken #1 in the entire country's viewership ratings, as well as winning 2 of the most prestigious awards in the industry. At a television station, a rookie who had just entered the industry was currently working overtime. He looked at Weibo with a face full of shock, then turned to his colleagues beside him who had joined the station a year before him. Brother Sunday. Brother Sun smiled and said, What's the matter, Little Chi? Dumbfounded, Little Chi pointed at Weibo. Is this the #1 program team of our television industry? Are they? Brother Sun had a look and couldn't believe it either. He then cleared his throat and said, Ahem, it looks like it's them. Little Chi tactfully said, Why are they not like what I imagined? Well, a little different from what I imagined. Brother Sun said, You've just joined the industry, so you still don't understand the situation. When you've hung around enough for long, you'll get it. This team is indeed the #1 program team in the industry, but in terms of their temperaments and characters, they're really quite fucked up and are always following Zhang Ye around scolding others. Anyway, if you see them around in the future, I suggest that you steer clear of them. Little Chi acknowledged. I understand. On Weibo, the scolding battle continued. At this point, this could no longer be called a scolding battle anymore, as it wasn't much of a battle, but a one-sided rout instead. There were also a lot of people hurling vulgarities around, but most of them had not been banned as no one bothered to report them, and the Weibo administrators were too busy to handle these matters anyway. On Weibo today, it was a sea of scolding everywhere. The manager of the Weibo administrator account was nearly in tears. At 11 p.m., he was woken up and called back to the office only to witness wave after wave of scoldings. His team members nearly passed out from the workload. We can't handle all these requests. What should we do? Have the users gone crazy today? We can't ban them in time. They're all crazy. That manager did not say anything and just sat in front of his computer. Using an internal management account, he sent Zhang Ye a private message full of pleading words. Teacher Zhang, sorry to bother you during your busy period. In the future, when you start a scolding battle, could you please tell your fans to watch their words? Otherwise, if their accounts get banned, that would be rather troublesome, wouldn't it? It's also very difficult for us to reactivate their accounts after that, so hopefully you can understand our perspective. Every time you have a conflict with someone, we have to work overtime. Our work hours have now become primarily scheduled around you, so it's really hard on us. At least next time, if you are going on Weibo to fight again, could you please inform us in advance? We Would also like to prepare a little if we have to work overtime on that day. After sending it, he wasn't even sure if Zhang Ye would see it. The Sporting World's members were retreating. Liu Yifeng and the table tennis team members' retorts on Weibo were already sounding rather incoherent, and even they themselves did not really know what they were talking about anymore. They were so angry that they were going crazy. Just when everyone was thinking that the scolding battle had come to an end, there was a twist. A leader of the sports administration appeared, that chief of that table tennis branch in the sports administration who had called Beijing Television earlier. When this sports administration chief appeared, he directly mentioned the SARF's review unit as well as 3 other handles, which were all leadership roles at the SARFD. There was a deputy division head, a department supervisor, and another division head. They were likely to be this sports administration chief's acquaintances. That sports administration chief's Weibo post said, "I've finally seen for myself the culture of the entertainment industry today. A celebrity leading a verbal abuse session against sports, and he's even doing it so arrogantly? Is there no one to oversee and manage such behavior?" The people from the sporting world were exhilarated all at once. Bureau Chief Qian. Bureau Chief, Qian has come. Chief Qian. Their reinforcements had arrived, and it was even a heavyweight reinforcement. Chapter 899. It's fine, carry on scolding. Chapter 899. It's fine, carry on scolding. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Abroad. At the table tennis team's hotel. The fatigue and gloom were suddenly wiped off everyone's faces. They were all looking lively again. This was without a doubt due to the appearance of the sports administration chief who gave them a calming effect. After the chief had mentioned the relevant SARFD departments and personnel, they knew what they had to do now. This was their chance to fight back. Not as many people on our side. We can't outscold you, but we can certainly report you. As they said, entertainment and sports really fell under the same family. It was clear now that there were dealings between the sports administration and the SARFD all along. Chief Qian, being an executive, would surely know a few of the people in the leadership roles within the SARFD. The situation would be reversed soon. Zhang, this time, we'll make sure you apologize. Let's do it. Let's follow Chief Qian's lead. Yeah, let's report that Zhang Ye. Let's make an official complaint about him. Haha, I don't believe this won't set him straight. With so many people complaining about him, the SARFD will definitely have no choice but to handle him. Very soon, quite a number of people from the sporting world started typing out their complaints, keeping up with Chief Qian's pace. Hanli, making an official complaint about Zhang Ye's Spring Festival Gala skit, playing it up. Li Qi, making an official complaint about Zhang Ye's Spring Festival Gala skit, playing it up. The link to the video is here. He posted together with an URL address. Liu Yifeng left a complaint right on the SARF's official feedback channel. Zhang Ye publicly insulted table tennis as a sport, using his popularity and fame to purposely sway the opinion of the public and discrediting the sporting spirit. Shouldn't there be someone to put him in his place? We suggest that Zhang Ye receive a comprehensive ban from performing at all outlets. That tennis player also left a complaint. That former badminton champion also sent in a complaint. 10 people, 20 people, 30 people. Seeing that the situation had reversed, more and more people from the sporting world joined the denouncing army, sending in their official complaints regarding Zhang Ye's skit, playing it up, which they viewed as a serious violation, a deliberate persecution of the national sporting spirit. The sporting world was gathering momentum. When the netizens saw this, they raised their objections in condemning voices. Fuck. What is this? What is this name calling? You guys didn't discredit the sporting spirit when you accused teacher Zhang Song as being bad and the reason for the table tennis team's loss in their match. But when teacher Zhang retorted, you people are saying that he is persecuting the sporting spirit. What do you define as sporting spirit? It's just something that's designated for your own convenience, right? So that you all can say anything you want. Bunch of bastards. This is infuriating. What kind of people are they? I was just going to say, is this the damn culture of the sporting world these days? They can't outscold and outfight us, so they start roping in reinforcements and started complaining. What an ugly side the sporting world has. Fuck, let's continue scolding them. Wait a little while longer. It's getting a little troublesome now. Yeah, they're all making official complaints one by one. Teacher Zhang is going to be in big trouble from now on. Right, There's even a complaint from a sports administration chief. The people from the SARFT that the sports administration chief mentioned must be people he knows personally, together with so many people from the sporting world complaining, even including some sports champions and coaches. How can the SARFT ignore this? They will definitely deal with teacher Zhang Ye in some big way. What kind of punishment will they mete out? I don't know, but could they really issue a comprehensive ban on Zhang Ye from performing at all outlets? Surely this doesn't call for such drastic punishment, right? Will they order Zhang Ye to apologize to the sporting world instead? Damn, that bunch of bastards. The expressions of Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others all changed. The couple, Chun Guang and Fan Wenli, were also anxious and worried for Zhang Ye. At that moment, the scolding voices of Zhang Ye's fans all stopped. They did not know whether they should continue or not. If they were to continue the fighting like this, they were worried that it would bring more trouble to Zhang Ye and cause him to receive greater punishment. What if the people from the SARFT were to investigate and notice that it was really just as the sporting world had accused, that Zhang Ye used his popularity and fame to sway public opinion? Seeing the weakening of the netizens' momentum, the sporting world's people were all laughing at them. At this moment, that chief from the sports administration made another Weibo post directed right at Zhang Ye. At Zhang Ye, you have half an hour to make an apology. Very quickly, Zhang Ye replied on Weibo. And if I don't? The sports administration chief, go ahead and try. Zhang Ye laughed. All right then, I'll fucking go ahead and try. With these words, the netizens were shocked. Holy fuck, teacher Zhang is so bold, standing firm against a chief of the sporting world. Fuck me. Heavens. Teacher Zhang, calm down. Calm down. Yeah, be careful of what you say. However, Zhang Ye was seemingly oblivious to it all. At home, he looked at this watch and then proceeded to post on Weibo. It's 11:20 p.m. now, so it's 30 minutes, right? Starting from now, there's just 29 minutes and 30 seconds left. The netizens were bubbling with excitement. Awesome. How domineering. This is the Zhang Ye I like. What an animal. I'm getting excited. Teacher Zhang is so awesome. Teacher Zhang, you're so cool. Seeing this, the sports administration chief was stunned. Ha Chi-Chi and Zhang Zhua broke into cold sweats. Ning Lan was shocked. Fan Wenli drew in a sharp gasp. Many of Zhang Ye's friends were so shocked that they nearly suffered a heart attack. Damn it, what are you trying to do? Elsewhere, those people from the sporting world blew up in anger. They had never expected Zhang Ye to be such a hooligan. Even with Chief Qian personally attending to this matter, this fellow still dared to continue fighting? Zhang, did you take a fucking dose of gunpowder today? The sports administration chief said in anger. All right. He said that 3 times in a row. But at the next moment, he was left with no chance to say any more as the troll army's scolding suddenly flooded Chief Qian's Weibo account. The scolding from tens of thousands of people was so massive that it could be described as having blotted out the entire comments section. Scram. Is the sporting world ganging up to bully our teacher Zhang now? Fuck off. Who cares if you're an exec? Go fuck yourself. What are you trying to do acting all high and mighty? Get lost. Threatening teacher Zhang? Who do you think you are? This is not the sporting world or your backyard. Not everyone cares who you are. Your posturing this time around deserves a score of 0. That moment of oppression they felt from before had all turned into rage now, and they were pouring that rage back onto Chief Qian. Initially, the troll army was worried that this bunch of bastards' complaints would bring trouble to Zhang Ye, so they did not dare say anything or scold anyone. But the moment they saw Zhang Ye standing up so firmly to the sports administration chief, the troll army felt the blood in their entire body starting to boil. If teacher Zhang wasn't afraid, then why should they be afraid? Fuck them. Countless netizens surged forward. Some of the neutral, onlooking netizens who saw this also let out a curse before stepping forward as well. Fuck. I can't watch any longer. I'm going to help Zhang Ye. I'm going to. Count me in. Damn. They're even making official complaints. I can't stand idly by any longer. You people were the ones who criticized Zhang Ye first, but did Zhang Ye complain? He didn't say a single thing. He simply scolded back, and that's it. You people could have just scolded him back, but look at what you're doing instead. Since you can't outscold him, you begin harassing him? Start calling for reinforcements? Starting to gather people together to make complaints? You bunch of goddamn sporting world members are just creating a disturbance. Blaming Zhang Ye for not singing well after losing a match. Complaining to the SARFT when you can't outscold others. I despise people like you the most. Let's go? Help Zhang Ye. At home, Zhang Ye's cell phone immediately rang. Zhang Ye answered, "Hello, old Yao." Yao Jiansai's voice was trembling with fright. "Why are you messing around with a chief from the sports administration? What's the matter?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I don't care who he is. I really take my hat off to you." Yao Jiankai said, "You're too audacious. The sports administration may not be able to do anything to you, but the SARFT can. Aren't you afraid of being banned again by them?" Zhang Ye said, "I'm really not afraid of that at all." Yao Jiankai, Zhang Ye added, "Even if they really ban me, with that Qian fella acting all high and mighty toward me, I would still have shot him down for it." Suddenly, Yao Jiankai exclaimed, "Shit! Look at Weibo. What's up? That person from the SARFD who was mentioned has responded." Zhang Ye went to take a look, and it was indeed as Yao Jiankai said. The official Weibo of the SARF's feedback department, received and pending. That deputy division head of a certain SARFD department. We will investigate. If it is true, this matter will be dealt with severely. Such insulting behavior toward the sporting spirit will not be tolerated. A supervisor from a SARFD department. I've already seen the complaints and will push this up the chain for further action. A response will be issued to our comrades from the sporting world, and this matter will certainly be dealt with properly. The netizens were utterly exasperated. Shit. Zhang Ye's in big trouble. The complaints have been accepted and are pending review? Fuck. Bullshit. I should be fucking complaining about those people from the sporting world instead. For insulting the spirit of music in a live post-match interview. Those involved clearly know each other. Yeah, they're in cahoots. The decision will surely be in favor of the sporting world. This is really bad. Stop scolding already. We should not add to the troubles of teacher Zhang Ye. They're such bastards. If you want a battle, then you should fight proudly. If you scold us, then we'll scold you back. That's how it should be, but you're resorting to underhanded tricks now. Is this the conduct of the sporting world? Is this what you call sporting spirit? I'm laughing so hard. Bunch of bastards. Zhang Ye's parents' house. Yao Jiankai was getting anxious over the phone. Just look at that. You've gotten yourself into big trouble again. Zhang Ye said calmly. It's going to be fine. I'll make a call to check on things. I'll have to hang up first. After the call ended, Zhang Ye scrolled through his contacts and called Wu Ziqing right away. Click. Zhang Ye said while blinking. Old Wu, were you sleeping? On the other end, Wu Ziqing said. I was sleeping, but was woken by a call from the office. Zhang Ye said. You know about it then? Wu Ziqing acknowledged. I've just heard about it, that you have a conflict with the sporting world? Yeah, Zhang Ye answered. Those people from the sporting world are now lodging complaints about me, and even some chief from the sports administration surnamed Qian appeared on Weibo, acting all high and mighty toward me. So I chased him back to where he came from. Oh, then I saw the SARFs. Weibo saying that the complaints have already been processed. Wu Ziqing said, yes. Zhang Ye probed. Then I? Wu Ziqing asked, what about you? Zhang Ye explained. What I mean is, what do you think I should do? He wasn't sure about old Wu's attitude on this matter, nor if this matter would be escalated within the SARFT, so he wanted to seek Wu Ziqing's views on it. But old Wu's answer made Zhang Ye very happy. Wu Ziqing said without hesitation, it's fine, carry on scolding. It's fine, carry on scolding? These words made Zhang Ye feel elated. All right then, I understand. Wu Ziqing laughed and said, after you're done scolding, rest early. Don't go to bed too late. Okay, Zhang Ye answered. It's still my old Wu who is the most understanding. This was what he liked most about old Wu. Regarding some matters, Wu Ziqing would never nag him. Whether it was about him scolding and offending people or getting along with his peers, Wu Ziqing would never chide him for any of that. It seemed like whatever Zhang Ye did, old Wu was always supportive of him, even if it was getting into a quarrel. For example, this situation right in front of them. If it were anyone else, they would surely nag a little and say things like, why are you getting into another fight with the sporting world? Why did you scold a chief from the sports administration? Or similar words. But Wu Ziqing did not say any of that, and just told him in a direct and calm manner, "It's fine, carry on." Scolding. This is Wu Ziqing, the goddess chief of the SARFD who he loved to the bone. Chapter 900. The spam flooding, crashing the bar, regiment goes on the warpath. Chapter 900. The spam flooding, crashing the bar, regiment goes on the warpath. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On Weibo, the situation was suddenly reversed again. With Zhang Ye's firm stand against the chief of the sporting world, the SARFD got involved and started with the investigations. The sporting world was angered by Zhang Ye's arrogance, and yet another wave of coaches and athletes joined in. The sports administration chief had been rebuked, so being part of the sporting world, many of these people could no longer act like they did not notice. If they didn't step up at this point in time, that would be a mistake in principle. Suddenly, countless elite athletes and coaches from the sporting world started to join the army of voices denouncing Zhang Ye. Finally, even the national soccer team's current head coach stepped forward. Then there was the national basketball team, a provincial badminton team, a municipal swimming team, the Chinese Skating Association. Everyone stepped forward, lodging an official complaint against Zhang Ye. "He's too arrogant. You even dare to backtalk Chief Qian? I don't believe that there's no justice." Yes, continue lodging complaints. At SARFD, hurry up and give us the results of your investigations. A hooligan like him has to be completely banned. At SARFD, you can just refer to the skit, playing it up, and review the insulting Weibo post that Zhang Ye made against sports. How can you not ban a person like him? Please give our sporting world an explanation. This has to be dealt with severely, and we demand a formal apology from Zhang Ye to the sporting world. Otherwise, we won't let the matter rest. Won't let it rest. Zhang Ye had truly poked on a hornet's nest this time. Some of those in the troll army could no longer stand this and immediately started to scold back at the sporting world. But they were quickly stopped by others. Stop scolding for now. We can't create more trouble for teacher Zhang Ye. Didn't you guys see that the SARFD have stepped in and are investigating teacher Zhang? If we were to charge to the front at this time, we'd just make things worse. Teacher Zhang only managed to get his ban lifted after having an incredibly difficult time last year. Surely you guys don't wish to see teacher Zhang get banned again, right? Stop for now. This is numbing. I'm so infuriated. When did we become those who needed to bow to pressure? I'm so mad. What do we do now? I don't know. Can someone come up with a solution? How can we help teacher Zhang? The fans were also forcefully stifling their anger. Ha Qiqi was so mad. Zhang Zhua, Little Zhang, and Wu Yi were also outraged. With the SARF's intervention, Chang Xiaoyang and Hu Fei also broke into cold sweat over the matter. What would Little Zhang do now? How would he handle this? The matter was blowing up. No one had expected this scolding battle to spread to such a scale. It even got to a point where it felt like it was almost earth-shattering. From January of this year, there had not been such a large scolding battle online like this one in which an entertainment industry's celebrity faced off against the sporting world. At the moment, countless entertainment industry celebrities and insiders were watching the battle. For instance, Ning Lan, Hua Dongfang, Xiao Dong, the Chun Guang and Fan Wenli couple, Central TV, and other provincial station staff. Everyone wanted to see how this battle would play out and how it would end. Suddenly, Zhang Ye reappeared. However, his post on Weibo had once again stunned the world. Zhang Ye calmly posted, "At Chief Qian at Sporting World, it's already been 5 minutes. There's only 25 minutes left now. I've observed many of you popping up one by one, and I feel that the message of my skit, playing it up, was indeed spot on. But I can't just let you all act. So I hereby announce that starting from now, it's time to crash the bar." 1. Crash the bar? Crash Tieba 2. Everyone online was shocked. Nobody ever imagined that with so many famous athletes coming forward in the sporting world, and with the intervention of the SARF's investigations, at such a critical juncture of the matter, at this moment of crisis, Zhang Ye would still choose to stand firm against them. And it was an even stronger and crazier form of standing up against them. Crash the bar? He was going to fight until his dying breath. Chang Xiaoyang fainted. Chun Guang and Fan Wenli were sweating profusely. Ning Lan was shocked. Hua Dongfang was dumbfounded. A lot of the spectators were also stunned at this moment. Crazy. Damn, Zhang Ye has gone crazy. Zhang Ye followed up by specifying the target. First stop, the table tennis team. The troll army was suddenly bubbling with excitement. Zhang Ye's fans' blood was boiling. Comrades, stand up now. Teacher Zhang has spoken. It's time to battle. Battle. Fuck their grandpas. Bring it on. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time now. Teacher Zhang, we've been waiting for this. Fuck them. Just point to the target, and we'll be there. Teacher Zhang is acting so extremely cool today. Now that Teacher Zhang has given his instructions, what else is there left to say? Fuck them. Let's do it. The battle began. It wasn't some minor scolding battle anymore. This time, it was the real thing. Crash the bar. This was an operation that was very popular back in Zhang Ye's previous world. Compared to the denouncements and scoldings on Weibo which didn't affect anything, crashing the bar was an attack that was much more aggressive, with a greater harm, and caused more damage. Usually, unless it was a deep hatred, most people would not choose this form of attack that carried such great harm. In addition, it consumed a great amount of manpower that most people could not gather together. But today, Zhang Ye had stepped forward. With his crash the bar, it made countless people bubble with excitement. The sports administration chief and everyone from the sporting world were stunned. In a flash, a surge of anger rushed to their heads. Zhang Ye, we dare you. But he really did dare to do so. Zhang Ye's fans also dared to do so. The table tennis team's Tieba was suddenly invaded by Zhang Ye's troll army. Less than 10 seconds after Zhang Ye's Weibo post, the table tennis team's Tieba was in fact a mess. Start the bar crashing. Squad 1 has arrived. Squad 2 reporting for duty. Squad 3 checking in. Squad 4 standing by. Zhang Ye's fan club setting off for battle. Those not involved, please take a step back. Let's fight. This is a battle for our dignity. Idiot Hanli. Idiot Louis Feng. Today, if God blocks us, we will kill God. If Buddha blocks us, we will kill Buddha. Follow my lead. Let's attack the table tennis team's Tieba. Under the lead of Zhang Ye's fan club leader, Big Saber Bro, the troll army went crazy as they rushed over in batches, creating spam threads in such large numbers that several hundred new pages were created almost at once, and eventually finishing only after more than 10,000 new pages were created. A minute and a half. It only took a minute and a half. The table tennis team's Tieba had fallen. The URL was no longer accessible as the bar was crashed. The table tennis team's Tieba owner and several of its moderators did not even have time to react and were already locked out. Those bros were all dumbfounded. The observing netizens were also dumbfounded. Fuck, that was too fierce. What kind of combat strength did they possess? At this time, Zhang Ye made another post on Weibo. Next stop, the soccer team. When they saw this Weibo post, the members and moderators of the soccer Tieba started panicking. Not good. They're coming for us. Damn, why us? Be careful. Everyone, be careful. It's bad. They're already here. Hurry up and turn on the restrictions. Hurry. Prevent all those sock puppets from making posts. Set the permissions quickly. The soccer Tieba members were all anxious and didn't care about their reputations anymore. Now that Zhang Ye's army had them in their sights, one of their moderators immediately turned on the restrictions and prevented any sock puppets from creating new threads on their Tieba. With that, the danger of their bar being crashed was averted. It's done. The permissions have been set. What a scare. We nearly got crashed. How dangerous. These animals are too aggressive. It's only been a few seconds, but more than 200 spam threads have already created. If the restrictions were put in place a little later, we would have been in danger. Zhang Ye's army was unable to attack their Tieba, and most of the people could not make any new posts. Members of the soccer Tieba heaved a sigh of relief. But the next second, something that horrified them happened. The restrictions put into place a short while ago had been reset, not because of a hack, but due to an internal moderator's actions. The troll army rushed directly into their backyard. The spectating netizens did not understand what was going on. The members of the soccer Tieba were also confused and stunned. What happened? Why did this happen? Fuck. Who turned off the permissions? Your grandpa. Who banned me? I've been banned too. Why are our own people getting banned? Several of the soccer Tieba's administrators and moderators investigated amid the chaos and were shocked. Members of the Tieba were also in shock. None of them could believe what they saw. Heavens. The barkeep has defected. What the fuck? Brother Black, what the hell are you doing? Holy shit. The barkeep of the soccer Tieba was revolting. This information made countless people in the observing crowd laugh like crazy. Ha ha ha. Uft. Something like this could even happen? Beautifully done. Ha ha ha. I'm cramping up from laughter. The barkeep can even revolt. The soccer team's Tieba had one of the largest membership of all sports-related Tieba, but in face of the barkeeper's revolt, Zhang Ye's troll army, and a variety of other reasons, the soccer team's Tieba was downed even faster than the table tennis team's Tieba and was crashed. Zhang Ye's Weibo. There's still another 20 minutes. Next, to the basketball team. The sporting world's people were furious. Han started scolding. Zhang Ye, your grandpa. Lu Yifeng roared. You damned hooligan. The Tieba that suffered from the attacks should by rights not affect these athletes in the slightest. They just needed the servers to be fixed and reset. Everything would then return normal. But the fact of the matter was that these Tieba were representations of their honor. For them, even if they did not suffer any physical harm, their reputation was lost. Zhang Yi and his fans were basically slapping their faces slowly but heavily. How could they not be angry? How could they not be enraged? But in the face of Zhang Ye's troll army, they could only watch helplessly. Not only Zhang Ye's people, even many of the other Tieba members had joined this crusading army. Members of the MMO Tieba are here to help out our friends from Zhang Ye's fan club. Dong Shanshan supporters Tieba reporting for duty. All members of Cosmetics Tieba are here to assist our friends in need. Our friends from Zhang Ye's fan club, thanks for your help last time. We're here to return the favor. Awaiting your instructions. Let's kill them. When trouble occurs at one place, help comes from all quarters. Avant-garde crosstalk, Tieba is here to support Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye already had a lot of people on his side from the beginning, which was enough to blot out the sky, but with the endless support of allied Tieba, their number were no longer countable. The number of people in their forces had breached the horizon. The badminton Tieba fell. The tennis Tieba fell. The swim team Tieba fell. The sports and physical fitness Tieba fell. The sporting goods Tieba fell. The sports drinks Tieba fell. 1, 10, 20, 30. Tonight, any Tieba related to sports suffered the crashing of the bar. 1. Crash the bar. An action where Tieba users spam flood the message boards to cause trouble and vent their anger. Crashing the bar usually only affects the normal functioning of a Tieba board where proper threads are flooded down the list and prevents normal activities from taking place. 2. Tieba is made up of the characters tia, post/paste/stick, plus ba, bar/pub, essentially meaning forum. This is again a greeting for Happy Thanksgiving week. Iris needs your Power Stones vote. How can we surpass the book ahead? Thinking. Chapter 901. I've been hacked. Chapter 901. I've been hacked. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Tieba's management office. The company's technical department was a mess. The baseball Tieba is not going to hold up any longer. Ban those accounts. Hurry. I've already banned a lot of them, but there's too many. It's finished. The baseball Tieba has been crashed too. Oh God, why are there so many people online? Quick, make another call and get all the technicians to come back. Boss, it's the first day of the new year. A lot of them have returned home for the new year. Zhang Ye's fans are too brutal. There are also many who are just helping out. Why would the cosmetics Tieba people join in for a conflict between Zhang Ye and the sporting world? Come on, what has it got to do with them? It's so chaotic. Everything has plunged into chaos. It's the festive season, yet everyone's gone crazy. At this moment, several of the sports-related Tieba that were still standing had given up resisting. Turn on the restrictions. Prevent the sock puppets from posting. I can't turn them on. Why? They have a hacker. What? 7 of our moderator accounts can't log in anymore. Then what do we do? Nothing. They simply surrendered. They had no way to fight in this battle at all. On Weibo, Zhang Yi continued with his countdown. At Sporting World, there's just 10 minutes left. I'm waiting. In the celebrity goof group, many of the celebrities were watching. Ning Lan. Little Zhang is so domineering it's like it's ingrained into his bones. Xiaodong. Yeah, most people can't even learn from him even if they wanted to. Fan Wenli laughed bitterly. Director Zhang really wants to fight it out with the sporting world today? but looking at how he is right now, I'm afraid that no one can stop him. Elsewhere, the people from the sporting world were shocked by Zhang Ye's imposing manner, so all they could do now was keep mentioning the SARFT on Weibo. Li Qi from the table tennis team. At SARFT, look at what's happening. Is the punishment still not being meted out yet? The national table tennis team's head coach, Liu Yifeng, leading his fans to make trouble. Isn't this illegal? Isn't anyone going to do anything about it? Isn't anyone going to do anything about it? Han Li roared in anger on Weibo. I call for a comprehensive ban on Zhang Ye. A defender on the national soccer team named Tang Hechang shouted, boycott such undesirable artists. But just after they finished making their stance known, their tieba was crashed. Some of these athletes were not really popular and did not have their own tieba, while those who were more famous like Han Li and Li Qi would have a tieba dedicated to them, although the membership wasn't that high and not too many people paid attention to it. But whatever it was, those tieba were not spared. Han Li's tieba was crashed. Li Qi's tieba was crashed. Tang Hechang's tieba was crashed. Tang Dazhong's tieba was crashed. Crosstalk comedian Tang Dazhong was originally calm and quiet, with everyone laughing about and chatting lightheartedly about Zhang Ye's conflict with the sporting world, even posting a thread about it and live-streaming the conflict. Although they were at odds with Zhang Ye, with Tang Dazhong and the crosstalk world's relationship defined as his deadly enemies and often getting into quarrels, the matter today did not concern them. They did not take part in it either. But out of nowhere, the troll army appeared, and in the blink of an eye, Tang Dazhong's tieba was getting spammed. What? Holy fuck. Why are they crashing our bar? Your conflict is with the sporting world. We did not argue with you guys today. Your sister. Tang Dazhong's fans were left in utter confusion. However, the fan club leader, Big Saber Bro, posted a thread right at the moment before the bar got crashed, leaving all the observing netizens laughing. Apologies, Tang Dazhong and Tang Hechang's names sounded too alike, so we mistakenly crashed your bar along with his. Crashed the wrong bar? Uffed. Tang Dazhong's fans nearly fainted. The spectating netizens cramped up with laughter. The collateral damage suffered by Tang Dazhong's tieba caused it to become the most innocent victim in this historical bar crashing operation. At this time, Zhang Ye's Weibo posted something again. I want to say something. Today's incident isn't targeted at all the individual tieba and our friends participating in them. If we harmed anyone by mistake, I would like to apologize to you right here. But this operation still has to go on as I'm really unable to take this lying down. Alright then, there's still 3 minutes left. Supporting you. Supporting. Teacher Zhang. Yeah, we won't take this lying down. Scolding us first, and then demanding for us to apologize? Fuck. Supporting Teacher Zhang. Even a clay figurine retains some heat. The sporting world's people were red in the face. What about the SARFT? Didn't they say they would deal with this severely? Weren't they going to review the complaints and give an immediate answer? Everything had come down to this. So why hadn't anyone said anything yet? There were only 2 minutes left until the deadline set by Chief Qian was up. 1 minute left. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Operation Crash the Bar also ended with this. Everyone was staring at the time and waiting for the SARFD to make an announcement. But then there were no more thens. Many of the people from the sporting world were mentioning the SARFD countless times in shock, but did not get any reply as their complaints all sank into the sea. Liu Yifeng was stunned. Why? Han Li asked. Why is this happening? Li Qi said, Didn't they say they were reviewing it? No one knew what was going on. The deadline of the threat had passed, and Zhang Ye was still unaffected. Famous movie star Ning Lan was surprised at this. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli wore bewildered expression. The executive director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Chang Xiaoyang, was shocked. The netizens were also astounded and uncertain about what was going on. Nothing is happening. Everything is fine now. The SARFT aren't bothering with this issue? Ha 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 ha. There was nothing to be afraid of in the first place. We were just scaring ourselves. Yeah, the lines in Teacher Zhang's skit were written to satirize the bootlicking phenomenon these days. This performance carries a very deep meaning and also generates a positive message. So how can it have any problems? This is great. Teacher Zhang is fine. It was a false alarm, a false alarm. What about that sports administration chief? Oh yeah, where is he? Why has he disappeared? He was behaving quite insolently when he appeared, acting all high and mighty, making me think that he really had something up his sleeves. Didn't you tell Teacher Zhang to try and see what would happen if he didn't apologize? Teacher Zhang has tried that by now. So can I ask, what then? At this point, the battle's outcome was decided. The strong voices of denouncement from the sporting world were met with a strong defeat. In this moment, quite a number of athletes quietly went offline. It was terrible. They had lost so terribly. The onlooking netizens were all clapping in appreciation of what they saw today. That was so fun. Yeah, it was truly a battle worthy of being called a classic. Black New Year's Day will definitely go down into the annals of history. My drama meter is peaking. If I can witness such an exciting scolding battle every day, I will die without regrets. Today, Zhang Ye has once again proven his fans' cohesiveness. Zhang Ye was so domineering today. He crushed his opponents with just his momentum alone. How satisfying. This battle was well fought. The battle ended. The Tieba authorities were currently cleaning up the mess from the battle. Weibo's moderators had also started to delete a massive amount of comments with vulgarities in them. However, the coaches and players of the national table tennis team, who were the cause of all these events, were utterly unable to accept the outcome. They couldn't figure out why the SARFD had suddenly gone quiet. No way. They couldn't just leave it this way. This was not something they could afford to lose. Hanli said angrily from the embarrassment. The SARFD are going to wash their hands of this? Then we will report this to the cyber police. Li Qi's eyes lit up. Yeah, he instigated the netizens into causing trouble and crashing so many bars. This is an act of internet abuse, so the Internet Surveillance Bureau will surely take on the case. Let's make a complaint. Mention the Internet Surveillance Bureau on Weibo. The table tennis team's people hurriedly went to make their complaints. However, they would probably never know that the previous violation they had reported to the SARF's department was actually under the jurisdiction of Deputy Chief Wu, who was also Zhang Ye's girlfriend. And now, the Internet Surveillance Bureau they were making their complaints to was headed by one of the world's most famous hackers and cyber police officers, Officer Fan Yun, who was also the leader of Zhang Ye's fan club. The earlier scolding battle and the spam flooding operation was basically led by this female cyber policewoman from the Internet Surveillance Bureau. Fortunately, the table tennis team and everyone from the sporting world did not know of these facts, or else they might really have vomited blood for 3 days straight. When the netizens saw this, they were angered once more. They're not done yet. Still making complaints? Haven't you people embarrassed yourselves enough already? What the hell? Teacher Zhang, be careful. This is no trifling matter. We've had scolding battles and spam flooding operations before too, but those were all incited and organized by the netizens themselves. But this time, it happened under Teacher Zhang's command. So if he gets called out for that, this may become a big deal. Then what should we do? Teacher Zhang, quickly delete your posts. Yeah, hurry up and delete those posts from earlier. Just do it. It wouldn't help even if he deletes them. There's a log for sure. A lot of fans were starting to worry again. When Zhang Ye saw this, he did a little bit of work on his computer with the aid of the network technology experience books he had eaten in the past. He modified some stuff here, then added some stuff there. Finally, with a nod of his head, he gave Yao Jinkai a call. Old Yao, there's something I need your help with. Very soon, Yao Jinsai's Weibo suddenly posted, Hello, everyone, this is Zhang Ye. My account was hacked by someone. What just happened anyway? At Weibo, please help me reset my password. I've already sent in a request. Following that, an account under the official Weibo replied, Hello, Teacher Zhang Ye. We just checked and saw that your account was logged into from the United States. The password was indeed changed, so we will need to PM you to verify your identity and cell phone number to help you with the reset. Zhang Ye on Yao Jinsai's Weibo. Thank you. That is great. I can finally get back my Weibo account. Also, I would like to say that I really condemn the theft. They're way too brazen. Hacked. You were hacked? Ning Lan. Chen Guang was stunned. Lu Yifeng was dumbfounded. Han Li vomited blood. Chang Xiaoyang fainted. When everyone saw this statement, they nearly facepalmed themselves as 10,000 strings of fuck you flashed across their eyes. Everyone couldn't help screaming in their heads. You're even scorning the hackers now? Fuck, you're the one who is brazen. No one else in the world is more brazen than you. What a familiar scene this was. What a sense of déjà vu this held. A celebrity's exclusive excuse, getting hacked. No one in the sporting world had expected Zhang Ye to pull off such a classic trick at this point of time. You were hacked? Then, about those comments and insulting posts from earlier? Who else but you could have written them? Now that you're done with the scolding and the matter has been put to rest, you're fucking acting innocent by claiming that you've been hacked? And you even said it with an Aya? Aya, your sister. They were all outraged by the brazenness of Zhang Ye. Chapter 902, a list? Chapter 902, a list? Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, on the second morning of the spring festival, having slept enough, Zhang Ye woke up naturally. He looked at his watch, then pulled aside the blanket, yawned widely, and shouted into the living room. Mom, what's for breakfast? His mother's voice came through the door. You're up? Uh-huh. Breakfast is dumplings. What's the filling? Chives, do you like that? Hi. I'll just make do with whatever. What do you mean by make do with whatever? If you don't want to eat them, then don't eat. After squabbling for a bit, Zhang Ye put on his socks and turned on his cell phone, which he turned off the night before to charge. As it had been a chaotic night, there were too many updates and calls from his friends, so Zhang Ye didn't bother keeping up with all that and simply turned it off when he went to bed. As a result, when he turned it back on, he suddenly received a flood of messages that were mostly sent to him late at night. Moreover, most of the messages sounded quite baffling to him, and he couldn't understand what was going on. Dong Shanshan's text. That was really unexpected from you yesterday, but congratulations anyway, old classmate. Yu Yingyi's text. Zhang congratulations in advance. I was watching the scolding battle throughout. You were awesome. Yao Jinkai, why is your phone off? Ha 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 ha, you were awesome. This scolding battle was really not for nothing. Your popularity really was gained through all that scolding. Ho Gu. Teacher Zhang, congratulations in advance. Fan Wenli. Although we still don't know the exact figure, I'll congratulate you first anyway. Chen Guang. After the data is confirmed, the voice program team should get together for a meal. Congratulations? What are they congratulating me for? What's this data they're talking about? Zhang Ye did not understand and replied to them. What do you mean by this? What are you guys talking about? The others probably slept late and weren't awake yet, so there was no response from them even after a long time. As Zhang Ye did not wish to disturb them by calling them, he got out of bed to brush his teeth, then went to eat breakfast. Qinshan was playing games on her new cell phone. Zhang Ye sat down and slapped her upside the head. You only know how to play games. Qinshan did not even bother with him and just said straight in the direction of the kitchen. Grandma, Zhang Ye hit my head. Zhang Ye was angered into amusement. You've even learned how to tattle on me now? Qinshan looked at him. Her. What's going on here? His mother immediately appeared, holding a bowl of steaming hot dumplings as she glared at him. Don't keep hitting the child's head, or else I'll beat you up, Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. She only knows to play games day in, day out. His mother's next words left Zhang Ye with nothing to say. That's still better than you fighting with people every other day. Zhang Ye. His mother snorted. Did you get into another shouting match with the sporting world last night? Zhang Ye made a terse noise in acknowledgement. Qinshan pouted. Zhang Ye, you're really childish. See, his mother said. Qinshan also knows how childish that was. You're a grown-up, yet you aren't as sensible as the child is and only know how to scold people. Zhang Ye quibbled. That's part of my job requirements. The clattering of keys opening the door jangled. It was his father who just returned from outside. Zhang Ye looked over to the doorway. Dad, where'd you go? I went to buy the newspapers. His father was holding a thick stack of newspapers in his hands. Zhang Ye exclaimed. Did you go on a shopping spree? His father removed his shoes after stepping into the house and said, I usually buy the newspapers that have your news in them. When I saw more than 20 newspapers with your news in them today, I bought them all at once. Zhang Ye said, let me have a look. His mother nagged. Finish eating first, the dumplings have already gone cold. Taking the newspapers from his father, Zhang Ye stuffed a dumpling into his mouth and read the news as he ate. When he saw what was written, Zhang Ye was tickled and nearly spat out the dumpling in his mouth. Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala wins the Viewership Ratings Championship for the first time. A Letter to Home, earns an honorable spot on the top Chinese music chart. Zhang Ye and Yao Jiansai's crosstalk routine, Everything is Great, receives rave reviews. Audience broke down in tears at the venue. Playing It Up targets the table tennis team. The largest scolding battle of the year began last night. Zhang Ye engages in verbal spar with the sporting world. An earth-shattering battle. Sports-related Taiba wiped out last night. Tang Dazong's Tieba caught in crossfire. Zhang Ye claims, my account was hacked. The account hacker has once again ended up as the scapegoat. No punishments have been meted out by the SARFD yet. All of these were the events from yesterday. The timeliness of news reporting by the traditional newspapers was not really that good, as Zhang Ye had performed his acts on Beijing television's Spring Festival Gala at night. The daytime newspapers were already published and distributed. Only the online media outlets quickly followed up with his breaking news, while the traditional newspapers had to wait until this morning to summarize yesterday's news. When the television was switched on, the news was reporting about Zhang Ye as well. Last night, after being denounced by the crosstalk world last year, the sporting world has now declared war on Zhang Ye as well. Numerous sports stars and coaches, such as Liu Yifeng, Han Li, Li Qi, Tang Hechang, and several others fired off one after another at him. The scolding battle spread all over Weibo and flowed over to several dozen Tieba forums. Ring, ring, ring. His cell phone rang. It was the executive director of Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala, Chang Xiaoyang. He quickly swallowed the dumpling in his mouth and answered the call while mumbling, "Hi, Director Chang." Over on the other end, Chang Xiaoyang laughed heartily, in high spirits. "Ha ha ha, Teacher Zhang, you're awake already." Zhang Yi put down his chopsticks. "Ah, yes, I'm eating breakfast right now." Chang Xiaoyang got straight to the point. "The viewership rating for our Spring Festival Gala last night is out. How did we do?" Zhang Yi actually knew already from the newspapers. Chang Xiaoyang said, "Without a doubt, we were first. It even exceeded the viewership rating of the second-place Liaoning TV Spring Festival Gala by a lot. In third place and fourth place are Mango TV and Dragon TV respectively, while Zhujiang TV was placed fifth." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "That's great then." Chang Xiaoyang asked, "Did you see the viewership ratings for your acts?" "Is it out yet?" replied Zhang Yi, interested. Chang Xiaoyang gave a sound of acknowledgement and sighed with satisfaction. "The viewership ratings of your two acts on Beijing TV's Spring Festival Gala were the highest, even when compared with all the other Spring Festival Galas last night. The nationwide viewership of Everything is Great was 3.77%, while the nationwide viewership of Playing It Up was 4.01%. They have broken all the records of the provincial station's Spring Festival Galas over the years. You might not know this, but when many of the industry insiders saw your viewership ratings, they were all shocked for a long time and regretted not inviting you to appear on their station's Spring Festival Gala this year." Zhang Yi was also frightened. That high. A popular show like A Bite of China could only achieve a highest rating of 2.98% in the nationwide viewership ratings, while Zhang Ye's performance on the Spring Festival Gala had actually broken 4%. But it couldn't be compared with those viewership ratings of over 10, 20, or even 30% on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. After all, even though it was harshly criticized by a lot of people, no matter how terrible the acts were to watch, Central TV's Spring Festival Gala was still Central TV's Spring Festival Gala. This status was something that could never be shaken by anyone. But among the provincial station's Spring Festival Gala, the viewership ratings of Zhang Ye's two acts were considered very heaven-defying, sweeping aside all the other performances, without any of them coming close. "We are the champions of the viewership ratings," Chang Xiaoyang exclaimed. "My objectives for this year can be considered to have been completed successfully. I did not let down the stations the trust and expectations they put in me." Zhang Yi said, "Congratulations, Director Chang." Chang Xiaoyang was taken aback, then laughed and said, "Why are you congratulating me? I should be the one congratulating you instead." Zhang Yi recalled something and asked, "Oh yes, there was a group of people congratulating me in advance this morning. What were they talking about? I reread those messages over and over, but I still don't get it." "Don't you know about it yet?" "What should I know about? Have you not seen the Celebrity Rankings Index?" I didn't see it as I went to sleep immediately after the scolding battle last night. Take a look then. I believe you won't be too far off from the A-list rankings. Huh. After hanging up, Zhang Ye quickly browsed through the overall popularity scores of the Celebrity Rankings Index, which was updated at midnight. The moment he looked at it, he could not find his name in the rankings at all. When he searched for his own name, a message appeared, saying, Zhang Ye, ranking pending. Pending? His ranking was not shown. Zhang Ye was suddenly enlightened. Only then did he realize why everyone was congratulating him in advance. The ranking system of this world was fairly advanced and professional, with the system automatically recording the discussion popularity of each celebrity, the value of their work, the awards they won, and other factors to arrive at a base score that would then be converted into an overall score to rank them accordingly. But a computer system was still a computer system after all, and there would be times when it would malfunction. For example, on more than one occasion in the past, when some of the C or D-list celebrities shot to fame overnight due to their appearance on Central TV's Spring Festival Gala, it resulted in a direct jump for them onto the B-list rankings. When that occurred, the system would have a chance of hanging due to an overly large increase of popularity scores causing the processing to peak and the system becoming unable to handle the calculations. That was why this pending status was shown in place when it happened. It would require human input the next day to assist the system to recalculate the scores to display the most accurate rankings. Anyway, a pending status was definitely a good thing. It meant that the popularity and exposure figures generated by Zhang Ye yesterday were too great. After the manual assessment, there would definitely be a large increase. Zhang Ye's previous B-list ranking was at 4th place, which he had just recently been promoted to, so the gap between him and 3rd place was still very wide. In the B-list rankings, especially at the top few places, the popularity and fame required to advance to the next ranking was quite huge. How many places would he rise with this massive increase in popularity? To 3rd place on the B-list rankings? Or 2nd place? Or could it be 1st place? Perhaps even. Zhang Ye was extremely excited and did not dare to think any further. Dad, Mom, I've got something to tell you. Haha, my popularity has risen again, and there might even be an explosive increase this time. He explained the situation to them. His mother was also excited. Is that true? Upon hearing this, his father said in a speechless manner, You can even gain popularity by scolding people? Did you forget? His mother interjected. When our son went from the C-list to the B-list rankings, didn't he do so by scolding others? His father. It seems like that was the case. Zhang Ye nearly fainted. I also performed in a crosstalk and skit last night that set new viewership rating records for the provincial station's Spring Festival galas in recent years. Why are you both insisting that I always do it by scolding people? Beside him, Chunxin ate a dumpling and looked up at him. Her. His mother asked, So when will the rankings be out? Zhang Ye answered, They should be out soon. I'm sure that they'll be released during the day. The more his mother thought about it, the happier and more excited she became. She said, You were at 4th place on the B-list rankings. If you continue moving up further, won't you be really close to getting into the A-list? Meanwhile, the outside world was also paying close attention to Zhang Ye's popularity ranking. The media reporters' concentration was at their maximum. Many of the celebrities in the entertainment industry also couldn't tear their eyes away. Chapter 903, Becoming an A-lister. Chapter 903, Becoming an A-lister. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On Weibo, the so-called Black New Year's Day epic battle had ended, the Weibo popularity of it falling by quite a lot today. Of course, this also had to do with everyone staying up late to scold people and watching the spectacle last night. As it was still very early in the morning and the 2nd day of the Spring Festival was a rest day, most people were still not up yet. Is anyone around? Where are all the brothers and sisters who did battle together yesterday? Yawns asterisk, I just woke up. Same. What's up? Teacher Zhang's popularity ranking is currently pending. Huh, really? Holy shit, there's going to be a breakthrough in his popularity then. Teacher Zhang's popularity score is going to increase again? How much will it increase by? Of course his popularity score will increase. Just the crosstalk and skit acts alone have become very popular with the people. I have a link here for everyone to watch. It's the viewership stats of all the acts on the provincial station's Spring Festival Gala yesterday. First and second place are both Zhang Ye's acts, and coupled with the entry of A Letter to Home on the top Chinese music chart and the humorous Weibo insults that mocked the sporting world, which led to that earth-shattering battle with them last night, his popularity score will definitely experience a huge surge. Yeah, how many people in the country would not know Zhang Ye's name by now? Moreover, it has reached the point where people not only know about his name, they also become his diehard fans. For example, my attention on Zhang Ye before this was not worth a mention at all. I used to like him, but did not pay much attention to him or follow his news daily. But now, ever since last night, I've started paying attention to Zhang Ye's Weibo and joined his Tieba fan club to fight alongside him. I even kept refreshing for online news about him, and if I saw any news with his name on it, I would click on the link. When I saw anyone speaking ill of Zhang Ye, I would go up to them and scold them. I believe that was what many people were doing as well. Haha, yeah, me too. Zhang Ye was so cool yesterday. Right, this is the first time I've seen a celebrity with such a fucking domineering air to him, standing firm against a sporting world chief and numerous sports star champions. He even won in the end. How awesome. What rank do you think Teacher Zhang will reach this time? Second place on the B list? I think he'll become first place on the B list. That will be difficult. The second place celebrity on the B list rankings is currently Dong Dong, team leader of the most popular domestic girl group. Her popularity score is very high. Furthermore, she gains additional popularity from the group's popularity, so it won't be that easy to surpass her. The netizens discussed this. Elsewhere, in the celebrity goof group, Xiaodong sent a crying emoji. Is anyone awake yet? Soon after, Fan Wenli replied, I just woke up. Xiaodong, looking for some moral support. Hua Dongfang also appeared. What's the matter, Xiaodong? About 8 people gradually came online. Why are you crying? Finally, Xiaodong said, Teacher Zhang Ye's popularity score is currently pending and not displayed. He was 4th place previously on the B list, whereas I'm 2nd place. I think I'm in danger. Cries. Fan Wenli. Asterisk pats head to comfort you start. Chun Guang laughed and said, that won't happen, right? 4th place is still quite far from you. Xiaodong sent another crying emoji. In the past, I thought it was quite far away and felt that it would be a long time before Teacher Zhang would catch up, but I really don't think it's that far anymore. Fan Wenli said, aren't you all going on tour soon? When the album for the tour comes out, your popularity will definitely rise dramatically. You can then push for the A-list when you release your new songs next year. Ning Lan was online too. That's right. Xiaodong, I believe in you. Chen Guang. Go, Xiaodong. I believe in you. Eliminate Zhang Ye. Hua Dongfang. Go, Xiaodong. I believe in you. Eliminate Zhang Ye. Fan Wenli. Go, Xiaodong. I believe in you. Eliminate Zhang Ye. A group of people followed along and gave their reply as well. Xiaodong quickly said, thank you, everyone, for your encouragement. Then, Zhang Ye appeared. He sent a long string of dots. Chen Guang immediately said, go, Zhang Ye. I believe in you. Eliminate Xiaodong. Fan Wenli. Go, Zhang Ye. I believe in you. Eliminate Xiaodong. Hua Dongfang. Go, Zhang Ye. I believe in you. Eliminate Xiaodong. It was that same group of people who replied before this. Zhang Ye nearly fainted. Xiaodong vomited at least 3 liters of blood. Xiaodong shouted, you people are so two-faced. Ning Lan. Ha ha ha. This chat group, named Goof Group, really lived up to its name. At home, his mother kept asking, is it out yet? Is it? His father said in speechless manner, will you give it a rest? Aren't you being a little too irritating? How can I not be concerned about this major event? His mother stared at his father. Zhang Ye refreshed the rankings again, then laughed and said, it's not out yet, so let's wait a little longer. Incidentally, he suddenly thought of old Yao and Shanshan's rankings, so he took some time to check them out. When he saw it, Zhang Ye was shocked for a moment. He realized that Yao Jiankai and Dong Shanshan's popularity scores had surged too after last night. The two of them were on the C-list rankings. It was easy to explain for Yao Jiankai as he had been in the industry for over 20 years. He was involved with crosstalk routines and acted in movies. That in and of itself was an accumulation of popularity. This accumulation was many times more compared to Zhang Ye, so it was only normal that old Yao's past works had accumulated enough popularity for him to be successful in the present. But Dong Shanshan being promoted into the C-list rankings at this time made Zhang Ye quite startled. However, after careful thought, it was not actually that shocking either. Although Shanshan did not have many works behind her, her conditions were simply just too good. She was blessed with good looks and a sexy figure, especially that long pair of legs. Not many people in the entertainment industry could compete with her on that. She was born with this advantage and was a good sapling for the entertainment industry. In the entertainment industry, a person's figure and appearance would also be considered an individual's abilities, so they weren't considered something despicable or disgraceful at all. This was because the entertainment industry was different from other professions. Zhang Ye hurriedly made some calls to give his congratulations. Do, the call was answered. Who is this? Yao Jinkai still sounded asleep. Zhang Ye laughed and said, It's me. I'm calling to congratulate you. Your popularity has gone up again. Yao Jinkai said, Little Zhang, haha. It has increased by quite a bit. I already saw that last night and wanted to call you, but your cell phone was off. Zhang Ye said happily, Great. As the best duo, we've gained quite a lot this time. Shanshan did even better than us and has been promoted to the C-list rankings. Although her ranking is near the bottom of the list, she is still considered a C-lister now. I saw it, Yao Jinkai said. She has a better prospect than us since she has the bearing of an A-list celebrity. Zhang Ye replied, You make it sound like I don't have that. Yao Jinkai burst into laughter. What kind of a bearing of an A-list celebrity do you have? Zhang Ye said, I don't have the looks, but it will still happen soon. Yao Jinkai laughed and said, You can try to push your advance this year, but it'll still depend on luck. Yeah, Zhang Ye declared. My goal for this year is to try to aim for the A-list rankings. In the past, countless experts and people from the entertainment industry said that my unconventional way of being a celebrity would come to an end upon reaching the forefront of the B-list rankings, that I wouldn't be able to advance any further than this. But I really don't believe that shit. Yao Jinkai said, Let's see how much you can rise after your pending status is confirmed. Is it out yet? It's not. I'm still waiting. Just as he said that, he suddenly heard his mother clamoring next to him. His mother, who was constantly refreshing her cell phone's browser, shouted, It's out. Son, the ranking is out. Zhang Ye was startled and said into his cell phone, I think it's out. I'll take a look first. But, Yao Jinkai returned. Okay, I'll take a look too. On Weibo, it's out. Zhang Ye's popularity score has been released. Quick, go and see. What's the situation now? What place is he on the B-list rankings? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Heavens. What's going on? What are you holy shitting for? And why are you shouting heavens? Could Zhang Ye have really overtaken Dong Dong? Come and see quickly. What the hell? This is crazy. This is totally crazy. The internet blew up in an instant. Celebrity Goof Group. Ning Lan. It's out. Chun Guang also shouted. The rankings index has been updated. However, the many celebrities who saw the rankings were all shocked. Fan Wenli was dumbfounded. This? Chen Guang. Holy shit. Hua Dongfang gasped. This is Xiaodong. At asterisk and dollar asterisk. Asterisk dollar. At home. His mother was also shouting, Son. Quick, take a look at this. Look at this. His father came over and said, Stop shouting. You're disturbing the neighbors. What's the matter, Mom? How much did my popularity score increase by? Zhang Ye quickly took out his cell phone to look at the latest updated B-list celebrity rankings and was stunned by what he saw. What does this mean? Why isn't my name on it yet? Zhang Ye said helplessly, Mom, don't know how to use a cell phone. It's still not updated yet. My name isn't there at all. His mother said ecstatically, It is. It is. Zhang Ye was stunned. Suddenly, he thought of a seemingly impossible possibility and immediately picked up his cell phone excitedly again and tapped on the A-list celebrity rankings. He browsed to the next page, and the next page, and further to the next page. Finally, he saw his own name at the last spot. Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. He was totally dumbfounded without any mental preparation at all. The A-list? He had become an A-list celebrity just like that? Chapter 904. Becoming an A-lister even without a proper job? Chapter 904. Becoming an A-lister even without a proper job? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Ha Chi Chi's house. After just waking up, she received a call from Little Wang. only to hear her shouting and yelling on the other end. Little Wang screamed, "Ah!" Ha Chi said in a speechless manner. "Who stepped on your foot?" "Director Ha? Director Zhang has become an A-lister," Little Wang exclaimed. "What A-lister?" Ha Chi was startled. "An A-lister. You know an A-lister," Little Wang yelled. Ha Chi finally realized what was going on and asked in a stunned manner. "Are you saying that Director Zhang has gotten into the A-list rankings?" "Yeah." Little Wang was extremely excited. "He's so awesome. He's amazing." Ha Chi immediately sat up and said in surprise, "How is that possible? Wasn't he just 4th place on the B-list rankings before this? How did he suddenly get into the A-list rankings?" Beijing Times. At the entertainment section's editorial department, an exclamation of "Holy shit" loudly reverberated in the office. "Zhang Ye has become an A-lister." "Oh, what? That's not possible. Did they make a mistake? Him? A-lister? How could he become an A-lister so quickly? Fuck, let me see. This wicked wretch can also become an A-lister?" The people at Central TV also found out about the news instantly. Su Yiplin was stunned. Chen Yi was stunned. Jiang Yuan was stunned. Those who were on the program team of the Spring Festival Gala were also stunned. Zhang Ye became an A-lister. This. Silence. Or rather, they were cursing in their minds. Even he can become an A-lister? He really became an A-lister? Is there any justice? Is there any law? What has this fellow done? He had not done any proper work before at all. Taking into account those current A-list celebrities in the entertainment industry, the majority of them were either singers or actors. Hosting was considered an obscure profession in the entertainment industry. Furthermore, Zhang Ye did not even do his main job as a host properly. Instead, he became a director, involved himself in the field of mathematics, took up positions as a university professor, piloted a plane, dabbled in calligraphy, wrote novels, composed poems, and even performed crosstalks. You have not done any proper work at all. You can even do it like that? You can even become a goddamn A-lister like that? The media was making a racket. The entertainment circle was making a racket. Thousands and thousands of people were also making a racket. When they saw the rankings, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Actually, wasn't that the case for Zhang Ye too? Zhang Ye was even more shocked that he became an A-list celebrity than the media, the netizens, and his colleagues. After working so hard for his goal, he had finally reached it just like that? Zhang Ye did not feel any sense of realism in this as he stood rooted to the spot for a long time, not even believing it himself. His mother laughed loudly and said, "Son, you're really an A-lister now, although it's only the last spot." His father was also stunned. Qinshin came out and said, "Zhang Ye, do you need me to step on your foot?" Saying that, she actually stepped right onto his foot. "Why are you stepping on my foot?" Zhang Ye said speechlessly to her. Qinshin calmly replied, "I'm just letting you know that you aren't dreaming." Uft. This bad kid. Zhang Ye was angered into amusement. "Looks like I have to thank you then." Qinshin acknowledged, "You're welcome." Suddenly, the phones rang noisily. His mother's cell phone rang first, followed by a lively ringing tone of Zhang Ye's cell phone. Then Qinshin's cell phone also rang at almost the same time. The house phone in the living room rang as well. There was ringing sounds everywhere. His mother answered and said joyfully, "Hello. Io, Ming Ming. That's right. That's right. Your brother has been promoted to the A-list. We just found out about it too. Right. Thank you. Your brother is busy answering calls now. I'll get him to call you back later. Is your mom at home?" "She is." "Get her on the phone." His father picked up the house phone. It was from an old neighbor. "Hello? Brother Lou." "Yes, he's an A-lister now. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Let me thank you on little Ye's behalf." "All right. Okay. Come over to our home when you're free." Qinshin was talking to her classmate on the phone. "Hello? Who's this?" "Oh, Black Widow." Everyone was busy answering their phones. Zhang Yi moved far away from them and went back into his bedroom to answer the calls. The first call was from Dong Shanshan. Dong Shanshan immediately said, "Are you for real?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "Maybe, probably. It's most likely real." Dong Shanshan said, "I saw your popularity score pending in the middle of the night and knew that you would definitely leap up in the rankings. I even sent a message to congratulate you in advance, but who knew that you'd leap by this much? This is not just about jumping several spots in the rankings anymore. but a direct promotion into the A-list. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "You were very impressive too. You're now a big-shot C-list celebrity. That still can't be compared to you." Dong. Shanshan chuckled. How many years has it been since any of the graduates from Media College have become an A-list celebrity? 3 years? Or 5 years? Who could have expected that it would be you to achieve that? Media College specialized in the broadcasting major, and in this specialty, they were ranked #1 in the country without others coming close. But because of this, those who graduated from Media College found it difficult to gain any great achievements. It was not easy for a host to stand out in the entertainment industry as they were not mainstream celebrities. And in the other majors, such as singing, directing, and acting, Media College was unable to compare with the Central Conservatory of Music, Central Academy of Drama, and Shanghai Theater Academy. But today, after a few years, Media College had finally produced another A-list celebrity. This undoubtedly made the students of Media College very excited. After hanging up with Dong Shanshan, many of his other friends called as well. His beloved teacher Su of Media College was similarly excited. "Little Zhang, good job. You did great. It was all thanks to teacher Su's guidance. Knock it off. Which school or teacher can produce such a reckless celebrity like you? That's all your own hard work. Man, why does it sound like you're lecturing me? Ha ha. Kid, you've brought a lot of pride to our alma mater this time. Good. Very good. Thanks, teacher Su. President who contacted me earlier and wanted me to congratulate you on behalf of the college. Oh, then please give my thanks to President who." A while later, the people from Peking University also called. "Congratulations, little Zhang." "Thank you, Dean Pan. Our mathematics field has produced an A-list celebrity this time around." "Ha ha ha. You can even count this? Why not? Aren't you a Peking University math professor?" "Yes." "Then of course it's counted since you're part of Peking University's mathematics department." All right then." When the Chinese department's Dean Chang and Secretary Zhang called, they said something similar as well. "Little Zhang, congratulations to you. To think that a teacher from Peking University's Chinese department could become an A-list celebrity. When are you free to come back? We'll hold a celebration for you when you're here." "Thank you, Dean Chang. I'll treat everyone when the time comes." "I'll hold you to your words then." It could be imagined that when Peking University started its school term this year, the entrance of the Chinese department would definitely have a banner hung with words like, "A warm congratulations to Peking University Associate Professor Zhang Ye from the Chinese department on being promoted to the A-list." Then the math department would hang a similar banner saying, "A warm congratulations to Peking University Associate Professor Zhang Ye from the math department on being promoted to the A-list." Damn, hopefully they won't end up fighting when that time comes. The calls kept coming. Chun Guang and Fan Wenli called to offer their congratulations. A call from songstress Zhang Xia. A call from skit actress Xi Xiufang. A call from Chu Haiying, who was hospitalized at the moment. 5 calls. 10 calls. 20 calls. 30 calls. Finally, even Zhang Yuanqi gave him a call. She did not speak much, but it left Zhang Yi in a good mood. "Old Zhang, you're all right." "Zhang Yi. Haha, I'm not bad. Old Zhang. To be honest, I was rather surprised that you managed to get into the A-list." "Zhang Yi. I haven't come around yet from all that has happened either." "Old Zhang. Not bad, but you're still far off from becoming an S-list heavenly king." "Zhang Yi. Who knows? I might catch up to you by next year." "Old Zhang, sure. I'll be waiting." The news of Zhang Yi getting promoted to the A-list had shocked and startled lots of people. It was not very long ago that Zhang Yi was just a Media College graduate who could not find a job. He stumbled along in his journey, scolding his leaders, getting involved in fights, working on shows, piloting a plane, battling the global mathematics field, and arguing with the crosstalk and sporting worlds. The difficulties and hardships that he faced along the way could basically be compiled into a book as thick as 3 Journey to the West books, with an additional book of the Golden Lotus. But now, he was finally promoted to the A-list. This was an affirmation to all of Zhang Ye's efforts over the past 2 years. He was glad that he had chosen this path and had kept following it all the way until now. After finishing with all the calls, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief as he finally got some time to call Wu Ziqing. "Old Wu, I'm an A-lister now." Old Wu laughed and said, "I've already seen it." Zhang Yi said with a smile, "There's nothing else." I just wanted to thank you. I still remember clearly how no one believed in me back then. Everyone thought that I would not be able to advance any further after I had reached the B-list rankings, that it was impossible for me to have an opportunity or the qualities to rise another level. But it was because of your encouragement that I persisted onward. Now that this bro has managed to persist thus far, I will still continue to move upwards as there are still the S-list and international stage that I want to get to. I won't be stopping here for sure. Old Wu said smilingly. Then don't stop. I, too, am especially looking forward to seeing how far you can go. Zhang Ye laughed and said, as long as you're beside me, I can even aim for the skies. Chapter 905. Zhang Ye's live interview. Chapter 905. Zhang Ye's live interview. Translator, Leg editor, Leg. On the same day, the news was out. The newspapers, television, and online media were all fighting to cover this piece of news. Zhang Ye promoted into the A-list. The latest celebrity rankings index. The A-list celebrity rankings have finally been updated. Zhang Ye surprisingly breaks into the A-list. Can Zhang Ye maintain his ranking as an A-lister? Let us wait and see. A raffish celebrity creates a miracle that won't be replicated by anyone. A journey. How Zhang Ye walked his path to fame. Zhang Ye, a prodigy not recognized by his industry peers. Feats or faults, leave it to the future generations to judge for themselves. In fact, Zhang Ye was ascending to cloud 9 looking at all these headlines. The A-list celebrity rankings had stayed unchanged for a long time. It had always cycled between the same few people moving up and down on the list without any new entries. After all, even if one were to shoot to fame overnight, they would at most get onto the B-list. This would be in the most extreme of circumstances where a celebrity shot to fame. But to get onto the A-list? This was something that required results, with a need for background and an accumulation of popularity. A celebrity who shot to fame overnight would never be able to hold onto the status of an A-lister, which was why this ranking had been stable for such a long time. Most outsiders could never break into it. But today, Zhang Ye had broken the stalemate. A celebrity with average looks, someone who could never depend on his looks to make a living. This person had actually managed to stumble his way to a new height. In the eyes of many, this was a miracle. If it was just the B or C-list rankings, this would have been acceptable. But in the ranks of the A-list, which celebrity did not depend on their looks to make a living? Even if they depended on their talents and other factors, their looks were definitely still outstanding. This had become one of the prerequisites of the A-list, but with Zhang Ye's appearance on it, it had surprised everyone. For someone who had just debuted for less than 2 years, someone who only looked a little better than average, he had somehow been promoted into the A-list, although he was still ranked last. Although his popularity was still unstable as of now. In the afternoon, Zhang Ye received a call and left in a hurry. At Central TV, the heavens were kind today with clear skies. When Zhang Ye arrived, Yan Tianfei's secretary was waiting for him at the entrance. The secretary was already walking up to welcome him when he spotted Zhang Ye's car arriving from afar. Teacher Zhang, congratulations. Congratulations to you, the secretary said. Zhang Ye smiled and said, thank you very much. The secretary immediately said, the interview will be done on Central TV Live News. Please come with me. Zhang Ye nodded and followed. All right. It won't take long, right? The secretary replied. At most 10 minutes, but it's a live broadcast. All right, I understand, Zhang Ye said. The secretary laughed. I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Zhang Ye shrugged and remarked. If it's a live interview with Central TV, why would I not come? Right now, Zhang Ye needed to solidify his position and popularity. Having just been promoted into the A-list, the newcomer clearly could not compare with the other A-listers, as he wouldn't have their foundations of fame. In the short term, he couldn't compete with them, so there was no need to think about surpassing them. But for the people behind him, their popularity did not differ much from his. That previous A-lister Zhang Ye had replaced was currently at the top of the B-list rankings, so it could be said that he might still return to the A-list at any time and push Zhang Ye back down the rankings. At this time, it was Zhang Ye's most unstable and vulnerable period. He needed to solidify this place he had fought so hard for. Since there was an interview, and it was even a live interview on Central TV, then of course he had to come. Otherwise, that former A-list celebrity might just come up with something and Zhang Ye would return to the B-list the next day, becoming the most short-lived A-lister in history. Besides, it wasn't easy to secure this interview either. There were a lot of going-ons behind it. After receiving news of Zhang Ye getting promoted into the A-list, Central TV News Channel contacted Department 14 and communicated with them, hoping to arrange for a short live interview with Zhang Ye. According to convention, whenever a celebrity was promoted into the A-list, it was always considered a major event. Therefore, Central TV, being the big brother of television stations, couldn't possibly miss out on reporting such news, so they would usually arrange for a one-on-one live interview with that celebrity on the day of. But the reason why this was delayed until the afternoon was mainly because of the rather awkward relationship between Central TV and Zhang Ye. Having gone through a lawsuit, having fought and scolded each other, the people of the Central TV News Channel could not make the decision to do this interview. They had to urgently seek out the heads to communicate their intentions and hold a meeting to discuss it. It took until the afternoon before this live interview with Zhang Ye was approved, although that would be considered a good thing even with all the setbacks. Suddenly, in front of him, his colleagues all appeared. Director Zhang, Teacher Zhang, Ha Chi-Chi, Little Wang, Tong Fu, and Huang Dandan were all here. Zhang Ye was surprised by them and said with a smile, "Whoa, why are you all back at work on the second day of the new year?" Ha Chi-Chi smiled. "We're not. We knew that you were going to come for a live interview, so we came back specifically for that. We wanted to congratulate you and to also cheer you on." Little Wang gave him a thumbs up and said in admiration, "Director Zhang, you're so awesome. When I heard about you becoming an A-list celebrity, I was totally stunned by the news." Director Zhang, "Treat us." "Yeah, you have treat. Us. Treat. Zhang Zhua and Wu Yi will be coming over in a while too." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "All right, don't leave then. After the interview is done, I'll treat everyone." The outside world. The news had long since been released. Zhang Ye is going to appear on Central TV's live broadcast. What time? It's almost time. Then I must definitely catch it. Didn't Central TV and Zhang Ye have a falling out? But this is such big news. They still have to invite Zhang Ye for an interview no matter what. He's an A-list celebrity now, a big shot in the entertainment industry. So how can he still be treated like he was before? Even if Central TV dislikes him, for such a big piece of news, they would definitely have to report it. It's only a 10-minute live interview. Back when Hu Dongfang rose into the A-list, he gave an interview for half an hour. They even made a special program to cover him. But the key here is that it's Zhang Ye. With his relationships, how can he possibly be compared to sect leader Hua? It's already considered very good that he has 10 minutes. Let's see if Teacher Zhang can use this chance to solidify his position. The original A-lister who was knocked down to the B-list is hot on his heels. The difference in the popularity scores is just tens of thousands. Teacher Zhang, we're cheering you on. You must definitely hold on to your position. A popularity score difference of tens of thousands of points might sound like a lot, but at this level, it would be considered very little. It could just be the difference of one song, a commercial, an interview, or an incident on Weibo. Their popularity scores were very close. Whoever would be in the A-list tomorrow was still an open question. The interview was about to begin. His parents turned on the television. Zhang Ye's relatives and neighbors also tuned into Central TV News Channel. At home, Yin Tianfei switched on his television. Chun Guang and Fan Wenli were watching. Zhang Xiao was watching. Ci Xiufang was watching. Dong Shanshan was watching. Yao Jinkai was watching. Peking University's teacher Su Na was watching. Central TV Department 1's Jiang Yuan, Su Yipeng, and Chun Yi were watching. The peers of the crosstalk world were watching. Those from the sporting world were watching. Zhang Yuanqi and her manager were watching. Even Wu Zuqing was watching. Zhang Ye's relatives, friends, colleagues, fans, even his foes, those who liked him, those who disliked him. Many of these people were waiting and watching their televisions at this moment, waiting for Zhang Ye's first appearance since getting into the A-list celebrity rankings. They wanted to know just what he would say after getting promoted into the A-list. On Central TV News Channel, Central TV Live News began its live broadcast. The host was a woman in her 30s. Her name was Zhang Ye, which was a rather strange name. She was a veteran host of Central TV who had even hosted news simulcast for a period of time. She was also one of the few remaining people at Central TV who had never had any conflict with Zhang Ye. Therefore, her interviewing Zhang Ye today came as no surprise at all. A long table and 2 chairs. The two of them sat facing each other. Zhang Ye put on her signature smile and announced, "We're very happy to be able to invite my colleague to today's Central TV Live News. Welcome, Teacher Zhang Ye." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Hello, Teacher Zhang Ye. Speaking of, we were probably family 500 years ago," Zhang Ye said with a smile. Zhang Ye nodded. "Right? I heard of your great name long ago." Zhang Ye asked, "Oh, Teacher Zhang knows of me." Zhang Ye chuckled. "I often watch your news shows, so in my mind, you're just like the stars in the sky." Zhang Ye said in surprise, "Wow, do I shine that brightly to you?" "Hi." Zhang Ye then followed with, "Whether there's 1 star more or 1 star less, it doesn't make any difference to me." Zhang Ye, host who had anchored news shows, had always done her job with only 2 kinds of expressions, with a serious look or a professional smile. But today, in this process of the live broadcast, Zhang Ye had giggled because of Zhang Ye's words. The people watching their televisions were also entertained. "Ha ha ha. Io, Zhang Ye is really amazing. It's a live broadcast and he's still talking that. What? It feels like he's performing a crosstalk instead. Of course. How can Zhang Ye's interviews be like the others? Ha ha ha. I like this. I like him so much. That flamboyance can only come from someone like him." His mother also said in a speechless manner, "That rascal, he isn't afraid to say anything." On TV, Zhang Ye laughed for a long time before finally giving a helpless expression. "I've finally had a taste of Teacher Zhang's eloquence today. It's just a joke, Zhang Ye cracked. In fact, after being together at Central TV for so long, Zhang Ye and Zhang Ye were coming face to face for the first time officially. To say that this was her first humbling experience with Zhang Ye, that was really the truth, and she really did learn a little from Zhang Ye. She had interviewed countless celebrities and done countless news reporting in the past. Even for the celebrities who had just risen into the A-list, she had interviewed 2 of them before. When those newly promoted A-listers came here to Central TV Live News, they would tend to be serious and polite, or keep thanking their fans and family. But this was truly the first time she had come across someone like Zhang Ye who immediately cracked jokes the moment he spoke. At that instant, she wasn't too prepared and couldn't help but lose her composure. She could only smile wryly as she thought of how Zhang Ye was really different from other stars. Chapter 906. I'm unfamiliar with this world. Chapter 906. I'm unfamiliar with this world. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the recording studio, Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Teacher Zhang, let's get serious now." Zhang Ye looked at her and said, "Did you think I wasn't serious just now?" Zhang Ye cleared his throat and said, "Fine, I'll really be proper this time." Zhang Ye was holding a cue card in her hand as she gave a wry smile. "After your antics, I really don't know how to host or what to ask." In front of her was Zhang Ye, who was also an excellent host himself. When these 2 hosts met, neither of them really knew who would be the one asking or answering the questions. "It's fine, you can ask me anything." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Treat it like we're chatting as friends. I'm a very casual person, so I wouldn't know what to say if it gets too formal." Zhang Ye then said in a relaxed manner, "All right then, let's just treat it as if we're chatting as friends." Zhang Ye said, "Sure." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Regarding the news that was just released this morning, you have officially been promoted to the A-list. I especially would like to know what your reaction was when you found out about it." Zhang Ye threw up his hands and said with a smile, "My first reaction was to look at the sun outside the window." Zhang Ye asked, puzzled, "Did you feel that it would bring you a sunny warmth?" Zhang Ye shook his head. "Nope." Zhang Ye asked again, "Did you feel like you were glowing from the sun's rays?" Zhang Ye shook his head. "It's not that either." Zhang Ye asked in curiosity, "Then why did you look outside at the sun?" Zhang Ye said, "I was looking to see if the sun rose from the west today." Zhang Ye reacted, "Pfft, just for that." Zhang Ye nodded his head seriously and said, "Yes, that was it." The audience was also entertained. That mouth on Teacher Zhang. If you were in disbelief, just say that you couldn't believe it. Why are you talking about looking at the sun? Pfft, a Beijinger's bad habit of speaking nonsense has rendered me speechless. Yeah, he never wants to speak properly, and has to beat around the bush for some reason. What an informal interview this is. Haha, it's quite good that they're being informal. I like to watch Zhang Ye's teasing. At the recording studio, Zhang Ye said in amusement, "Looks like you were also very surprised by this news." Zhang Ye said, "Yes. I also read the netizens' comments and watch the reports on television. Honestly, you might not believe this. You thought you guys were surprised? I was even more surprised than all of you. Such an unpopular person like me in the entertainment industry could actually push into the A-list overnight? If you were me, would you believe it?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't believe it either." "That's right," Zhang Ye said. "My feelings right now are the same. That's why I really want to ask about something. Are you sure that there hasn't been a mistake?" Zhang Ye smiled pleasantly and said, "We're sure." Zhang Ye suddenly sat up straight and said with a smile, "Then that's great. I can finally straighten my back. I didn't dare sit up straight since I entered the recording studio as I was feeling guilty. I was afraid that someone would suddenly come in and drag me off in the middle of the broadcast, saying that there had been a mistake." Zhang Ye laughed again for a long time. "One question, 2 questions, 3 questions." Zhang Ye asked the questions while Zhang Ye answered them, occasionally bantering. Very soon, the 10-minute duration was almost up. Zhang Ye received the time update by the technical director over her headset and said, "Since the moment you debuted, you seemed like you couldn't fit in with this world and never got along with your industry peers. Up to now, despite all the doubting voices against you, you've endured and kept walking toward the stage of an A-list celebrity. I'm actually very impressed by that." Pausing, she added, "So, since we're coming to the end of our interview, do you have anything else to say to our audience? Or something you'd like to express? I'll leave the rest of the time to you." It's already time for the closing remarks. What should he say? What should he express? Zhang Ye suddenly thought of himself being in this other world and remembered his choice of choosing this path filled with disaster. He suddenly had some mixed feelings, and for the first time, he organized his thoughts about his life and the situations he encountered. When he first came to this unfamiliar world, he went through many situations that forced him into silence, made him humble, left him disappointed, needed him to be brave, infuriated him, set him against the heavens, set him against the earth, and set him against other men. He had really been through a lot. He truly had something he wished to say. Hence, Zhang Ye turned to the camera and looked at all the viewers watching their televisions and uttered softly, "I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my silence. I still have a lot of questions. About the South, my roots, hope, and about distance." Zhang Ye was stunned. "I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my despair. I still have a lot of passion. For division, death, yesterday, and solitude." Listening to this, the viewers watching their televisions were all stunned. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my deceit. I still have a lot of candor. I can't do without, or let go, yet lives and loves." Zhang Ye's smile slowly faded as he gently went on. "I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my loneness. I still have a lot to demand. I need comfort, to share, get upset, and tell you." At home, his parents were watching the television in shock. When Qinshan, who was playing with her cell phone, heard Zhang Ye's voice, she also raised her head to look for the first time. Zhang Ye's voice sounded like it came from afar, yet it felt very near. "I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my coldness. I still have a lot of feelings. For time, the white clouds, the night, and for destiny." At a villa, Chen Guang's home. "I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my shirking. I still have a lot I long for. My dreams, memories, my failures, and desires." Chen Guang and Fan Wenli looked at each other as they listened to Zhang Ye's voice. For some reason, they suddenly felt very touched and were full of admiration for him. Good. This poem was really good. Somewhere in Beijing, Zhang Yuanqi's home. Zhang Yuanqi and her manager, Fang Weihong, were watching Zhang Ye on TV. The two of them were chatting and munching on sunflower seeds a while ago, but had suddenly turned quiet for some reason. "I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my weakness. I still have a lot of courage. Renouncing loss, the gods, the heavens, and the earth." Renouncing the heavens? Renouncing the earth? Wu Ziqing's home. Zhang Ye's deep voice resounded through the house. I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my sorrow. I still have a lot of delight. I have my being, worth, uniqueness, and meaning. At Central TV Department 14, people like Ha Chi-chi, Zhang Zhua, Yin Tianfei's secretary, and others who were waiting for Zhang Ye in their office said nothing and just stared straight at the figure speaking on TV. I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my turmoil. I still have a lot of angles. To move forward, look back, to leap, and stop to rest. At this moment, thousands and thousands of viewers were staring at their televisions, listening in silence to Zhang Ye's life. I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my splitting. I still have a lot of wholeness. At the least, I must fulfill myself. About to recite the last stanza, Zhang Ye smiled again. I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my selection to die or to live. I still have a lot of choices. By chance, of these two, neither of them were options. He finished reciting. Zhang Ye was listening to him with rapt attention. At last, Zhang Ye smiled at the camera and host before saying, "That is all. Thank you." The time was up. The live broadcast signal was cut. Zhang Ye got up to leave, but suddenly heard applause coming from around him. Zhang Ye stood up and started slowly clapping her hands. A few of the technical directors in the studio also came to their senses and applauded loudly for Zhang Ye. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they'd heard. They believed that these lines were definitely not prepared by Zhang Ye beforehand. That was why they were so dumbfounded by what they heard. As a result, they were clapping their hardest for him, even forgetting about the conflict that existed between him and Central TV. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Thank you." Zhang Ye was very touched and felt a mix of emotions. She said, "Teacher Zhang, I've met a lot of people and celebrities before and heard a lot about their life experiences as well. But I feel that you are the most wonderful person amongst them." Was it wonderful? It probably was. Zhang Ye flashed a smile, but did not say anything. That was because he did not know how to respond to her. There were too many things that he could not say, not even to his own family. In this world, only Zhang Ye alone knew that he was truly unfamiliar with this world. He did not belong to this world at all. But there was something he would not waver on. He would continue to walk down this path without stopping until he reached the highest point of this unfamiliar world. Original text with pinyin. 我和这个世界不熟。我 HZH-GBSH。这并非是我安静的原因。ZH-BANG-PHI-SH 忘记的原因。我依旧有很多问题。我依旧有很多 WNT。问南方，问故里，问希望，问距离。WN Fang, WN Glee, WN Zion, WN JL。我和这个世界不熟。我 HZH-GBSH。这并非是我绝望的原因。ZH-BANG-PHI-SH 我争的原因。我依旧有很多热情。我依旧有很多 RQNG。给分开，给死亡，给昨天，给安静。给分开，给 Sion， 给昨天，给安静。我和这个世界不熟。我 HZH-GBSH。这并非是我虚假的原因。ZH-BANG-PHI-SH 我虚假的原因。我依旧有很多真诚。我依旧有很多真情，离不开，放不下，活下去，爱得起。LB Kai, FNG Bexy, Guzik, ID Chi。我和这个世界不熟。我 HZH-GBSH。这并非是我估计的原因。ZH-BANG-PHI-SH 我估计的原因。我依旧有很多诉求。我依旧有很多 ski， 去慰藉，带分享，热心烦，告诉你。去widge，低分享，resentful，goes 你。我和这个世界不熟。我 HZH-GBSH。这并非是我冷漠的原因。ZH-BANG-PHI-SH 我冷的原因。我依旧有很多动情。我依旧有很多 DNGQNG。为时间，为白云，为天黑，为天明。为时间，为白云，为天黑，为time。我和这个世界不熟。我 HZH-GBSH。这并非是我逃避的原因。ZH-BANG-PHI-SH 我逃避的原因。我依旧有很多憧憬。我依旧有很多憧憬。对梦想，对记忆，对失败，对希冀。Du Mingxiang, do jy, do shibi, do zich. 我和这个世界不熟。我 hzh gbsh. 这并非是我卑微的原因。zh 并非 sh 我卑微的原因。我依旧有很多勇敢。我依旧有很多勇敢。不信苏，不信神，不信天，不信地。bxn 修 bxn shn bxn 天 bxn 的。我和这个世界不熟。我 hzh gbsh. 这并非是我失落的原因。zh 并非 sh 我失落的原因。我依旧有很多高昂。我依旧有很多高昂。有存在，有价值，有独特，有意义。有 kanzi, 有 jiz, 有 dt, 有 yy. 我和这个世界不熟。我 hzh gbsh. 这并非是我迷茫的原因。zh 并非 sh 我 mmng 的原因。我依旧有很多方向。我依旧有很多方向。往前走，回头望，会跳跃，会停息。往前走 ，hu to wng, hu taioyu, hu tengsi. 我和这个世界不熟。我 hzh gbsh. 这并非是我撕裂的原因。zh 并非 sh 我撕裂的原因。我依旧有很多完整。我依旧有很多完整。至少，我要成全我自己。shao, 我有成全我自己。我和这个世界不熟。我 hzh gbsh. 这并非是我选择死亡或者生存的原因。zh 并非 sh 我 zuans. 上呼着生存的原因。我依旧有很多选择。我依旧有很多 zuans. 刚巧，这两者都不是选项之一。刚巧 zh 两者都 bsh 双情之一。Chapter 907, The Battle for the A-List Rankings. Chapter 907, The Battle for the A-List Rankings. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Central TV. After Zhang Ye came out of Central TV Live News, he saw Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others already waiting outside for him. When they saw Zhang Ye, everyone congregated around him. Zhang Zhua said, Director Zhang, I was caught in a traffic jam on the way here. Congratulations. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Thank you. Wu Yi hurriedly said, We watched your live interview just now at the office. You did really well. That poem was really good. Ha Chi-Chi sighed. Little Wang even said, Director Zhang, I nearly cried listening to that poem. Zhang Yi looked at his assistant and said in amusement, Aren't you a little too easily moved? Department 14's Huang Dandan replied, It's not because we're easily moved, but that the poem was truly touching. Zhang Yi smiled and said, All right, let's head off now. I'll be treating everyone to lunch. Let me call Director Yin to see if he has time to join us. We should all have a get-together. But Zhang's was suggested, Director Zhang, if it's a hassle, we can skip the get-together today. I think you should still have some matters to attend to for now. Who knows when the previous A-lister, Li Yu, might catch up to you again. Little Wang, realizing the situation, agreed. Yeah, that's true. Tong Fu said, I just checked. Your popularity score and Li Yu's popularity score are pretty close. Ha Chi-Chi considered for a moment before saying, Director Zhang, let's just skip today's meal and take a rain check. There'll be plenty of opportunities for a get-together later. Now that Li Yu has been nudged down to the B list, he's sure to take action. He definitely won't do nothing, and there might still be a popularity battle to fight tonight. So you should be careful. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Let's go. We should just do whatever we want to do. If I get nudged back down, there's nothing I can do about it. If it's mine, it's mine. I can't force the situation either. I'm unfamiliar with this world. The poem he had just recited was thought to have originated from Bei Dao. But after some verification, it seemed like it wasn't Bei Dao's work at all. It was more likely that it was just a fan's pastiche instead. As for who the original poet of this poem was, Zhang Yi couldn't figure it out either. He loved this poem regardless, but had never been able to find a suitable occasion to bring it out. However, he was able to fulfill that wish today, and that made Zhang Yi feel like he was finally freed. He was like an alcoholic who had not had a drink in a month and was able to finally grab a bottle of Erguo to drink to his heart's content. As such, he felt like he had been set free from his chains, and at this moment did not really care about that battle for the A-list spot. He would just do whatever needed to be done. and say whatever needed to be said. And after that, whatever goes. On Weibo, a lot of netizens were crying out and clamoring. I like this poem so much. That's right. I really like it. Why did the live interview end so quickly? Zhang Ye, say a few more words. Central TV news channel didn't allocate much time to Zhang Ye at all. If teacher Zhang were to come up with such poems every day, how great would that be? I'm unfamiliar with this world. But this isn't the cause of my weakness. I still have a lot of courage. Renouncing loss. The gods, the heavens, and the earth. I was really touched. I was really touched by this. This poem is absolutely the best. The poem was really wonderful. But the key is that Zhang Ye's life is wonderful in the first place. That's right. If this poem were recited by someone else, it would never have brought about the impact on me like it did when Zhang Ye recited it. Because this poem is talking about Zhang Ye and his life. So if it were any other, who could have the same grade of ups and downs like Zhang Ye has had in his lifetime? Zhang Ye's path in the entertainment industry was truly much harder than anyone else's. That he could journey to this point, I'm not the least bit surprised. No one knows more about determination than he does. This poem is really awesome. Teacher Zhang is really awesome. After I'm unfamiliar with this world was broadcast live, it immediately began to set off a wave on the internet. There were not a lot of people who forwarded this poem, because most of the netizens felt that if this poem were written text alone, it would be wholly unable to express the impact it had on them. As such, that short 10-minute interview on Central TV Live News was forwarded like crazy instead. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. The comments instantaneously filled up to the point of shooting through the roof. Hong Kong. Li Yu's personal studio. Hurry up. Send them a reminder again. We must get this taken care of by today. There's no time left. If we don't hit back today, our chances of getting back onto the A-list will only get slimmer and slimmer. Teacher Li, we have already communicated with our partners in mainland China. Regarding the micro-movie, the shooting that you took part in last month, they've agreed to move the release date to today. 1. Very good. That's great. We've finally got that settled. There won't be a problem then. We'll definitely regain the A-list spot tonight. Right. That's right. Let's go. Everyone, let's put in our best efforts. Li Yu is a celebrity active in the Greater China region. He was a well-known actor and a Cantonese singer. He had debuted for over a decade already and had even received a prestigious domestic film award for Best Supporting Actor. Of course, Li Yu is still best known for his singing. His popularity in Hong Kong was practically unmatched, and he'd released over a dozen albums. Almost half of the songs he had released were well-known tunes that everyone could hum along to. He also had the title of Little Singing God. The once big-shot A-lister had ruled the A-list celebrity rankings for many years, even though he had not been able to break through any further in both the acting and singing fields. Thus, he just kept circling around at the bottom of the rankings, but had never dropped off from the A-list rankings before. But today, Li Yu had been replaced in his A-list spot by Zhang Ye. His team was suddenly coveting the return of the position. This was a battle of life and death. It was a battle for honor. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The long-promoted micro-movie The Shooting was unexpectedly released in advance. It even premiered first on the internet through an online video hosting site and was free to watch. This was a sequel to one of Li Yu's previous movies. It was also Li Yu and his company's way of testing the waters of the micro-movie art form. It was suddenly getting lively on the internet. Heavens, they're premiering the micro-movie so soon. That's great. I'll go and have a watch. I like Li Yu. A veteran A-list celebrity's strength is definitely not something that a person like Zhang Ye, who only knows how to scold people every day, can match. They're contending with each other already. Li Yu and Zhang Ye have sounded the gong for their popularity battle. The shot was a classic, so the sequel is definitely a must-watch. Zhang Ye's in danger now. Yeah, Teacher Li's team has made their move. Many of the Greater China citizens were practically in full support of Li Yu. Who is Zhang Ye? I don't know. I've never heard of him before. I only recognize Teacher Li Yu as an A-list celebrity. Tonight, the outcome will be decided. Teacher Li, go for it. The entire entertainment industry was watching. From a subjective perspective, there was no such thing as a higher or lower art form. Some people might like this celebrity, While the others might prefer that celebrity, this was very normal behavior. But objectively, Zhang Ye and Li Yu were actually two very different types of celebrities. Alright, actually Zhang Ye's style was basically just different from everyone else, and he had always been a unique one. Zhang Ye's current popularity score on the popularity rankings was just a little higher than Li Yu's, almost to the point of being negligible. The two's overall popularities were nearly identical, with Li Yu being much more popular in the Greater China region, while Zhang Ye was ahead in mainland China. Therefore, if they started contending, it would be very difficult to say who the eventual winner would be. The micro-movie was released and only ran for 31 minutes. But the moment it was released, the reviews online were extremely good. It's really quite good. It was great. Li Yu is so handsome. My idol. It's indeed a classic. It continued the high quality of the shot. It's such a good watch. Recommending it. Recommending it with everything I've got. The ending really deserves praise. What a turnaround. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Li is going to return to the A-list. Yeah, I have a feeling that might be so. The views on the micro-movie climbed at a very fast rate, and it was trending highly as well. Last but not least, a lot of Li Yu's good friends who were also big-shot celebrities in Greater China came to support him too. They all rallied behind him and helped promote his new film, The Shooting. With that, there were even more people who want to watch it. Wow, so many celebrities have appeared for Teacher Li. Teacher Li has a really good network, much better than Zhang Ye's. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You can randomly pick any celebrity in the entertainment industry, and I'm sure their network will be better than Zhang Ye's. Zhang Ye's position is now up in the air. Yeah, the A-list will be changing again. At a restaurant in the vicinity of Central TV, in the restaurant's private suite, little Wang was getting anxious. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Huang Dandan was also anxious about the situation. Why was Li Yu's micro-movie released ahead of time? They must have done it to compete with director Zhang. Wu Yi said. Central TV documentary channel's director Yin Tianfei suggested, Little Zhang, why don't you go back first? We're almost done eating anyway, so maybe you should get back to work. Zhang Yi smiled and said, No need, let's continue eating. Yin Tianfei's secretary said anxiously, You're acting way too calm. Zhang Yi threw up his hands and said, Didn't Central TV Live News interview me just now? The secretary said in a speechless manner, That was just a 10-minute live interview. Besides, you only recited a poem. How do you expect that to be able to compare to a movie by an A-list celebrity from Greater China? Li Yu's studio. The team members were nervous and busy with their work. There was even someone who was tracking Zhang Ye's Weibo and followed any news regarding him so that they would be able to take countermeasures if he took action. Then, an hour passed, followed by 2 more hours. But Zhang Ye didn't move a muscle, doing absolutely nothing. What's going on? Zhang Ye did not post anything? No. He did not do any promotions? No. How can his team's public relations be so bad? Sis Su, I heard that Zhang Ye does not have a team. He doesn't even have a manager. Why didn't his management agency assign one to him? He doesn't have an agency either. What? That's how it is. Are you serious? Yeah. Everyone in mainland China's entertainment industry knows about this. No agency, and not even a team or a manager. Then how did he get all the way into the A-list? Did he fly up there? Never mind him. We're almost definitely going to get our spot back. He just appeared on Central TV Live News for an interview and recited a cryptic poem? Then he better forget about contending with us anymore. That's right. A lot of the people here did not really understand modern poetry, so they used the word cryptic to describe the poem. Goof group. The messages kept popping up in the chat group. Chen Guang said excitedly, The battle has begun. Huadongfang. At Li Yu at Zhang Ye, are you two online? There was no response from Zhang Ye. He wasn't online. But the seldom online Li Yu actually appeared this time. He was also one of the participants of this group. Old Hua looking for me. Huadongfang. Yuzai long time no see. 2. Li Yu. I've been very busy lately, so I haven't released any new works in a while. And since I dropped off the A-list, I had to quickly get my micro-movie released in advance. Fan Wenli. The micro-movie is quite good. I've already watched it twice. Li Yu. Thanks, Wenli. Ninglan was also online. Yuzai, you're really unlucky to have met with Zhang Ye this time. Li Yu said, I know about Zhang Ye. He's very popular in mainland China. Xiaodong appeared too. Both of you do your best. Ninglan asked. Let's hold a poll. Who does everyone think will win today? Xiaodong. I know both Teacher Zhang and Teacher Li, so I'll abstain. Hui Dongfang. I'll stick with Yu Zai. After all, he's brought out his micro-movie as his ace in the hole. Fan Wenli added. Yeah, especially when it's the sequel to the classic movie, The Shot. Chen Guang said, Director Zhang's on thin ice. Ninglan laughed. Yu Zai, I believe in you too. Then she wondered, but why is Zhang Ye not taking any action? He went completely quiet after the live interview and only recited a poem on it. The people in the chat group were all chiming in with their opinions. Most of the people still believed that Li Yu would be able to reverse the situation today. But at this moment, Zhang Yuanqi actually made a rare appearance in the chat group. Don't underestimate his poems. They have always been one of Zhang Ye's most powerful weapons. Yo, Sister Zhang. You think Zhang Ye can maintain his ranking? Zhang Ye's poems might be powerful, but after all is said and done, they're not mainstream. Yeah, no matter what, a micro-movie is still a movie. It's the most mass-marketed and mainstream art form that the people would have no reason to reject. At night, with great anticipation, midnight arrived. The latest celebrity rankings index had been updated. But when everyone from the entertainment circle and the citizens saw the rankings, the results caught a large portion of them by surprise. Some people even had their jaws drop as they stared at the rankings. There were no changes to the list. The two of them had an increase in their popularity scores. But Zhang Ye was still on the A list while Li Yu was still on the B list. Furthermore, the previous popularity score difference in the tens of thousands had now been stretched by a bit more, to a difference of almost 100,000 points. This outcome greatly shocked many people. How could this be? Why was it like this? Chapter 908. What do I know of determination? All I rely upon is stubborn endurance. Chapter 908. What do I know of determination? All I rely upon is stubborn endurance. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Li Yu Studio. Everyone was still working overtime despite it already being midnight. They'd all stayed behind because they wanted to witness Teacher Li Yu's reascendance to the A-list. They felt that it was because their team and Teacher Li Yu had underestimated Zhang Ye all along that it led to them slipping up and him leapfrogging into the A-list rankings and taking Li Yu's position. They thought it was their mistake. So today, they became serious and paid close attention to their objective. They did all they could, even messing up their future work arrangements. They brought out their ace in the hole, releasing the shooting ahead of its original schedule. They thought they had everything covered. Yet reality had given them a great big slap. The rankings did not change. In fact, the popularity scores had even widened by a bit more. The studio manager said in shock, Why? Li Yu's manager was so angry that his hands were trembling. This is impossible. Teacher Li, why was he still unable to catch up? This. Could there have been a mistake in the calculation? Everyone in the studio was unable to accept this outcome, including Li Yu himself, who sat there in shock for a very long while. Online, the netizens were also very surprised. Zhang Ye won. Damn, he won just like that. Just how on earth did Teacher Zhang do it? Li Yu even released the micro-movie he starred in. But as for Zhang Ye, what did Zhang Ye do? He only recited a poem on Central TV Live News. This result is too surprising. Fuck, I never expected this either. Teacher Zhang's popularity has already reached such a state. He could actually use a poem to beat a movie? This is too goddamn barbaric. The people from the literary world were also shocked by this fact. Just a poem, and it was just a simple modern poem, but it could actually fucking stand up to the popularity of a movie? Even if it was a micro-movie, it was still a movie. It was still the sequel to a classic movie that had earned over 100 million RMB at the box office. That achievement in itself would have contributed a lot to the popularity scores. But it still wasn't enough to finish off Zhang Ye. It couldn't even finish off a poem of Zhang Ye's. Damn. Since when did modern poetry have such a strong influence on people? Why were the poems composed by the people from the Writers' Association not as powerful then? A lot of the literary world members were very perplexed by this, especially the poets. They almost vomited blood, thinking that comparison always ended up torturing people indeed. Zhang Ye wrote poems. They also wrote poems. But why was the attitude toward it and its influence on people on a totally different level? The people from the entertainment industry were trembling in fear. Why? Why didn't Yuzai move up in the rankings? That doesn't make any sense. That micro movie was really good too. Yeah, it was wonderful. So why didn't? Only Zhang Ye's friends and family were heaving sighs of relief. At home, Hachichi didn't whether to laugh or cry. I got scared and worried for director Zhang for nothing. When Zhang Zhua, who had gone to a bar with an old classmate, saw the results, he roared with laughter thrice. In his state of happiness, he toasted himself and chugged his drink before wiping his mouth and saying, "So it was because director Zhang already knew how it would end." Several of his classmates started conversing. "I really envy you. Out of our group of classmates, you're the only one who is doing rather well now. Zhang Ye is really great. Yeah, I love him." Having had a few drinks, Zhang Zhua was also more talkative. "It's all because of director Zhang that I'm doing as well as I am now. If it weren't for him bringing together our team, I wonder which TV station I'd have ended up at as someone's assistant. How could I have possibly become an assistant director of the #1 team in the industry? You guys don't know this, but director Zhang is truly capable and also a very loyal person to his friends. In my 30-some years of life, I admire only him, really. Now that Zhang Ye is an A-lister, it would only get better for you guys in the future. Yeah, Zhang Ye can consider himself solidified on the A-list now." Zhang Zhua downed another glass before excitedly proclaiming in a slurred voice, "A-list, my ass. We're gonna head for the S-list from here, towards the international S-list. We'll destroy whoever stands in our way. Fuck, we don't care who it is." In the Goof group, the results had been published. Ning Lan, "What do you guys think of this?" Xiaodong sent a wry smile emoji. "What do I think of this? Well, I think teacher Zhang Ye is completely out of the ordinary. I'm not young anymore and debuted many years ago, but this is the first time I've witnessed someone use the influence of a poem to combat the popularity of a movie. And it even won. Hua Dongfang. I'm afraid that Yuzai might not have a chance to regain his place in the A-list rankings in the short term. Zhang Ye has firmly established himself there. I guess Sister Zhang does have a good eye for detail." A B-list actor suddenly appeared. "He only recited a poem? That's really amazing. Hi, when will I get the chance to achieve what he did with such flamboyance? But I've really got to admit that sometimes I'm really quite envious of teacher Zhang Ye." At this time, yet another big-shot A-list celebrity who was rarely seen online appeared and simply said, "A-list celebrities, do take care. The wolf is here." The wolf is here? Yes, a wolf had really entered the mix of the A-list celebrities now. And from a certain perspective, those words represented many of these heavyweight celebrities' acknowledgement of Zhang Ye as an A-list celebrity for the first time ever. The next day, the news was published. Zhang Ye establishes his place in the A-list rankings. Li Yu regrettably defeated. I'm unfamiliar with this world, possibly one of most representative works of Zhang Ye. Using a poem to subvert the entire entertainment industry's understanding of what is mainstream and what is not. A niche work that can turn the world upside down. Zhang Ye has done it. The brewing of a literary miracle. From today onward, no one would dare claim there is no place for literature at the top of the entertainment industry. In the morning, Zhang Ye began inviting guests over. At noon, he invited his relatives over for lunch. At night, he brought his old colleagues from Beijing Television and the new friends he made from Beijing Television's Spring Festival Gala out for dinner. Later in the night, he bought rounds for Zhang Xiao, Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, and a bunch of other friends. It was the same the next day, and the day after next. Zhang Ye had treated all of his close friends and relatives to meals and drinks. To him, he felt that the reason he could stand here today was because of all their help and support. Now that he had finally established his place in the A-list, he definitely had to hold a feast to give them his thorough thanks, as well as celebrate his own achievements. He drank continuously for a few days in a row. He treated all those who deserved it and thanked those who he was supposed to thank. On this day, Zhang Ye began to slow down and relax. He checked his Weibo and saw many comments left for him by his fans on his blog or within Weibo directly. Teacher Zhang, my sincerest congratulations to you. We will walk with you all the way. Teacher Zhang Ye, your determination has given me strength. Yeah, you're the celebrity I admire most of all. From you, I have learned so many things. I want to continue learning from you and stay determined on my chosen career path by enduring all the way until the end. When Zhang Ye saw that, he thought for a moment before he started to type out a long passage of thankful words. To my fans, and also to those who have ever helped me out before, thank you, everyone. Those are the words I've wanted to say for a long time now, and it seems that I've said it many times before too. But as all of you know, which I believe that you all do, every time I say those words that have been repeated so many times, it has always come from the bottom of my heart. I am not great, nor am I excellent. I seek fame and wealth. I'm picky about what I eat, and also love to laze around. I do not have the great character and sentiments of my forebears. I'm not even worthy of being compared to them. All I am is just an ordinary citizen, an ordinary person like one you might pick out from the crowds on the street. Yes, that's right. That person you pick out might just be me. We're neither related by blood nor bond, and you won't find fame or wealth through me. But all of you have always supported me, fought alongside me, and scolded other people with me. You guys are the greatest. Really. After typing that, Zhang Ye posted his message. When a lot of the people saw this, they suddenly felt a tide of emotions surging within them. Teacher Zhang Ye, please don't say that. We're not great. Yeah, we just like you, that's all. We just like battling alongside you and scolding other people. A fledgling musician said, Teacher Zhang, I wanted to give up several times during this journey of mine. But because of your greatness, your spirit, they made me gain the determination to stay on the path. Zhang Ye's fans were appearing all over the place. Some of them were even tearing up. Zhang Ye continued to type, I have nothing that I can repay your kindness with, so all I can do is give everything that I've got, to cheer everyone up and make all of you happy to your satisfaction. Perhaps this might not be much, but it's the only thing I can do for all of you. You guys might not know this, but I'm not as determined as you guys think I am. I'm not the one who's encouraging you. I'm not the one giving strength to you. In fact, all of you are the ones who are encouraging me and giving me strength. Otherwise, I couldn't have traveled this far and stood here today. He thought about the times when his leaders suppressed him. He thought of the times when his peers scolded him. He thought of the times when he was attacked by the netizens. Then he asked himself, determination? Zhang Ye forced a smile and typed out, what do I know of determination? All I rely upon is stubborn endurance. When that was posted onto Weibo, silence ensued. At this moment, Zhang Ye's fans went quiet. The netizens who saw this Weibo post also stayed silent. Chen Guang sighed. Zhang Xia felt her heart get wrenched. Ha Chi-Chi, Little Wang, and the others could also feel their heartstrings being pulled. Zhang Ye's friends all experienced a heavy heart from these words that Zhang Ye had written. In the past, when Zhang Ye was in front of his fans, friends, family, and the media, when had he not put up a brave front? He always acted like he wasn't going to be pushed around and was always full of energy. But today, Zhang Ye had shown the most helpless side of himself to them. He had shocked many people, but at the same time, moved many of them. Suddenly, the fans started to voice themselves. Teacher Zhang, we will stubbornly endure together with you. Right? We will always be by your side. Let's stubbornly endure till the end. We will fight it out with them all the way. Thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people. Zhang Ye's fans were appearing from everywhere like crazy. Some of the female fans even cried as they typed their responses. Stubbornly endure till the end. Stubbornly endure till the end. Stubbornly endure till the end. When he saw this, Zhang Ye was very touched. At that instant, he could feel his blood pumping and stirring within him. Unable to stop himself, he impulsively typed out on the keypad, don't worry. Even if the sky falls someday, I'll definitely be the last one to fall. All right, for my journey from here on out, let us stubbornly endure together till the end. Chapter 909, The Pollution Problem. Chapter 909, The Pollution Problem. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the 8th day of the Spring Festival, it was back to work again. Perhaps due to the setting off of firecrackers during the festive period, the air quality was not too good. Zhang Ye put on a face mask that was specially used for filtering out fine particles and went off to work very early in the morning. At Central TV, the Spring Festival was actually not over yet. The Central TV staff who came to work were still in a festive mood, with some of them discussing how much New Year's money they had given out. some arranging to go out at night and have some drinks, and some others dragging their luggage to work. From the looks of that, they must have just gotten off the train that ran during the Spring Festival and transported passengers to Beijing. Suddenly, someone looked over. Teacher Zhang. Morning, Teacher Zhang. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. Congratulations. Teacher Zhang, happy belated New Year. Hope you've had a good one so far. Congratulations on ascending to the A-list. A small group of people walked past Zhang Ye and greeted him. Central TV news channel's Zhang Ye was also walking over at this time. When she saw Zhang Ye, she smiled and waved at him. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Have a good New Year, too. Thanks." Actually, after Zhang Ye had sued Central TV and caused chaos at the annual staff party, whenever most people bumped into him at work, they would usually try to avoid him as much as possible. They didn't risk greeting or talking to him for fear of getting into trouble. But today, a lot of them were a lot more friendlier. This was due to Zhang Ye's status being different from before. An A-list celebrity. Of all the Central TV staff, how many were at least an A-list celebrity? None. Not a single one. Zhang Ye was the one and only. If this were during the time when Zhang Ye had just arrived at Central TV, he would just be considered one of the more popular hosts of Central TV and maybe one of the several pillars of Central TV. But now, being known as one of some was no longer relevant. Right now, he was the most popular host in Central TV and the pillar of the station. Although, it was unlikely that this pillar would be supporting Central TV much longer. Everyone within Central TV knew that Zhang Ye's contract with Central TV was going to end soon, and that Central TV would definitely not be renewing his contract, nor would Zhang Ye be renewing it with them. Upstairs, Central TV Department 14, the documentary channel. Half the staff had already arrived at the office. Teacher Zhang. Morning. Teacher Zhang, Director Yin is looking for you. He asked for you to see him in his office after you arrive. Okay. Zhang Ye waved in acknowledgement and put down his bag. Then he knocked on Yin Tianfei's door and entered, finding him sipping tea at the moment. Director Yin, you were looking for me? Yin Tianfei sighed with pleasure. This Dahong Pao you gave me is delicious. Zhang Ye sat down and said generously. Haha, I will bring more for you next time. Forget it. I can't afford to drink this tea. Yin Tianfei waved it off and put down his teacup. He then said with a smile, after the new year fully passes, you'll almost be a free man. Zhang Ye sighed and said, yeah, it's been quite quick. Yin Tianfei laughed and said, yeah, pretty quick. It's almost been a year, eh? So what are your future plans? What are you thinking of doing next? Will you still be working at a TV station? Zhang Ye shrugged. I haven't actually thought about it. Yin Tianfei asked, you're an A-lister now, so aren't lots of people waiting at your door to try to recruit you? Don't you have any preferences for yourself? Zhang Ye shook his head and smiled. I really don't have any. Anyway, it's still going to be a while before my contract finally runs out, so I would like to use this period of time to rest up. After joining Central TV and up till now, I have not had any time for myself. Since there's no rush, I'll just rest and think about it along the way. When the time comes and my contract runs out, I'll decide it then. Produce a show? Host? Sing? Act? Write novels? He had too many options to choose from, making it difficult for him to decide what to do next. Yin Tianfei nodded and said, it's important to contemplate how you want to continue your journey. The competition is intense within the A-list. You could even describe it as brutal, so protecting your position there is considered a huge achievement. Moreover, you're thinking of going even further than this, which makes it even harder for you. I think that it's right for you to put some serious consideration into this. After chatting for a while, the secretary came in and said, Director Yin, everyone has arrived. Yin Tianfei looked at his watch and said, all right, tell everyone to gather in the meeting room. In the meeting room, everyone from Department 14 was here. The first thing Yin Tianfei announced was, during the New Year celebrations, Director Zhang treated us, but many of you had gone back to your hometown at that time. Therefore, I would like to make use of this opportunity and have everyone give their congratulations to Director Zhang for getting promoted into the A-list. Applause thundered. Everyone was excitedly clapping their hands. Director Zhang, congratulations. Congratulations, Director Zhang. You're amazing. Yeah, when I found out about the news in my hometown, I was totally dumbfounded. You've brought a lot of pride to our documentary channel again. Those colleagues who did not spend the new year in Beijing were all giving him their congratulations. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Director Yan, it was just a small thing. Why are you bringing it up at the meeting?" Yan Tianfei laughed. "How many Central TV hosts have ever become A-listers? There's practically no one. Besides, you even achieved it while you were a part of Department 14. So how can that be a small thing?" The meeting continued. He gave a summary of last year's performance and very quickly summed up everything. Yan Tianfei was not one to drag things out. Soon, they were touching on the job assignments for the upcoming year. With the new year, the pressure on our department to perform will be enormous. As everyone knows, Director Zhang will be leaving us soon. Saying that, old Yin smiled and said, "But the legacy that he has left for us is much too great." Using a documentary, he ruled over the nationwide viewership ratings for 2 straight months. That has now become a source of pressure for us, as well as our motivation, spurring us forward. Everyone gave a wry smile at Zhang Ye. Yes, this hat was certainly too big for their heads, and the results were too brilliant. In the future, after Zhang Ye left, what would they do? How could they shoot another documentary like A Bite of China? Thinking about it gave them with a splitting headache. But from a different perspective, this was a good thing. Since when had an unloved and uncared for documentary channel like them been able to attract so much attention from the audience? Essentially, Zhang Ye had helped them lay a strong foundation before he left so that their path ahead would be much smoother. Yan Tianfei took out some documents and handed them to his secretary to pass out. During the festive season, people set off firecrackers. It created a ton of smog everywhere. I've been coughing for several days and feeling bad because of that. But when I read some of the newspapers, they don't seem to be placing any emphasis on new terms like PM readings and such. As a result, a lot of citizens are not conscious of the need to protect themselves against this. I've noticed that the only ones who wore a mask to work were Teacher Zhang and Little Huang, right? One, Huang danned and coughed and said, "I've been having some breathing problems lately." Next to her boyfriend, Tong Fu, gave her a cup of warm water. "Drink up," Zhang Ye asked. "Is it serious?" Cough, cough. Huang danned and coughed several times again. "It's all right, it's just a slight cough. Maybe a cold," Zhang Ye said. "The skies are getting smoggy, so everyone should wear a face mask." Yan Tianfei said, "Director Zhang is right. We should all take precautions. I have a few friends who are experts in the related fields, and they told me that this is a very serious problem that will cause great harm. Moreover, it's a slow-acting chronic harm. So why are the media and government not placing any importance on this problem? Whenever the issue of pollution is brought up, it only receives superficial mentions from them. There's too many concerns involved in this problem, like economic and societal factors that make it very complicated. Therefore, after some thinking, why shouldn't our documentary channel be the first to bring about the changes to this issue? We should create a documentary based on the pollution problem and bring the citizens' attention to it. We have to make the enterprises contributing to the issue panic and pressure the environmental departments to govern this with more regulations so that we can get rid of the pollution problem. What do you guys think about that? That's good. It'll work. Whatever you say, we'll do it your way. Right? Please assign the tasks to us." Yan Tianfei said, "All right, our documentary channel's first project this year has been decided. We'll set up a program team and collect data, conduct interviews, and film on-site. As for the documentary's executive director, let me think about who will be the most suitable for the role." Zhang Ye was amused. "Director Yan, are you already excluding me?" Yan Tianfei looked at him and said, "I of course know that you're the most suitable for the role, but your contract will be up soon and I can't possibly hold you back from leaving, can I?" Zhang Ye bluntly said, "Each day that I'm still at the documentary channel, I will keep working. I will leave only after I leave. Besides, I would also like to make this documentary investigating the pollution problem. I already have an idea in mind for it. I'm not going to ask for the role of the executive director because I think either Old Ha or Zhang's were more suitable for it. So just let me be in charge of the planning for the documentary." Yan Tianfei considered this for a moment before saying, "All right, that's fine." The meeting ended. Ha Chi-Chi and Zhang's came looking for him. Zhang's said helplessly, "Director Zhang, if you're not leading the team, how can we film this?" "Yeah," Ha Chi-Chi added meekly. "The two of us have always worked under you. We can't handle the role of executive director," Zhang Ye replied. When it comes to work experience, the two of you are better than me, so why can't you do it? I'll be leaving soon, and I don't even know if that will be before or after. This documentary is completed, so of course it has to be one of you who takes the role, huh? Besides, I was thinking of taking some days off to rest at home for a while and relax, so the interview and filming here can only be overseen by you two. Don't worry, I'll draft an outline of the interviews and shoot to let you two have a guideline on what to do. Just follow it, and you'll be fine. If you really encounter something that you can't handle, or you can't find a suitable candidate for the interviews, just wait for me to come back after my break, and I'll help out with that. Only then did Zhang Ye finally smile. Sure, with you saying that, I can feel relieved. Zhang Ye said, don't worry, I won't refuse to work. The outline will definitely be drafted by the end of the day. The two of them left. Zhang Ye's assistant, Little Wang, brought in a cup of hot tea for him, then went back out. Zhang Ye, now alone in the office, picked up a pen and closed his eyes to think for a long time. Finally, he started scribbling on the piece of paper. A documentary on the pollution problem? The first thing he thought of was that documentary film by Chai Jing that caused a great deal of controversy across the nation, the famous Under the Dome. Chai Jing's documentary on air pollution in China. It was also the first documentary in his previous world that brought such large-scale concern of the fearful problem of pollution to the attention of the citizens. It was the highly influential and controversial missing piece to the understanding of this subject, too. Naturally, Zhang Ye had to use it as his reference for the new documentary. He spent the entire day cooped up in his office to finish drafting the outline of the documentary. Chapter 9:10, The Landlady Auntie's Whereabouts. Chapter 9:10, The Landlady Auntie's Whereabouts. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, he happily slept in until he woke up naturally. Since the outline of the documentary on air pollution was already given to the staff, Zhang Ye did not bother with the rest of the production or how they were going to shoot it. He had already applied for some time off and was preparing to sleep well. He did not wish to do anything at all in the coming few days. His mother was making breakfast. His father was watching the morning news. His mother asked, "Up already?" Zhang Ye returned, "What are we having?" His mother replied, "Buns. I steamed them myself." Zhang Ye said, "Okay, I'm going to go out for a run first and eat when I come back." His mother remarked, You're quite hard-working, aren't you?" Zhang Ye said, "It's just some exercises to build up my stamina and recharge myself." His father inquired, "Didn't you take the week off? You might as well take a vacation and enjoy yourself." Zhang Ye said, "That sounds good too. I'll think about it." Outside, Zhang Ye ran a long lap around Kaishiku and found it not satisfying enough, so he ran another 2 laps and ended up at Guozixiang, where he got recognized by someone at the bus stop. There were 2 girls shouting and yelling like they had gone crazy. "Look, it's Zhang Ye. Quick, come and take a look, it's Zhang Ye. Heavens, it's really him." Zhang Ye quickly adjusted his sunglasses before running back the other way. The 2 girls chased him with all their might as the crowd grew larger and larger. In the end, it turned into a pack with at least a dozen people jogging together behind Zhang Ye. After becoming an A-list celebrity, Zhang Ye could clearly feel that the treatment he was receiving was totally different from when he was just a B-list celebrity. When he left work yesterday and was behind the wheel stopped at a traffic light, he nearly got surrounded by the people who recognized him. After reaching home, Zhang Ye was panting heavily. I'm so exhausted." His father looked at him and asked, "What's the matter? Why did you run so hard?" "Some people were chasing after me." Zhang Ye quickly took a towel to wipe away his sweat and said, "Fortunately, this bro has been training and running from time to time over the past 2 years, or I would have really been surrounded by them. Ever since he had learned Taiji Fist. All right. After eating the Taiji Fist skill books, he had gained a greater enthusiasm for training his body. At times, his training would be delayed when he got too busy with work. But once he had some free time, he would go for a run too. Keep himself active. Chen, get up and eat breakfast." Zhang Ye went to her room to wake her up. However, he found Chen still sleeping very soundly. Suddenly, Zhang Ye's cell phone rang in the living room. He went out to check who it was from and saw that it was actually Rao calling him. He immediately answered and said angrily, "Old Rao, why was your cell phone switched off for the past few days?" He was very unhappy with Rao since he did not even address her as Big Sis Rao anymore. but instead directly addressed her as Old Rao. At the other end, the landlady auntie's lazy voice spoke. "Where's Chun-chun?" Zhang Ye snapped. "She is still sleeping. I tried to wake her, but she won't get up." Said. It's been hard on you, kid." Zhang Ye chuckled. "You telling me that, are you? Did the sun rise from the west today? And thank your parents on my behalf, too," added calmly. Zhang Ye said. "All right, don't talk about those useless things. When are you coming back? Before you left, you said that you would be back within the month, or at most be gone for an entire month. Just look at which day it is already. Which year it is already. Every month I called, you always said that you would be back soon. So where did you go to? It's already been more than 6 months." Answered. "It will be soon for real this time. I'll be back in Beijing in another 2 days." Zhang Ye paused for a moment, then asked in bewilderment, "Did something happen to you?" Said. "Just a minor matter. But why do I feel that something is not right?" Zhang Ye had already gotten used to Min's venomous mouth, which she would always use to deride him and not say anything nice the other time she had called. But what was wrong with her today? She acknowledged how it's been hard on me, and even thanked me. However, sounded quite spirited. "I'm very good. In fact, I've never been better. All right, I'm not going to chit-chat with you any longer. I'll be back in at most another 2 days." However, Min's next lines made Zhang Yi shudder with fear. "If I don't make it back, take good care of Chin-Chin. My houses at Jiaomen will all go to you. That's all, I'm hanging up now." What do you mean by that? Hello? Don't hang up." The connection was severed. Zhang Yi hurriedly called back, but her cell phone was already switched off. "Damn it. Don't make it back? Take good care of Chin-Chin. The houses will all go to me? What's the meaning of all that?" Sensing something amiss, his mother quickly asked, "Was that Chin-Chin's aunt? What's wrong?" Zhang Yi quickly whispered, "I don't know. She said she would be back in 2 days, but at the end of the call, she added that if she didn't make it back, her houses at Jiaomen would all go to me and requested that I take good care of Chin-Chin." His father was startled. What happened? Why would she not make it back? His mother was also badly shocked and said, "Was she just kidding?" His father immediately said, "Is she suffering from some illness? Did she go away to treat her illness for the past 6 months? Is she getting surgery?" Zhang Yi immediately said, "Nonsense. I've never even seen her catch a cold. Even if I die twice from illness, she would still be alive." "Pooey," his mother said angrily. "Why are you saying such inauspicious things during the new year? Why are you talking about dying?" His father also said with worry, "Something serious must have happened to Chin-Chin's aunt. It is definitely something big," Zhang Yi said. "For a miser like Big Sis Rao who would even pick up a cent from the ground and wipe it clean before pocketing it, she is actually saying that she would leave me those dozens of small-sized apartments over at Jiamen for free? Fuck. Something really serious must have certainly happened." His mother, his father. Zhang Yi quickly searched through his cell phone's contacts, saying, "That won't do. I have to ask around." If had switched off her phone, then he would have to call up Old Rao's junior brother, Lu Yuhu, who was working at the Ministry of Public Security. However, when he called, that phone was also switched off. What was happening? What sort of situation was this? He made another call to Director Dong of the Internet Surveillance Bureau, who was also the head of Big Saber Bros, Fanning Yun's department. Back then, when Zhang Yi was sent to the police station after beating up Li Anson at the Spring Festival Gala, it was who got Lu Yuhu to contact the Internet Surveillance Bureau's Old Dong to let Zhang Yi seek refuge there. The call connected. Haha. Teacher Zhang, congratulations. You're an A-list celebrity. Old Dong said. Zhang Yi did not have time to thank him and immediately said, "Director Dong, can you contact Lu Yuhu?" Old Dong was dumbfounded. "Why? Can't you get through to him?" Zhang Yi said, "His cell phone is switched off." Old Dong sounded surprised and replied, "Alrighty then, I'll help you ask around." Zhang Yi said, "Please help me ask around. I'm looking for him regarding some urgent matters." However, he received a call back a few minutes later. Director Dong said, "Sorry, I was also unable to get through to him. Who knows where he might have gone for a mission again. Their Ministry of Public Security is constantly very busy with something." After hanging up, Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a curse as he felt very anxious. Although the landlady auntie was very sharp-tongued, when he had just graduated from university and was without a job or money for food, It was Rao Imean who helped him out. Now that she had suddenly left behind what was seemingly her last words, Zhang Ye's heart was thumping furiously in anxiety. I don't really have any guts, so please don't scare me like that. Where on earth did you go? Finally, Zhang Ye went back into his room and closed the door behind him. Then he powered on his computer and hacked into the airport, the train ticketing system, the car rental stop, the cell phone service provider, and some other websites, hoping to check up on Rao Imean's whereabouts. In his impulsiveness, Zhang Ye even hacked into the bank system to trace the balance of Rao Imean, to see which city she had used her bank card at. Since Zhang Ye was the most wanted hacker with the highest bounty in the world, this action was extremely risky for him. Even so, Zhang Ye still could not find any information. It was not that his hacking skills were bad, but because a lot of the websites and access points were not under the same network. If he were to really check them one by one, it would be too much work for him to avoid all the firewalls and web security at any given time. If he really had to run an in-depth trace, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to track her down. Judging from Rao Imean's tone, her event was definitely going to happen within the next 2 days. What should he do? What should he do? Zhang Ye had no ideas left as he pushed open the bedroom door and scolded. Where on earth did that Rao Imean disappear to? Before he finished, he quickly shut his mouth. Chen, you're awake already? Chen looked at him. What happened to my aunt? His mother quickly signaled to her son. Zhang Ye just laughed it off and said, It's nothing. Your aunt called just now and asked whether you did your homework and how your learning is progressing. I told her everything was good. Chen could sense something was off as she stared at him and asked, Where's my aunt? Zhang Ye stuttered. She will be back in another 2 days. Let's have breakfast. His mother changed the topic as she smiled and said, Come, Chen, taste the big buns that Grandma made and steamed. His father picked up his chopsticks and gave a bun to Chen with a smile. Try it. It's delicious. Chen didn't move and simply stared unblinkingly at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, where's my aunt? Didn't I already tell you? Zhang Ye forced a smile and said, She'll be back very soon. Have some buns, Chen. His mother smiled and said, They're going to turn cold. Chen's expression sank and she jumped right out of the chair. She went over and tugged on Zhang Ye's arm, ordering, Zhang Ye, bring me along to find my aunt. This child was way too clever. Zhang Ye said, Stop making a fuss. Chen shouted, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye tried to scare her. I'll get angry if you keep making a fuss. Chen was not even listening as she continued pulling Zhang Ye's clothes at the direction of the door while yelling, Zhang Ye, bring me to find my aunt. This was the first time that Zhang Ye had seen Chen get so anxious. When his mother saw this, she could no longer pretend and felt her heart wrench as she teared up. Zhang Ye was also feeling a sense of uneasiness. I would like to know where she is too. Where am I going to find her? Chen's cries were getting louder and louder. Zhang Ye, bring me there. I don't know where we can find her. Zhang Ye's heart softened the more he heard her cries. Chen shouted, Zhang Ye, bring me along to find my aunt. Zhang Ye. The child's voice was turning hoarse from all that shouting. Thinking of Rao Imean. Looking at Chen, Zhang Ye's heart was wrenching. Zhang Ye. Suddenly, Zhang Ye clenched his teeth and slapped his thigh. Fuck. All right. I'll bring you along to find her. Even if she is hiding in the Sahara Desert, I'll goddamn locate her. Chen was finally quiet. It wasn't easy for me to get a few days off. Do you think I have it easy? Zhang Ye turned around and said to his parents, Dad, Mom, I'm going to be out for a few days. His mother asked anxiously, Where on earth are you going to find her? Zhang Ye said exasperated, God knows where. I'll think of a way. Chapter 911. Searching for Rao Imean. Chapter 911. Searching for Rao Imean. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that morning, Zhang Ye packed his luggage while continuing to call. The cell phones were switched off. They were still switched off. He could not get through to either Rao Imean and Lu Yuhu. If it were anyone else, Zhang Ye would not have been so worried. For example, people like Dong Shanshan and Zhang Yuanqi would basically not get into any big trouble. Even if they did meet with some problems, their lives were not likely going to be in any danger. Rather, it was easier for a highly skilled person like Rao Imean to get into trouble because of her involvement with the Chinese martial arts world, which many talented people were a part of. Zhang Ye had seen Rao Imin's martial arts before, and they were really great. But as for how great her martial arts really were, and what situation Rao Imin, the senior sister of her generation in the 8 trigram school, was in, Zhang Ye basically had no clue whatsoever. He was not from that world after all. Qinshan quickly finished breakfast. His mother instructed repeatedly, "Be careful on the way and stay safe." "I understand, Grandma." Qinshan nodded. His father also said, "Listen to little Yi on the way and don't misbehave." Zhang Yi added, "Right? You can come together with me. But before we go, let's make it clear that you must listen to me on all things. Otherwise, I won't bring you along, all right?" Qinshan was especially obedient today. "I got it." After packing, "All right, let's go." His mother walked them out and said, "Come back quickly." His father said, "Go search for Qinshan's aunt thoroughly and make sure to bring her back." "I understand. Don't you two worry." Zhang Yi started the car and drove out from the district. On the road, Qinshan looked at him and asked, "Zhang Yi, where are we going to look for her?" Zhang Yi was also thinking about it. "Qinshan, before your aunt became your guardian, hadn't you always been taken care of by the relatives on your father's side? Would they know anything?" Qinshan shook her head and said, "My aunt has never spoken to them." Zhang Yi asked, "Then what about the others? Is there anyone else you know? What about old Rao's junior brothers and sisters?" Qinshan shook her head and said, "I don't know how to get in contact with them. Where do they live? I don't know. Does the 8 trigrams palm have a sect headquarters? Where is it located? I've forgotten." Even if she was clever, she was still just a 9-year-old child. It was impossible for her to know everything. Zhang Yi truly did not have any leads at all. He could not get in contact with any of those people he knew were related to Rao Imin, and could not pin any hopes on Qinshan's cluelessness either. If there was one thing that they knew, then it was only, old Rao was not in Beijing. Damn it, let's go to the airport. Suddenly, Zhang Yi thought of a way, although it was an extremely terrible and unreliable way. At the capital's airport, China Airlines ticket sales counter, Zhang Yi was so fully geared up with his sunglasses and face mask that the China Airlines female employee could not recognize him immediately. It was only when it was Zhang Ye's turn in line and he handed over his identification card that he got recognized. The female employee of China Airlines said with a face full of shock, "TT Teacher Zhang." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "I need 2 airplane tickets." That female employee said excitedly, Sure. I have met an idol today. Teacher Zhang, congratulations on your promotion to the A-list. Also, I would really like to thank you for the time when the airplane got hijacked. One of the air stewardesses you rescued back then is my older cousin. I haven't had the opportunity to thank you until now." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "You're welcome." The female employee was very talkative and could not stop speaking. You may not know it, but after that incident, many of our air stewardesses would either carry your photo with them or hang your posters in the crew rest areas during a China Airlines flight. My cousin says that your photo can ward off any evil. Zhang Yi. Why does it sound like she's insulting me? Qinshan urged him. Zhang Yi, get the tickets. Zhang Yi remembered. Right. Only then did that China Airlines employee realize. All right, I'll process it for you. As you are our honored passenger, you are entitled a free lifetime pass on our China Airlines flights. If you brought anyone with you, don't worry, that will be free too. Do you want tickets for today? Actually, the lifetime honored passenger only applied to one person, but if that person was Zhang Yi, it did not matter at all for them to give an additional 1 or 2 more tickets. Even the CEO of China Airlines would not say anything to this. Zhang Yi nodded. Yes. The female employee smiled and said, "Which flight would you like to be on?" However, Zhang Ye's next sentence made that female employee's jaw drop. Zhang Yi declared, "Any flight." The female employee was dumbfounded. Zhang Yi repeated, "Just get me on any flight." Qinshan added, "Hurry up." The female employee could not quite react in time. Then where would you like to go?" Zhang Yi smartly said, "Anywhere." Qinshan echoed, "Anywhere." The female employee nearly fainted. "Anywhere? Fuck, you can even be so random when it comes to traveling? Aren't you being too goddamn casual about it? If you're not telling me where you're going, how am I going to print the boarding pass for you?" The female employee stared with her eyes wide. But Zhang Yi said, "Whatever boarding pass you print for me, I'll travel to that place." Qinshan said, "Hurry up." At this moment, Zhang Ye opened up the Game Ring's virtual screen and activated the lucky halo, upgraded. There rested an angelic halo over his head that no one else could see as it emitted a pulsating glow that rippled outward. 1 pulse, 2 pulses, 3 pulses. His reputation points were dropping as fast as water coming out of a running tap. -100,000. -100,000. -100,000. That's right. Zhang Ye's way was this, trying his luck. It sounded totally unreliable, but this was the only way out now. The female employee dabbed at her sweat, not knowing how to handle this situation. If it were another passenger who said such a thing to her, she would classify that person as a troublemaker. But the person right in front of her was Zhang Ye, an illustrious A-list celebrity, an associate professor at both Peking University and Media College, a world-class mathematician, a great poet, a literary scholar, and even a hero who had previously rescued their China Airlines flight. He was a lifetime honored passenger of China Airlines. She hurriedly went to consult her manager. The female manager, standing not too far away, quickly rushed over to them. Anywhere. When the female manager heard that, she nearly fainted. "Teacher Zhang, please give us a destination that you would like to go to, or just tell us a location and we'll print the boarding pass for you." But Zhang Ye did not say anything in specific. "Just choose any destination for me." The female manager and employee were nearly in tears. "Are you bringing the child on a trip somewhere? How about going to Sanya? The weather there is very suitable for a trip right now." Zhang Ye said, "Sure." The female manager exclaimed, "Yangzhou is not bad too, and the environment is very good." Zhang Ye said, "That's fine too." The female manager asked again, "What about Guilin?" Zhang Ye nodded and said, "Anywhere is fine." "Damn it, Teacher Zhang. Could you please stop making things difficult for us?" This manager and the female employee had worked here for around 5 years. What kind of passengers had they not encountered? What problems had they not faced? But this was actually the first time they came across a person buying airplane tickets in the way Teacher Zhang Ye did. They had never had such an experience before. -100,000. -100,000. The lucky halo, upgraded, was still in effect. The female manager had no other choice. Seeing how Zhang Ye was so insistent and the little girl beside him was also urging desperately, she could only say, "You just want to go anywhere for a relaxing trip, right? Then we're really going to print a boarding pass randomly for you, okay?" With that, she patted that female employee beside her and said, "Just print 2 boarding passes for anywhere." That female staff was getting nervous. Randomly? How could she just print them randomly? Her hand was shaking so badly that she even misclicked on the random destination. I've made a mistake and clicked on Xinjiang instead. That is not a very famous scenic area. Let me change it to another place." Unexpectedly, Zhang Ye suddenly said loudly, "That's it. Don't change it." The female manager. The female employee said, You haven't even asked where in Xinjiang you're headed to." "There's no need to ask. It's there," Zhang Ye heartily said. The female manager. The female employee was silent for a moment before saying, "All right then." After getting the airline tickets, Zhang Ye deactivated the lucky halo. After receiving the boarding passes, Zhang Ye brought the child to line up at the security checkpoint and expectedly took the green lane. China Airlines was still very good to him by giving 2 first-class tickets. During the security checks, they had to reveal their faces to match the photos. When Zhang Ye removed his sunglasses and face mask, the 3 security officers got quite excited. "Zhang Ye, Teacher Zhang, are you going somewhere for business?" Actually, the security officers at the airport had seen more celebrities than they could count and would usually come across at least 1 or 2 celebrities each day. But even that did not get them as excited as they were now. That was because Zhang Ye was different from other celebrities, especially in the context of an airport where he was simply a legend. Back then, this fellow was just an amateur when he piloted a large commercial airliner to a safe landing, shocking every higher-up and airport employee who had concluded that the hijacked plane could not be saved. The security officers were also watching the situation closely that day and had a very deep impression of Zhang Ye because of this. The shocking scenes from that time were something they would never, ever forget in their lifetime. It was a very shocking memory, make their blood boil. While going through the security checks, a female security officer even whispered into Zhang Ye's ear, "Teacher Zhang, I'm a diehard fan of yours, and really like you a lot. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Thank you." When the security officer next to her heard that, he laughed and said, "Are you the only diehard fan here? Of all the people working at the airport, which of us are not fans of teacher Zhang?" Zhang Ye engaged in a little bit of banter with them. Qinshan was not happy at this and tugged at his arm. "Zhang Ye, hurry up." All right. Only then did Zhang Ye lead the child and walk off. When they reached the departure gate, only now did Qinshan gaze at him with a doubtful face. "Zhang Ye, are you really sure of this? Can we really find my aunt by going to this place? Didn't we already agree that you would listen to me when we are out?" Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Qinshan stared at him. "But I feel that you aren't very reliable." Zhang Ye smiled wryly. "In any case, I'll try my best." Qinshan's face darkened. "You promised me that you would find and bring my aunt back. Since I promised you, I'll definitely do it." Zhang Ye reaffirmed his confidence. "My luck has always been good. Trust your Uncle Zhang." Trust him? Actually, this fellow did not even trust himself. Trying to depend on luck, just sheer, blind luck? Would that really be okay? Chapter 9:12. Damn, we actually found her. Chapter 9:12. Damn, we actually found her. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 9:30 in the morning. They boarded the plane. On this small plane, there wasn't much distinction between the first class and economy class seating. Zhang Ye and Qinshan were seated in the fourth row, which was slightly further at the end of the first-class cabin. "Fasten your seatbelt," Zhang Ye said. "Okay," Qinshan replied. "Sit properly and don't run around later," Zhang Ye reminded. "I know," Qinshan said impatiently. When most of the passengers had boarded the plane, the cabin door was closed. As Zhang Ye was wearing sunglasses and a face mask, the people in first class did not recognize him. They all had their heads lowered and were busy with their own affairs, some reading the newspaper, while others were preparing to turn off their cell phones. A while later, the plane took off. When the plane reached cruising altitude, an air stewardess walked out with 2 cups of hot tea and headed straight to where Zhang Ye was seated. She squatted down and smiled sweetly, saying, "Teacher Zhang, please have some tea." Although the other passengers could not recognize Zhang Ye, how would she not know who he was? All the flight attendants had a passenger list with them. Zhang Ye was surprised as he took the tea from her. "Oh, thank you." The air stewardess smiled at Qinshan. "Little kid, have some tea too." Qinshan glanced at her and said, "I want to drink soda." Zhang Ye slapped her upside the head and said, "Why don't you just drink whatever you're given?" "I want to drink soda." Qinshan frowned. The air stewardess immediately said, "Sure, no problem. Annie will get it for you." Very quickly, the air stewardess served the soda and even brought along a plush toy. "Is this nice?" "It's for you." Qinshan had a glance and just said, "ORH." Zhang Ye stared at her and said, "Say thank you." Qinshan said unwillingly, "Thank you." The air stewardess was smiling widely. "You're welcome." At this moment, some of the surrounding first-class passengers looked over with a blank expression. Didn't the plane just take off? It shouldn't be time for the in-flight service yet. Why did she start serving drinks the moment she appeared? And even gave the little girl a toy? Why aren't we getting such treatment as well? However, what would make them faint even harder was only just starting. The moment that air stewardess left, another air stewardess came. This was a plumper air stewardess, and the moment she came over, she headed straight to where Zhang Ye and Qinshan were seated. She squatted down with a smile and said, "Here, it's quite cold on the plane, and he got a blanket for you." Zhang Ye immediately said, "Oh, thank you." The plump air stewardess said, "You're welcome. This is my job." She even took the initiative to cover Qinshan with the blanket and said, "This child is really beautiful. How old is she?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "She's almost 9 years old." A moment later, under the dumbfounded gazes of the surrounding passengers, a female purser in her 30s also came over. The female purser smiled and asked, "Is the child used to riding on a plane? It shouldn't be a problem." Zhang Ye smiled. The female purser looked at Qinshan and asked, "Do you want something else to drink? Is the seat comfortable? Is it cold? You can tell me if you have any needs." Qinshan suddenly spoke, "I want to take a look at the cockpit." Zhang Ye rolled his eyes at her. "Why do you want to look at that?" Qinshan said, "I want to take a look." This child was overly curious. The female purser giggled. "You want to have a look at the cockpit? All right, I'll go and check with the captain first." She then walked away before returning a few minutes later. She clapped her hands together and said, "All right, Annie has spoken with the captain. I'll bring you over now, but once you are inside, you mustn't touch anything, okay?" Qinshan blinked several times and got up from her seat. Zhang Ye quickly said, "Sorry for troubling you." The female purser smiled and said, "It's not troublesome. It's no trouble at all." Looking at the purser leading the child into the cockpit from afar, the surrounding passengers were even more dumbfounded. Fuck, she's even getting a tour of the cockpit? What kind of treatment is this? We are also first-class passengers. Why haven't we heard of such privileges in first class? They get handed drinks, receive a toy, and even get a tour of the cockpit? At once, everyone looked at that man wearing the sunglasses. Who is this person? How can he be so privileged to get such treatment? Unbeknownst to them, that person beside them was the one who had saved a China Airlines plane with hundreds of passengers and cabin crew in it. Other than allowing the child to get a tour of the cockpit, even if he were to ask to take over the first officer's role for a while, no one would say anything since this person had really piloted a plane before. A few hours later, the plane landed. Outside the airport, Zhang Ye looked around the place as he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. Qinshan asked, "Where are we going now?" Zhang Ye said in a composed manner, "Let's hail a taxi first." Very quickly, they flagged down a taxi and opened the door to get into it. The taxi driver spoke in non-standard Mandarin. "Where do you want to go?" Zhang Ye stuck to his usual practice and activated the lucky halo immediately before telling the taxi driver, "Just go wherever." "Where?" The cab driver turned around to ask. Zhang Ye repeated, "Just drive anywhere." The cab driver nodded back at him, seemingly unsurprised. He did not ask any further and just drove off. Perhaps he had heard Zhang Ye wrong when he said, "Just go to wherever," and "just drive anywhere." Or he misheard it as the name of a place or some landmark instead, so he directly drove straight to that place. Zhang Ye did not say anything and just sat in the back while holding Qinshan's hand. This fellow did not have any objectives now, as he simply kept the mindset of leaving it all up to fate for the entire journey. He could only take one step at a time. A while later, the taxi stopped at the curb. It seemed they were somewhere near a mall. The taxi driver said, "We're here." Zhang Ye paid the fare and led Qinshan out of the taxi. The clouds here were rather low. It felt like they could be easily touched just by reaching out their hands. The sky was especially clear, a limitless span of blue. It was too beautiful. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and felt more refreshed than before. But Qinshan looked at him and asked, "Zhang Ye, what now?" Zhang Ye coughed and said, "Now." Qinshan probed, "How should we proceed from here?" Wait for me for a while." Zhang Ye made a decision as he bent down slightly to remove his right shoe. He then activated the lucky halo again. -100,000. -100,000. Next, with Qinshan looking at him suspiciously, Zhang Ye threw his shoe up into the air. Bada! The shoe landed on the ground with its toe tip pointed in a direction. Zhang Ye waved his hand excitedly and said, "Let's go this way." Qinshan. Around them, some passers-by were floored when they saw this. They wondered to themselves about just what the hell this idiot was doing. In this era, there were still people using the method of throwing a shoe to find their way. Did you just emerge from the remote mountains? They headed straight. They kept heading straight. They walked for a full 30 minutes. Qinshan could no longer walk any further. "Zhang Ye, are you sure this is the right way? Cut the crap and just follow me." Zhang Ye became even more guilty the further they walked. And the further they walked, the less confidence he had. But he could not show it in front of the child, so he could only persevere and curse silently in his head. Fuck! Where the fuck was this place? Why was it getting more and more remote the further they walked? Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye. Stop calling my name. Zhang Ye, are you dependable? How can I not be dependable? Then, when are we going to reach the place? About this. Just when Zhang Ye was wondering how to answer her question, they reached a location that looked like it was a long-distance bus station. This bus station felt very different from the one in Beijing, as there was not even a gate at the entrance. If they did not notice the sign, he really wouldn't know that this was a bus station. Suddenly, they overheard 3 to 5 people dressed in Chinese tunic shirts talking. The several people did not deliberately lower their voices, but they were not talking too loudly either. All of them were speaking with a northern accent. "Why isn't the bus here yet? Let's wait a little while more. It should arrive soon." Why is the annual martial arts conference organized by the National Martial Arts Association held at Tianshan this year? Although it's a nice place, it's quite a ways away. It was inevitable. Who knew that there would be such a big mess happening at this year's martial arts conference? It definitely has to be held at a remote place. Have you guys heard about it? Yes, I've heard about it. Who doesn't know about that in the Chinese martial arts world? Hi, it's Rao from the 8 Trigram School again. That senior is much too ruthless. She is Rao after all. Hey, the bus has arrived. Let's go, we'll talk on the bus. A long-distance bus drove over slowly. But Zhang Ye and Qinshan were standing by the roadside in shock. Rao the National Martial Arts Association? The martial arts conference held at Tianshan? Zhang Ye said dumbfounded. Holy shit. We really found her. Qinshan was also stunned with her mouth agape. The little kid had been holding it in for a long time now, before she finally said, "You can even do that." During the journey, Zhang Ye brought her to buy some airplane tickets to anywhere, then hailed a taxi to bring them to wherever, and finally resorted to the method of throwing a shoe for directions. But all of those actions had actually managed to lead them to finding Rao Zhang Ye erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Let me see who still dares to say I'm not dependable. I've said that my luck is good. Look at it how turned out. Qinshan pulled at him in panic. Zhang Ye, the bus is leaving. Zhang Ye finally reacted as he hastily pulled Qinshan by the hand and ran forward. Let's get on the bus first. We have to follow them. Chapter 9:13, Grandmaster Rao Chapter 9:13, Grandmaster Rao. Translator, leg editor, leg. On the long-distance bus, Zhang Ye brought Qinshan with him up on the bus before paying for the tickets. Behind them, a few other passengers also boarded before the bus sluggishly started its engine and drove out of the bus station. The people dressed in Chinese tunic shirts sat in the middle row on the right side of the bus. They were talking among themselves and did not seem bothered by Zhang Ye and Qinshan's presence. There were not a lot of passengers on the bus, so Zhang Ye did a quick scan and found 2 seats in the second to last row to sit down at. He did not dare to get too close to the group, but did not want to be too far away either, so he just left an empty row of seats between themselves and the group. On the bus, those people deliberately lowered their volume, or perhaps it was due to the noise on the bus that made it sound like they were speaking softer. Zhang Ye leaned slightly forward and had to make a great deal of effort to hear what they were saying. Bro Lu, you're glowing. Your martial arts must have improved again. Ha ha, Broly, you too. I'm not as good. My foundations are poor, and I'm not talented either. Back then, when I wanted to be a disciple under the Zhou family style, they did not accept me. They said to me that even if I were to continue practicing and trying, it would still be very difficult for me to be admitted. Hi, it's already been 6 or 7 years now, but it was really as they said. My boxing techniques have reached a plateau. Zhou family style. Broly, you're fortunate that you didn't get admitted into the Zhou family. Yeah, I'm incredibly lucky. If I had been in this generation of the Zhou family's disciples, I would have encountered that crazy woman, Rao I probably would have ran for my life if that had happened. You wouldn't have been able to get away. Yeah, I couldn't have gotten away, hi. They were making small talk when the topic came back to Rao again. Qinshan anxiously perked up her ears to listen. Zhang Ye was also trying very hard to listen to what they were saying to analyze the situation. Zhou family style? Never heard of it. Perhaps it was a boxing style that originated in this world? Similar to the Hung Gar one mode of naming? From the tone of their voices, he could sense some fear in them, as though they were afraid of some impending event. The Zhou family has really attracted big trouble this time. Speaking of, it was all because of that match those years ago and that incident in which the incumbent sect leader, Old Master Zhou Tianpeng, fought and injured the younger sister and brother-in-law of the current generation of the 8 Trigrams Palm's eldest senior sister. The 2 of them suffered serious injuries and fell sick soon after that incident, then passed away one after the other a year or 2 later. By right, in a normal tournament match, every participant is responsible for their own lives, and whoever gets injured is down to their own lack of martial arts foundation. But that old master Zhou Tianpeng was, after all, one of the 4 grandmasters at that time and was a force to be reckoned with in the Chinese martial arts world. Even if he was up against 2 opponents, it was still a case of bullying the weak. But back to the point, he did it all because of his son. Hi, that is the power of a parent's love, I guess. Chen Shun was stunned. Zhang Ye was also stunned by that. He could suddenly feel the little kid beside him trembling, and when he turned to look at her, he couldn't help feeling a pain in his heart. He hurriedly held Qinshin's cold little hands into his. Rao Aimin's younger sister and brother-in-law? Then did that mean they were referring to Qinshin's parents? So that was how Qinshin's parents died? So there were actually so many things that happened all those years back? Grandmaster? Zhou family styles Zhou Tianpeng. In this world, grandmasters actually existed. In Zhang Ye's previous world, the usage of the term grandmaster was already almost non-existent. Chinese martial arts had fallen behind, the talent pool had withered, and martial arts were long synonymous with the sport of martial arts, as well as with movies and novels of this genre. Although there were still a lot of martial arts schools and classes, they mainly taught only fancy moves and stances. There were even competitions purely focused on the performance aspect of such martial arts. There weren't many martial arts masters who were recognized by the Chinese martial arts world anymore, much less be recognized as a grandmaster in the field. But it was clearly different in this world. They actually still had such a thing as grandmasters. There were even 4 of them, and one of them was Zhou Tianpeng. Then what about the others? In front of them, another person of the Chinese martial arts world, sporting a mustache, vividly described. Because of that, a deadly grudge between the Zhou family style and Rao Aimin was formed. Even after the intervention by many leaders of the Chinese martial arts world, including the current leader of the 8 trigrams palm, to help reconcile this difference, they were still unable to stop Rao Aimin from seeking revenge. She is truly a legend of the Chinese martial arts world, even daring to go against her master's wishes by single-handedly fighting her way to the front steps of the Zhou family's headquarters. At that time, Zhou Tianpeng was on extremely good terms with another martial arts grandmaster, Qin Shi. According to rumors, the 2 of them were having tea together when Rao Aimin fought her way there. Qin Shi intervened and wanted to reconcile the 2's differences by urging Rao Aimin to stop whatever she was planning. However, he did not expect that Rao Aimin would not give in and even went up against both of them by herself. What left the people of the Chinese martial arts world even more surprised was that not only did Rao Aimin not get disadvantaged by the numbers, she actually matched blows with them. She even made Zhou Tianpeng and Qin Shi sweat after taking them on for several dozen rounds. It's a pity that she still got defeated at the end. Yes, Rao Aimin still lost at the end. With the 2 grandmasters teaming up, who could have made it past 3 attacks from them? Yet Rao Aimin managed to battle them for 100 rounds. Although she was seriously injured, she also injured Zhou Tianpeng. I did not witness that battle with my own eyes that year, but just thinking about it makes me shudder with excitement. From that day onward, the Chinese martial arts world welcomed its 5th grandmaster. Hearing this, Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. What? The 5th grandmaster? Old Rao, that woman, was actually a grandmaster? Zhang Ye simply couldn't believe it. He knew that Rao Aimin was incredible, possibly even to the degree of being able to use concealed power. He had witnessed old Rao using her bare hands to split metal before, but never did he think that Rao Aimin could be a martial arts grandmaster, and even one of just 5 such grandmasters at the top of the Chinese martial arts world. That person was still rattling off. What Rao Aimin did at that time shocked the entire Chinese martial arts world. Later, even Grandmaster Qin Shi admitted to his friends over a drinking session that if Rao Aimin had been born a male, he and Grandmaster Zhou Tianpeng would probably have only managed to fight to a draw with her. So you can clearly imagine how strong Rao Aimin is. From that day onward, no one in the Chinese martial arts world dared to mess with her. Also, Rao Aimin did not return to her martial sect after that. It was as if she had vanished from the martial arts community for good. But in the past half year, this one and only female grandmaster of the Chinese martial arts world reappeared again. Yeah, at that time, it caused such a ruckus in the Chinese martial arts world. Rao Aimin had issued a challenge to the Zhou family, but Zhou Tianpeng did not respond to it. I guess it was because he knew that he was no match for Rao Aimin, so he chose not to accept the challenge. But Rao Aimin was still the same old her from all those years ago. When she gets mad, no one can stop her at all. She went around the entire country challenging all the training halls and martial arts schools under the Zhou family. How could any of these 2nd or 3rd generation disciples of the Zhou family style possibly be a match for a martial arts grandmaster like her. They wouldn't be able to take even a single blow from her. Within half a year, the number of Zhou family-style disciples injured by her numbered over 100, and more than 30 training halls and schools closed down. Because there were already no masters who could stay standing to continue teaching, they were left with no choice but to close down. Zhang Ye was getting shock after shock from hearing all of this. Only then did he realize that old Rao was actually so amazing. When she said she would be back within a month, it was because she had gone to seek revenge for her sister. But the opponent did not respond to her challenge, so she spent half a year going around the country and bringing down their training halls and schools instead, going up against the disciples of the Zhou family style to force their sect leader out. Single-handedly, she challenged the entire Zhou family style? What sort of audacity was that? The sect leader of the Zhou family style could not even utter a word of objection. The members of the Chinese martial arts world just kept silent. Then, he heard those people speak again. Several days ago, Zhou Tianpeng finally said something, likely because he was getting forced into a corner. If it went on like this, the Zhou family style would cease to exist. Therefore, Grandmaster Zhou found Grandmaster Chun Shi and all the martial sects, including those leading figures of the martial arts community, and called for an early convening of the martial arts conference this year. He sent out mass invitations to the martial arts community and arranged for the conference to be held at Tianshan, even releasing word that he would settle the feud with Rao Aimin during the event. Needless to say, Rao Aimin will definitely show up at tomorrow's martial arts conference. Yeah, it will surely be interesting to watch when the time comes. It'll be super interesting. A battle of grandmasters? Who in the Chinese martial arts world does not want to come and witness this? The conference this time is probably going to be the most attended in its entire history, right? Or else they wouldn't have also invited people like us who don't have any official recognition. Hi, rather than say we were invited, it might be better to say that we came uninvited. Her. We're just here to observe the happenings and see how the grudge will be resolved. I heard that not only is Senior Rao Aimin the only female grandmaster of our current time, she's also a peerless beauty. I've heard that too. It sucks that Broton could not make it. Haha, he was really unlucky to have met with an accident at such a time and broken his leg. Yeah, his invitation card is still with me. Hearing everything from start till end, Zhang Ye could basically piece together the whole story and clearly understand what was happening. From the words of these people, he even knew why Rao Aimin had vanished from the martial arts community those years ago and ended up settling down in Beijing as a landlord collecting rental. She did all of that to take care of Qinshan. It was because she wanted to bring up her sister's child. Now that Qinshan had grown up and became more sensible, she put her in the care of Zhang Ye and returned to the Chinese martial arts world to avenge the feud from all those years back. Was that her reason for saying that line? If she doesn't make it back? The martial arts conference was going to take place tomorrow? Zhang Ye suddenly got very worried. Invitation letter? He didn't have that. All he knew now was that the landlady Annie was going to be there. But how would he and Qinshan get into the event? Zhang Ye, Qinshan said anxiously. Zhang Ye put a finger to his lips to shush her. I know what to do. Qinshan kept tugging agitatedly at his arm. Quickly think of something. Zhang Ye thought hard for a while before he took a deep breath and said to Qinshan, sit here and don't move. I'm going over for a bit. Saying so, he stood up and took a few steps toward the seats in front of them. Those several people were still chatting. Zhang Ye went straight up to them and gave a fist and palm salute. Sirs. The few of them were taken aback. Huh. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I accidentally overheard your conversation just now and realized that we're going to the same place. You're all going to the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference, right? One of the mustached youngsters asked suspiciously. You are? Zhang Ye gave him a fist and palm salute, saying, my name is Chunjin too. The other person blinked and looked at him. Zhang Ye said in a serious tone, I am the disciple of Hui Yuanjia 3. Hui Yuanjia? Who is this Hui Yuanjia? Suddenly, the long-distance bus hit a bump and the thermos flask that they had put in the netting on the back of the seats in front of them fell out in the direction of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye did not move his body, and with a flick of his ankle, he miraculously caught the thermos flask on the tip of his toe, kicking it straight back up. As it hung in the air, Zhang Ye casually grabbed it and passed it back to them with a smile. You dropped this. Great agility. Nice moves. When the several of them saw this, they were immediately impressed. Those moves were not something that just anyone could pull off. The four of them stood up together at once and cupped their fists in a salute. We're pleased to meet you. So Bro Chun is also one of us. Good footwork, Zhang Ye said humbly. You're being too generous with your praise. One of them asked. So why did you greet us? Zhang Ye made a noise of understanding, then said, It's like this. I brought a child with me this time, but as she was throwing tantrums on the way here, my Tianshan martial arts conference invitation letter was lost. I don't know what else I can do, so I wanted to ask the four of you if you know whether I can enter the event without an invitation letter. Before I traveled here, my teacher had repeatedly reminded me to step out to see the world and gain some experience. But I lost the invitation letter the moment I stepped out, so if I were to go back just like that, I won't have it in me to face my old teacher. Hi. The four of them looked at each other. The mustached youth immediately broke out into a smile and gave him another fist and palm salute. Bro Chun, how coincidental for you. One of the people in our group did not come because he was admitted to the hospital. Saying that, he rummaged through his bag and found a letter which he handed over to Zhang Ye. Here, I happen to have an extra one. Zhang Ye hurriedly asked, Is this appropriate? The mustached youth laughed. What's inappropriate about it? We won't be using this extra invitation anyway. Besides, only the name is written on the front side of the invitation letter, and there is no photo ID on it. They will only check to see if you really have an invitation letter, but won't look at the names. You'll definitely be fine using this to enter. There was something that they did not dare to say. It was even if they did check the names on the invitation letters, with their status in the Chinese martial arts world, no one would know them regardless. They were at most considered a fringe group of the Chinese martial arts world. Zhang Ye said, Then I must really thank you, senior bros. You're so polite. Don't worry about it. We're all from the Chinese martial arts world, so you don't need to be so polite. The attitudes of these four people toward Zhang Ye were still quite good. Due to Zhang Ye showing off a moment ago, they felt that he had really wonderful moves. Additionally, Zhang Ye's expressions and manners left the four of them who were invited to this conference with no doubts that he was one of them too. From this, a fact could be proven. Life is just like a show. It's all about the fucking acting. Chapter 914, Arriving at the Conference Venue. Chapter 914, Arriving at the Conference Venue. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On their way there, the five of them had a very engaging conversation. Zhang Ye brought Chunshin to sit in the seat behind them. They chatted about random topics, and he conveniently fished for information about the Chinese martial arts world at the same time. He was basically clueless about everything regarding it right now. Bro Chunjin, where are you from? The capital. That's a good place. Haha, it's not too bad. Those moves of yours were pretty impressive. I'm just okay. What style does your master teach? My master is Huang Fei Hong, and I learn. Didn't you say your master was Hui Yuan Jia? Did I? You said so yourself just now. Oh yes, Huang Fei Hong is my other master. What? Wow, Bro Chun is practicing 2 forms of martial arts. I'm just dabbling in a bit of everything. Chen Chun, who was listening to Zhang Ye make things up on the fly, could only roll her eyes and stay quiet. These men were very talkative and friendly. They were all non-affiliates, which was a nicer way of identifying those who did not belong to any sect or walked an unconventional path in Chinese martial arts. In the group, 2 of them were brothers related by blood. Both were bald-headed men with domineering statures and looked like they practiced external styles. They looked like they probably packed a punch with their attacks too. One of them was named Lu Yichuan, while the other was named Lu Yizhang, and as their names suggested, the elder brother practiced fist-based martial arts and the younger brother practiced palm-based martial arts. As for the details, Zhang Ye did not probe any further, although it was unlikely that these names were given by their parents. They were more like nicknames than anything. 2. There was another person called Li Chuaning who looked like he was quite skilled. Whether he was as all-around as his name suggested was something still to be seen. 3. The last person's name was Hibadeo. Likewise, his name sounded similarly quite fearsome. 4. They were all young people, even though there were some who looked rather old. Zhang Ye only found out that the oldest among them was 31 years old after he asked, while the rest were only in their 20s. This wasn't surprising as there was a saying that went fistfights favor the young and vigorous. This suggested that only the young ones in their prime were suited for hand-to-hand combat, while the older ones would suffer a drop in their physical performance. Only practitioners of internal-style martial arts might have it slightly better, like Grandmaster Zhou Tianpeng and Grandmaster Qin Shi, who continued to maintain and even improve their skill levels from their prime. Some Grandmasters could still fight even after they turned 90. But for most of those who practiced external-style boxing, how many 60-year-olds could still be seen leading the charge? Lu Yichuan asked, "Bro Chunjun, is this your first time taking part in the martial arts conference?" Zhang Ye nodded. "Yeah, it's my first time here. You senior bros must be regular attendees of the conference already, right? When we get there, I hope to seek your advice if there's anything I don't understand. Please don't find me bothersome at that time." Lu Yizhang laughed heartily. "Of course not, Bro Chun. No need to be so polite with us." Hibadeo smiled and said, "The four of us are just here to have fun. We only got invited because we knew someone on the inside, but when we get there, we're only as good as any other bystander. It's always like this for us every year." Zhang Ye gave a fist and palm salute and said, "Then you're all veterans of the event." Hibadeo hurriedly replied, "We dare not claim so." Li Chuaning noted, "Bro Chunjun is still quite young, but already so skilled. I believe he will surely become someone of stature in the future." Zhang Yi repeatedly said, "I can't compare to the four of you senior bros for sure." Everyone spoke good things and dished out lavish praises about one another. Soon, the five of them came to the topic of martial arts. Zhang Yi did not really know what to say, so he took some time to whisper to Qinshen, "When we get there, don't run your mouth off. Listen closely to me and my instructions, understand?" Qinshen asked, "Zhang Yi, will my aunt be all right?" Zhang Yi consoled, "Don't you know what your aunt is like? Even if anything were to happen to anyone else, she would still be fine. Let's think about sneaking into the event first before we think of what to do next." Contemplating this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but bring up the interface of the game ring on his left pinky finger. The game interface appeared. Total reputation points, 2.1 billion. This was how many reputation points Zhang Yi currently had. It could be described as an astronomical figure. Back when he was just a B-list celebrity, the greatest amount of reputation points that Zhang Ye had gotten was only in the figure of several hundred million. But ever since he had experienced a boost in his popularity, more and more people started to learn about him, and the influence of his works became greater as such. With A Bite of China, the Spring Festival Gala where he performed his skit and crosstalk, as well as the large-scale scolding battle that happened after that, his position in the Celebrity Rankings Index had risen into the A-list. With that, his reputation points accumulated in the game ring also broke above the staggering 2 billion figure. This was even the amount that he had left over after having used the Lucky Halo, upgraded several times on his way here. Now to check on his inventory items. As he hadn't been doing any lucky draws of late, they were all the same old items. Difficulty Adjustment Die 1. X-ray Vision Eye Drops 1. Pause Game 1. Stamina Potion 10 plus. 5. 1-up 1. That was about it. Zhang Yi knew very well that Rao Aimin would stir up big trouble at the conference this time, but he didn't know if he could be of any help to her. The journey took slightly less than 2 hours, and the five of them chatted throughout. It felt like they had gotten very close and even had their arms around each other like brothers. Since they were all martial arts practitioners, it was definitely much easier to become friends. Hibadeo nearly even decided to acknowledge Qinshen as his goddaughter along the way. Zhang Yi also spoke up and said that if they visited the capital in the future, they could just call him up and he would take care of all their meals and accommodation. The bus stopped. They reached their destination. After getting out of the bus, they led Zhang Yi on a hike for around 2 kilometers before they finally arrived. It was the venue of the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference. Only then did Zhang Yi realize that even though the conference was held at Tianshan, it didn't mean that they were going up into the Tarns or to the peak of the Tianshan Mountains. That place was a national tourist scenic area. For a motley group of people like them to go there, the scenic area's management would probably not allow it. When they spoke about Tianshan, all it meant was the area near the Tianshan mountain range at the foot of the mountains. This place had very good scenery, and the snow-covered mountain caps could even be seen from far away. 6. As they got closer to the venue, they saw more and more people. With a sweeping glance, he could see at least a few hundred people arriving at the same time. They were all lining up to get into the venue, which looked like a large holiday resort of sorts. This venue was probably fully booked by the National Martial Arts Association. Inside were many buildings that looked similar to inns. It was a great contrast to the scenery that they saw on their way here. At this moment, Lu Yizhong, Lu Yichuan, and the rest of their group met some familiar faces. Hey, bro Pang. Bro Lu. You're here too. Yeah, I just arrived. Come on, let's go inside. Let's walk together, ha ha. On the way in, they introduced Zhang Ye to those people who had just joined them. While they were in line, Zhang Ye heard some interesting news that left him rather speechless. A youth, who had newly joined their group and wore a training outfit, sighed. The conference is tomorrow, but I heard that a few masters won't be participating in it anymore. Hibadeo asked in surprise, what happened? Lu Yizhong said with his eyes wide. Could it be that they met with their enemies on their way here? That's not possible, Lu Yichuan mentioned. Zhang Ye's and Qinchin's ears perked up. That youth sighed and said, Master Zhang of the Hidden Weapons School had traveled with his weaponry and got arrested when he went past the security check conducted by the railway police. Master Sun from an Iron Palm branch was extorted by someone on the way here and didn't have any money left for the remainder of his travels. Then he got lost and is now wandering around Shangxi on foot. Kongtong Sek's second senior brother of the current generation will be flying over later as his earlier flight was cancelled. He's still stranded at the airport and leading the other passengers in a protest right now. 7. Zhang Ye. Qinchin. Lu Yichuan sighed loudly. What is this world? Morality is no longer what it used to be. Hibadeo said angrily. On their way here, Zhang Ye heard these people talking in such extravagant ways that he had somehow gained a newfound respect for those masters and experts of the Chinese martial arts world. But after this youth's account to them, the image of those martial arts masters was completely shattered in Zhang Ye's mind. 1. Wang Feiheng or Huang Feiheng was a Cantonese martial artist, physician, and folk hero who has become the subject of numerous martial arts films and television series. He was considered an expert in the Hung Gar style of Chinese martial arts. 2. Quan, Chen, means fist, and Zhang, means palm. 3. Chuaning, Cheneng, means able in everything. 4. Badeo, Badap, means rule by tyrant or tyrannical. 5. This was named Strength Potion during the Quit Smoking campaign. It should be called a Stamina Potion instead. 6. Tianshan, meaning the mountains of heaven or the heavenly mountains. 7. It's a 33-hour, 3,071.1 kilometers. Travel by car to Tianshan from Shangxi according to Google, laughing face. Chapter 9:15, All-Out Brawl. Chapter 9:15, All-Out Brawl. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Arrested by the police? Extorted by someone? Leading passengers in a protest? Oh my god, I'm floored. What sort of martial arts masters are these? Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself about why these martial arts masters sounded so ordinary. But giving it some thought, it was also true that this was unavoidable in such an era. If you took the train while carrying darts and throwing knives all over your person, how could you expect to not get arrested? By the time the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference ended, this fellow would probably still not be released, as he would be detained for at least 3 days. In the Tianshan region, somewhere, the people from the 8 Trigram school gradually arrived. Lu Yuhu, Rao Imin's junior brother, was also in the crowd. He had handed over the cases that he was following to a colleague, turned off his phone, and rushed over to Tianshan without even applying for leave from his workplace. At the moment, he was anxiously pacing around, as he was the least skilled of the current generation of the 8 Trigram school's disciples. All he could feel now was a sense of helplessness. What should I do? What should I do right now? At this time, another 2 people arrived outside. It was a man and a woman. Lu Yuhu went up to them, shouting, "5th senior sis. Little junior bro." His 5th senior sister strode over to him. The senior brother beside her asked anxiously, "Where is eldest senior sis?" Lu Yuhu said, "She's in closed-door training." His 5th senior sister said anxiously, "She clearly knows that this is an extremely dangerous place, so why is she still so insistent on coming?" Lu Yuhu sighed deeply and said, Who can stop eldest senior sis when she has decided on something? His fifth senior sister observed their surroundings. We only have this many. One of the junior brothers who arrived early said, "This is all there is." His fifth senior sister asked, "Where is our eldest senior bro? And second senior bro?" Lu Yuhu said angrily, "Don't bring them up. A lot of people couldn't come because they have been pressured by master. Eldest senior bro and company even tried to force their way here, but they were held back forcefully at the training hall. None of them made it out." Hearing that, every one of them fell silent. The group was made up of men and women, with most of them young people who were the current generation of disciples. When some of them heard about the martial arts conference, they all started rushing over, starting from a few days ago. Some of them just made it here today, with no luggage and not even a change of clothes. It could be seen just how much of a hurry they were in to get here. Why did Master do that? Master said that this was eldest senior sis's personal grudge that had nothing to do with the 8 trigram school, so he wouldn't allow us to join her. He even said that eldest senior sis has already left the 8 trigram school. Master, eldest senior sis will always be our eldest senior sis. Don't blame Master for this. He has no other choice. Eldest senior sis has angered too many people this time and flouted the rules of our martial arts world. She has forced the Zhou family-style school into a corner, injuring so many of their disciples and masters, and overturning so many of their training halls and schools at the same time. There is a written rule in the National Martial Arts Association forbidding such behavior, so the motive of the conference this time is basically targeted at her. They're trying to gather the support of our entire martial arts world to denounce eldest senior sis. Although our 8 trigram school is considered as one of the large sects, that is more because of the status we gained during the Qing dynasty. Our style has already weakened since then, and Master does not wish to offend our entire martial arts world. If he did, then our 8 trigram school would definitely have no chance of survival. But that's eldest senior sis we're talking about. Master has his considerations, so it's not our place to speak. But whatever it is, now that eldest senior sis is in trouble, we definitely have to support her. I'll try to contact the other disciples who are outside and see if we can get more to come. We can't let eldest senior sis battle on her own. Do they really think that the 8 trigram school can be easily pushed around? Don't call the junior disciples. They won't be of any help even if they came. Will it be okay with just this many of us? What else can we do? We can only take them head on. The disciples of the 8 trigram school gathered together and started to discuss their strategy. In the evening, it was getting dark. At the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference, Zhang Ye had already sneaked into the venue with Chunchen using his invite. Only the organizer's staff looked curiously at Zhang Ye, who had brought a child along with him, but they did not say anything or even check his invite and allowed him into the venue. They arranged for them to check into an inn on the west side of the resort. The rooms were on the 3rd story. Right after Zhang Ye put down their luggage, Louis Chuan, Louis Zhang, and the others came over. "Bro Chunjun, want to grab dinner?" "All right. Do you drink?" "That's a must." "Ha ha ha. Great. Let's have a couple drinks together." "Let's go." They headed downstairs. The dining areas were located within this large holiday resort. When they got there, the restaurant was already full, so they had to wait more than 10 minutes before they got a table that had been temporarily set up on the 1st floor's lobby. After all, there were too many people, and the seating both upstairs and downstairs were filled to the brim with at least several hundred people eating. But all they wanted now was a steaming hot bowl of rice, so it didn't matter where they were seated. Sitting down, they ordered some dishes. Zhang Ye could hear the conversations of those around him from all the different sects and schools of the Chinese martial arts world. Some of them were drinking wine and talking especially loudly. If Rao Aimin attends this conference, then she better not think that she can leave standing. She's bullying us as a more skilled martial artist. How is that the bearing of a grandmaster? Our brothers from the Zhou family style have had it hard this time. It's already been half a year, and their training halls and schools have all closed down one by one. Even if Rao Aimin is a grandmaster, she can't break the rules like that. We definitely cannot forgive her and must seek justice for our brothers of the Zhou family style. Right, supporting old Master Zhou. The conference this time is basically a denouncement session aimed at Rao Aimin. Has anyone from the 8 trigram school arrived yet? They're not here yet, but there's nothing to be afraid of even if they are. How many people can they have? Haha, that's right. With grandmasters like Zhou Tianpeng and Chun Shi taking helm, it doesn't matter how many of their people are here. Rao Aimin wasn't a match for the two grandmasters several years ago. Several years later, she still won't be a match for them. This time round, we can just sit back and watch how it plays out tomorrow. We from the Kongtong sect will definitely be supporting Old Master Zhou. Our Iron Palm sect will support Old Master Zhou too. Senior Rao Aimin has really gone too far this time. Let me thank all of you on behalf of the Zhou family style's disciples. Bro Huang, don't mention it. Yeah, if you thank us like that, you're just treating us as outsiders. This sort of problem calls for our indignation, so of course we will be supportive. Or else it would end up with us witnessing Rao Aimin destroying the legacy of the Zhou family style. Some disciples belonging to several other schools did not say anything and only ate. But some people started clamoring, shouting, and saying things like calling for the denouncement of Rao Aimin. From the looks of it, these schools had already reached a consensus with the Zhou family before they arrived. Grandmaster Zhou Tianpeng's social ties within the Chinese martial arts world had always been quite good. He was also a long-recognized grandmaster of the Chinese martial arts world. With such a status and reputation, there were many martial schools that had a good relationship with him. With such events happening this time, a lot of the martial schools did not hesitate in showing their support for Old Master Zhou. The food was served. Qinchin's face was sunken, and she did not even pick up her chopsticks. Zhang Ye had only just found out that so many of those who were participating in the conference this time were actually here to denounce old Rao. This was obviously an extremely dangerous place for her to be. One of the newcomers who joined their group said, "Senior Rao Aimin is in big trouble this time." Hibadeo said in a low voice, "Let them say whatever they want, but we should not get involved." Lu Yichuan agreed. "It's none of our business, so let's just observe. This is a fight between the gods. It's nothing we can take part in even if we wanted to. This dispute entails details that are too murky for us," Lu Yizhong remarked. Li Chuaning raised his cup and said, "Let's drink." Bottoms up. A lot of those who were eating quietly at the restaurant were people like Lu Yichuan, Lu Yizhong, and others who weren't affiliated with any sect or school. There were a lot of these non-affiliates who did not belong to any traditional sect or school of the Chinese martial arts world. Some of their kung fu was blindly practiced by themselves, and they did not even have a proper teacher to guide them. They were purely born out of an unorthodox background without any roots in the Chinese martial arts world. As a result, they had no say in most of the matters in it, and just kept a low profile. They ate and drank their fill, but the shouting got louder and louder. Before long, even those seated on the second and third floors joined in. "Denounce Rao Aimin. Drive her out of our martial arts world. We can't let her continue being arrogant like that." "Right. Well said. Kill that bitch. Return our martial arts world its clear blue skies. Kill that bitch." The Zhou family style's disciples were especially rowdy after downing a few drinks, and were getting even more agitated. Zhang Ye was becoming irritated from hearing all those voices. "Hey, are you guys finished?" Zhang Ye also stared hard at those who kept shouting bitch, and burned their faces into his mind. "You guys are dead." Qinchin's expression was even darker. Suddenly, a loud voice exploded not too far away from them. "Why is it so expensive?" It came from a table of 7 youths. Judging by their clothing, they should also be non-affiliates. However, Zhang Ye was taken aback by the sight, because he had spotted a familiar face in that group. If Zhang Ye wasn't wrong, that person was called Yin Hui. During the hijacking incident when Zhang Ye couldn't hold his bladder and had to go to the bathroom, it was Yin Hui who held back the hijackers briefly and prevented the passengers from getting hurt. He held them off until Zhang Ye returned. After the airplane landed, Yin Hui, along with some of the injured passengers and aircrew, were transported to the hospital. That was the last time Zhang Ye saw him, so it was really unexpected to bump into him here. But he suddenly remembered that back on the airplane, didn't Yin Hui use karate? Although his skills were not much to talk of, his character was pretty good and Zhang Ye's impression of him was extremely good too. It looked like he had switched to practicing Chinese martial arts now. He was also here to participate in the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference. The restaurant waiter glanced at them and said, "That is the price." Yin Hui's companion shouted, "There's just the 7 of us. Why would it come up to over 3,000 yuan for the bill?" Yin Hui said angrily, "You guys are out to slaughter us." Of the non-affiliates who came to attend the event this time, most of them were not rich to begin with. A bill of over 3,000 yuan was definitely too expensive for them. The other non-affiliates around them who heard this were also shocked. Even among those who belonged to a sect, some of them were relatively poor due to the fact that their sect's training halls and schools were not earning as much as before. Over 3,000 yuan. This? Who read the menu just now? I looked through it, but I don't think there was anything this expensive in it. Then how much would it cost for our table? I don't know. A commotion started in the restaurant. That waiter frowned and said, "The wine you ordered was expensive. Our restaurant fermented this wine ourselves, and a jug of it costs 2,000 yuan. It's all written on the menu, didn't you see?" When they heard that it was the wine that was expensive, a lot of those people at the surrounding tables heaved a sigh of relief as they did not order it. Yan Hui said angrily, "What wine is this that it costs so much?" Another person said, "A jug costs 2,000 yuan? Another companion shouted, "Whose restaurant is this? I demand to see your boss." A table of people at the other side of the room looked over. One of them who stood up was the Zhou family style's fourth senior brother of the current generation of disciples. As he ranked number 4 in the Zhou family style, everyone usually greeted him as Fourth Bro Zhou. Fourth Bro Zhou said stiffly, "The Zhou family style school are part owners of this restaurant, so this is our property. Do you have any problems?" The restaurant was owned by the Zhou family. When many of the people heard this, they dared not utter another word. Old Master Zhou Tianping's reputation was too great within the Chinese martial arts world. Yan Hui also stood up. "You're all scammers." Fourth Bro Zhou sneered at him. "Don't come and eat here if you don't have the money. What are you going off about for? You?" Yan Hui was infuriated. His companions beside him dragged him back and tried to calm him down. This was the Zhou family style school. They were a large sect in the Chinese martial arts world, and their sect leader was a grandmaster. Even if they had to close down a lot of training halls after Rao Aimin's antics, their status as a large sect was still there. They definitely should not be messed with. The 7 of them decided to swallow their pride and let it go. But at this time, a young man wearing a pair of sunglasses indoors, at night, suddenly sprang up and said loudly, "The Zhou family has gone too far." It was Zhang Ye. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yichuan, Lu Yizhang, and the others were dumbfounded. Yan Hui and his companions were also stunned. "What?" They heard Zhang Ye angrily say while he pointed at Fourth Bro Zhou. "Don't come if we don't have the money?" We all heeded Old Master Zhou's invitation and came to the martial arts conference this time to support the Zhou family's denouncement of Rao Aimin. Some of us came from the capital, some came from Shandong, and there were even some who rushed back from overseas and traveled thousands and thousands of kilometers to get here, all because we wanted to come here to support you. None of us complained. But you guys? After sending out a mass invite to the martial arts community, it seems like their intention was just to cheat us of our meal money by slaughtering us with exorbitant prices. Cheat us of our wine money. Not only are they asking us to support them, they're even blatantly making money off us. What motives do you have? Where is your conscience? Listening to these words, Fourth Bro Zhou was in shock. Fuck, what did I say? When did I ever fucking mean it like that? When the surrounding people heard that, their expressions turned to anger at once, and people stood up. Yeah, what is the meaning of this? The Zhou family invited everyone here to give you our support. So why are you still trying to cheat us of our money? The bill for a 7-person meal came up to over 3,000 yuan. Isn't that just like a scam? Fourth Bro Zhou quickly tried to explain. That wine was meticulously fermented by our. Zhang Ye instantly cut in. This wine was meticulously planned by you guys. The bill for their table came up to 2,000 yuan for the wine. Then for another table, it would be 2,000 yuan for the food. And another table would run up 2,000 yuan for the tea. No one can run from it. You're the ones who are doing all the talking anyway. So it's just going to be whatever price you want to set it at. We were initially full of respect for the Zhou family style school and also held a deep reverence for Old Master Zhou. But today, we all have really been disappointed. Everyone here knows that the Zhou family has been in an abject state for the past 6 months. You have closed down many training halls and your income stream must have had a sharp decline. But you can't just try to cheat us of our money because of that. Were your training halls and schools brought down by us? Why should we be paying for it? 2,000 yuan for a wine that you bought in bulk? It's even more expensive than Mao Dai. When? Some of the people heard this. They had a sudden realization. The Zhou family is in need of money. No wonder. But we're all on the same side. Surely you can't scam us like this. Right? Why are you all cheating us of our money? How can there be wine bought in bulk that costs 2,000 yuan? That bro in the sunglasses is right. This scam is way too obvious. Everyone was slowly getting convinced the more they listened. Fourth bro, Zhou, flew into a rage. Which sect are you from? Zhang Ye banged the table and shouted. Which sect am I from? Listen to that. Just listen to that. If we're not from any sect, or if we're from the small sects, we can only suffer the slaughter of the Zhou family, while those from the large sects get to eat and drink for free. This is a clear act of bullying. They are clearly targeting people like us from the small sects. Because our money can be easily cheated. Because we don't have much foundation and talent, we're a good pick for getting bullied. They can easily scam us of our money without much effort, getting us to come support the Zhou family-style school and using us a tool in their fight. We came without questions. When we got here, they want us to pay them for our meals, and we also have to pay without question. They want our support and want our money too. They're taking us for idiots. A burly man who was a non-affiliate also slammed his fist against the table. Fuck. A tipsy group of disciples from a small sect also jumped up. In anger. So what if you're from a large sect? Do you think you can take us for idiots? Despicable. You people from the Zhou family. What's the meaning of all this? You guys are pushing it too far. You even dare to profit with such ill-gotten gains. Do you still have a shred of martial righteousness in you? Lu Yichuan, Lu Yizhang, and the rest of their group also got angry. They followed Zhang Ye and stood up. Fourth bro Zhou was completely stupefied. Damn, what the fuck did I say? I only fucking asked you which sect you were from. All I did was ask that. At this moment, one of the bad-tempered senior brothers of the Zhou family style suddenly smashed the teacup that he was holding onto the floor. He was just frustrated by what was going on and wanted to vent. Crash. The cup was smashed to pieces. Then, Zhang Ye shouted furiously. Smashing the teacup as a signal? You guys are even thinking of attacking us. After those words left Zhang Ye's mouth, all of a sudden, many of the expressions on the faces of the non-affiliates and disciples of the small sects changed. They suddenly blew up in anger. Son of a bitch. You guys are even thinking of attacking us. Attack us then. Come on. Fuck. Let's fight. Fuck you, Zhou family. That senior brother of the Zhou family style was dumbfounded. Fourth bro Zhou was also dumbfounded. Fight. Smashing the cup as a signal? I'll goddamn smash your second granny instead. Some of the people at Yan Huey's table were already walking toward them, swearing at them as they approached the people from the Zhou family style. Suddenly, the group of people seated at the Kongtong sect table stood up as well. They grabbed Yan Hui and held him back, saying, This is the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference. Don't make trouble here. The unprepared Yan Hui suddenly stumbled and was thrown back. Zhang Yi roared, The large sects are hitting us. They're all in cahoots. Fuck. Fuck them. With that, Zhang Ye immediately led the charge forward. He found the person in the Zhou family-style school who spoke ill of Rao Imin earlier and brutally gave him a flying kick to the face. The non-affiliates and small sect disciples were so angry that they lost their heads too. Fuck them. Motherfuckers. They were really going to attack us. They're taking it too far. Damn it. I'm gonna take them on. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. That person from Kongtong sect who held back, Yan Hui, was dumbfounded. Attacking? Who's attacking anyone now? I was just... Before he could finish, he had already received 3 punches to the face. Io. Who the fuck hit my face? The Kongtong sect people were suddenly infuriated. 2 sects beside them who were on good terms with the Zhou family-style school were also angered. They kicked aside their chairs and joined in the clash. Yan Hui rushed forward. Get them! The brothers Lu Yichuan and Lu Yizhang shouted angrily. The large sects are taking it too far with this bullying. If this can be tolerated, then what would be intolerable? Hibadeo roared. You want to see who has more people? Would we non-affiliates have anything to fear when it comes to that? Li Chuaning had already sent a flying kick and downed a disciple of a large sect. You want to scam us non-affiliates of our money? You should ask if I, Grandpa Li, am willing to be scammed or not first. It was a mess. A free-for-all. Before the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference could even be convened, a huge brawl had broken out. Chapter 916. The Shit Stirrer of the Chinese Martial Arts World. Chapter 916. The Shit Stirrer of the Chinese Martial Arts World. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Fuck them up. Fuck. Charge. Beat them up. Charge. Fight it out with the large sects. You thieving small sects, don't force me. You guys forced our hands first. Damn. Charge at them. Kill this group of non-affiliates. At once, chaos broke out on all 3 floors of the restaurant, as pots and pans, ladles and bowls came crashing to the floor. The tables were all flipped over one by the martial artists. It was a brawl. Close quarters combat. The restaurant waiter exclaimed, "Stop fighting. All of you stop fight, Io." He got punched and wounded in the crossfire. Yin Hui's companions kicked him a few more times and said, "This is what you get for trying to run a scam. You deserve it." The waiter cried out, "Help." 3 people from the Iron Palm sect rushed over at once. Fuck. After exchanging 3 blows, Yin Hui's 2 companions were beaten to the ground. Yin Hui suddenly sent a flying kick and brought down one of the opponents before he got kicked in the stomach. At this moment, the Lu Yichuan and Lu Yizhang brothers rushed over. "Who dares lay a hand on our non-affiliates, bros?" The 2 of them took on one each and threw kicks and punches as they got embroiled into the chaotic melee. The large sects were indeed the large sections. Their disciples' kung fu was definitely of a higher standard, especially that Iron Palm opponent taking on Lu Yichuan. His kung fu was amazing, and his Iron Palm movements felt like they were full of power. Lu Yichuan could only keep retreating as he got hit by several palm strikes. Zhang Ye arrived and said, "Bro Lu, I'm here." Lu Yichuan called out, "Bro Chunjun, come and assist me quickly." Zhang Ye bent down and picked up something braced under the legs of a makeshift table before rushing toward them. When that middle-aged man of the Iron Palm style heard that, he sent a palm strike behind him without even looking. But before his palm could strike anyone, a dark object had flown straight at his face and battered him. "Oh fuck." The Iron Palm disciple immediately fell onto the ground. He was nearly crying and had a bloody nose as he screamed piercingly, "Who the fuck threw that brick at me?" Many of the large sect members were furious. Shameless. Shameless to the extreme. How dare you use a hidden weapon? Scumbag. Take them out. Lu Yichuan, Lu Yizhang, and the others were stunned. Damn. Bro Chunjun is too vicious. When the small sects and non-affiliates saw this, they learned from it and picked up the chairs around them to smash them into their opponents. Someone even picked up a pot of hot soup and splashed it at the Zhou family style's disciples. Ah. Fuck. Who poured that on me? I'm fucking scalded. Fuck. Pick up whatever you can find. Take them out. The Zhou family style school and several of the large sect members went berserk. They also picked up some random items as weapons to fight against their opponents. There were some members of 3 to 5 small sects who originally had no intention of partaking in the fight, distancing themselves far from the fight when it broke out. However, an unidentified flying object came hurtling at them amid the chaos. "Oh, my head. Goddamn motherfucking Zhou family. I won't take this anymore. Charge them." As a result, the non-affiliates and small sects added another large wave of combat strength to their side. On the 2nd floor was a table with around 9 Shaolin monks. The eminent monks were not bothered by the ongoing battle around them, as it seemed they had reached a very high state of cultivation and were very calm despite the happenings, continuing to dine as though the brawl did not involve them. Crash. A teacup smashed onto their table. The chief monk of the table smiled and said, "Ba, do not be bothered." Yes, yes. That's right, that's right. Haha. The other eminent monks also replied alike. Then, a leg of a chair came flying over and clattered into 2 of their plates of food. One of the eminent monks pressed his hands together and said, Ba, don't be angry, don't be impatient. Don't be angry, don't be impatient. Let's eat, let's eat. That's right, that's right. They smiled again and continued with their meal. Next, a clay pot half filled with hot soup flew over. When the soup splashed onto the monks, they couldn't carry on eating anymore. One of the eminent monks pressed his hands together devoutly and said, Ba, maintain our original mind. That's better, that's better. That's right, that's right. Extremely correct, extremely correct. The monks still maintained their composure and were not affected by what was going on. Suddenly, a disciple of a large sect came flying over. His whole body landed onto and smashed their table into pieces. The chief monk said calmly, "Amida, Alameda your grandpa." He jumped up and roared angrily, "Kill those sons of bitches! Kill those sons of bitches! The small sects are running rampant. They're really pushing it too far." The eminent monks of the Shaolin Monastery joined the fray as well, so you could imagine how out of control the fight had spiraled. "You thieving bastard, watch out for my palm strike." One of the Shaolin monks went straight for Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was someone who had eaten over 100 fruits of agility, so his reaction was extremely quick. He did not even have to break out his Taiji fist and could just shift his body sideways to avoid the attack. As he avoided it, he reflexively used the brick in his hand to hit his attacker. The Shaolin monk grabbed his face and cried, "Io!" Zhang Ye pulled back his arm just as a Zhou family-style boxing specialist was about to sneak up on him. Zhang Ye smashed the brick into the face of this attacker, which made the man fall backwards as two of his front teeth came flying out and spun through the air. With that one action, he had hit both his targets. "Bro Chunjun, good one. Beautiful." Bro Chunjun was really majestic there. Good brick technique. When Lu Yichuan, Lu Yizhang, Hibadeo, and the others saw this, they didn't forget to cheer Zhang Yi on mid-fight. Fourth Bro Zhou of the Zhou family-style school was stunned, as though exclamation marks were written all over his face as he looked on with his jaw hanging. Even now, he still could not understand how this fight had broken out. How did they start fighting? In all this time, he had only managed to say 3.5 goddamn sentences in total. The first 2 sentences were, "Don't come and eat here if you don't have the money. What are you going off about for?" Followed by half a sentence. "Of that wine was meticulously fermented by our." The last sentence was, "Which sect are you from?" All in all, it was only 3.5 sentences. He could swear to the heavens that that was all he said. Besides, even if he said them again now, those words should not have been considered offensive. Fuck. Then how did it fucking cause a fight to break out? The facts had proven again that Zhang Ye's mouth was too damn wicked. Wherever this fellow went, there would be no peace. The entertainment industry insider's evaluation of this person was truly spot on. He was just a goddamn hooligan, a downright shit stirrer. Whichever industry he went to, he would bring about bloodshed. Previously, in the literary world, the entertainment circle, and even the education world, those industry peers were all cultured people who were rather eloquent and could speak well. Whether it was this professor or that doctor, they had had more than enough arguments with Zhang Ye. But even so, those people still could not beat Zhang Ye a single time when it came to scolding. Now that this fellow had sneaked into the Chinese martial arts world, a place where the level of education was generally not too high, for a person that even the Tsinghua and Renmin University professors and people of the crosstalk world could not out-argue, this place stood basically no chance. They were nowhere near a match for him. Now that this guy had arrived at the Chinese martial arts world, he was just like a wolf among sheep. With just a few words, he had caused internal strife at the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference. It had even spiraled so out of control that the fight could not be stopped even if anyone tried to stop it. Fourth Bro Zhou shouted out, "Everyone, listen to me, Suddenly, a punch was thrown at him. The unprepared Fourth Bro Zhou received a brutal punch to his right cheek, utterly infuriating him. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward saying, "Who the fuck hit me? Do you people think that our Zhou family-style school are pushovers? How dare you people make trouble at the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference? If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think we all have anything to be afraid of?" Fourth Bro Zhou also rushed forward. Then a brick met his face. "Fuck." Fourth Bro Zhou covered his face and cursed angrily. "Fourth Senior Bro, get them. We will bloody you today. Right? We'll bloody you." Witnessing this scene unfolding in front of her, Chen Shun was totally speechless. Zhang Yi was quite unreliable in a lot of the things that he did, but that mouth of his could definitely be relied on to be the most sarcastic in this world. What was supposed to be a martial arts conference attended by all the members of the Chinese martial arts world had now turned into a civil war even before the event was convened. In fact, the conflict was still growing. Another wave of the Zhou family-style's disciples arrived from outside. "What is happening? What's going on? The hell, who hit me? Damn, brothers, get them." When this group of people arrived, Before they could even announce who they were or ask what was happening, they were already getting beaten up. They then immediately joined the fray without another word. The non-affiliates had even more backup arriving. Bro Zhao, I'm here. Hold on, our bros are here to help. The Zhou family is throwing their weight around and bullying us. This is outrageous. Outrageous. Kill them. The large sects are too arrogant. We must get revenge today. Baldy, receive this palm strike from your grandpa. Fourth Bro Zhou, you have often committed all kinds of evils. Let me rein you in today. Who said that there were no highly skilled non-affiliates? A few of the non-affiliates who rushed over upon hearing the news turned out to be extremely skilled at kung fu. When Zhang Ye saw them fighting, even he was surprised as they all were seemingly on par with him. The Chinese martial arts world was truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. With this fight happening, all the experts started showing themselves. When a lot of them heard the shouting, they knew there was obviously some private grudge between the two groups. The large and small sects, along with the non-affiliates, clearly had grudges that existed in the past. Everything just happened to spill over today. More and more people arrived. 100, 200, 300. The restaurant was close to being torn apart. The battlefield was even extending out into the courtyard and outside the resort, the sounds of fighting coming from everywhere. When Zhang Ye, who was never afraid of too much trouble, saw this, he shouted again. Our small sect and non-affiliate brothers. Today's outcome is a matter of our honor. Will we just watch and allow the large sects to climb all over us? No, we won't. No, we won't. No, we won't. No, we won't. Many of them were shouting like crazy. Zhang Ye roared. Will we just watch our dignity get trampled under their feet like that? No, we won't. No, we won't. Definitely not. Many were roaring in response. Zhang Ye yelled. On the path of martial arts, everyone stands equal. It has never been segregated between large and small sects. Today is the day that we stand up to this. Today is the day that we shout to make our voices heard. If we don't shout, there won't be another chance. If we don't shout, they will soon be sitting over our heads and shitting on us. Why are you bros still watching the fight from outside? What are you still waiting for? Roar if you see injustice. Take action when the time comes. Do it with all your passion and hope. Let's take action. With the Zhou family bullying us, how much longer are we going to keep quiet and endure this? Kill them. Charge. Charge at them together with me, brothers. With Zhang Ye's speech, a lot of the onlooking non-affiliates and small sect members who were still hesitant earlier suddenly got pumped up and roared as they charged forward. Chapter 917. Zhang Ye versus the Kunlun Taoist. Chapter 917. Zhang Ye versus the Kunlun Taoist. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Outside, the sky had turned dark and the entire holiday resort was dark, except here at the restaurant which was still brightly lit. Cries calling for a massacre could be heard coming from everywhere. A passerby asked in panic, "What's happening in there?" A non-affiliate, who was injured and covering his bloody nose, said, "That bunch of bastards from the Zhou family ganged up with all the large sects and started a fight against us non-affiliates." What? How could something like that happen? Bro, bear with it. I'll go get reinforcements. After the passerby heard that, he quickly rushed back to inform the others. Something has happened. Something has happened. On the way, as he ran back, he coincidentally bumped into a friend. This other person asked anxiously, "What's going on over at the restaurant?" Short of breath, the passerby panted, "I can't run anymore." "You came at just the right time. Quickly go back and inform the others. That bunch of bastards from the Zhou family ganged up with all the other large sects to start a fight with all of us." "What did you say?" The friend was shocked. "I'll go call for reinforcements immediately." At the entrance of an inn, everyone came rushing out when they heard the ruckus. What happened? Why did they start fighting? Who's fighting who? Should we go and take a look? What serious event has just happened there? At this moment, that passerby's friend came running back with all his might. Something has happened. Something has happened. That bunch of fucking bastards from the Zhou family style ganged up with the large sects to exterminate all of us. Everyone was angered and surprised at the same time. Exterminate all of us. Fuck your grandmas, Zhou family. They're pushing it too far. They're really pushing it too far. Let's fight it out with them. Fight them, brothers. Call for help. Get your weapons, and let's kill them. Exterminate all of us. I'll fucking exterminate your entire clan instead. With the same message being passed down 3 times, it had already changed from a fight to becoming exterminating all of them. Instantly, another group of reinforcements set off as though they were on adrenaline. When they rushed into the restaurant and saw the people from the Zhou family-style school and other large sects, they charged at them while angrily shouting, "Exterminate your entire clan," as they attacked. This group of people randomly rushing and made many of those from the large sects jump in shock. They were completely caught off guard as they suffered defeat after defeat and were left wailing. Their expressions were extremely shocked as they did not even know what had hit them. Fuck, wasn't this just about some non-affiliates thinking that the jug of wine was too expensive? Didn't the fight break out because they got into a war of words over that issue? How did it become about exterminating an entire clan? You people are looking to exterminate our entire clan just because of 2,000 yuan? Have you people all gone insane from being too poor? The people from the large sects were also furious. We'll exterminate all of you. The non-affiliates shouted loudly. We'll exterminate your entire clan. The people from the large sects yelled in anger. We'll exterminate all of you. The people from the small sects said angrily. We'll exterminate your entire clan. Both sides swore something as they fought. From talking to having a war of words to starting a fight and finally turning into an extermination of clans, the entire process took only 10 minutes. A free-for-all. A chaotic free-for-all. Sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere, and the fire of battle could be seen throughout the place. The non-affiliates and small sects had a numerical advantage of about 2.5 to 1, but the people from the large sects had the advantage of superior skills. Even for some of the large sects' most ordinary disciples, their martial arts skills were still very good. Even if 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, it would not be that difficult to hold out. Furthermore, there were many experts among the large sects who could probably take on 5 opponents at the same time. And Zhang Ye had encountered one of them. It was a Taoist from the Kunlun sect. 1. Zhang Ye sparred with him for a while using his real skills and immediately knew that he was going to be a tough one. His opponent turned out to be trained in internal-style martial arts as well, and his power was likely a little better than Zhang Ye's. Zhang Ye had eaten over 100 Taiji fist skill experience books, so he could be considered as one of the top few fighters in this pool of ordinary martial artists. It would not be much of a problem for him to take on 20 of them. But if he were to really meet with a real practitioner of the martial arts, he would not exactly be a match for that person. With just those few skill experience books, he could only be considered to have barely stepped past the doors of the Chinese martial arts world, or perhaps be at a slightly higher level than most. He certainly could not be considered to be at the master level. Moreover, Zhang Ye's boxing techniques were not slowly trained by himself, but rather gained directly through the eating of all those skill experience books. His strength and stamina were also unable to keep up with his opponent, and his Taiji fist only worked at times. All these key factors affected his overall ability. But fortunately, Zhang Ye's 100 fruits of agility were unleashed to their greatest effect. His reaction speed was not slower than those real practitioners of martial arts, so even if he could not defeat his opponent with his attacks, it was still enough to deal with him for a while. Furthermore, he still had a brick in his hand. With a brick in hand, I own the world. Watch my kick. The Kunlun Taoist threw out a punch. Zhang Ye dodged agilely and cried out, "Watch my kick." But he used the brick to attack instead. That Taoist dodged angrily. "Receive my palm strike." But he aimed his kick at Zhang Ye's privates instead. "Receive my roundhouse kick." Zhang Ye dodged the attacks perilously as he shouted, but he did not move his leg and still attacked with the brick. The Taoist shouted loudly, "Fish leaps over the dragon gate." Then he threw himself prone to dodge the brick attack. "Carp skip up." Zhang Ye gurgled up a mouthful of phlegm and spat at him. When the surrounding people saw that, they nearly fainted. "Roundhouse kick, your sister." "Fish leaps over the dragon gate, your sister." "Carp skip up, your sister." The moves that the two of you executed were totally different from what you had shouted. These two fellows were also from the martial arts community? Why was each of them more sly than the other? Liu Yichuan, Liu Yizhang, He Badao, Li Chuanning, and some others were also engaged in battles with their enemies around Zhang Ye. When they saw the fight between Zhang Ye and that Kunlun Taoist, they broke out in cold sweats. They could do it like that? This had to be a meeting of two rogues. On the bus, they had chatted happily with Zhang Ye and felt that this bro Chun was a very righteous person. From a glance, he could be assumed to have come from some righteous sect. But who would have expected that when this fellow got into a fight, he would actually be such a hooligan and use a brick to make sneak attacks, randomly call out his moves, and even spit at his opponent? This scene made Lu Yichuan, Lu Yizhang, and the group of people who came from an unorthodox martial arts background feel embarrassed. Why is Bro Chun-jun's martial arts even more unorthodox than ours? When that Taoist had his clothes hit by a mouthful of phlegm, he flew into a rage. He was quite well known in the Chinese martial arts world and was always reputed to be a vicious and devious person. When his name was mentioned, as long as it was someone in the martial arts community who had heard of his exploits before, they would definitely choose to avoid him. Even in normal circumstances, when his fellow Kunlun sect disciples sparred, no one would choose to be his opponent. He initially thought that he was already devious enough, but never did he expect to bump into someone today who was more devious than him. The Taoist shouted, "What style do you practice?" Zhang Ye threw a punch and questioned back, "What style do you practice?" The Taoist said loudly, "The style I practice is called the Kunlun Universe Palms." Zhang Ye would naturally not reveal his background to anyone. He swung the brick towards the Taoist and said, "Then the style that I practice is called the Swimming Body 8 trigrams brick." Upon hearing that, the surrounding people fainted all at once. One of the disciples of the Zhou family-style school lost his concentration and was immediately floored by a punch and 2 kicks from 2 small sect disciples. After he collapsed onto the ground, his mind continued to wonder about the skill that the sunglasses-wearing youth proclaimed that he had used. They all knew about the Swimming Body 8 trigrams palm, which was also known as the 8 trigrams palm. But what the fuck was the Swimming Body 8 trigrams brick? Which sect's martial arts have you ever come across that train with fucking bricks? Chapter 918. The National Martial Arts Association steps in. Chapter 918. The National Martial Arts Association steps in. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The situation was getting out of control. The organizers were startled as well. Chen Shi, the vice president of China's National Martial Arts Association, the current leader of the Huashan sect, and one of the 5 grandmasters of the current Chinese martial arts world, led a large group of people and hurried to the restaurant. In the group were a deputy sect leader of the Kongtong sect, a leader from an Iron Palm branch, an eminent monk of the Shaolin Monastery, and a master from the Wudong sect. All of them were, without an exception, famous figures within the Chinese martial arts world, and were also the backbone of their sects, even to the point of being the strongest in their respective sections. But Grandmaster Zhou Tianpeng of the Zhou family-style school was nowhere to be seen. He was probably secluding himself in preparation for the big battle tomorrow at the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference. When this group of people got to the entrance of the restaurant, they were completely stunned by what they saw. Lu Yizhang was keeping a disciple of the Zhou family style down with 2 hands, while his brother, Lu Yichuan, was furiously hammering at that Zhou family style disciple. Hibadeo and a Kongtong sect disciple were rolling around on the ground, throwing punches and kicks at each other. Li Chuaning and Yin Hui were each holding a table leg in their respective hands, gotten from who knows where, chasing a group of 4 or 5 people from the large sects and hitting them with the legs. It was utter chaos. "Kill them. Senior bro, save me. Hang on. You must hang on. Kill this bunch of non-affiliates. We must exterminate them all." The most noteworthy duel was still between Zhang Ye and that Kunlun Taoist. Zhang Ye swung his brick. "Watch out for my Huashan swordsmanship." The Huashan sect leader, Chen Shi, fainted then and there. The Kunlun Taoist dodged away. "Have a taste of my iron palms." Then he crouched and swept a kick at Zhang Ye. The eldest senior brother of the previous generation of the Iron Palm branch wobbled in place when he heard that. "I'm going for your lower body." The brick swung towards his opponent's head. "I'm targeting your left." The Kunlun Taoist threw a punch at his right. Zhang Ye shouted, "I'll spit on your face." The Taoist replied, "I'll fuck your grandpa. I'll fuck your grandma. Are you sick? Do you have any medicine for me? How much do you need? How much do you have? I'll give you however much you require." Zhang Ye spoke, "I'll eat however much you have." The Taoist asked again, "Are you sick? Do you have any medicine for me? They did not exchange too many blows between them before transitioning into scolding each other with everything they had, even spitting at each other. The fighting made these people of distinction and leaders of the various martial sects within the organizers and Chinese martial arts world nearly vomit blood. What kind of fucking people did the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference invite this time? That Taoist martial uncle was the Kunlun sect leader. He was also in this group that had just arrived. At the moment, he was pretending not to have seen anything as he looked up at the sky. He could not afford to be embarrassed like this. Chen Shi roared, "Stop it! All of you, stop it!" Everyone who was fighting was incensed and crying out their killing intents, so why would they bother listening to anyone calling for them to stop? That eminent monk from the Shaolin Monastery was also stunned by the brawl, as he noticed a few of his junior brothers in the chaos with bruised and swollen faces. He called out loudly, "Junior bro Jiejiao? Junior bro Jiezao? Why did you all get involved in the fight as well?" 1. A monk who was currently fighting a small sect's combat expert shouted, "The small sects are taking this too far." The eminent Shaolin monk called out, "Stop the fight and get over here. Stop fighting already." Another Shaolin monk was still enraged as he spoke with a Hunan accent, "Senior bro, stay out of it. I must take care of these bastards today no matter what. They're senior brother." The usually mild-mannered Shaolin monks were all cursing and swearing. Chen Shi watched in astonishment. What on earth happened? I don't know. Why is everyone fighting? How are we going to handle this? In all the years of holding the National Martial Arts Conference, nothing like this has ever happened before. Terrible. This is truly terrible. Could it be that someone died, leading them to fight like this? It has to be. At this moment, fourth bro Zhou of the Zhou family style school finally came running out from the chaos. His nose dripped with blood as he limped toward them. "Senior bro. Second senior bro." Second bro Zhou was taken aback. "Fourth junior bro? Quickly, tell us what's going on." Fourth bro Zhou was already on the verge of tears, though nobody knew if it was from the pain or because he was infuriated to such a state. "Those non-affiliates were unhappy about us selling our newer Hong at an expensive price." Chen Shi was stunned. "And then what?" Second bro Zhou's expression changed immediately. "Then did you guys kill someone because of that?" Fourth bro Zhou nearly vomited blood at that. "Then we started fighting because of that." The eminent Shaolin monk admonished. "But you can't kill someone over that." "Who did we kill?" Fourth bro Zhou shouted. The eminent Shaolin monk was stunned. "No one died." Fourth bro Zhou protested. "Of course not." A leader of a small sect asked. "Then how did it become like this?" Fourth bro Zhou wiped away the blood from his nose and said, "The fuck I know. I only said a few words, telling them not to drink if they did not have the money. But it somehow ended up becoming a fight. They were even shouting and calling for our entire clan to be exterminated." A Kongtong sect deputy leader said, dumbfounded. "All this was over a jug of wine? At a respectable event like the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference, you all actually got into such a massive brawl involving several hundred people." Chen Shi, the eminent Shaolin monk, the Kunlun sect leader. They all glanced at one another, embarrassed. Chen Shi composed himself, then forced a voice out from his diaphragm. "All of you stop." Some of those involved in the brawl heard this and were startled when they turned to look. Seeing their sect leaders, masters, or martial uncles all here, they quickly stopped fighting. But some of the non-affiliates were still at it. Chen Shi closed his eyes and suddenly lifted a foot. Without using much strength, he stamped it down, and a loud crash reverberated. The entire surface of the floor seemingly shook. When he lifted his foot again, the concrete floor was deeply imprinted with his shoe print. It was a very clear imprint too. Concealed power. This was made by concealed power. Among 100 Chinese martial arts experts, only a few could train to such a level. "Stop fighting," Chen Shi shouted. This time, everyone turned their heads all at once. Chen Shi did not depend on the one-sided story of fourth bro Zhou, but instead called over a few of his own Huashan sect disciples. He listened to them as they related the entire situation that led to the fight, but as Huashan sect was also one of the large sects that partook in the fight against the small sects and non-affiliates, their side of the story naturally did not favor the non-affiliates. The people from the small sects and the non-affiliates were showing their anger at this, but did not dare say anything due to the domineering air of the Grandmaster. However, In the crowd was someone who was not afraid of anything. At this moment, that youth wearing the sunglasses once again bravely came forward. Zhang Ye brought a stool with him and stood onto it, shouting, "Brother and sisters, fellow countrymen and elders, the large sects seem to be confusing right and wrong. Are we just going to say nothing?" With someone taking the lead, everyone who fought side by side earlier started raising a ruckus. "No, we won't. No, we won't. No, we won't. No, we won't." There were hundreds of voices of men and women, all shouting loudly with their hands up in the air. Zhang Ye shouted, "Who were the ones who tried to scam us of our hard-earned money?" "The Zhou family. The Zhou family. The Zhou family." Zhang Ye shouted again. "Who were the ones who started the fight?" "The Kongtong sect. The Kongtong sect. The Kongtong sect." Zhang Ye bellowed. "We were scammed of our money and even got attacked by the large sections. Can we take this lying down?" "Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not." The small sects and non-affiliates were emboldened by their numbers, and their morale suddenly increased by quite a bit as well. When the group in the organizing party heard this, some of the small sect leaders and chiefs also showed signs of anger. Subconsciously, they were moving toward their own disciples to stand with them. A leader of a small sect said while stifling his anger, "The Kongtong sect made the first move?" A deputy leader of the Kongtong sect was taken aback and simply said, "About that." Then he looked over to his own disciples. The disciples of the Kongtong sect nearly went crazy. "Master, we really did not. It wasn't us. Senior Bro was only trying to hold someone back." Holding back? That counted as making a move. Chen Shi frowned and gave a look to the Kongtong sect members. That Kongtong sect senior brother in question was almost kneeling by now. I was only trying to mediate the situation." At this time, the youth wearing sunglasses standing on a stool shouted, 2,000 yuan for a jug of Nuerhong? Did you use gold to ferment it?" Yan Hui shouted, "Did you use gold to ferment it?" Lu Ichuan roared, "Did you use gold to ferment it?" A junior sister of some small sect, "Did you use gold to ferment it?" Zhang Ye cried out, "Hand over the person guilty of hitting our people. Hand over the person guilty of hitting our people. Hand over the person guilty of hitting our people." Everyone echoed him loudly in unison. Zhang Ye again cried out, "Hand over the person who fermented the wine. Hand over the person who fermented the wine. Hand over the person who fermented the wine." Everyone echoed him loudly in unison again. Zhang Ye cried out for the third time, "Compensate us for our losses. Compensate us for our medical fees. Otherwise, we won't let this rest. We won't let this rest. We won't let this rest. We won't let this rest." Everyone's shouting was increasing in volume. The upper management of the National Martial Arts Association was facing a headache regarding this problem. If it were only one or two people, it would have been easy to settle. But since this was a matter of several hundred people making trouble, they could not handle it as easily. Although the upper management positions were mainly filled by people from the large sects, there were also many experts and talented people from the small sects too. The National Martial Arts Association grassroots positions were generally held by these people. If the issue was not handled properly, the entire Martial Arts Association might fall into disarray. Several of the upper management's people were getting flustered. What the hell is going on? There has never before been a situation like this at the previous martial arts conferences. What is going on this year? Chinchin's hearing was sharp. When she overheard those people begrudgingly say all that, she could only give a silent her in her head. That is because Zhang Ye did not attend the previous conferences, but if he did, you guys would have been in trouble long ago. But fourth Bro Zhou retorted, "You people still dare to demand recompense." Those wounded disciples from the Kongtong sect added, "You're all trying to shift the blame." This problem wasn't easy to handle, as both sides pushed their own rhetoric. But it was obvious that the non-affiliates and small sects had the greater advantage in numbers. Finally, the National Martial Arts Association sent someone out to negotiate. He was a steward of the Martial Arts Association and also one of the representative members of a large sect. He was the junior brother of the Huashan sect leader, Chen Shi. This person's name was Fan Wen. Huashan sect's Fan Wen stepped forward. The responsibility of this issue lies with both sides as it takes two hands to clap. Let's put this matter to rest here and everyone can take a step back. Can't we give the National Martial Arts Association some face? Zhang Ye said, "No way. No way. No way. No way. Everyone was just blindly following at this point. Fan Wen's eyes twitched. He looked at them and said, "A jug of newer Hong for 2,000 yuan is indeed a little expensive. Why don't we do this? I'll make a decision here and waive everyone's bill for the meal. The things that were smashed will be taken care of by our martial arts association as well, so no one has to compensate anything. How does that sound?" Zhang Ye said, "No way. No way. No way. No way." Fan Wen was speechless at this. Then he said loudly, "Then what do you propose the compensation should be?" Zhang Ye shouted, "Make the person who started this apologize. Compensate us for our medical fees. Pay each of us 100,000 yuan. That is non-negotiable. Not a cent less. We will not accept if it's a cent less. We won't accept it. We won't accept it. We won't accept it. We won't accept it. 100,000 yuan. Not a cent less." The people from the large sects were getting mad. Bullshit. Despicable. Huashan sect's Fan Wen was also furious. That's such an unreasonable demand. You people have absolutely no intentions on negotiating, right? 100,000 for each of you? Bullshit. It would be more than enough to compensate you 1,000 yuan per person. Zhang Yi suddenly raised his hand and said, "Deal." Fan Wen was stunned. What? Deal? Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Zhang Yi jumped down from the stool and said, "Let's go, everyone." The people from the small sects and non-affiliates suddenly dispersed when the order was given, leaving a bunch of people from the large sects and National Martial Arts Association staring wide-eyed. Didn't they say not a cent less? That they would not accept it if it were a cent less? Fuck all of your grandpas. Wasn't that a non-negotiable request? 1. Jie Jiao means free from arrogance, and Jie Zhao means free from impetuousness. Chapter 919. The Appearance of Rao I Mean. Chapter 919. The Appearance of Rao I Mean. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the holiday resort, the sky was gradually getting darker. Various non-affiliates and others from the small sects were supporting each other as they made their way back to the inns. Some of them had injuries to their legs, some had injuries on their hands, and some also had their hair pulled out. But at this moment, everyone was very friendly and helping each other, propping one another up in support. After all, they were now compatriots who had fought side by side. Moreover, speaking of the injuries that they had suffered, they definitely got off much lighter than those from the large sections. With 2 or 3 people against one, their opponents were definitely much more seriously injured than them. What a good release it was, right? It felt great. Having lived for so long, I've never felt as satisfied as I felt today. That's right. Although my nose was punched and my ass was kicked twice, I still feel really wonderful. That bunch of people from the large sects have already bullied us for too many years. I finally vented all my pent-up anger on them. Same here. I've been wanting to beat up that Kongtong sect bastard for a long time too. The Zhou family's 4th bro Zhou has always been a dishonorable character, so I took advantage of the chaos just now and kicked him. It felt so good. Ha ha. After beating up those large sects people, not only did we get a waiver for our meals, we even earned 1,000 yuan's compensation for nothing. It would be great if such a good thing happens at every conference. I don't mind even if I have to get beaten up every year. So even we non-affiliates can turn the tide. And we didn't have to act in accordance with the will of the large sects for once. Everyone was very excited. Elsewhere, Lu Yichuan took 2 steps forward and gave a fist and palm salute, saying, "Bro Chunjun, if not for you rushing to help me in time back there, I truly could not have handled that person. Thank you so much." Zhang Yi also gave a fist and palm salute. "Don't mention it, there's no need." Hibadeo laughed heartily. "It's all thanks to Bro Chunjun stepping forward." Li Chuaning said, "Yeah, if not for Bro Chun, we would definitely have been scammed by them today. Once the Grandmaster and those large sect leaders appeared, the rest of us would definitely not have dared to say anything. But just look at how Bro Chunjun showed no fear at all. Admirable, admirable." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Thank you. Thank you. Bro, your name is Chunjun? Thank you. Good one, Bro Chun. Thank you so much. If you go to Shandong in the future, come and look for me. If you ever go to Northeast China, I will buy you some wine." Considering Bro Chen's martial arts style, it is really very unique. Haha. It doesn't matter whether Bro Chen used a brick or a wine jar. As long as he can win with it, it is a good weapon. That's right, that's right. Bro Chen's skills. No, Brick's skills were truly godly. Everyone gave their praise. Yin Hui and a few of his friends also stepped forward at this moment to give their fist and palm salutes. Bro Chen Jun, words can't express our gratitude. Then he turned around and said to all the non-affiliates and disciples of the small sects, and to all the other brothers and sisters, thank you so much for today. If not for everyone helping us to seek justice, we would really have been scammed by them. Happy to help. Happy to help. We're all on the same side. After they scam you, they would scam us next. Right? Helping others is equivalent to helping ourselves. Everyone has been injured, so let's disperse for now. Go back and rest. We'll meet again at the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference tomorrow. The non-affiliates gradually dispersed and left. When Yin Hui was about to leave, he turned around and doubtfully glanced over in Zhang Ye's direction. A friend beside tugged at him. Let's go. What are you looking at? Yin Hui blinked and said baffled. Somehow, I find that person to be quite familiar. That's enough. Hurry back to the inn. I owe my arms. Help me to apply some medicated red flower oil on my arms in a while. Those bunch of bastards from the large sects were really aggressive in their attacks. 1. In the end, Yin Hui still did not manage to recall anything. Or rather, he never even suspected that it might be that person. Over at the restaurant, the moment these people left, Fan Wen's face turned green with anger. The others from the large sects embroiled in the battle earlier were also unable to accept this outcome. Compensation. Why should we compensate them? We are the ones who were seriously injured. No, we can't just let the matter rest like this. The disciples of the large sects started to make a scene. Fan Wen said, I'll go and stop them. However, he was held back by the Huashan sect leader, Chen Shi, who was beside him. Forget it. Fan Wen said dejected. Senior bro, what the heck is this? Chen Shi sighed and said, Isn't it only 1,000 yuan per person? The National Martial Arts Association will fork out this sum of money. It's definitely better that we appease everyone's anger first. The Kongtong sect deputy leader said, stifling his anger. But, Chen Shi declared, has everyone forgotten what the purpose is of organizing the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference this year? Before the conference takes place, there mustn't be any screw-ups. It's more important to resolve the matter of Rao I mean before anything else. That is what matters the most. Yes, senior bro. That's true. Understood. The sect leaders and elders all looked at one another, but did not speak further. Yet they somehow were left a certain feeling. It was as though they had been scammed by someone. At night, in the Tianshan region, at a certain location, Senior Sis, eldest Senior Sis, you finally appeared. How is your condition right now? Rao I mean walked into the room languidly as she yawned. My condition is quite good. Little Fifth, Little Sixth, Little Lu, what are the bunch of you here for? Though they hadn't not seen her in quite some time now, Rao I mean was still the same as before. She neither put on weight nor slimmed down, and didn't grow taller or became shorter. She was just the same old her. Lu Yuhu said anxiously, How can we possibly not come when you are in trouble? His fifth senior sister said, Eldest senior sis, you are in great danger this time. His sixth senior brother said, That's right. The purpose of organizing the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference was to deal with you. How could you not understand that? We are here to give you our support and a helping hand. His 13th junior brother said, It's a pity that eldest senior bro and second senior bro couldn't come. Master locked. Lu Yuhu's fifth senior sister glared at him to stop him from saying any more. Rao I mean glanced at him. That old man is still alive. Everyone from the 8 trigram school. Rao I mean waved it off and said, All right, that doesn't matter, but it's useless even though you guys came here. You guys didn't train properly, so what can you help me with? It's pretty good if you don't drag me back. Hurry up and get lost. Eldest senior sis. Wherever you go, we go too. Right, if you're going to the martial arts conference tomorrow, then we'll go together as well. Let's fight it out with those people from the large sects. Fight them. Rao I mean glanced at them and said, They have hundreds of people. How are you guys going to fight them? Suddenly, Lu Yuhu received a call right after he turned on his cell phone. He walked away to answer it, but when he returned, his expression had turned into one of bewilderment. His fifth senior sister looked at him and asked, Little Lu, what's the matter? His sixth senior brother kicked his foot and said, "Say it." His seventh senior brother asked anxiously, "Little junior bro, you have the best network amongst us, so what news did you just receive? Hurry up and tell us. What are you staring at?" Lu Yuhu said, "Shit, the people at the venue of the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference got into a fight." When they heard that, everyone from the 8 trigram school was shocked. What? They got into a fight? Who dueled with who? Lu Yuhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not about who dueled with who. It was more of a civil war. The people from the large sects fought with the small sects and non-affiliates. They were locked into a battle so fierce that they almost destroyed a 3-story restaurant at the resort. Hundreds of people were injured. Even the National Martial Arts Association was alerted and had to step in to prevent the brawl from getting out of control. His 5th senior sister laughed heartily. Great fight. They deserve it. His 6th senior brother was tickled. To think they were even intending to deal with our eldest senior sis together? Look at what's happening now. They've gotten into infighting first. Man, surely that couldn't have happened, right? How did the conference turn into such chaos when it has not even started yet? What was the cause of it? How can there be so many people fighting each other? Lu Yuhu also found it difficult to accept this news because it sounded inconceivable to him. It seems that the cause of the incident was due to the organizers selling overpriced wine and the Zhou family turning out to be part owners of that restaurant as well. As a result, someone named Chen Zhan represented the non-affiliates and small sects by stepping forward to resist the large sections. That was how they ended up fighting. Then he smiled and went on. No matter what, the heavens are really helping us. His 5th senior sister laughed. Right, even the heavens can't bear to watch any further. His 6th senior brother said, Chen Zhan? He sounds like he is not bad. His 5th senior sister nodded. Yeah, what that Chen fellow did was beautiful. Lu Yuhu couldn't help but laugh. The National Martial Arts Association wanted to band everyone together to deal with eldest senior sis in order to exert pressure on her, and even stood on the moral high ground to criticize her. But what happened in the end? The martial arts conference has not even started yet, and they are already fighting amongst themselves. Those people are really unlucky. Yeah, well done. Which sect is this Qinjin from? How can he be so bold? He even dared to stand firm against the large sects. I'm not sure. My friend there did not say which sect he was from either. What style does he practice? He said it was swimming body. 8 trigrams brick. What? Swimming body, 8 trigrams brick. What kind of a weapon did he use? A brick. What the hell? Don't tell me it's closely related to our 8 trigrams school's swimming body, 8 trigrams palm. Closely related, my ass. These 2 styles definitely have nothing at all to do with each other. This Chen Zhan sounds like a really interesting person. He must be talented. Where did this person come from? I must be on the lookout for him tomorrow. Everyone from the 8 trigram school chimed in one after the other and started chattering away. Regarding the infighting over at the Tianshan Martial Arts Conference, they expressed that their present mood could only be described with one phrase. Let's have another round of drinks. 1. Red flower oil. https://imager.com/a/yl9nv. 2. We could do with some reviews here. It's not getting much love. Crying face. https://www.novelupdates.com/series/im-really-a-superstar/#comments. 3. Don't forget to vote with your power stones. Chapter 920. Zhang Ye, Enhanced Edition. Beginning. Chapter 920. Zhang Ye, Enhanced Edition. Beginning. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Nightfall. Peace and quiet had finally descended upon the world. The last non-affiliate from Shanghai who insisted on training his hard qigong downstairs at the inn was getting tired. He let out a shout before cooling down with the closing form, then proceeded upstairs back to his room to sleep. In Zhang Ye's room, Qinshin called out, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye looked over and asked, What? Qinshin said, Why were you so mean? Zhang Ye blinked. Was I mean? Qinshin asked. Zhang Ye, why is it that wherever you go, that place would always suffer? I was just stepping in to help in the face of injustice, huh? Zhang Ye boasted without shame. Did you see your Uncle Zhang's imposing manner when I commanded the masses earlier? Did you see it? That's what you call appeal and charisma. How was it? They still had to agree to compensate everyone's medical fees at the end, didn't they? Qinshan pointed out, didn't you ask for 100,000 yuan in compensation? Wasn't it non-negotiable? Zhang Ye chided her in embarrassment. What 100,000 yuan? We should not be too greedy. Qinshan said, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye replied, what? Qinshan looked at him, then asked in all seriousness. Is this what they were talking about on television when they mentioned healthcare disturbance? What? Zhang Ye nearly fainted. Healthcare disturbance, your sister. Could you put it any more scandalous than that? You insolent brat, go to sleep already. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and said indignantly, if you have the time, you should be learning to be good from your uncle Zhang instead. Don't always learn from your aunt. But after saying that, Zhang Ye's face turned red. What good could she learn from him? Throughout the day, he had not really done anything good for her to learn from. Qinshan nodded in acknowledgement. After settling Qinshan down and watching her fall asleep in bed, Zhang Ye found a chair to sit down on and started rubbing his arms and legs in pain. He had received a few blows in today's fight, and it was really painful for him. With this fight, it also allowed Zhang Ye to gain a comprehensive understanding of the Chinese martial arts world. He had now formed a general understanding of the conflicts that existed between the sects, the role that the National Martial Arts Association played, the size of the community, and the martial arts skills of this world. By contrast, he gained a better understanding of his own martial arts skills now. With his subpar skills, he realized that they weren't really enough to do anything. Any one of those ordinary disciples from the large sects who'd trained every day since childhood would already be equal to Zhang Ye's level. If they were more talented, like that rogue from the Kunlun sect today, Zhang Ye would definitely not be able to take them on if they were to fight for real. His skills were still not at that level. The key issue was that his physical fitness could not keep up. As the martial arts conference would officially be convened tomorrow, he didn't know if old Rao would make an appearance or not. In any case, he knew that the situation would not be good after listening to the conversations between those large sects disciples at dinner. Many of them were here to deal with Rao, and this made Zhang Ye feel very nervous. He did not know what the situation would be like tomorrow, but if any trouble occurred, he would be of little help with his mediocre kung fu. Not only would he be of little help, he would also find it difficult to fend for himself. After all, this was the most important convention of the Chinese martial arts world. All the talented and reclusive experts, as well as sect leaders of the martial arts community, would be in attendance, and every one of them possessed unique skills that were incomparable. This won't do. He had to improve his physical fitness. If not, he wouldn't even be able to truly wield the power of those 100-plus Taiji fist skill experience books effectively, since his strength and stamina were limiting his abilities. Zhang Ye felt that he was like a child with extraordinary skills. Even with his impressive martial arts and deep set of skills, if his physical fitness wasn't there, it would be impossible for him to beat an adult of similar standing. These objective conditions would be the decisive factors. This was the state Zhang Ye was in. A city dweller who went through a 9-year compulsory education, a person who did not even do the dishes or laundry, someone who could not even pass his PE classes. Even if he had learned the melancholic palms, he could not have brought out the prowess of it. He might even twist his back, too. As such, Zhang Ye was only left with one choice. It's time for the lottery draw. He opened the game ring's interface. It had been a long while since he had used the lottery functions of it. As such, when Zhang Ye saw the interface, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. He managed to quickly recall it, and with a slight hesitation, did not open the lottery draw, too, but chose the lower-grade lottery draw that only cost 100,000 reputation points per try. Because, today, Zhang Ye only wanted to get the items from the stats category. As long as they could improve his physical fitness and build up his body's foundations, he would accept whatever he got from the lottery draw. As long as his foundation was strong enough, he would be able to increase the proficiency of his kung fu. Here we go. It was time to give it a spin and see how his luck would turn out. 100,000 reputation points were spent. To a person with close to 2.2 billion reputation points, this was just a drop in the bucket to him. The wheel began to spin. The lottery draw began. Once around, twice around, thrice around. Zhang Ye went to the bathroom and turned on the fan. He lit a cigarette, and after a few drags, the result of the lottery draw was out. The needle had actually stopped in the stats category slice. A treasure chest, small, appeared. Zhang Ye laughed as he opened it, hoping to test his luck. But when he opened the golden treasure chest, he found that there was nothing in it. It was empty, and he had wasted his reputation points. Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this bad start. In the lottery draw, 1, the chances of receiving an empty treasure chest were extremely low. He had only met with one such occasion before in the many spins of the lottery draw. This was the second time. Again, let's give it another try. Without further ado, Zhang Ye tapped the lottery draw button again. The wheel began to spin. Zhang Ye did not really mind the outcome of this round either. The first 2 draws were just to warm up. After the needle stopped, Zhang Ye had a look at the result and was very disappointed when he saw that it was a consumption category's treasure chest. Although some rather good items had appeared in this category before, and given Zhang Ye some really important help in the past, he did not feel that he needed these today. His target was the stats category's treasure chest, small. That was the most pressing matter right now. Since that was what he had gotten, he just opened it. He flipped open the treasure chest. Out came a familiar item. Lucky Bread. Increases the player's luck stat for a duration of 5 minutes. Zhang Ye had gotten this item before and even earned the right to purchase a similar item from the merchant shop under the special category, the Lucky Halo. Actually, upon further thought, the luck effects of the Lucky Halo and Lucky Bread should be exactly the same, as they were the most basic of luck enhancement items. Of course, Zhang Ye later earned the right to purchase the upgraded version of the Lucky Halo, which had now become the Lucky Halo upgraded item. Zhang Ye smiled as this item was rather good too. It was good since he was unwilling to spend so many reputation points by activating the Lucky Halo, upgraded, to draw in the lottery draw, 1. This Lucky Bread had come at the perfect time. He ate it. The Lucky Bread was activated. Go. Zhang Ye immediately put the Lucky Bread to use. Lucky Bread in effect, counting down. For 59. Following that, Zhang Ye did not dare waste any more time and instantly started the next round of the lottery draw. He waited as the wheel spun round and round. 1 revolution. 5 revolutions. The wheel began slowing down. Zhang Ye treated it seriously and was fully focused this time. His mind was also continuously predicting the position that the needle would stop at. It seemed like it was going to stop at the stats category. It's got to be it. Zhang Ye immediately put in the additional stakes. 100 stakes, 300 stakes, 500 stakes. Initially, he hesitated a while here, but he grit his teeth like he was gambling and thought, fuck it. If we're gonna play, let's play big. 1,000 additional stakes. Counting the original stake, the total was now 1,001 stakes. 100 million reputation points. This was 100 million reputation points Zhang Ye had used up just like that. Fruit of strength. Fruit of strength. It must be strength. Zhang Ye kept wishing for it in his head. This was what he wanted the most right now, and also what he lacked the most. The wheel stopped, and the needle was really pointing at the stats category. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Then he abruptly opened up the treasure chest, small. Fruit of Stamina, 1001. Permanently increases the stamina of the player. It was not strength, but a fruit of stamina instead. Haha, this wasn't too bad either. Zhang Ye was feeling excited all the same. There was no need to explain how important stamina was for a martial artist. This was one of the most basic foundations of physical fitness that Zhang Ye was desperately lacking. Every martial arts expert must have exceptionally good stamina that could be put to great use. For example, one could run farther than others when fleeing for one's life. Of course, it would, without a doubt, be useful during a duel too. 1. Violence against doctors in China. https://en.wikipedia.org/violence_against_doctors_in_China. The phenomenon of now, Chinese, now, literally, healthcare disturbance, has been identified as a contributing factor in violence against medical personnel. Now is the organized disturbance of hospitals or medical staff, usually to obtain compensation for actual or perceived medical malpractice. 2. Melancholic Palms. http://wuxia.wikia.com/wiki/melancholic_palms. Chapter 921. Zhang Ye, Enhanced Edition. Middle. Chapter 921. Zhang Ye, Enhanced Edition. Middle. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. He'd received 1,001 fruits of stamina. However, Zhang Ye did not have the opportunity to eat them yet, because at this moment, the duration of the lucky bread was not over and there was still a bit of time left. 0:59. 0:58. Zhang Ye quickly started another round of the lottery draw. The wheel began to rotate. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions. To Zhang Ye's surprise, the needle again looked like it was going to stop in the stats category zone. Of course, there was also a chance of it ending up in the skills category zone. So Zhang Ye purposely waited for a while until it was easier to judge before suddenly putting in his additional stakes. 999 additional stakes. Counting the original stake, the total now was 1,000 stakes. At this moment, the duration of the lucky bread's effectiveness was up. Although Zhang Ye knew that the luck effect of the lucky bread was quite good and had helped him get the category of items he needed, it was still just the most basic of luck effects. The luck effectiveness of the lucky bread was probably not enough to get Zhang Ye the items that he needed the most. He would require something at a higher level. As such, Zhang Ye did not hesitate to open up the merchant shop to activate the lucky halo, upgraded. -100,000. -100,000. It was only activated for a short time. In the blink of an eye, the needle came to a stop. Only then did Zhang Ye turn off the lucky halo and reach out to open the newly drawn treasure chest. Small golden beams of light glowed. The item in the treasure chest appeared. Fruit of Strength, 1,000. Permanently increases the physical strength of the player. Ha ha ha. The item appeared. It was really the Fruit of Strength. Zhang Ye was very excited and thought about how great the difference was between the upgraded and normal version of the luck items. Although it was a lot more expensive to activate, it proved to be extremely useful at this critical time. Of course, on the other hand, even the upgraded version of the lucky halo might not necessarily fulfill the user's wants 100% of the time and would only increase the probability of the outcome. For instance, previously at the Central TV annual staff party's lucky draw, the lucky halo, upgraded, had failed once there. Therefore, he could only depend on himself when it came to things, and the lucky halo should just be treated as an assistance method at most. He had done it. It was time to eat them all. Zhang Ye began to gobble down the stats category fruits one by one. 100, 200, 500. He chose to eat the fruits of stamina first. With every fruit he ate, he could feel his spirit getting boosted slightly, while his feelings of weariness and fatigue were reduced by a little. Although it could not be seen with the naked eye, and there was no detailed data, Zhang Ye instinctively knew that the fruits of stamina he had eaten were already taking effect. His stamina was rising substantially. No, rather, it could be said that it was rising at the speed of a rocket jetting into outer space. 1,000 stats category fruits, a full 1,000 of them. In the past, the most that Zhang Ye had ever eaten was probably the 100 fruits of agility, and the effectiveness that the 100 fruits of agility brought to him was already astonishing enough, let alone 1,000 of them. Zhang Ye's body was getting warmer and warmer. He felt that even if he were to run for 20 kilometers around Tianshan now, he would not feel tired at all as his whole body was currently overflowing with vim and vigor. He felt great. He finally ate the last fruit. Then, something happened all of a sudden. As Zhang Ye ate the 1,001st fruit of stamina, he found that there was no effect and felt nothing course through his body. Afterwards, a notification appeared from the game ring on his pinky finger. System notice, stats category fruit usage limited to 1,000. Fuck, it had hit the limit? He couldn't eat them anymore? Zhang Ye was speechless, but after giving it some thought, he was not surprised by it. Yes, a 100 stat category fruits had already had a very astonishing effect. But with 1,000 of them now, wouldn't that have an earth-shattering effect? This could be the human limit. Man, he actually managed to max out a stat with the fruit of stamina? Zhang Ye savored his awesomeness for a bit, then began eating the fruits of strength. 100, 500. Just like when he ate the fruits of stamina, Zhang Ye felt like his body was about to explode at any time. He could feel a surge of explosive power in his body that felt so explosive it was like it was about to explode in his body. This sort of explosiveness, or perhaps better described as a surge, could be felt as an unlimited amount of strength forcefully started filling up inside him. What was most critical was that he had eaten the 1,000 fruits of stamina beforehand. as stamina and strength were. Basically inseparable, they complemented and boosted each other's effects, causing this explosiveness to become even greater. He felt that even if he were to go and run 20 kilometers around Tianshan while demolishing all the old folks' homes en route, he could still easily do it without losing breath. All right, let's cut the crap. In truth, this fellow did not know how strong he was right now. Zhang Ye thought of testing himself to find out, but shot down the idea for the time being as he wanted to go for one more draw. He was insatiable, wanting to bring his strength up to the highest limits. So what was there left now? Zhang Ye went quiet. Then he tapped the Start Lottery Draw icon and activated the Lucky Halo, upgraded, at the same time, hoping for one last gamble. The wheel began to rotate. The needle started to spin. This time Zhang Ye did not hesitate at all, and just put in the additional stakes like a compulsive gambler. He added 899 additional stakes, totaling 900 stakes. This number was clearly worthy of remembrance, because Zhang Ye had eaten 100 fruits of agility in the past. Considering the upper limit of 1,000 for the basic stats category fruits, deducting the amount that he had eaten before, he would need exactly 900 fruits this time. One revolution, another revolution, and yet another revolution. However, the needle was slowing down as it approached the special category zone. Zhang Ye was shocked. Fuck, this bro does not want that now, please. Don't give me this shit. It was getting closer and closer. Closer and closer. Bada. The needle went past the special category at the last moment and caught nicely on the border of the stats category zone. Alright, let's see what I got from the lottery draw this time. Please, bro, it has to be that item. At this moment, Zhang Ye was feeling extremely nervous, but it was unavoidable as there were 100 million reputation points at stake. If he received 900 fruits of strength or 900 fruits of stamina again, then it would all go to waste. He had already eaten those to the maximum level and could no longer eat them anymore. Even if he got 900 fruits of charm, it would still be a failure as that was useless to him at the moment. Hocus pocus, give me what I want. When Zhang Ye opened up the golden treasure chest and saw the item lying inside, this fellow nearly went crazy. Fruit of Agility, 900. Permanently increases the agility of the player. Ha! I really fucking got it. Zhang Ye quickly turned off the Lucky Halo, upgraded, that was using up his reputation points. He had already reached an extremely excited state and couldn't express himself. Eat, eat, eat. He immediately ate all the fruits of agility one after another. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Due to the special property of agility, the increase was not at a steady and constant rate like the fruit of stamina or the fruit of strength. The more he ate, the slower the agility increase became. This was because in the physiological structure of a person, the maximum limit would be a fixed value, and it would be impossible to break through this human limit, otherwise, he would be an alien. As a result, Zhang Ye understood this very well. Actually, after he ate those 900 fruits of agility, he felt he could shoot up into the upper atmosphere of the earth. Although the rate of increase became slower with every fruit he ate, in actual fact, at this stage he was nearing the limits of reaction speed. Even if it only increased by a little bit each time, it was still a qualitative leap forward. The difference between the highly skilled experts was sometimes just this bit of reaction speed, and this bit was enough to decide who would be the victor. He finished eating them all. He had also reached the limit for the fruit of agility with that. If he still got them from the lottery draw in the future, he would not be able to eat them anymore. Zhang Ye took a deep breath to calm himself, but was completely unable to calm down. What did Chinese martial arts depend on? What was the most basic of qualities that a martial arts expert should possess? Not the moves. What mattered was the physical body. What were the most important aspects of the physical body? 1. Strength. 2. Stamina. 3. Reaction speed. These 3 aspects. As for the current Zhang Ye, he had fucking maxed out after eating 1,000 fruits of strength, 1,000 fruits of agility, and 1,000 fruits of stamina. Chapter 922, Zhang Ye, Enhanced Edition. End. Chapter 922, Zhang Ye, Enhanced Edition. End. Translator, leg editor, leg. In the bathroom, the weird sounds coming from Zhang Ye were emanating from the inside. Shinshun was woken by that and tossed around several times in bed, But the weird sounds from the bathroom did not stop. She threw aside the blanket and got up, shouting in her childish voice, "Zhang Ye, what are you doing?" Zhang Ye then came out from the bathroom, but was still wearing a silly smile on his face. Qinshan got even angrier. "Zhang Ye, why are you so childish?" Zhang Ye was in an extremely good mood, so he replied happily, "Haha, you're awake? Qinshan, don't address me as Uncle Zhang anymore from now on. You mustn't call me that, all right?" Qinshan said, "I've never called you that before anyway." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "From now on, call me Iron Man." "Qinshan, what?" Zhang Ye confidently repeated, "Iron Man." Qinshan was already returning to her bed. "Okay, Iron Rod." Zhang Ye, "Iron Rod, your sister. It's Iron Man." 1. After putting the little rascal back to sleep, Zhang Ye reopened the game interface in reverie. Even though he had spent 300 million of his reputation points in the lottery draw this time, he did not seem affected by it and kept smiling. There was no reason for this other than that the reputation points were well spent. It was just worth it. Of all the stats category fruits he wanted the most, he had gotten them all. Compared to all the lottery draws that he had done in the past, Zhang Ye had never had it as smooth as today. He checked his current reputation points. Remaining reputation points, just under 1.9 billion. It was still a lot. This was still an astronomical figure. All the reputation points that had been accumulated by Zhang Ye for the past year were finally unleashed. This was going to be his metamorphosis. He made a few slight movements and could already feel that his current physical fitness was no longer what it used to be. Just an ordinary arm stretch felt unusual. Back when Zhang Ye ate the 100 fruits of agility, he also took a very long time to get used to the changes due to the sudden improvement of his reaction speed. Now that he had eaten 1,000 fruits of agility, strength, and stamina all at once, he definitely needed more time to refine his reflexes. Luckily for him, he had the experience of eating the fruits of agility the previous time, and that left him more mentally prepared for it, helping him get used to it much quicker than before. He threw a few punches. He whipped a few palm strikes. Even his sneezing felt much more powerful than before. At present, Zhang Ye could even consciously determine that the 100-odd Taiji Fist skill experience books could finally be controlled and unleashed to their potential now that his physical fitness had risen to a new level. It would no longer be ineffective at the critical junctures as he had finally understood why that used to occur. It was due to the fact that his body did not suit the wielding of this level of skill, therefore it was only effective at times. But everything was good now. With these 1,000 fruits of strength, agility, and stamina as his base, not only would he be able to control these 100-plus Taiji Fist skill experience books, he would still be able to do it even if it was much more than that. At this moment, Zhang Ye's physical potential was just starting to develop. He was now getting into the groove of becoming a truly high-skilled martial artist. Or rather, it was only now that he possessed the physical fitness of a person who had been training and improving their basic kung fu on a daily basis since childhood. In fact, his foundations might have even far outstripped those people. As for how skilled he might be, or how deep his foundations ran, that was still unclear currently. When he thought about all this, Zhang Ye decided that he wanted to find out for himself. He put on a coat and eagerly headed downstairs. The cold wind was blowing like knives cutting his face. But perhaps due to the effects from the stats category fruits that he had eaten, or maybe because of his excitement, Zhang Ye did not feel cold at all. He proudly strode out against the wind and stood in the courtyard, looking around for something. Oh, there it is. That's the one. It was a very thick wooden signboard, on which the phrase, "Welcome, Passing Heroes," was written. It belonged to the inn and was around 5 centimeters thick. It was not hung up on anything and just left on the ground next to the inn. The thickness seemed fine and the hardness was also quite suitable, likely to be made of solid wood. Zhang Ye got ready to use it as a test subject to see how his physical fitness was now, and if he would be able to compare to those truly skilled martial artists. Come on. Zhang Ye steadied his breathing and circled around the sign twice. This was to calm himself down while warming up his body at the same time. Then he took a deep breath, and with a swift hand movement, an opening form of the Taiji Fist was easily conjured by him. His right hand moved across his body and his left hand retracted, all in one swift motion. Compared to when he could barely summon up the skill back then, it formed a sharp contrast. With that, Zhang Ye's entire momentum was completely different from before. In the dead of the night, he dared not shout his intent, but simply did so in his mind. With a push of his hands, all the strength in his body seemingly gathered into his right palm in an instant. He took a step forward and suddenly expelled the force from his right palm and struck it into the wooden signboard. Hard. Smash. A loud crash resounded. Splinters flew. Zhang Ye slightly grimaced in pain with that. But the moment his hands retracted, he was astonished to see that the thick wooden signboard was left with a deep palm impression. The top half of the wooden signboard was cracked apart, and the word "welcome" was split in twain. Zhang Ye looked at his right palm, dumbfounded, then looked back at the wooden signboard. Fuck. Was I the one who did that? He was in a slight state of disbelief. He subconsciously lifted his leg rather high and stomped down hard, only to hear a loud bang. The wooden signboard was once again broken further by the large force. Zhang Ye was surprised, as he knew that this was not some sort of taiji fist move, nor was it any specialized skill, but the effect of his current physical fitness combined by his pure brute strength and stamina. Damn, has this bro become this awesome now? Just when Zhang Ye was secretly getting excited over himself, a cry suddenly came from the upstairs of the inn. What was that noise? This is bad. There's an assassin. In an instant, the entire inn was brightly illuminated by countless lights. After the battle with the large sects tonight, many of these small sects disciples and those non-affiliates were on high alert. No one dropped their guard. They were all extremely sensitive to any movements around them. Zhang Ye nearly fainted when he heard that. An assassin? Assassin, your grandpa? At this moment, he couldn't hide even if he wanted to. A lot of people had already rushed out to the entrance of the inn by now. Lu Yichuan and Lu Yizhang were also among them. Some of them were holding staves, some holding teapots. There were all sorts of weapons in hand, everything imaginable. There were even some who were still in their pajamas and holding a clothes hanger. Clearly, a lot of them had just randomly grabbed a weapon when they ran down here in haste. When they saw that wooden signboard, everyone was shocked. What an exceptional palm technique. What kind of strength is that? Then, many of them looked at Zhang Ye. Hibadeo asked, Bro Chunjun, what happened here? Yan Hui said in astonishment. This wooden signboard was. A female disciple of a small sect also asked, Bro Chun, you were the first to get here. What on earth happened? From the other side, the innkeeper and a few employees had also rushed over when they heard the commotion. When they saw the splintered and cracked wooden signboard, they all started scolding and cursing. Who was it? Which son of a bitch is so cruel? This is solid old wood. It's an item that's been passed down for many decades at our inn. Who the hell did it? Step forward now. Which motherfucker was it? The innkeeper was raging mad and kept crying out in anger. When Zhang Ye saw that over 100 of these people were looking at him, he sighed in his mind. After that, he realized that there was no way to hide from this. He took a deep breath and suddenly roared angrily. The large sects are too shameless. Everyone was stunned. Then, they became infuriated. It's the people from the large sects. Holy shit. Judging from the damage, it was obviously the work of the Iron Palm. And it's likely to be one of the experts from an Iron Palm branch. What do they mean by this? Is this a demonstration? Are they trying to show us something? Look, the word welcome has been split in half. They're obviously trying to slap our faces by saying that their large sects do not welcome us at all. They want us to get the fuck out of here. Despicable. The large sects are too despicable. Carrying out a sneak attack in the middle of the night. What kind of hero can they call themselves? This is infuriating. I'm furious. Everyone started cursing. The innkeeper was also swearing nonstop. Fucking large sects. I'll fuck your grandmas. The several inns located in the holiday resort were all independently operated by their owners. The large sects and the non-affiliates had essentially been arranged to stay apart and were all housed at different inns. For example, the inn across from them was the base of several large sects. The shouting was so loud it woke those staying at the inn across the way. The windows were all pushed open one by one as those people from the large sects peered out. What's the matter? Why are you guys shouting in the middle of the night? What happened? With that, the non-affiliates looked over at once and stared at those large sect disciples angrily. The powder keg was on the verge of exploding. Finally, a Kongtong sect senior brother who was involved in The fight earlier yelled at them in a strong northeastern accent. What are you looking at? Louis Chuan was infuriated. You? So what? Another large sect's disciple was peeved and said, Look again. I dare ya. The non-affiliates and small sect disciples shouted in unison. Then we dare. The people from the large sects shouted in unison. What are you looking at? The non-affiliates and small sect disciples shouted in unison. You. So what? The people from the large sects shouted in unison. Look again. We dare ya. The non-affiliates and small sect disciples shouted in unison. Then we dare. More and more people emerged, and more people joined in. The windows of the large sects people were all open now, while the people from the small sects and the non-affiliates gradually gathered in the courtyard after coming downstairs. What are you looking at? You? So what? Look again, we dare ya. Then we dare. From 12:10 a.m. onward, the large sects and those from the small sects with the non-affiliates kept at each other until it was past 2 a.m. For a full 2 hours, everyone was pointing and scolding at each other in the cold wind. As the person responsible, and the only person who knew the truth, Zhang Ye felt a little guilty. He coughed and wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling rather sorry for all this. The large sects. What are you looking at? You? So what? Zhang Ye shouted angrily alongside everyone else. So what is a hooligan? This is a goddamned hooligan. Chapter 923. The National Martial Arts Conference begins. Chapter 923. The National Martial Arts Conference begins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, on the day of the Martial Arts Conference, beautiful snowflakes were lightly floating down from the sky. Since morning, people were gradually arriving at the main venue located on a hilltop on the eastern side of the holiday resort. No one knew if this was part of the holiday resort itself, or if it was a different scenic area, but the scenery was extremely beautiful anyway. Birds and flowers, there were none of any of that. There was only a single pathway leading up and down to the peak where a wide platform stood. This place was set up long ago by the organizers, with horizontal banners, a fight ring, plum blossom pillars, and assorted weapons. But upon a closer inspection, none of the weapons had live edges. The weapons were mainly just used for training and performances. 1. A broadcast continuously blasted from the top of the hill. Welcome, all members of the martial arts community, to this year's Martial Arts Conference organized by the National Martial Arts Association. The event this time is proudly sponsored by Tianshan Holiday Resorts, New Erhong Wine Enterprises, and Strong Brand Red Flower Medicated Oil. Other than the large area designated for the fight ring, the rest of the venue was divided into many sections as well. There was an area for the Huashan sect, the Kunlun sect, the Shaolin Monastery, the Wudong sect. The large sects had many disciples and members, with each having around 10 to 20 members turning up for the event, so they were allocated a separate seating area by themselves. As for the small sects, some only had 1 or 2 representatives, while the non-affiliates were here on their own, so there was no way to properly designate an area for them, so all of these people were squeezed into one area. A lot of those who had just arrived immediately started to chat with others. Hey, old Wong. Yo, old Chun. Why are you limping? My leg hasn't healed yet. How's your nose? It's fine. I've already bandaged it. Why were you so late? Didn't we arrange to meet at 8 a.m.? Hi, don't mention it. The inn that I was staying at last night was provoked by those people from the large sections. They even smashed the signboard of the inn, so a bunch of us from the small sects and non-affiliates got into an argument with them until 2 a.m. this morning. I did not get much sleep at all. I only just got up, but a lot of people are still in bed right now. Haha, I heard about that. You know about it too? Of course. An argument in the middle of the night involving more than 200 people. How could anyone not hear of that? The non-affiliates near me were thinking of going over to back you guys up. We even readied our weapons, but when we saw that it didn't escalate into a fight, we stayed put instead. Those large sect members are too despicable. Despicable to the extreme. They're practically shameless. Come on, let's head over there to get a seat. Right? We won't sit together with those from the large sects. Those non-affiliates started their scolding immediately after they reached the venue. Some of those who were allocated seats at an area close to the large sects harumphed as they carried and moved their chairs 100 meters away to keep their distance. When the large sects saw this, they just stared angrily and did the same by carrying their chairs in the opposite direction, keeping their distance from the non-affiliates and small sects. One side went left, the other side went right. Both sides marked a clear distinction between each other. At this moment, the sunglasses-wearing Zhang Ye led Qinshan up the hill. Right when he arrived, a number of the non-affiliates and small sects disciples waved to him warmly, as though they knew him very well. Qinshan, Bro Chun. Good morning, Bro Qinshan. Are your injuries better? How'd you sleep? Zhang Ye smiled back at everyone and greeted them. Some of the non-affiliates who had just arrived today still didn't know about the events of last night. They all looked at Zhang Ye with some uncertainty. A small sect's junior sister who had bandages wrapped around her head met with an old acquaintance and immediately pulled him over to introduce him. Senior Bro Son, let me introduce you to Bro Qinshan. When we were bullied by the others last night, it was all thanks to Bro Chun, who stepped forward chivalrously to lead us to battle against the large sections. Then late into the night, it was also Bro Chun who stepped up first and led everyone to scold back at the large sect's members throughout the entire night. He's a really nice person and a really loyal friend. When Senior Brother Sun heard this, he gave a fist and palm salute in admiration, saying, Bro Qinshan, pleasure to meet you. I couldn't make it here on time yesterday, so I wasn't of much help. How shameful. Zhang Ye returned the fist and palm salute. You're too polite. I was just stepping in to help in the face of injustice. A non-affiliate whose arm was bandaged up said, Bro Qinshan, let me introduce a martial arts expert to you also. Another small sect member who was also taped up with gauze said, Old Bro Qinshan, this is Senior Lu from Da Medical Hall. He would like to get to know you too. Bro Qinshan, Bro Chun, Big Brother Chun, Sunglasses Bro, Senior Chun. Quite a number of people found their way over, and some even addressed him as Senior. Qinshan looked around at all these people and was at a loss. Although this was Zhang Ye's first time participating in the martial arts conference, or perhaps to phrase it better, this was the first time that he'd sneaked into a martial arts conference through his acting skills. In just a single night, he had totally integrated into the circle, becoming a mini-celebrity among this group of people and was very well respected by them. Thus, the facts had proven yet another point. If you're a piece of gold, you'll still shine brightly no matter where you are. But if you're a stick, then you should be able to stir up some shit no matter where you go. Then, the Huashan sect members arrived. Grandmaster Chun Shi led his people in. All his disciples were dressed in custom-made attire, and they walked in a tight formation, making them look very professional. The only flaw was that some of the people in the group were limping or bandaged. Someone in the group even found a wooden stick from somewhere to use as a crutch as they walked in. Following them, over a dozen Taoists from the Kunlun sect arrived. There were a total of 17 of them, but 15 had bruised and swollen faces. One of them even had his head wrapped in thick bandages. Next were the eminent monks of Shaolin Monastery who made an entrance by strolling into the venue. One of the eminent monks had his beard pulled off, one of them had a black eye, and one of them kept his mouth closed and at times exposed his teeth to show 2 missing front teeth. It was an extremely tragic sight to behold. The sects all entered one by one into the venue. The National Martial Arts Association's upper echelons were looking at everyone that arrived and could only be speechless at their appearances. Suddenly, another person walked up from the bottom of the hill. It was Master Sun from one of the Iron Palm branches. He held a very senior position in the Iron Palm sect. Ah, Master Sun. Martial Uncle, you're here. Didn't you meet with some trouble on the way here? A lot of the Iron Palm branch's disciples were pleasantly surprised and came rushing over to his side. Yes, this was the highly skilled Master Sun who had been extorted and ended up getting lost in Shaanxi. Thanks to the help of fellow martial artists who rushed there to aid him, he finally managed to make his way here today. But the Iron Palm's Master Sun did not answer them. When he arrived at the hilltop, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. Seeing the disciples of the Iron Palm branches all bruised, with swollen faces, then looking at the eminent monks of Shaolin Monastery who were missing a beard and 2 front teeth, and then finally seeing all the experts of the other sects limping and looking defeated, the entire venue seemed very tragic. Almost everyone here was in bandages. Master Sun could not react in time to this. Fuck, what on earth happened here? Why was everyone in such an abysmal state? Wasn't today supposed to be the martial arts conference? Or was this actually a gathering of the disabled instead? For a brief moment, Master Sun wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Chapter 924. The 8 Trigrams School Arrives. Chapter 924. The 8 Trigrams School Arrives. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Master Sun said, angrily, what's going on here? Why is everyone in such a sorry state? When they saw an elder of their sect, the Iron Palm Branch's disciples started complaining to him. Martial uncle, you're finally here. There was a fight yesterday. The small sects and non-affiliates went too far. They even framed our Iron Palm sect. The several of them kept pointing in the direction of the small sects and non-affiliates. The people from the small sects and non-affiliates were having none of it. Clearly, it was you people from the large sects who colluded with each other to scam our money. Your Iron Palm sect even came over for a sneak attack in the middle of the night. Yet here you are trying to shift the blame? In the blink of an eye, the small sects and non-affiliates all glared at them. Several hundred sets of eyes were now staring down the Iron Palm sect. Master Sun was furious and glowered back at them. He pointed at them and uttered a line that would probably get voted by netizens as the most likely to trigger the next World War. What are you looking at? He did not know what had happened yesterday, but as that was his usual way of talking, he just said it like how it have anyway. As a result, it escalated the entire situation. The small sects and non-affiliates were suddenly angered, and over 100 people aggressively pointed back at him, saying in unison, "You." So what? It was deafening. The reply was too uniform. It was so uniform that it felt like he was watching the 50th anniversary military parade. Master Sun, who had never witnessed such a strong show of force before, was startled. Fuck. What are you all trying to do? Did you people practice this beforehand? Why does it seem like everyone shot up? The large sects were infuriated. They kicked aside their chairs and sprang up, then reflexively reacted by pointing at those several hundred people and shouting, "Look again, we dare ya." Master Sun jumped again when he heard so many people behind him shouting back. He stared with his mouth agape at his sect's disciples, as well as those from the large sections. Fuck, why are all of you able to do this so uniformly? The non-affiliates pointed. Then we dare. The large sects pointed. What are you looking at? The small sects pointed. You? So what? The large sects pointed. Look again, we dare ya. The small sects and non-affiliates pointed. Then we dare. There, they were at it again. Chun-Shi covered his face in dismay. Those from the National Martial Arts Association were also getting quite fed up by this. At this moment, the Zhou family arrived. Grandmaster Zhou Tianpeng and the Zhou family style's disciples were the last batch of attendees to arrive at the venue. Probably due to the Zhou family style's disciples being the center of conflict last night, they were the main targets of the non-affiliates, who took care of them. Their number of injured personnel was also much higher than the others. At least 5 people were limping, leading to their late arrival and getting up to the hilltop. When the Zhou family finally got up here, they were also left speechless by the scene unfolding in front of them. Zhou Tianping's expression instantly became very strange. What the hell is this? Zhou Tianping stayed silent. Around him, there were sighs all around. Hi, what's going on with this year's martial arts conference? What a shame. What a shame. How did it end up like this? This is unwatchable. What a mess. Luckily, this is just an internal meet and no outsiders are present. A few high-ranking seniors of the Chinese martial arts world marveled at the happenings. When had any of the past martial arts conferences not been a flourishing and vibrant event, with everyone showing a deep interest in the pursuit of a higher level of martial arts, exchanging blows and learning from one another? But why did this year's conference devolve into such strife? This won't do. Where is the decency? Where has all the decency gone to? An 80-year-old veteran of the Chinese martial arts world could no longer watch. He was so infuriated that his mustache became ruffled as he said, "We have to teach them a lesson." Then he pointed in a random direction. "All of you, shut up." Chinese martial arts emphasizes the self-cultivation of one's body and moral character. It is important to train your breathing and calm your hearts. But you all, the people over there, reflexively reacted by pointing at him. What are you looking at? The old veteran nearly fainted from anger, as his temper flared too. You? So what? Everyone, look again, we dare ya. The old veteran flicked his sleeves and roared angrily. Then I dare. The old veteran, who was just questioning about values, had immediately joined in the scolding battle at the next moment. Fanwen, Qinshi, Zhou Tianpe. After the National Martial Arts Association spent a long time trying to calm everyone down, even needing Qinshi and Zhou Tianpeng to act, the crowd finally ceased all their unpleasant activities and gradually quieted down. After the farce, the venue was in total disarray. The main venue of the conference, which had been neatly set up ahead of time, was filled with scattered chairs and littered with spilled mineral water bottles. Zhou Tianpeng walked up into the fight ring and picked up the microphone that was placed in there. He tested the sound system before looking down at everyone below the ring. I am Zhou Tianpeng, the incumbent sect leader of the Zhou Family Style School and the vice president of the National Martial Arts Association. I believe all of you should know me, so I won't go into an in-depth introduction. Below the ring, some people gave him their support. Sect leader Zhou, who wouldn't know you? Yeah, do you even need an introduction? Haha, Zhou Tianpeng smiled. There are always new friends joining us for the first time. It could be seen that Zhou Tianpeng commanded a lot of respect in the Chinese martial arts world. Even among those from the small sects and non-affiliates, there was no sign of any disrespect at this moment. Below the ring, Zhang Ye deliberately observed him for a while. He was a man in his 40s or 50s and did not really look to have an outstanding physique. Although he couldn't be described as lean, he wasn't considered burly either. He looked to be around 1.7 meters tall and probably weighed around 60 kilograms or so. In the chilly weather with cold winds blowing, he only wore a single-layered black training robe that had the Zhou Family Styles logo printed on it. Just standing there, his aura was very domineering, and anyone would know immediately that he was a tough person to deal with. Was this what it meant to be a grandmaster in today's world of Chinese martial arts? It was quite different from what Zhang Ye had imagined, mainly because he wasn't really good-looking. But when he remembered Rao Aimin's sharp tongue and stingy character, Zhang Ye was still somewhat relieved. Compared to her, these grandmasters Zhou Tianpeng and Chun, she still had the demeanor of a grandmaster. Zhou Tianpeng then continued, "Dear friends who have traveled from afar, welcome to this year's National Martial Arts Conference. Before the commencement of today's event, there is a piece of good news that I would like to share with everyone." With that, he looked at Qinshi and said, "Old Chun, why don't you do it?" In the audience, Qinshi waved it off and said with a laugh, "I'll let you announce it instead." Zhou Tianpeng explained, "The National Martial Arts Association has always been fighting to get a special fiscal fund injection from the country, and it has finally been approved. The funding is substantial and will involve many aspects, like the restoration of the sect and school grounds, reimbursing travel expenses, and subsidizing the taxes involved in the opening of new training halls. All of the funding will be used in support of the building and protection of our Chinese martial arts world's intangible cultural assets. As long as the sects and schools are registered with the National Martial Arts Association, everyone can enjoy this subsidy. If your martial sects don't have a long enough history, or if the martial arts style being practiced is not officially recognized in the books, you may still apply for the funding, subject to our approval. If it doesn't pass, don't worry, because the subsidy will still be given out without being a single cent less than needed. If the National Martial Arts Association doesn't have enough funding, our Zhou family will chip in the difference." After that announcement, everyone suddenly got a little bit excited. "We have money now? This is great. It's finally been approved. This is a real cause for celebration. Yeah, the government has finally loosened its purse strings. Grandmaster Zhou, how can we make you pay the expenses as well?" In the audience, Chunshi smiled and added, "This issue, the National Martial Arts Association, Old Zhou, and I put in a lot of effort to make it work. It wasn't easy, and Old Zhou contributed a lot to push this through. When we met up a few days ago, he said that if the money wasn't enough to go around, he would fork out the additional amount." The martial artists in the audience immediately gave their gratitude. "Thank you, Grandmaster Chun. Thank you, Grandmaster Zhou. Sect Leader Zhou, thank you. Thank you for keeping us in mind. It's really difficult to set up a martial arts training hall these days to bring in new disciples and to hand down our legacies. Not many young people have the determination to persevere. Yeah, although everyone seems to be doing well, it has also been really hard." "Thank you." Zhou Tianpeng smiled. "We're all colleagues of the martial arts world. It's only right to help each other out." Since the Zhou family has a slightly better income than most of the schools here, we must definitely take on the responsibility. Other than the large sects that were deeply rooted in society, like the Zhou family-style school, which had set up training halls all over the country, or a well-known sect like the Shaolin Monastery, which had even become a national tourism spot. The smaller sects, which also covered large sects like the Huashan sect, did not have much income to speak of and were in fact very poor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought so aggressively over such a simple thing as the meal money. When Zhou Tianpeng stepped forward with his offer, even those from the small sects and non-affiliates appreciated his good intentions. In the audience, the conference officially kicked off and moved on to the main event. According to each year's arrangements, the opening event always started with the various sects performing a demonstration of their martial arts. The first sect to do this today were the disciples of the Huashan sect. Just over a decade ago, the Huashan sect was not considered a large sect at all. But ever since Chun Shi reached the pinnacle and was recognized as a grandmaster, the Huashan sect welcomed a period of expansion and quickly increased their number of disciples. In today's demonstration, they chose to showcase their sect's sword formation. At least a dozen disciples were involved. They went into the ring. They put on an elaborate sword dance. But what was meant to be a beautiful image was not so this year. Every one of the participants was wounded and bandaged, and looking at the dozen or so Huashan sect disciples injured and limping as they brandished their swords, a lot of the martial artists below the ring formed the mental image of a grass mud horse galloping across their vision. Next up was the Shaolin Monastery. One of their monks successfully performed the iron head skill with his head wrapped with bandages. Then it was the Iron Palm sect's turn as a disciple supported by a crutch demonstrated an iron palm routine while rooted to the spot. This was immediately followed by the Kunlun sect's wounded, heroes, who took to the ring. Who. Those bros were really putting in a lot of effort into their performances. However, it resulted in an accident at the next moment. One of the Kunlun sect's performers sprained his waist while going through their sequence and cried out with a loud "Io" as he sat down, unable to move. His fellow disciples around him then started panicking because of this, before several people ran into the ring and carried him out. The Kunlun sect's performance had no choice but to cease. Meanwhile, the Kongtong sect disciples, who were up next, limped into the ring in a hurry with their crutches to rescue things and started their performance. Zhang Ye could only roll his eyes. A proper event like the martial arts conference had become like a post-earthquake relief donation site. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. They're here. Quick look. They're really here. No one bothered to watch the performance anymore, as their gazes all fell on the pathway leading up to the hilltop behind them. Chun Shi wore a dignified expression. Zhou Tianpeng was resting his mind with his eyes closed. Chen Chun anxiously looked over. Zhang Ye and everyone else also turned around to see. There was only one thing that could make everyone turn their heads like this: the arrival of the 8 trigram school. Chapter 925, Rao I means appearance. Chapter 925, Rao I means appearance. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The 8 trigram school received a lot of attention from everyone. Under everyone's gaze, the 8 trigram school's disciples walked up one by one from the small pathway leading up to the hilltop. There were men and women, both young and middle-aged. All of them were wearing their 8 trigram school's robes with a black and white 8 trigrams pattern printed on the front and back. It was an awe-inspiring sight. They're finally here. They really dared to come. Look, that's the 5th disciple of this generation's 8 trigrams palm, Song Jiao. The 8 trigram school Su Fan is here too. Who is that? Why have I never seen him before? He's the 9th disciple of this generation's 8 trigrams palm. He's called Zhao Yunlong. He doesn't usually leave the training hall, and I only saw him once last year. He is extremely skilled in kung fu, and not many outsiders know that. Why aren't their eldest senior brother and second senior brother here? I don't know. It doesn't matter who comes today. It'll be useless. With only about a dozen of them, they still have the guts to make an appearance? The people from the Chinese martial arts world were busily commenting as they pointed fingers at them. But when the last figure appeared, everyone reflexively withdrew their outstretched fingers and did not dare point anymore. Because Rao I mean had arrived. Dressed in a very casual white training outfit, and wearing a pair of normal-looking canvas shoes that could be bought for just 10 or 20 yuan. Rao Aimin appeared in front of everyone as she strutted in leisurely. It did not look like she was here to attend a Hongmin banquet one, but rather like she was just going for a post-meal stroll on the streets. It's Rao Aimin. Ah, she is Rao Aimin, one of the current 5 grandmasters of our martial arts world. That's her. This. So she really is that beautiful, damn. I thought the rumors were false. Rao Aimin's name could be heard everywhere in the Chinese martial arts world. Basically, no one would not have heard of her name since she was one of the 5 grandmasters left. Who would not know her? Whenever the martial arts community mentioned her name, they would talk about her in whispers, like it was some taboo topic. It wasn't too much to say that one's expression would change whenever her name was mentioned. However, there were only a few people present who had seen Rao Aimin in person before. The number of up-and-coming, rising stars of the Chinese martial arts world was nothing like in the past. As a grandmaster, Rao Aimin had disappeared for some years now, so even her fight with the 2 grandmasters that had shocked the Chinese martial arts world back then was not witnessed by many. The majority of those present were only seeing Rao Aimin in person for the first time. Lu Yichuan was very excited. This is the latest grandmaster. Lu Yizhang could not hide his excitement either. She has such an elegant aura. Li Chuaning nodded his head firmly. This is my exact mental image of a female grandmaster. Beautiful and elegant. I can tell that she is extremely skilled at kung fu just by looking at her. Yin Hui, not far away, sighed in amazement. This is the one and only female grandmaster of our era, and her kung fu is even at a higher level than Grandmaster Zhou Tianping's and Grandmaster Chen Shi's. Aunt Chun Chun hurriedly tried to run over to her. However, she was pulled back by Zhang Ye. Wait and see. Chen Chen was not having any of that. Zhang Ye whispered. We agreed that you would listen to me when we are outside. Chen Chen did not resist any further. The main reason that Zhang Ye did not allow Chen Chen to go over was because he was afraid something would happen due to the absolutely unusual situation today. It would be dangerous to let Chen Chen go to the 8 trigram school side since there was so much uncertainty right now. So rather than that, he might as well just keep quiet and observe. It still would not be too late to act after that. He could save the trouble of not getting Rao Aimin distracted if she had to protect Chen Chen while fighting someone else. That would only burden her, so it was better not to let Chen Chen go. On the other side, many of the large sects were stunned. A few people who had seen Rao Aimin or come across her before forced a smile. Looking at the astonished crowd around them, they only shook their heads slightly and said nothing. Senior sister, eldest senior sister. When she arrived, the disciples of the 8 trigrams palm opened up a path for her. Rao Aimin, who was right at the back of the group, walked leisurely to the front. In the ring, the martial arts performance was still going on. The injured disciples of the Kongtong sect couldn't possibly stop their performance just because someone had arrived. They just carried on performing their boxing routine and put in much more effort than before. Rao Aimin looked up at those Kongtong sect disciples who were swathed in bandages. Suddenly, she lowered her head as she reached into her pocket and felt around in it. Then she took out something from the pocket and threw it up into the ring. Jingle jangle. It was a 1 yuan coin. The Kongtong sect disciples in the ring were stunned. Numerous martial artists outside the ring were also stunned. What was the meaning of that? Rao Aimin turned around and told her juniors, spare them some change, everyone. They're still performing in the streets even though they're this badly injured. It must hard on them. After she said that, she turned to the people in the ring. Broken physically but firm in spirit, that's very good. I have high hopes for all of you. Will you guys be smashing any concrete blocks on your chests? Perform that. I love watching it. The Kongtong sect people nearly fainted from anger. Smashing concrete blocks on the chest? I'll smash your grandpa. Why do you have to be so sarcastic? We're in this state already, so who the fuck could still have a concrete block smashed on them? A deputy leader of the Kongtong sect did not take this well. He quickly stood up and said, Rao Aimin, you're targeting our Kongtong sect the moment you arrive. What do you mean by this? Rao Aimin leered at him. Are those people from the Kongtong sect? The Kongtong sect deputy leader said, Yes, they are. Rao Aimin made a noise of acknowledgement and asked curiously, When did the Kongtong sect people start practicing square dances? Not bad. I was just wondering which professional square dancers they are to have sneaked into here. So they turned out to be Kong Tong's sect's disciples. The deputy leader was getting frustrated and shouted, "Rao, I mean, don't push it too far." Rao, I mean, looked at him and said, "That's what I'm doing. What are you going to do about it?" She looked at his teeth and remarked, "Oh, so you've replaced the front teeth I knocked out a few years ago? And they're even gold teeth? How rich." The Kong Tong sect deputy leader's face flushed, then lost color. "You?" The Iron Palm's master's son said angrily. "Now is the time for the martial arts performances put on by the large sections. As a grandmaster, you ought to be more respectful to martial arts, and respectful to." Rao, I mean, interrupted him and pointed to the ring. "Do you call those limping moves a martial arts performance? I could watch a performance like that at any old folks' home." Master's son raged. "Are you picking a fight?" Rao, I mean, said, "Would you like to fight? Sure then, I'll fight you one hand tied behind my back." Master's son was just quick with his mouth, so when he heard Rao, I mean, say that, he immediately fell quiet. He was considered one of the top few fighters in the Chinese martial arts world. If not, he wouldn't be addressed as master wherever he went. But he knew the disparity between a master and grandmaster was vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Let alone Rao, I mean, giving him a one-hand handicap. Even if Rao, I mean, fought without using her hands, he would still be unable to beat her. An eminent monk from the Shaolin monastery asked, "Almsgiver Rao, do you intend to offend everyone from our martial arts world?" Rao, I mean, replied in a nonchalant tone, "I've already offended many people in the past, so there's no difference in offending another one or two sections. Do you have any opinions about that? If you do, why don't we spar to settle our differences?" The eminent monk was rebutted by that. Of course he wouldn't spar with Rao, I mean. Some years ago, their previous abbot of the Shaolin monastery could not even take 20 attacks from her. He could not even hold her for 3 attacks. The surrounding martial artists, who were seeing this one and only female grandmaster of the Chinese martial arts world for the first time, were quite startled. Their image of a martial arts grandmaster was instantly shattered. So this is Rao, I mean. This is the grandmaster? This? Why is this grandmaster kinda? The brothers, Lu Yichuan and Lu Yizhong, wiped their sweat away. Li Chuaning and Hibadeo looked each other in the eye. Why was this female grandmaster totally different from what they had expected? Only Zhang Ye and Chunshun heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Zhang Ye was no longer worried about her. Having not seen her in over 6 months, old Rao was still behaving the same. She had not changed at all. Chapter 926. Zhang Ye steps into battle. Chapter 926. Zhang Ye steps into battle. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the martial arts conference, the 8 trigram school got seated in the outermost area that was reserved for them. Rao, I mean, led her juniors over and immediately closed her eyes in a composed manner, as though she was already getting ready for the upcoming duel. The 8 trigrams Palm's disciples did not disturb her. Everyone was well aware of the intention of today's gathering. Therefore, the focus right now was all on the 8 trigram school, with a lot of people casting glances at them every now and again. Secondary to that, they were also very curious about the legendary grandmaster of the Chinese martial arts world that was Rao, I mean. The Zhou family style's disciples and masters were particularly staring at her more frostiness and hatred in their eyes. They did not intend to avoid giving death glares to the 8 trigrams Palm's disciples. Some of the Zhou family style's masters were carrying old battle injuries which preceded yesterday's events and were clearly dealt to them by Rao, I mean. The Zhou family style's training halls and schools all over the country had been challenged and defeated by Rao, I mean, in the past half a year. The performances continued. Next was the Wudong sect's turn, followed by the Qingsheng sect 1, followed by South Wudong, then the Xingyi Fist sect. Afterwards was a small sect called the Flying Door sect, and so on. Finally, it was time for the finale performance by the Zhou family style school. An hour later, the performances ended. An organizer from the National Martial Arts Association walked into the fight ring and raised the microphone to his lips and said, "Thank you to all the various sects and schools for their wonderful displays. Next, we will officially begin the next segment, the free sparring rounds. As per previous years, the match will be decided by individual skill, but do remember not to take it overboard. The matches will be held in 10 separate sections, and the challenger can nominate any opponent they wish to duel. But the person being challenged may choose to decline the challenge. All matches will be refereed by the professionals from the National Martial Arts Association. It was finally time for the key segment. When they heard that, everyone's spirits at the venue were jolted. This segment had been a standard event in every year's conference. Most grudges and disputes between the martial schools, or personal grievances, were usually settled in this setting. With so many martial sects existing in the Chinese martial arts world, it was impossible that they would be wholly united. There were in fact countless disagreements between them. Naturally, they would need a setting to resolve those issues, as the Chinese martial arts world did not allow any large-scale vicious battles to take place between the martial schools. After all, they lived in a governed society. Of course, there were also other reasons for taking part in the duels. For example, for the newcomers to the Chinese martial arts world who were aiming to shoot to fame, this stage was naturally the best way to do it. In addition, for those expert martial artists who believed in their own strength, this was the best place for them to make their name known. Right as the announcement ended, someone stood up. It was someone from South Wudong. That middle-aged expert stood up and gave a fist and palm salute. "I am South Wudong's Lu Qing, and I would like to challenge the deputy leader of the Wudong sect, He Yanqing. Would deputy leader he like to accept my challenge?" The Wudong sect's deputy leader sneered, "I've long since been waiting for you." That person from South Wudong swept an arm out. "Please, please." The Wudong sect's deputy leader entered the ring. The grudge between the Wudong sect and South Wudong was long-standing. At each annual martial arts conference, they would always challenge each other, so no one was surprised. In the audience, other people gradually began standing up as well. As the Qingqing sect's Li Xiaoyan, I challenged the eminent monks of the Shaolin Monastery to be my opponent. Who do you want to challenge? Any one of them. What big talk. Then let this old monk take you on. Please, please don't be too hard on me. I am the non-affiliate, Chao Li Wei. Would you dare to take me on, Zhou Yunian? Haha, why would I not dare? Then bring it on. Let's do this. We must definitely decide on a victor today. I'm just a newcomer of the non-affiliates, giving a challenge to any heroes here. Would anyone like to give me some pointers? I'll do it. Thank you for your guidance. You're welcome. I won't hold back. Sure, please. In the blink of an eye, 9 of the 10 sections divided for the matches were occupied. There was one section still empty. No one said anything for the time being. A while later, someone finally said something. Zhang Ye could sense someone in the crowd not far away glaring at him. He raised his eyes to look over and noticed a familiar figure. It was the Zhou family's 4th bro Zhou. He saw 4th bro Zhou's provocative eyes staring at him. Non-affiliate Qinzhen, dare you exchange a couple blows with me? After going back yesterday, 4th bro Zhou contemplated the sequence of events of last night. He knew clearly that he had only said about 3 sentences in the lead-up, but why did that end up with so many people getting involved in a brawl? It was clearly that non-affiliate named Qinzhen who incited the situation. That mouth was so venomous that he could change something from black to white. After getting lectured by a senior of the Zhou family, 4th bro Zhou's anger was all pent up. As a result, he pointed straight at Qinzhen, who he deemed to be the leader of the non-affiliates and small sects for last night. The small sects and non-affiliates were stunned at this. Lu Yichuan's expression changed slightly as he quickly said, "Bro Qin, this 4th bro Zhou might not be the most skilled amongst this generation of the Zhou family style's disciples, but he's still an above-average expert." Li Chuaning immediately added, "Be careful." Hibadeo also said worriedly, "Don't go if you can't do it." Everyone had seen Zhang Ye's martial arts skills yesterday and were not too optimistic about his chances. But who could have expected that Zhang Ye would simply give a smile and say, "I've already been identified in person by name. It wouldn't make sense if I didn't go up then, right?" 4th bro Zhou was such a bully. Last night, trying to scam us non-affiliates and the small sections. But after meeting with our resistance last night, he even has the cheek to come and challenge me today? Should I not stick my neck out? If I don't accept the challenge, wouldn't that make him even more arrogant in the future? Wouldn't that be telling him that we're scared? I must fight him in this match today. Even if I cannot beat him, I will take him on and take a chunk out of him. I cannot sacrifice the dignity of the small sects and us non-affiliates. We cannot let the large sects think that we're easily pushed around. When the people around him heard that, they started cheering in support. These words of Zhang Ye's whipped everyone up into a frenzy, seemingly elevating his status even further. Well said, Bro Chun. Nicely put. Fuck, that's right. Yeah, we aren't going to be pushed around easily. For our dignity. Fuck, Bro Chun, do well. Go for it. Fucking kill that fourth Bro Zhou. Fucking kill that shameless man. Fucking kill the despicable villain that bullies the weak and fears the strong. If you're so good, challenge me instead. Bullying a newcomer like Bro Chun doesn't make you better. Fuck. Shameless. Listening to the shouting from over there, fourth Bro Zhou nearly fainted from anger. Fuck your grandpas. What the hell did I say? All I did was ask if he dared to exchange a couple blows with me. What was all that about me being a shameless man coming out of nowhere? What was all that about me being a despicable villain about? Chun, you're too goddamn wicked. That mouth of yours is simply so venomous that it is leaking with pus. I will make sure that you leave on a stretcher today. Otherwise, I won't be called fourth Bro Zhou. Fourth Bro Zhou was extremely angry. The Zhou family-style school's disciples were also supporting him in full force. Fourth senior bro, you can do it. Get him. That Chen Zhun is ridiculously infuriating. Fourth Bro Zhou and Zhang Ye both came forward and walked up into the fight ring. This wasn't some fighting platform that was set up with a wooden frame, but a demarcated area measuring 10 by 10 meters within the main fight ring. The organizer's referee allowed the two of them into the area and said, to reiterate, don't take it overboard. We just need to decide on a victor. Fourth Bro Zhou nodded while nursing his hatred. Zhang Ye said, understood. The referee asked, do either of you need any weapons? If you do, you may choose something. Fourth Bro Zhou looked at Zhang Ye and said, I need one. How about you? Zhang Ye nonchalantly replied, then I'll use something too. The referee pointed. The weapons are over there. The weapons on the rack were all blunted. Fourth Bro Zhou had already chosen something as he went over to grab a sword. He gave it a few swings, then switched to a different one that he was more satisfied with. He carried the sword back to the dueling area. However, Zhang Ye did not head over to the weapons rack. Under the watchful eyes of the referee and everyone else, he looked around until he spotted something. With a glint in his eyes, he walked away to a spot over 20 meters away, to a corner of the hilltop where he picked up a brick. Satisfied, he turned around and headed back to the fight area. The referee was startled. That will be your weapon? Zhang Ye nodded. Yes. The referee was dumbfounded. Are you sure of your choice? I am sure, Zhang Ye responded. Fourth Bro Zhou's eyelids constantly twitched from anger. He felt extremely insulted. But the small sects and non-affiliates did not seem bothered by this. They had already witnessed Bro Chunjun's brick techniques last night, so they knew his main mode of attack kind of followed this approach. Go Chinjun. Go Chinjun. Bro Chun, you can do it. A lot of people were cheering on Zhang Ye. Some of the other duels had already began, and a lot of the others had their attention on the other 9 areas. With the sudden cheering over on this side, all of their attention turned here. When they saw one of the participants holding a brick in the fight area, many of these martial artists' jaws dropped. What sort of weapon is that? My God, why is it a brick? The 8 trigram school also looked over at this moment. Chenjun, spoke one of the junior sisters. 5th senior sister Song Jiao said in astonishment, that is Chenjun? 6th. Senior brother Su Fan was stunned. Damn, he's really using a brick. The 9th disciple, Zhao Yunlong, was speechless. One of the junior brothers exclaimed, is that really going to be his weapon? Song Jiao asked, Junior bro, is it him? Lu Yuhu was in a sort of daze. I guess so. What's the matter? Song Jiao wondered. Lu Yuhu said with some suspiciousness, it's nothing much, but I find that guy wearing the sunglasses kind of familiar. I might be wrong, though. Rao still had her eyes closed and was not bothered by all these little distractions. In the ring, the duel was about to begin. The referee asked, are you both ready? Fourth Bro Zhou stared hard at Zhang Ye and said, I'm ready. Zhang Ye said calmly, I'm ready too. All right then. The referee raised his hand, then swooped it down. Begin. With that, the referee immediately retreated to the edge. According to the rules of the Chinese martial arts world, Fourth Bro Zhou gripped the sword handle, blade down, and gave a fist and palm salute. Fight hard. Opposite him, Zhang Ye returned with a slight fist and palm salute. Fight hard. But sometimes, it only took an instant to decide the outcome between winning and losing. Right after they finished speaking, fourth bro, Zhou flipped his sword upright. But before he could even grip it properly, he was shocked to discover that a reddish object was already flying at him. It was a brick. Zhang Ye had shamelessly given this attack a pompous name. He bellowed, "Take my brick descending from the heavens." This attack was just a simple one, and fourth bro Zhou thought that he could dodge it. After all, when one had reached the level of an expert, their reaction speed and agility were at an elevated state. Let alone a brick. Even if it were against a hidden weapons expert, in the readiness of a combat situation, fourth bro Zhou was still confident that he could dodge a throwing knife. But just as he was leaning aside to dodge the attack, he realized that he was wrong. He could not dodge it at all. The brick was approaching too quickly. It was so fast that he thought he heard the whistling of the wind as the brick traveled at high speed and hit him right in the face. Fourth bro Zhou could only avoid it to the point that the bridge of his nose would not get hit. He slightly turned his head, but the brick still smashed hard into the left side of his face. "Ah!" Fourth bro Zhou screamed in pain. His left face was momentarily depressed inward, and his entire body tilted as he fell down to the floor on his sides. Many people were watching in shock. What kind of speed is that? What kind of strength is that? You're using a hidden weapon. Fourth bro Zhou shouted angrily and started to rise to his feet to fight. But before he could stand up, a shadow of a punch was already approaching his face. Thump! It landed on fourth bro Zhou's face again. The force was so great that fourth bro Zhou's entire person twisted as he was thrown to the ground. With a heavy crash, he banged against the floor. Just listening to that sound alone showed how strong that punch was. The bruised and swollen-faced fourth bro Zhou was knocked nearly unconscious. With a brick and a single punch, he had already lost all of his fighting spirit. Zhang Ye did not even use a single kung fu move and only depended on the basic physical qualities of his body. Chinese martial arts were just like that. It was nothing like in the novels or the movies, where fights of 1,000 rounds happened without much of a fuss. That was basically impossible, since 100 rounds already sounded close to impossible, and that was even speaking in the context of a duel between experts. Most dueling matches in the ring were basically decided after a few punches or kicks, so how could there be a fight lasting several hundred rounds? The referee was stunned. Everything had happened so quickly that he only managed to react just now. He hurriedly rushed over and shouted, "Stop! Stop fighting!" Then he looked at fourth bro Zhou lying on the floor before he announced, "The winner, Chun Jin from the non-affiliates." The Zhou family-style school's disciples were furious. Meanwhile, those from the small sects and non-affiliates all raised their arms and started cheering. "Great! Great fight! Good punching! Good brick technique! Old bro Chin's brick technique has improved. Kill that shameless man! Beat up!